I clearly awakened an SSS level talent, but the Academy evaluated it as the worst talent in history. Even my closest sister once advised me to give up the contract, because the corpse servant talent can only find the most disgusting zombie contract. Once contracted, a low-intelligence zombie may not distinguish friend from foe, and can bite me if I'm not careful, directly announcing the end of the game. And the 5 major academies don't have any corpse servant mentors at all. From both a safety and a developmental perspective, the Academy will not place a time bomb here. I just sneered at this. Wait until I become powerful, then don't cry and beg me. Because I obtained the Divine Level Admiration system when awakening, and gained 2 talents. The first talent, Divine Admiration, not only grants immunity to all corpse toxins, but also has a 100% success rate when contracting with the zombie tribe, and doubles the number of contracts. During battle, I can also command all my zombie tribes to fight at the same time. The second talent, Urgent Golden Boy, not only allows me to see the monsters panel when contracting, but also can release a highly destructive golden beam. I quickly arrived at the contract center, and as soon as I stepped into the hall, a cold air suddenly came from behind, as if something dirty appeared behind me. Hello, I am Little May, the temporary guide at the contract center. May I help you with something? A clear voice rang out. I suddenly turned around to look. In front of me, a young female ghost dressed in white floated in midair. I hesitated for a second and asked, "Excuse me, where does the contract with Guan Lin need to go?" The young female ghost waved at me and said, "Please follow me." Before long, I arrived at the underground contract hall. I found that the coffins here for sealing monsters are divided into 2 types. They are hexagonal and square coffins. However, they are all sealed and covered, making it impossible to determine their level. It's like opening a blind box to contract with the official spirits inside. But for me, this place is like a market. I can just pick and choose as I please. I silently recited in my heart, and a subtle light flashed in my eyes. Then, I looked at a sealed coffin. At this moment, an attribute panel appeared in front of me. Name, Sea Hunt Knight, Undead, Seal Level, C. Golden Profound Coffin, Maximum Level, 49. After seeing the information, I contemplated. This monster, as the first contract target, has great potential, but its race is not a zombie, so it does not meet the contracting criteria. Immediately, I looked at another coffin. Fierce Ghost, Seal Level, Ground Silver Ancestral Coffin, Maximum Level, 39. I looked at dozens of coffins in a row. Among them, the one with the highest potential is the Skeleton Knight lying in the Golden Profound Coffin. Most of the others are bronze coffins, and I have not found any black iron coffins for the time being. Disappointed, I continued to wander around the contract hall. Later, I found a hexagonal coffin. Named Hellflame Demon, a level sealed demon of the Inferno race. The True King's Emerald official level is now at 69. This is the highest sealed existence in the entire hall. Whoever successfully contracts with it will definitely become the most enviable among the students of the Fengyue clan. However, my face became extremely embarrassed, as there was not a single black iron coffin among all the coffins, let alone a misstep coffin. At this moment, I said to Xiaomei behind me, "I need to contract the misstep coffin. Do you know where the coffins that seal them are placed?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomei frowned, and her expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Just then, the voice of an old man came. "Young man, go with Xiaomei to the abandoned warehouse behind the contract center. The misstep Guanlin is there." This white-haired old man is Chen Shuazong, the president of the Fengyue, Shuanmu Guild. "Senior Chen, didn't you say that many of the new missteps have already been broken? This young man hasn't even contracted yet. Is it appropriate to send him there now?" said Wang Min, the director of the contract center. "It doesn't matter. Since he wants to go, let him go." Watching my retreating figure, Senior Chen furrowed his brow. Slowly, he said, "Just now, this little guy paused for 2 seconds in front of every golden profound coffin or dark gold dragon coffin he passed. He also discovered that emerald coffin, but he wants to terminate the contract. You should be able to guess the reason behind it." After hearing what Elder Chen said, Wang Ming's face instantly became dull, and his eyes showed an extremely shocked expression. "You should know that the coffins in the contract hall are all sent by the Woodseeker Guild. Apart from Elder Chen, almost no one knows where they come from and what their potential is." Elder Chen had told him before that one of them is the True King's Jade Crown. But he never imagined that this young man could sense the level of his seal, and after being chosen, he didn't want to open the coffin and abandon the moon. It's really out of the ordinary. Elder Chen, are you saying that his talent is related to his ancestor? If that's the case, it would be a waste of this sensing ability. The footloose bureaucrat is too weak, almost unable to beat any other organ of the copper coin. I estimate his future achievements to be limited. After the excitement, Wang Ming's mood became complicated, and his tone was full of regret. Elder Chen looked at me leaving and then smiled compassionately. It's indeed very difficult for the Footloose to win against other races, but don't forget about a certain guy. He also has the Footloose talent, but his zombie king Xian Kuei is even stronger than many demon kings. Hearing this, Wang Ming shook his head and said with a smile, Elder Chen, you're joking. Lin Jizuan is a once-in-a-million peerless genius. This young man is incomparable to him. I always feel that this little guy is not simple. Elder Chen stroked his beard, slightly expectant in tone. In the afternoon, he will join the practical training team. If he performs well, I wouldn't mind giving him a big gift. I still don't have much faith in Chen Lao. Wang Ming's face revealed an awkward smile. At this moment, Chen Lao's expression changed. He quickly summoned a jade coffin about 1 meter long. With a series of thumping sounds, a tender girl's voice came from the coffin. I want to eat meat. This is a little zanzi with a talisman on its head. Wang Ming looked at the emerald coffin in front of him. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Chen Lao, what's going on? This little guy was dug out by me a couple of days ago from the secret cemetery. However, I couldn't tame him, so I have to find another owner for him. I'll take him out for a walk first, get him something, and then we won't stay here for long. Soon, Little May and I arrived in front of an abandoned warehouse. He pointed to the rusty large iron gate ahead. Here it is. Those misplaced coffins are all packed in the containers. You can open the door and check them one by one. I nodded and then walked towards the iron gate. The eerie atmosphere of this warehouse far exceeded that of the Covenant Hall, making me feel a little uneasy. On the rusty gate, there was even a biohazard warning sign. I wondered, could there be zombies running out of the coffins? However, the thought of completing the task with Guan Lin soon made me feel somewhat pleased. I quickened my pace to the large iron gate and ran towards the warehouse. Looking at the rows of rusty containers in front of me, I didn't hesitate at all. I walked up to the nearest one and began the inspection. As expected, Tomorrow has lost its race, with a ceiling level of F, and the Black Iron Magic Crown reaching level 19. It's rated as trash. This is real trash. I helplessly continued the inspection. Named Bronze Armor Lion, a lion of the Ghost Clan, with a ceiling level of F. The Black Iron Magic Coffin is rated as trash. Seeing these, I went from being full of anticipation at first to kicking the iron door of the container in annoyance and violence. There can't really only be F and E levels in there, can there be a connection between the two levels? As I was thinking, suddenly several terrifying roars appeared in the warehouse. I turned around to look and my scalp instantly tingled. Suddenly, more than 10 figures appeared. Their footsteps were unsteady, and they emitted low growls from their mouths, like zombies, appearing extremely eerie. My heart skipped a beat, and I didn't dare to breathe. At the same time, there was another series of banging sounds of metal. On top of the container, a sinister bronze armor lion suddenly appeared. No, I have to quickly contract an official spirit to protect myself. My face looks extremely unpleasant. Afterward, I quickly went to the nearest container and slowly opened the container door. After locking it, I looked inside at the largest hexagonal coffin. The first-generation tyrant, T002 type, lost its race. Sealed at the D level, the Silver Chief Official, with comprehensive virus enhancement talents. Rending Destruction Impact, the primary healing introduction from the City of the Apocalypse, a rare powerful monster among the zombies, with outstanding language comprehension abilities and unlimited potential. Looking at the panel attributes of Guan Ling, I was overjoyed. Although Guan Ling is only sealed by the Silver Watch, it can completely kill the zombies jumping around in front. Moreover, in the zombie series, the Earth-level potential is a rare existence. If not now, then when would be the time to form a contract? Without any hesitation, I aimed at the seal on the coffin, and a ball of golden light appeared in my hand, pressing directly on it. The coffin quickly shrank to the size of a palm, turning into an array that merged into the sealed space within me. The host successfully contracted with Guan Ling, the task is completed, and obtained the high-level zombie template. A slight smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. In memory, the tyrant is extremely terrifying, a zombie, and now with the blessing of the divine level talent, doubling the strength of the tyrant once again. The current strength that this second-level tyrant can exert is enough to crush countless bureaucrats of the same level. Confidence appeared in my eyes, then I kicked open the locked container door. All the zombies that broke through in the warehouse turned their heads towards the source of the sound upon hearing it. All the fallen demons seemed to have gone mad, roaring from their throats as they lunged at me. Bring it on, whether I live or die, it's up to your determination. A golden light emanated from the palm. Pressed towards the ground, with a loud bang, the formation quickly emerged. The silver coffin that was originally sealed in the space suddenly rushed out from underground. A tremendously fierce roar erupted, standing at a height of 1 to 2 meters, covered in dead gray muscles, with visible blood vessels. A gigantic figure leaped out directly from the silver coffin, blocking my path. "Kill me, tyrant, I'm excited for it." Upon hearing this, the tyrant nodded. He casually pulled down the iron door of the container with one hand, threw it towards the group of corpses, hitting branches and causing the zombies to fall. Then, he kicked with both legs and lifted his massive claw. Like a meat grinder, he charged straight into the group of corpses. With a series of violent outbursts, he wildly swung his claws, each strike terrifyingly powerful, instantly tearing ordinary zombies into pieces. The defense of the zombies seemed futile, as they were directly pierced by his heavy blow, flying backwards over 10 meters and crashing onto the open ground outside the warehouse. The tyrant successfully killed a common zombie, doubling his experience, gaining 2 billion experience points. The tyrant successfully killed a night vampire zombie, doubling his experience, gaining 30 experience points. As the continuous sound of leveling up plays, I can't help but feel excited. It turns out that killing monsters also yields experience. It feels great. At this rate, after the tyrant kills these dozen or so waves, the creatures will definitely have a chance to reach level 3. If the tyrant were to wipe out all the creatures in the warehouse, wouldn't that be incredibly satisfying? At this moment, my eyes shine even brighter. If this advancement continues, the tyrant will definitely overturn the understanding of all the mainstream professions. It's said that zombies and ghouls are the most useless waste, while demons and monsters are the strongest mainstream. But sorry, I'm about to thrash you with the weakest race. Since the host is commanding Guanlin in battle for the first time, the first battle achievement is unlocked. The reward is random. Guanlin's skill Transcendental Material Penetration reaches level 8, and the system sound rings out again. I was instantly dumbfounded. An 8th level skill is usually only understood after Guanlin reaches level 80, but an 8th level skill actually appeared on a ground level potential zombie. Who would believe it if I told them? This is an absolute game changer. This is outside the warehouse. After seeing off Chairman Chen, Wang Ming returned to the curator's office. Out of curiosity about me, he took my information as he passed by the registration desk. If old Chen thinks so highly of him, could this young man be a genius at Fengyuan 1 high school? He picked up the information he had just brought back, glanced at it, and saw Yi Chen, 20 years old. Height, 1.78 meters. Repeating a year at Fengyuan 1 high school. A servant of God. When Wang Ming read the contents recorded above, his hand holding the teacup trembled, and the scalding hot tea spilled directly onto his pants, causing him to jump up in pain. So he was the eccentric who stood on the top of the Fengyuan 1 high school teaching building 2 years ago, shouting for an entire afternoon. It turns out that Mr. Chen really misjudged him. After sighing, Wang Ming seemed to remember something, and his face suddenly stiffened. Oh no, it seems this young man has been in the warehouse for half an hour without coming out. Wang Ming quickly dialed the security room phone. What are the director's orders? Quickly send someone to the abandoned warehouse to find a young man surnamed Yi. We need to see him alive or see his corpse. After hanging up the phone, 2 security guards quickly rushed towards the direction of the abandoned warehouse. And at this moment, I was enjoying the feeling of leveling up. The tyrant level has been upgraded to level 5. A faint smile appeared on my face. I had reached level 5 so quickly. It's time to call it a day and head home. With that, I turned and walked away. And in less than 10 minutes, 2 security guards rushed over. The originally extremely dark warehouse seemed as if it had been destroyed by some monster, appearing extremely terrifying. The 2 of them originally thought I had been eaten by a monster. It wasn't until a row of footprints appeared in the congealed blood on the ground. Following the direction of the footprints, a look of extreme shock appeared in the bald man's eyes. Lao Lu seems to think the student didn't die. Look at these footprints. The bald guy quickly stood up and pointed at the ground. Lao Lu was a bit dumbfounded at this. Damn, these footprints aren't dry yet. He should have just left. A student who just formed a contract with Guanlin actually wiped out all the monsters in the entire warehouse. If that's true, it's too terrifying. The bald guy was shocked by this and quickly needs to inform the dean. The incredulity in Baldy's tone was palpable. Lao Lu nodded and quickly made a phone call. After the call connected, he took a deep breath and managed to say with shock, "Captain, all the monsters in the warehouse have broken out of their coffins." Before he could finish, an arrogant voice on the other end interrupted him, saying, "I know. Can you still rescue that student?" "Captain, he had already left before we arrived, those monsters. As long as he's gone, why do I need to teach you how to deal with those monsters? Can't you even lock the warehouse door properly?" After so many years under my command, your brains are still dull, can't even handle such a small matter? Be careful, I'll deduct your salary this month. Zhou. Captain, we'll close the door now. After closing the door, hurry back to stand guard. I have diarrhea now, I'll inform the director after I'm done. You don't need to explain to the director. The call was abruptly disconnected. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu tightened his fist, his face becoming extremely grim. Lao Lu, stop looking so glum. I've recorded everything, now we just need Zhou to report to the director. He doesn't even know the situation here, yet dares to blabber. He's definitely done for this time. Baldy patted the other's shoulder and said, "Ah, you're truly something. This is the first time I find your bald head so pleasing." Lao Lu jumped up, hugged Baldy's head, and excitedly patted it a few times. Get lost. 10 minutes ago, Yi Chen didn't take the usual route. After leaving the warehouse, he turned left and headed towards the nearest wall. Then, under surveillance, he boldly climbed over the wall. Although killing all the monsters in the warehouse might seem unfair, it was a wealth of experience, and he owed it to himself. Besides, it was just self-defense. Even if the contract center wanted trouble, they couldn't touch Yi Chen. As for why he climbed the wall, it was simple. Firstly, he missed his youth. Another reason was that walking through the main entrance with bare arms would attract unwanted attention. He didn't want to be gossiped about, nor did he want to waste words. If he were alone, he could do as he pleased. But with a younger sister, he had to be more restrained. Soon, he arrived at a small lake near the contract center and dove in. After cleaning up, he sat on the shore and turned on his phone. Seeing over 99 messages, Yi Chen was stunned. Mind your own business, Yi Chen. Where the hell are you? Are you alive? #angry, mind your own business, Yi Chen. Did your contract succeed? Mind your own business, Yi Chen. I awakened a transcendent talent, flame baptism. Cool, right. Mind your own business. Ah, I'm almost at the contract center. Say something. #furious, seeing the last few messages, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. Emosia, flame baptism? Not bad. Just a bit worse than me. Mind your own business, stop pretending. I don't want to talk to you. #contempt, emosia, #picking nose, mind your own business. Can you stop using that emoji? #smile, #smile, emosia, mind your own business. I'm already at the contract center, ready to contract with the coffin spirit. When I contract with a high-potential coffin spirit, I'll make sure to annoy you to death. #smile, emosia, wait a minute. Mind your own business, what else? #smile, emosia, 30 rows, 7 columns. Mind your own business? #dumbfounded, emosia, in the coffin location, there's a demon-type fire attribute coffin spirit. The seal level is an A-grade True King Emerald coffin. Remember to contract with it. Yi Chen sent the photo of the coffin he had taken earlier and stopped looking at his phone. I don't have the qualifications for assessment, it seems I can't further my studies at Jingguan Academy. The only suitable path for me now is to first go to the Tomb Seekers Guild to certify as a coffin keeper, then venture into the dangerous areas outside the city for training. Yi Chen sat by the small lake, lost in thought. After drying the water off his pants, he casually bought some clothes from a nearby stall and also got a black cloak for the tyrant. Then he headed straight towards the Tomb Seekers Guild. In this world, anyone contracted with a coffin spirit must go to the Tomb Seekers Guild to certify their identity in order to truly become a coffin keeper. 80% of the Blue Star's territory is occupied by monsters, with countless dangerous areas and human settlements confined to cities. Because the areas outside the city are too dangerous, ordinary people are strictly prohibited from leaving the city. The identity of a coffin keeper is undoubtedly the path to freedom in major base cities. Ding! Your coffin spirit is severely depleted from battle and is currently hungry. Please feed it in time. The sudden alert made Yi Chen slow down his pace. He quickly checked the tyrant's attributes. Coffin spirit, first generation tyrant T002, tyrant, race, undead, level, LV. 5 servant level, 1 to 19, experience, 820/1400, seal level, D rank silver ancestral coffin, capid level 39, talent, comprehensive virus enhancement, skills, destruction strike, charge, rend, basic healing, transcendental material penetration, 8th order, ultimate skill, unbinding, defects, none, intimacy, 100, loyal to protect the master. Current status, hungry, requires 200 pounds of fresh blood and flesh for energy replenishment. Evolution times available, 1 time, evolution path can be viewed at level 19, introduction, from the city of Doomsday. A rare power monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension but average strength and limited potential. 200 pounds of fresh blood and flesh? Yi Chen was taken aback. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to feed a zombie. This tyrant's appetite is really something. Sensing the tyrant's listless state in the seal space, he decided to stop by the nearby largest meat market on the way. Boss, give me 200 pounds of pork. In front of a meat stall in the meat market, Yi Chen, holding only over 2,000 yuan in his hand, wore a helpless expression on his face. Due to his slacking off in the past 2 years, he had almost squandered the inheritance left by his parents. Of course, he only owned a small part of the inheritance, with the rest in the hands of Yi Xiaoyao. The reason being, the son was raised poorly, while the daughter was raised lavishly. The obese meat stall owner noticed Yi Chen's pained expression and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Having seen too many people, he could easily discern the other party's approximate identity from their behavior, attire, and more. The young man in front of him was dressed in cheap clothes and wasn't carrying a coffin, definitely an ordinary person. A target. He smiled lightly, put away the price list in front of the stall, and said, "Kid, this is mutated wild boar meat from the Doomsday camp, a place only mid-level coffin keepers dare to tread. My mutated wild boar meat isn't expensive, only 250 per pound. Minimum purchase of 50 pounds. Are you sure you want to buy 200 pounds? Not far away, other stall owners witnessed this scene and couldn't stop laughing. Ha, here comes another brainless fool. Does he think this is an ordinary market? What can you do with just over 2,000 yuan here? Kid, if you don't have money, don't come here to spend. Did you even bother to inquire before coming? The minimum spending here is over 10,000. Can an ordinary person like you afford it? Listening to the mockery of the surrounding stall owners, Yi Chen's brows slowly furrowed. What trouble did he cause by just coming to buy some meat? And these people speak so harshly, can you bear it? Unfortunately, they can't kill in the inner city, otherwise these few would definitely become the tyrant's food, enough to fill the tyrant's belly. What are you still standing here for? Why don't you get lost? Can you afford to delay my business? The fat stall owner scolded as he saw Yi Chen still standing there. Yi Chen, hearing this, glanced lightly at the stall owner, not wanting to argue with him. He then picked up his phone, ready to text Yi Xiaoyao to transfer 10W over for spending. However, the stall owner snorted coldly, firmly plunging his chopping knife into the cutting board. He then walked out of the stall, snatched the money from Yi Chen's hand, pocketed it, and coldly said, "Kid, didn't I warn you to leave? I make tens of thousands in a minute, you've delayed my business for so long, consider this money your compensation." Yi Chen, hearing this, gradually turned cold, a hint of killing intent emerging. Seeing him silent, the stall owner's eyes flashed with disdain again. As he turned back to his stall, his elbow lightly hit Yi Chen's phone. Crack! The phone spun a few times and fell straight to the ground, shattering the screen. Yi Chen glanced at the shattered screen, bent down slowly to pick up the phone. His action seemed so natural, like a coward who could only endure silently. Even when provoked, even when stepped on, he dared not retaliate. This was the definition given to him by the stall owners. They had tricked many people, but someone like Yi Chen who dared not speak up was the first. Yi Chen shook his head, sighed lightly, put the phone in his pocket, and turned to look at the meat stall owner. This action of his once again caused a burst of laughter around him. Ha, kid, remember this for the future. There are places you can't mess with. The law of the jungle is effective everywhere. Those who can set up stalls here probably have some undertaker background in their family. Don't think about retaliating against me, swallow your losses, consider this your tuition fee. The fat stall owner laughed, ignoring Yi Chen's cold gaze, appearing in a good mood. The law of the jungle? Yi Chen's voice sounded faintly, that's indeed a good reminder. Hee, good that you know, why don't you hurry up and leave? Don't tell me you want to experience it again? I do want to experience it again. With that said, a flash of golden light passed through Yi Chen's hand. Then a formation appeared, and a coffin emitting an old silver luster floated out. Roar! The tyrant walked directly out of the coffin. Already in a hungry state, it appeared extremely agitated at this moment, its roar deafening, echoing throughout the entire market. The previously bustling market, at this moment, all voices were suppressed, leaving only the roar reverberating. Damn! What's happening? Why is there such a terrifying roar? Could it be that a demon has infiltrated? How is that possible? We have so many guards stationed on the city walls. It's impossible to let a demon into the city. It must be that someone has released a coffin spirit. Should we go check it out? Various discussions arose. Countless timid people hurriedly fled towards the market exit, leaving behind many bold onlookers who gathered around. Damn, it's those 5 meat sellers. They finally kicked the iron plate, satisfying everyone. Ha, don't underestimate these 5 guys. They dare to offend even undertakers. Just don't know how they'll end up. Yi Chen ignored the surrounding discussions, looking calmly at the several stall owners. At this moment, the stall owners collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, their faces filled with fear. The fat stall owner looked up at the ferocious tyrant, scared to the point of tears and urine flowing. You're actually an undertaker. Your phone, I'll compensate you for it, and I'll give you back the money. Can you let me go? The obese stall owner sat on the ground, continuously retreating, while taking out several thousand yuan and throwing it towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen coldly smiled and said, "Is this survival of the fittest?" "Yes." The stall owner nodded quickly, showing a fawning expression, and said, "Big brother, I was blind and made a mistake. I'd given you everything, can you let me go? It seems like you don't quite understand the situation, huh? Offending someone stronger than you and not willing to pay a price to save your life?" Hearing this, the obese stall owner instantly realized, and quickly said, "I'll transfer 50,000 to you immediately. Please don't kill me." "Not enough," Yi Chen shook his head. 100,000. You're given a chance and you're useless. Damn it, what more do you want? My brother is a member of the fierce ghost-seeking tomb team. I don't believe you dare touch me in the inner city. Tyrant, kill him. Tyrant, kill him. The cold voice rang out, causing the obese stall owner's pupils to shrink. Before he could even regret, the tyrant approached him with a deep roar, lifting him with one hand. The next moment, with a thud, blood splattered. Sharp claws pierced directly through his chest, tearing him into pieces. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the air, thick blood mist lingering. The silence was deafening. Shock, stupefaction, fear, different expressions appeared on everyone's faces. No one dared to believe that Yi Chen really dared to act. Although life is invaluable, this was in the inner city. Even the Undertaker could not escape the consequences of disrupting order, let alone the infamous brother of the obese stall owner, a member of the notorious ghost-seeking tomb team. It could be imagined that Yi Chen's days ahead would not be easy. Not worth it. Too impulsive. You know nothing, a feud has been established, even if this person is spared, the young man will face retaliation. Ah, well done, satisfying justice. You're all crazy, the meat stall owner didn't commit a major offense, killing is ultimately wrong. If it were me, I would at most teach him a lesson, only cutting off his hands and tongue, making him write an apology letter for me to hear. That way, I could forgive him. Thought you were a saint, turns out you're a living llama. The discussions of the crowd varied. At this moment, the tyrant, sensing fresh blood, became extremely bloodthirsty, its roar even more deafening. Seeing this scene, the crowd retreated one after another, rushing towards the exit of the market. Oh my god, this zombie seems to be going mad. Let's get out of here quickly. You, old six, why aren't you moving? Why are you pulling me? Soon, only a few scattered people remained in the flesh market. Yi Chen didn't rush to pick a fight with the other stall owners, but instead wanted to verify something. He pointed to the fresh pork on the nearby stall and said lightly, "Tyrant, go." Upon hearing this, the tyrant roared excitedly, quickly shouldering the entire meat stall, heading towards a corner, out of Yi Chen's sight. Immediately, the sound of hearty eating came from the corner. This guy is quite particular. Listening to the beast-like sound of feasting, a hint of smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed 10 pounds of pork, experience doubled, gained 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed 10 pounds of pork, experience doubled, gained 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed 10 pounds of pork, experience doubled, gained 5 experience points. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Yi Chen felt extremely excited. Ha, I was right. Eating can indeed gain experience. After the tyrant reached level 5, the experience gained from killing coffin-breaking monsters had clearly been decreasing. And now, by consuming flesh and blood, one can also gain a decent amount of experience points. Just by eating 100 pounds of flesh and blood, you can get 50 points, which is several times stronger than killing low-level monsters. The experience points kept flooding in. Yi Chen looked at the several trembling vendors huddled to the side, raising an eyebrow. So, what price are you willing to pay to buy your lives? Yi Chen was not a bloodthirsty person, but the mockery from these people had truly angered him. If he let these people go like this, he might not be able to sleep at night. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll transfer 100,000 to you right now. One of the black-clothed vendors hastily took out his phone and said, Big brother, I'll transfer 200,000 to you. Another green-clothed vendor shouted loudly. The black-clothed vendor's face stiffened at the words, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes as he whispered, Are you crazy? This is a ransom. Are you trying to auction it off here? You're the crazy one. How did Fatty die just now? Have you forgotten? Just then, another voice rang out among them, handing over a card. Bro, I'll give you my savings, there's 300,000 in there. The last 6 digits are the pin. Hearing this, Yi Chen took the card from the vendor and asked, Is this card genuine? Absolutely genuine. Not a penny less, the pin is definitely real. I wouldn't joke about my own life. Alright, you can go. Yi Chen smiled, pocketing the deposit card, then looked at the remaining 3 people and said, what about you guys? 300,000. Damn it. I'll offer 400,000. Let me go first. Get lost. I'm richer than you. 500,000. After the few people left, Yi Chen sat down on a stool at a nearby stall, feeling extremely pleased. Just by making them pay a little price, he had earned over $1 million, feeling incredibly satisfied. It had to be said that these guys made a fortune just by selling meat and scamming people. Tens of thousands were just a small amount for them, well within their means, otherwise they wouldn't have bid like that. Yi Chen was sure these people wouldn't dare to retaliate against him. After all, in a grudge between ordinary people and a coffin bearer, the weak always died first. As for why he hadn't left yet, because if he killed someone in the inner city, he couldn't escape. It was better to wait for the law enforcement team to arrive on the spot. At the same time, with so many resources in the flesh and blood market, it was more than enough for the tyrant to level up a few levels. Heh, as long as I can show my worth, the law enforcement team shouldn't punish me for a worthless person. Yi Chen sat quietly, lost in thought. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat, experience doubled, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat, experience doubled, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat, experience doubled, gaining 30 experience points. A series of system notifications startled Yi Chen, making him stand up in amazement. Damn, this guy's stall actually has mutated wild boar meat? Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. This experience flood was several times more satisfying than 2 minutes ago. The tyrant's experience was soaring like riding a plane. Unexpectedly, that fat vendor was quite shrewd, selling different goods to different people. It was a pity he had met his match and lost his life. Ding, tyrant level has been raised to LV. 6, servant level. Next level requires 30/1800 experience. Tyrant, eat as much as you want. Eat until you're full. Yi Chen smiled, feeling quite pleased. Roar. At this moment, Yi Chen didn't care at all about the law enforcement team he was about to face. From what he knew, the strength of ordinary members of the law enforcement team was generally not too high, probably around the initial stage of 7 stars, and the coffin spirits were also around level 15. Encountering them, he was sure he could handle it. If he hadn't awakened the corpse raising system, he estimated it would take him a year or 2 to level up an F-grade zombie. But now, after contracting with the tyrant for less than 2 hours, he had directly reached level 6, his combat power was simply terrifying. I hope they see the strength I've shown and won't keep me locked up for too long. Yi Chen glanced at his shattered phone, shaking his head helplessly. The phone was unusable, otherwise, he could have called Yi Xiaoyao to come and rescue him. After all, a genius with a transcendent talent and an A-grade demon contract was enough to attract the attention of the whole city. The law enforcement team would definitely give her face. Excuse me, young man, I'd like to ask, why are you all in such a hurry? Has something happened ahead? On the road near the flesh market, an old man walking with a child stopped a panicked young man. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man came to his senses and quickly advised, Sir, please don't go any further in that direction. Just now, a few meat sellers were tricking a young coffin bearer. This angered the coffin bearer, who released a tyrant zombie that devoured them all. That tyrant zombie is too terrifying, over 4 meters tall. Huge mouth. It can swallow a fat person in one bite. Ah, now that coffin bearer must have lost his mind, letting the tyrant rampage and slaughter in the market. The young man sighed, vividly describing, luckily, I was the first to run out. Otherwise, I would have ended up as zombie dung. President Chen watched the young man's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but stroke his beard, his brow furrowing slightly. Are you sure you're not trying to deceive me? Of course not, who would be so bored as to lie to you? The young man vowed earnestly. President Chen's expression immediately turned sour at his words. After coming out of the contract center, he had visited several meat shops with little Zongzi, but hadn't found any meat they were willing to eat. He then thought of taking a stroll in Maple Peak City's largest flesh market. The current situation in the flesh market was undoubtedly infuriating. He snorted coldly. Unbelievable, someone dares to commit violence in the inner city. I must take a good look at who is so bold. Sir, it seems quite a hassle for you to bring a child along. You better not join in the excitement. Be careful not to fall with no one to help you up. The young man pointed to the child the old man was leading. The child was dressed in a rabbit doll costume, only showing a pale little face, holding a toy sword in one hand, while the other hand was held by the old man, energetically bouncing forward from time to time, full of vitality. However, the child's strength was too weak to move the old man at all. The young man looked at this scene, casting a disdainful glance at President Chen. In his view, this old man was truly troublesome, not caring at all about the feelings of the cute child, possibly not very bright in the head. Sir, you better not bring the kid out for a walk in the future. Look at how tired she is, her face has turned pale. Instead of finding a place to rest, you're still planning to watch the excitement. It's ridiculous, the young man retorted before turning and leaving. Hearing this, President Chen's hand, which was stroking his beard, froze, looking down at little Zongzi who kept bouncing forward. After some hesitation, he decided to pick her up. I want meat. Little Zongzi looked puzzled, glanced at the ground, then at her little short legs, and habitually kicked her legs, trying to bounce out of the old man's embrace. Alright, I'll take you to eat meat right away. President Chen shook his head helplessly, wary of little Zongzi's invincible head. Having experienced the sensation of being knocked on the chin by Ironhead Gong before, it was more refreshing than imagined. Just then, a phone rang. President Chen, enduring the risk of being knocked on the chin, answered the call. At the other end of the phone, a voice filled with sighs and regrets came through. Ah, Elder Chen, your insight is truly sharp, you didn't misjudge. It was me who misjudged. Oh, are you saying that young man succeeded in the contract? Tell me, what did he contract with the coffin spirit? President Chen's eyes showed a hint of confusion. To be honest, I don't know what he contracted. But he did something big. Stop beating around the bush, just tell me. President Chen dodged little Zongzi's iron head skill as he spoke. There was a brief silence on the phone. After a few breaths, a heavy breathing suddenly emerged. The voice was tinged with anger, as if gritting teeth. Elder Chen, that damn kid is simply inhuman. After the contract, he didn't leave directly. He actually killed all the coffin spirits in the warehouse, not leaving a single one. Now there are graduates going to the warehouse area for practical combat. I can't even release a single monster. I'm currently being blocked by the school teachers in front of the office and dare not go out. What should I do? President Chen, after hearing Wang Ming's words, was suddenly shocked. He never expected to underestimate that young man, let alone a student who just contracted with a corpse clan coffin spirit, single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of low-level monsters. Even many students who contracted with B-level demons would find it difficult to achieve. Courage, mentality, combat awareness, talent, all are indispensable. Moreover, the corpse poison is no joke. After being bitten by a novice coffin keeper, if they don't take the anti-corpse poison potion within 10 minutes, they will definitely undergo corpse transformation. Yi Chen's current performance has exceeded his expectations, worthy of taking away the little Zongzi in his arms. Wang, as a high-ranking 9-star coffin keeper, how can you be anxious in the face of such an accident? You first stabilize this group of people. Quickly tell me where that young man is now, I'm preparing to meet him. President Chen's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Elder Chen, I reckon that kid is afraid that the contract center will demand compensation from him. After killing all the monsters, he climbed the wall and ran away. I just inquired about the specific situation, but now I can't find any trace of him. With these words, the anticipation on President Chen's face disappeared instantly. If you have time, go find out where that kid lives. Later, tell me his address. I'll continue shopping for now. President Chen's tone was tinged with displeasure as he hung up the phone directly. 2 minutes later, President Chen arrived at the main entrance of the flesh and blood market with little Zongzi in his arms. At that moment, coincidentally, 4 law enforcement coffin keepers had just arrived. One sharp-eyed leading captain among them recognized him at a glance. The captain of the law enforcement team ran a few tens of meters and came to President Chen, greeting him with great respect. Chen. President Chen, how come you're here? President Chen looked at the respectful demeanor of the other party, nodded slightly, and said in a flat tone, I just happened to pass by, planning to take a stroll in the market. You go deal with the troublemakers first, no need to mind me. Yes. The law enforcement captain nodded heavily upon hearing this. He hurriedly ran back to his 3 teammates. Su Feng, who was that old man just now? Why were you so respectful to him? A young man with a pale face asked. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light upon hearing this, reprimanding, that was President Chen of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. You better shut up and not speak nonsense. Otherwise, if you offend the old man, all of us will suffer. With these words, the group suddenly felt a chill. They had heard of President Chen's name since they were young, but had never seen him in person. They only knew that he was very mysterious and rarely appeared in the public eye. But they never expected that such a legendary figure would turn out to be an ordinary old man strolling through the market with a child in his arms. Seemingly realizing something, Su Feng glanced at his subordinates and then fixed his gaze on the pale-faced young man, saying, Yang Qi, if I remember correctly, you've always wanted to leave the law enforcement team and join the Tomb Raiders, right? The young man's eyes lit up at the words and he nodded eagerly. In that case, I'll give you this opportunity. Su Feng's tone was flat as he looked at the other two subordinates, instructing, I'll be following President Chen around the market later. You two assist Yang Qi in dealing with the coffin keeper on the third floor of the market and then clean up the place. Don't make too much noise. If you disturb President Chen's mood, I'll hold you accountable. Boss, are we not following the usual procedure this time? One of the law enforcement team members asked. Hearing this, Su Feng's face immediately showed impatience as he glared at the person and said, No, we're not. I'm busy. Just deal with the guy who made a contract with the zombies directly. But boss, how should we write the report then? Are you stupid or what? Write in the report that he spread the corpse poison, causing a significant negative impact. His crime deserves death. Third floor of the blood and flesh market. With no one else interfering, Yi Chen let the tyrant pick out the most blood-rich prey to devour. As the tyrant continued to feed, its experience points skyrocketed rapidly. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has devoured a mutated hen, experience doubled, gaining 30 points of experience. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has devoured a mutated egg, experience doubled, gaining 10 points of experience. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has devoured a mutated rooster, experience doubled, gaining 40 points of experience. Ding! Your coffin tyrant's current level, LV. 6 servant rank. Required experience for next level 450/1800. In a short time, the tyrant devoured 200 pounds of flesh and blood, gaining hundreds of experience points. This made Yi Chen even more delighted. Although the tyrant's size was only a little over 2 meters, its digestion speed of flesh and blood was astonishingly fast, swallowing chickens whole without even spitting out the bones. If the law enforcement team didn't show up, the tyrant might have a chance to level up to over 10 levels directly. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at the meat on many stalls with some distress. He shook his head and muttered to himself, It's inconvenient without a spatial backpack. Otherwise, I could pack up all this meat and take it away. It seems I'll have to borrow some money from Xiao Yao after this is over to buy it. Just then, several footsteps suddenly reached Yi Chen's ears. At the entrance of the third floor of the blood and flesh market, 3 figures dressed in gray law enforcement attire appeared. The next moment, the lights in the market suddenly flickered like a short circuit. The sound of electric currents filled the air, and all the lights went out instantly, making the surroundings extremely dark. Are they here? Yi Chen stood up slowly, gazing towards the market entrance not far away. With the presence of the evil-breaking golden eyes, he didn't feel any discomfort even in such dim lighting. The tyrant also noticed Yi Chen's movement at this moment and stopped eating. It let out a low growl and walked heavily to Yi Chen's side, like a guard, waiting for his command. Who dares to kill in the city? Turns out it's none other than the famous Imogu. A mocking voice sounded from the dim entrance. Following that, 3 figures dressed in gray law enforcement attire walked in from the entrance. One of them, a young man with a pale face, carried a hexagonal coffin about 6 feet long, emitting a bright silver light, with a faint smile on his lips. The other 2 law enforcers seemed unprepared to take action, as they did not summon the coffin. Yi Chen was startled when he heard someone calling his name. After a moment of hesitation, he finally recognized the person. Yang Qi? Yi Chen asked tentatively. Yang Qi was his former classmate, but they didn't have much interaction. Their relationship was quite ordinary, not even close acquaintances. However, Yi Chen knew one thing for sure, that Yang Qi had not passed the graduation assessment back then and could only join the Tomb Raiders Guild early or become an enforcer within the city. Ha, I didn't expect the famous Yi Chen to remember me. I'm truly honored, Yang Qi chuckled casually, looking at Yi Chen as if he were prey. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Yi Chen abandoned the idea of reminiscing. Soon, Yang Qi, accompanied by 2 other enforcers, stopped about 20 meters away from Yi Chen, squinting at the tall figure in a black robe beside him. Old classmate, tell me, why did you violate the order of Maple Peak City, allowing zombies to kill in the inner city and causing the spread of corpse poison? As he spoke, he unfastened the chain on his back and stood the bright silver coffin on the ground. Yi Chen's brows furrowed upon hearing his words, and he calmly replied, Corpse poison spread? If I say my coffin spirit is free of corpse poison, would you believe me? At this, one of the enforcers beside Yang Qi immediately rebuked, Nonsense. How could zombies, those disgusting things, not have corpse poison? Even if there's no corpse poison. If we say you're guilty, then you are guilty. Another enforcer chimed in, a coffin keeper bound by a contract with zombies is a danger to others and oneself no matter where they are. If you take your own life on the spot now, we won't even bother letting the coffin spirit act. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned extremely grim. He hadn't expected these enforcers to disregard the procedures. With those words, it was as if they had sentenced him to death. Looks like I'll have to teach these few a lesson. A strong sense of fighting spirit flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Sensing Yi Chen's intentions, the tyrant took a few steps forward, tore off the black robe draped over him, revealing claws gleaming with a cold light, and growled lowly at Yang Qi and his companions. Seeing this, Yang Qi and his companions were taken aback and took half a step back. As intermediate 7-star coffin keepers, they could tell at a glance that Yi Chen's spiritual power was not strong, probably around the level of an intermediate 3-star. However, the imposing aura emanating from the tyrant coffin spirit was almost on par with a level 15 servant. This made them even more alarmed. Stop wasting your breath on him, think about what the captain just told us. Little Young, this tyrant doesn't look simple at all. If you want to join the Tomb Raiders, give it your all. After you finish off this zombie, we'll take care of your classmate. Upon hearing his companion's words, Yang Qi nodded fiercely. Then, he directly opened the coffin beside him, releasing a 2-meter-tall werewolf covered in gray fur, bearing sharp teeth, its eyes emitting a fierce blue light. Upon seeing the tyrant, the werewolf immediately crouched down in a combat stance, emitting low growls from its throat, saliva dripping with a foul smell from its mouth, seemingly awaiting Yang Qi's command. Yi Chen, don't blame me for being heartless, blame yourself for taking a life. Yang Qi said coldly. With that, he shouted, Grey Wolf, leap over and tear that zombie apart for me. The werewolf raised its head at the command, its claws gleaming with a cold light. Then, with a leap and a gust of foul wind, it charged straight at the tyrant. Yi Chen was surprised by this sudden aggressive move from Yang Qi, skipping any form of probing. A bit reckless, Yi Chen shook his head, thinking to himself. At this moment, the werewolf's attacking speed had reached its peak, catching the tyrant off guard. If it were someone else commanding, the tyrant would have definitely been injured by this move. Despite having basic healing and restraint removal to continue the fight, the opportunity had been lost. However, Yi Chen had already seen through the opponent's intentions and immediately spoke up, Tyrant, watch your back. Step to the left and counterattack. As soon as the words fell, the tyrant roared, swiftly turned, shifted his position, and fiercely swung his massive claws forward. At the same time, the werewolf appeared in front of the tyrant. But before the werewolf could strike, it faced a devastating blow. With a loud bang, the tyrant's huge claws heavily landed on the werewolf's waist, tearing a large piece of flesh and blood. Blood splattered as the werewolf was hit with tremendous force, flying several meters back and crashing onto a nearby stall, finally falling to the ground with an angry howl. How can your zombie be so strong? You clearly have the talent of a corpse servant. How could you possibly know the movements of a grey wolf? Yang Qi's face was dumbfounded, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The zombie in front of him was clearly of D-level potential, matching his werewolf potential. Although both were servant level, there was a significant gap in levels. Yet now, this low-level zombie was able to knock his werewolf away with a single strike. It was simply unbelievable. On the side, two teammates were equally shocked. Yang Qi was the strongest among them, with his talent being visual enhancement, possessing strong night vision capabilities. Before entering the blood and flesh market's third level, they had disabled 3 levels of circuits to create a perfect combat environment for him. In the dark environment, Yang Qi's enhanced vision combined with the werewolf's talent as a nightwalker could easily kill many enemies of the same rank. However, after this exchange, the werewolf was unexpectedly injured by a zombie, which was quite shocking. At this moment, a teammate looked at Yang Qi with a serious expression and asked, Xiaoyan, this guy seems a bit extraordinary, should we help? Yang Qi's face immediately turned embarrassed, no need. This must be a coincidence. I refuse to believe a mere zombie can defeat my werewolf. With that, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he rushed to the werewolf, took out a dagger, and cut his wrist open. As blood sprayed out, Yang Qi smirked, Grey Wolf, absorb all this essence blood of mine. The werewolf, eyes filled with greed, eagerly sucked in the fresh blood. In an instant, Yang Qi's face grew paler, his spiritual power severely depleted. Meanwhile, the werewolf that absorbed the blood, eyes turning crimson, quickly got up from the ground. His muscles and fur twisted rapidly, his body instantly growing to 3 meters, sporting a pair of razor-sharp fangs, appearing incredibly terrifying. The wound inflicted by the tyrant was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Ha, Yi Chen, I don't believe your zombie can still defeat the Grey Wolf now. Yang Qi laughed heartily. Yi Chen, seeing this, furrowed his brows slightly and shifted his gaze to the werewolf. Coffin spirit, werewolf, race, demon, level, LV. 17 servant level, seal level, D-level silver ancestral coffin, talent, nightwalker, strength increased by 30% in the dark. Skills: Chain Claw Shadows, Powerful Bite, Tracking, Basic Healing, Shadow Leap, Second Tier, Ultimate Skill, Bloodthirsty Fury. After absorbing blood, body enlarges, strength intensifies, healing speed increases tenfold, reduces pain sensation by 80%. Defects: Weak defense in the waist area, intimacy, 45, obedient to others, current status, excited evolution times, one-time introduction, a monster from the dark forest. Before absorbing blood, it is extremely fast with weak attacks. Bloodthirsty Rage? It feels similar to the release of the tyrant's restraint, but with a bit of the Undertaker's blood. Yi Chen thought to himself. Just now, the blood sprayed out from Yang Qi's dagger was 2 to 3 times more than what he had donated at the blood donation center before. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely faint directly. But Yang Qi was more ruthless than a ruthless person, truly living up to the title of a wolf slayer. Watching the werewolf in front of him, who had already overwhelmed the tyrant in size, Yi Chen felt no fear in his heart, but instead a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The tyrant possessed the 8th tier skill, Transcendent Material Penetration. This skill not only ignores physical defense but can also directly attack the soul and elemental body. Even some high-level demons, formed by condensed elemental power and claiming to be immortal, would be annihilated by this strike, let alone a werewolf with only 10 times the healing power. In consideration of our acquaintance, I suggest you take your teammates and leave. I don't want to take any more lives. Yi Chen looked at Yang Qi and advised calmly. However, Yang Qi was stunned upon hearing this. His 2 teammates even sneered incessantly. "Ha, kid, are you sleepwalking? How dare you say such things? At death's door, you still dare to talk tough. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth. Yi Chen, you are truly arrogant. I will have the Grey Wolf tear you to shreds." Yang Qi gritted his teeth. Then he gave a light command. "Grey Wolf, attack." As soon as the command fell, the Grey Wolf instantly turned into a blur and disappeared on the spot. Even with a height of 3 meters, it did not affect its speed in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it appeared next to the tyrant, ready to claw at the tyrant's head. However, how could Yi Chen, who had long seen through its panel attributes, allow it to succeed? "Tyrant, resist and find a way to control it," Yi Chen's cold voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the tyrant roared immediately. It then raised its huge claws and struck towards the werewolf's claws. With a clang, the 2 pairs of sharp claws collided, producing a violent sound as if metal and gold were clashing, echoing throughout the entire space. Roar! The tyrant, seeing that its proud claws could not cut off the werewolf's claws and was not gaining the upper hand, became enraged and roared incessantly. Yi Chen had bestowed upon it double power enhancement and the 8th tier skill, giving it enough capital to surpass its level. If it couldn't kill a werewolf, wouldn't it diminish its master's reputation? At this moment, a hint of anger flashed in the tyrant's eyes. It then kicked with both legs, grabbed the werewolf's neck with one hand, and ruthlessly slammed it to the ground. With a bang, the ground instantly cracked open like a spider web. Having succeeded in one strike, the tyrant immediately used its other claw to stab fiercely into the werewolf's waist, attempting to crush its spine. However, the werewolf was not afraid but instead became more ferocious. It let out a roar and directly overturned the tyrant, continuously tearing the flesh and blood off the tyrant's body with its claws. In an instant, the tyrant was covered in bloody flesh, revealing its terrifying white bones, looking extremely frightening. "Ah, Yi Chen, my werewolf has 10 times the healing speed. You actually dare to let that trash zombie of yours fight it head-on. Simply foolish," Yang Qi said smugly. "You truly live up to your name, young Yang, raising the werewolf so well. That kid's zombie seems to have hardly experienced a few battles, completely incomparable to you. Kid, your zombie is about to lose. You might as well end it here." The 2 teammates were arrogant. "End it? It seems like you're getting ahead of yourselves." Yi Chen smiled faintly, his voice suddenly turning extremely cold, his spiritual energy fluctuating. "Tyrant, release the restraints. Use the super material penetration. Kill it." As the words fell, the tyrant roared, his veins twisting suddenly, emitting an engine-like sound. In that moment, he transformed directly into the super tyrant form, doubling his physical abilities once again. Before Yang Qi and the others could react, the tyrant swiftly reached out, grabbing the werewolf's head, flipping it over and smashing the wolf's head fiercely on the ground, shattering the werewolf's neck. Then, his other claw formed a half-clenched shape. A terrifying blood-red energy sphere, distorting space, slowly flickered in his palm. Sensing this deadly threat, the werewolf stopped howling, stiffening in place. Yang Qi and the others, feeling the agitation of this energy, couldn't help but shudder. They never expected this zombie to possess such terrifying means. This energy fluctuation was comparable to a leader-level coffin spirit's ultimate move. With one strike, It could pierce through the flesh market, creating a huge crater crack, possibly even causing the collapse of the building. This isn't the weakest among the undead? How could it comprehend such a powerful skill? One of the teammates exclaimed in horror. Another, with trembling legs, stammered, T2. Too scary, let's get out of here. But there's no but, even our boss can't withstand such an attack. With that, the two quickly left, leaving Yang Chi standing dumbfounded in place. Brother Mo, for the sake of our past camaraderie, can you spare my coffin spirit? Yang Chi's face showed bitterness, with a tinge of regret in his tone. Yi Chen just shook his head at the request, slightly lamenting, the atmosphere has come to this. It wouldn't be right to spare it now, would it? You might as well sit down and enjoy the tyrant's fireworks. Seeing the determination in Yi Chen's eyes, a wry smile appeared on Yang Chi's face, as he slowly said, Yi Chen, this is actually a misunderstanding. Please don't act rashly, would you listen to my explanation first? At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Yi Chen, feeling a hint of regret. Someone who could make a zombie comprehend such a move, even if the Coffin Master's talent was lacking, their future strength wouldn't be far off. Moreover, the other party could fight beyond their level. Even if the tyrant's potential was limited, it could at least ensure the other became a renowned expert in Maple Peak City. Now, Yang Chi just wanted to lower all postures and wait for the captain to come forward to discuss this matter. Besides, he couldn't bear to watch his coffin spirit die, because after the coffin spirit's death, the seal inside the coffin master's body would also collapse, causing a strong backlash on the mind. This backlash was extremely damaging. Without years of recuperation, it would be impossible to recontract with the coffin spirit. Hearing the other's desire to explain, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. He then extended a hand, signaling the tyrant to stop accumulating energy. Alright, I'll give you this chance. But don't try any tricks, unless you really want to lose your main battle coffin spirit, Yi Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Chi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. The reason we acted directly is that a big shot wanted to stroll through the flesh market. And you let the coffin spirit kill people in the market, making the whole place reek of blood on 3 floors. He found the enforcement process troublesome and directly ordered us to quickly get rid of you, the perpetrator. But I didn't expect your strength to be this strong. But I must remind you, our captain should already be downstairs accompanying the big shot, Yang Chi added. Already downstairs? Yi Chen's eyes briefly showed surprise, his face turning serious. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh, thankful that he had given Yang Chi the chance to explain. If the law enforcers were really killed in the inner city, it would be a major event. The only option would be to sneak away and find a way to climb over the wall to the outer city. But Captain Yang Chi seemed to be nearby. If facing an undertaker of at least intermediate level, the chances of escaping would be slim. Fortunately, from the beginning, there was no intention to kill Yang Chi and the others, just to give them a profound lesson. It turned out that this lesson was quite effective. Seeing Yi Chen's solemn expression, Yang Chi quickly spoke up. Yi Chen, don't act impulsively. Let's wait for my captain to arrive. As long as you don't make a move, there's still room for negotiation. And that important figure is also present. I think the captain will handle this fairly. Yang Chi continued to persuade. Alright, let's wait for them to come up then. On the other hand, at the first floor of the Flesh and Blood Market, Su Feng was following Chairman Chen with a flattering expression. Chairman Chen had walked around the market but still hadn't found the food little Zongzi wanted to eat, which made his face full of distress. Undertakers of the contracted corpse clan were rare, and those with A-level potential were even rarer. When it came to cultivating the coffin spirits of the corpse clan, everyone was somewhat ignorant, including him. My little ancestor, you say you want to eat meat, but I've searched so much, and you don't eat. Sigh. Chairman Chen looked at the little Zongzi in his arms, feeling helpless, thinking to himself, I need to get rid of this little ancestor quickly, it's too troublesome. Just as Chairman Chen was contemplating, a loud noise suddenly rang out from upstairs. This loud noise directly interrupted his thoughts. He looked up at the roof, frowned, and his expression turned serious. Turning to Su Feng, he said with a hint of displeasure, it seems like the assailant upstairs is having a fierce confrontation with your subordinates. Are you sure you don't want to go up and check? Seeing Chairman Chen's displeased expression, Su Feng felt extremely anxious. However, he still had full confidence in Yang Chi and the others. If 2 initial stage 7 stars and 1 initial stage 8 star couldn't defeat an undertaker of the contracted corpse, it would be unbelievable. In his view, the loud noise undoubtedly meant that Yang Chi and the others had succeeded in killing the assailant. After thinking for a moment, Su Feng took a deep breath and respectfully said, Chairman Chen, rest assured. The assailant on the 3rd floor has only contracted 1 zombie, definitely not a match for my subordinates. The sound just now should be my subordinates controlling the assailant. I can guarantee that there won't be any more disturbances for you, Su Feng said obsequiously. Chairman Chen nodded lightly at the words and regained his composure. However, he was thinking to himself, an undertaker who contracted a zombie? Could it be that young man? The next moment, a wave of annihilating energy emanated from the third floor. Su Feng felt this extremely powerful energy and his face changed drastically, filled with fear. This aura. Could it be the coffin spirit of the assailant? He then looked at Chairman Chen tremblingly, with infinite apologies in his tone. Chairman Chen, I'm sorry, truly sorry for disturbing your mood. I need to go upstairs quickly to help my subordinates. After speaking, Su Feng prepared to run upstairs. Going up alone won't help. With such an attack reaching the level of a commander, it would be more than enough to wipe you out, Chairman Chen advised with a tone of caution. Hearing this, Su Feng stood frozen in place. His face was pale, his previous confidence gone, replaced by a pleading look in his eyes. Chairman Chen understood that the other party might not be a match for the assailant, so he didn't blame him. Instead, he calmly said, I'm also curious who in this city can cultivate a zombie to the level of a commander. Since you can't deal with him, follow me upstairs to take a look. After speaking, President Chen walked straight towards the stairs. Su Feng, seeing this, immediately followed. Step by step, the lights on the third floor suddenly lit up. A sound of footsteps came from not far away. Yi Chen slowly shifted his gaze to the entrance. He saw a law enforcer in white leading the two team members who had just left, walking at the front. They glared fiercely at Yi Chen. However, they did not shout at Yi Chen but stood upright at the entrance, looking somewhat nervous. President Chen. That person is the perpetrator of the contract zombie incident, Su Feng pointed at Yi Chen, respectfully speaking towards the entrance. Upon hearing this, a hint of curiosity appeared on Yi Chen's face. President Chen? Is that the big shot Yang Qi mentioned? Obviously, he had also heard of the well-known reputation of Fengyue City. But what he didn't expect was that such a figure would come to the inner city to visit the flesh market. What is he doing here with nothing to do? Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. As an old man carrying a child walked out of the entrance, Yi Chen's eyes instantly showed a look of astonishment, because he discovered that the child the old man was carrying was actually a zombie, and it was an A-level potential. At the same time, President Chen, upon seeing Yi Chen's familiar face, was stunned. A stroke of luck comes to those who seek it not. He never expected that the perpetrator was the person he was looking for. What incredible luck! President Chen's originally serious face quickly turned into a broad smile, his tone sounding somewhat excited. Ha ha ha, so it's you, young man. We finally meet. Ha ha ha, so it's you, young man. We finally meet. With these words, Su Feng and the others' hearts sank instantly, followed by a chill rushing into their hearts. They could tell from President Chen's expression that he was genuinely happy. President Chen, do you know him? Su Feng's voice trembled, his face pale, filled with extreme fear, and he fell backward in fright. He never expected President Chen to know this young man, and he had actually considered killing the young man directly because he found it troublesome. Now it seemed like turning on a light in the toilet, seeking death. Boss, are you okay? The two team members quickly supported Su Feng, pinching his philtrum and asking. At this moment, Su Feng couldn't believe what would happen next. He was afraid of Yi Chen's questioning, even more afraid of President Chen's blame, so he pretended to faint, letting the two team members pinch him in pain without daring to open his eyes. President Chen looked Yi Chen up and down, placed the little dumpling on the ground, stroked his beard, feeling more and more satisfied. If the previous massacre in the warehouse had surprised him, now, in less than 2 hours, the contract zombie had already comprehended techniques for surpassing its level, which truly shocked him. This little guy's zombie talent is definitely extraordinary, and he also has a super strong sensing ability. It's worth my full effort to win him over, President Chen thought to himself. Then, a more amiable smile appeared on his face as he walked slowly towards Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's gaze never left President Chen throughout. Instead, he stared fixedly at the little zombie bouncing around on the ground in a bunny doll costume. Coffin spirit, spirit talisman jumping child, female, race, zombie, ghost seal level, A level true king jade coffin, level cap 69, talent, indestructible body, seal resistance, strong resistance against control, seal, and other status effects. When intimacy is below 50, can break free from the contract seal of the coffin master at any time. Skills, silent leap, tier 3, bite, sword chi slash, tier 3, extreme jump, corpse poison ultimate skill, void drawing, draw various eerie spells out of thin air for battle. Weaknesses: extremely mischievous, dislikes coffins, bites people. Evolution times: 3 times. Evolution path can be viewed at level 19. Introduction: originating from the ancient land of Lingyun, originally a Taoist disciple under the exorcist master, proficient in Taoist talismans, sealed for 1,000 years after death, born with spiritual wisdom, transformed into a hopping zombie, with remarkable potential, worth nurturing. It's actually an uncontracted little zombie. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. Having used the evil-breaking golden eyes for so long, he knew very well that if the panel didn't display level and intimacy, it meant no one had contracted it. At this moment, Yi Chen also noticed the talent of this little zombie, a hint of a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems that besides me, no one can truly tame it. High-potential coffin spirit creatures are often full of pride. If they don't meet a suitable contractor, they usually resist, making the contract sealing more difficult. However, this little zombie can use the coffin sealer to break open coffins. Once out, it can release the contract at any time, escape from the coffin sealer, and henceforth roam freely, growing into a ruler of its own. Sensing Yi Chen's strange uncle-like smile, the little zombie felt a wave of fear, quickly stopped hopping, stiffly moved behind Elder Chen, only showing half of its head, observing Yi Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Young friend, your sensing ability is indeed extraordinary. Elder Chen noticed Yi Chen's hungry gaze towards the little zombie and couldn't help but praise. At this moment, Yi Chen noticed that the old man beside him seemed to be talking to him, a look of astonishment suddenly appearing on his face. He remembered hearing this voice at the contract center. Are you the coffin sealer who contracted little Mei? Yi Chen scrutinized the other party, recalling a scene from before, suddenly filled with confusion. Yes, it is I. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant, slowly asking, you're not here to make me compensate the contract center, are you? Let's make it clear first, I can't afford it. Elder Chen. Cough, young friend. I'm not here for the contract center's matter, but to offer you a great opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party wasn't here to make him pay, or else the millions he had just earned from several vendors wouldn't be enough. Looking at Elder Chen's faint smile, Yi Chen felt that this old man seemed to be offering help for no reason, and he didn't know what his intentions were. After some thought, Yi Chen decided to clarify first before speaking. Then, raising his eyebrows, he asked in confusion, are you planning to give me a stroke of luck? Yes. Elder Chen nodded, then turned to pick up the little zombie, saying in a deep voice, I believe you are very interested in this little fellow. How about accompanying me to the tomb-seeking guild to discuss this matter? Yi Chen looked at the little zombie and nodded without hesitation. Sure, I was just thinking of going to the tomb-seeking guild. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Detected unowned A-level potential corpse tribe coffin spirit, system task released. Ding! System task. Please subdue an A-level corpse tribe coffin spirit and increase intimacy to 60 points. Reward, rare skill stone *2, spatial warehouse, 30 cubic meters, all coffin spirit experience plus 1000. Finally, a new task. How exciting! Yi Chen's heart stirred. Misfortune always comes with a string of good luck. Beside him, Elder Chen heard that Yi Chen also wanted to go to the tomb-seeking guild, and his mood became even more cheerful. Then let's not delay, let's go. Yi Chen nodded, then turned to look at the tyrant, a faint golden light emanating from his palm. Tyrant, let's go. Upon hearing this, the tyrant casually pushed the werewolf aside and walked towards the silver coffin. As it entered the coffin, it disappeared along with the coffin into the formation. After Yi Chen left, the few tense individuals on the third floor of the blood and flesh market finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of the law enforcement officers nudged Su Feng and shouted, Boss, President Chen took that kid away, you can wake up now. Su Feng, upon hearing this, immediately opened his eyes. He then kicked the team member who had just pinched him and said fiercely, You were settling a personal score, weren't you? No, boss. I thought you were really unconscious and just wanted to wake you up. Damn it. It would have been better if I was really unconscious. What if President Chen and that kid blame me now? Su Feng scolded his subordinate angrily. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief because it seemed that the kid and President Chen had already forgotten about the incident. Yang Qi, it seems you are ultimately not destined to join the Tomb Raiders team. Su Feng walked over to Yang Qi, patted his shoulder, and said, But it's not your fault. I didn't expect that kid's zombie to be so terrifying. Captain, can you give me another chance in the future? Yang Qi calmed his mind, then looked up with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Su Feng asked, patted his shoulder again, and sighed in his tone. Ah, Xiaoyang, I only have you 3 under my command. Why not stay with me in the inner city and be a big shot? Why go looking for trouble in the outer city? If each of you wants to leave, What's the point of me being the captain? So I can't promise you this chance. Blame that kid just now if you want to blame someone. If it weren't for him, you might have been the one following President Chen now. Just then, a cold wind suddenly blew into the blood and flesh market. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, a terrifying aura washing over them, making their scalps tingle. Turning around, they saw a white-clad female ghost floating in mid-air. The female ghost exuded a tsunami-like power, lowering the temperature of the entire blood and flesh market to freezing point. She looked at the few people coldly, then fixed her gaze on Su Feng. According to Yi, it was you who didn't follow the rules. Xiao Mei said coldly, do you know what consequences there will be if you hurt him? Upon hearing this, Su Feng quickly sat on the ground trembling, his eyes lifeless. He thought he had escaped punishment, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to come back to settle the score. Su Feng raised his head with deep regret and said, Sir, I am willing to accept the punishment. Xiao Mei, devoid of any emotion in her tone, said, in that case, you will resign from the position of law enforcement captain and leave the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team doesn't need parasites like you. Thank you, sir. Young man, I have already made the law enforcement captain resign and leave the team. Are you satisfied? In the center of Fengyue City's inner city, in a fast-moving black sedan, President Chen looked at Yi Chen beside him and smiled faintly. Thank you, President Chen. Yi Chen expressed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Although he didn't know the other party's intentions for seeking him out, he could sense that there was no malice. If it weren't for the president coming to the blood and flesh market, the situation he encountered might not have ended so easily. After all, making the tyrant use an 8th level skill had almost drained a third of his spiritual power. Young man, there's no need to be so formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Chen. President Chen chuckled and stroked his beard. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, keeping it in mind. 5 minutes later, the black sedan passed through a roughly 15-meter-high golden city wall and arrived at a bustling ancient street outside Fengyue City. Yi Chen got out of the car following President Chen, closely behind. As he looked around at the various Western-style villas, ancient buildings, and the undertakers carrying coffins on their backs chatting and laughing on the street, a look of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Many of these undertakers were completely different from the law enforcement teams encountered in the flesh market. Although their rank was not high, they exuded a faint aura of danger. It was evident that they led a life outside the city akin to licking blood off a knife's edge. If Yi Chen's opponent had not been Yang Qi from the start but these people, it probably wouldn't have been as easy to win. No wonder it's the outer city. The undertakers here are not only numerous but also strong. Once I get my undertaker certification, I can go out of the city to hunt monsters like them. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, appearing extremely thrilled. This was his first time in the outer city in 20 years, although he had seen the scenery here online long ago. However, seeing it in person was a completely different experience. Almost every base city was divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city was small, mostly inhabited by civilians who lived comfortably, away from the most dangerous areas, under the protection of undertakers but losing the freedom to leave the city. The outer city, on the other hand, was lively and a paradise for undertakers. Stores specializing in nurturing coffin spirits were everywhere, selling various materials for nurturing coffin spirits and items needed by undertakers. Compared to the inner city, the outer city valued strength, was a melting pot of different people, and had relatively loose order, hence bloody incidents were common. Ordinary undertakers seeking protection would join a tomb-seeking mercenary group. By joining such a group, they could explore mysterious places and dangerous areas in the wilderness with other members, rapidly enhancing their strength. President Chen turned to look at Yi Chen's excited expression. He seemed to have thought of something, and the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. There was a time when he, like Yi Chen, was full of passion and longing for the beautiful scenery outside the city. But now, in his twilight years, after struggling, he had exhausted all his hot-blooded enthusiasm. It's a pity for the ghost in the painting, clearly an A-level potential. But my limited talent has held her back. I reckon I won't be able to help her break through to level 60 and step into the position of a half-step king in this lifetime. Alas, I wonder if this kid can help me in the future. President Chen sighed inwardly. At this moment, Yi Chen also noticed President Chen's expression and furrowed his brows involuntarily. President Chen? Do you have something on your mind? President Chen hesitated for a moment at Yi Chen's words, his face paused, then quickly stroked his beard and smiled. What could trouble an old man like me? With my status and strength, what can't be solved with a little effort? You make a valid point. Yi Chen's face showed a hint of confusion, feeling somewhat powerless to comment. So, are you really just planning to give me an opportunity, without any requests for help from me? Nothing you need assistance with? With these words, President Chen's face immediately showed signs of unease. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to question him, caught off guard. Well, let's discuss this after we get to the guild. President Chen's old face revealed a touch of embarrassment as he quickly changed the subject. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at a loft in the tomb-seeking guild with President Chen. It was a grand and luxurious ancient building divided into 3 levels. The first floor was the guild hall, filled with a sense of technology, responsible for Undertaker certification, tomb-seeking group registration and joining, as well as various bounty mission assignments. The second floor was the testing hall, with an independent testing space where anyone wanting to test the strength of coffin spirits could accurately measure the spirit's strength data after paying a certain testing fee. And the third level naturally belongs to the president's personal territory. Yi Xiaoxiao, I believe you also see the potential of little zombie, right? President Chen looked at Yi Chen with a smile that was not quite a smile, gesturing to move little zombie aside. Yi Chen remained non-committal upon hearing this. Most of his abilities had probably been guessed by this old man. However, the other party thought it was a sensing ability, unaware that it was one of Yi Chen's heaven-defying cheats. Without further explanation, Yi Chen nodded and said, I can sense that its potential is not inferior to the one at the contract center. It should be at the A level. Upon hearing this, President Chen suddenly took in a sharp breath. Although he had already guessed most of it, hearing it from the other party still shocked him. Let me ask you one thing. President Chen, with a hint of nervousness in his tone and anticipation in his eyes, stared at Yi Chen and took a deep breath, asking, can your ability sense the existence of higher ceiling levels? Yi Chen hesitated for a second upon hearing this, his tone somewhat calm. Not sure, perhaps I can give it a try. With these words, seeing Yi Chen's indifferent expression, President Chen's face lit up with joy. Even if the other party wasn't completely sure, as long as it wasn't a denial, it was enough. He immediately slammed the table, stood up excitedly, and exclaimed, "Ha! Good lad! I knew I didn't misjudge you." After a brief conversation, President Chen pushed little zombie in front of Yi Chen, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, Yi Xiaoxiao, this is the opportunity one want to give you. Seeing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips, and his gaze towards little zombie became even brighter. And little zombie, seeing Yi Chen's expression, burst into tears. Although it couldn't escape the old man's palm, at least it wouldn't be controlled and could roam freely. If it had signed a contract with the necromancer in front of it, it would definitely become a slave, perhaps having to continue staying in a dark coffin. The next moment, little zombie sat on the ground with an unwilling face, kicking its legs and rolling around, showing its grievances, revealing a pair of sharp teeth, saying, "You're a bad person, I don't want to go with you." "Do I look like a bad person?" Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. But then he thought it was quite normal, after all, he was a divine-level necromancer, which might make the coffin spirits of the undead tribe feel awe. A-level potential is quite rare. I have to make it lower its guard against me first. Yi Chen chuckled foolishly, slowly stood up and walked towards little zombie, ready to pick it up. Little zombie, seeing this, let out a scream of terror, jumped in place, and plunged its head into the hard ceiling, leaving only a pair of short legs kicking below. "Ha, Yi Xiaoxiao. This little zombie is quite naughty. If you want to tame it, it won't be easy." President Chen chuckled as he saw this, his wrinkles squeezing together on his old face. Yi Chen looked at the pair of short legs flapping above his head, his face darkening involuntarily. This little zombie was extremely afraid of him, and even after the contract, it would probably be difficult to increase the intimacy to 60 points. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. That was the high-level template of the undead tribe. Perhaps using the template can eliminate its flaws, Yi Chen thought to himself. President Chen, seeing Yi Chen deep in thought, knew that he must be considering how to tame little zombie. He then asked, "Are you satisfied with this little zombie?" It's okay." Yi Chen replied calmly. President Chen looked at Yi Chen in surprise, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, "Yi Xiaoxiao, A-level undead coffin spirits are rarer than S-level of other races. I know your talent must be related to the undead tribe, and you must be eager to get it." Yi Chen remained calm upon hearing this, not showing any expression, waiting for the other party to continue. This kid must be overjoyed inside, pretending to be calm in front of me? President Chen scoffed in his heart. Then he suspiciously scrutinized Yi Chen's eyes. He found that the other party was not as delighted as he had imagined. For a moment, President Chen felt a bit unsure how to handle Yi Chen. "Ahem, Yi lad, since you seem to want this little zongzi so much, I'll reluctantly give it to you. But you have to agree to 3 conditions, President Chen said. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Here it comes, the old man's true colors are showing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Lao, didn't you say you wanted to give me a chance at enlightenment? Why do you need to discuss conditions now? Yi Chen's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment as he sighed helplessly. I'm just a low-level coffin sealer. 3 conditions are too much for me. If it's just one, I can try my best to work towards it. Upon hearing this, President Chen's face stiffened, and he quickly said, hold on, young man, let me finish what I have to say. Then please go ahead. Yi Chen looked troubled. Seeing this, President Chen began to speak slowly. The first condition. I hope that you will stay in Fengyue City in the future, join the tomb-seeking team under my leadership, and become a permanent member of the team. Of course, I will invest a lot of resources in training you to quickly become a high-level coffin sealer. Before he could continue, Yi Chen quickly interrupted, his eyes filled with determination. It's impossible for me to stay in Fengyue City forever. I can join the tomb-seeking team, but it must be as a freelance member. Yi Chen firmly refused this condition. Although this little zombie had extraordinary potential, it was far from enough to make him sacrifice his freedom. Moreover, besides him, a little zombie was a hot potato in anyone's hands. Due to its talent, it was destined not to be a docile existence. As long as it stayed below 50 intimacy points, it could continuously change owners, using coffin sealers of various levels to upgrade frantically. When there was no one to suppress it, it would definitely betray and become a disaster. Upon hearing Yi Chen's refusal, President Chen appeared relatively calm. I already knew you wouldn't agree to this condition. After all, there have been no more than 5 people who dared to commit murder in the inner city in so many years. But are you really willing to give up the resources I'm offering you? President Chen continued to tempt him. After some thought, Yi Chen still refused. While the condition was good, he had a system and god-level talent, so reaching a high level quickly was not a difficult task. Chen Lao, please tell me about the second condition. Alright, let's talk about the second condition. President Chen shook his head, a look of regret on his face. I hope that after you become a high-level coffin sealer, you will accompany me to 5 ancient secret realms. During this time, I will protect your safety, and you only need to identify the high-potential coffin spirits and their races in the cemetery's sealed areas. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell into contemplation. For a coffin sealer to enter an ancient secret realm, they must be at least a high level to avoid being torn apart by spatial channels. Moreover, ancient secret realms usually have demon lords above level 51, and there may even be semi-kings, level 60 to 61, among them. If they encountered a semi-king, not to mention protecting themselves, this old man might not even have time to escape. Chen Lao. I can't agree to this condition either. Yi Chen shook his head. 5 ancient secret realms are too dangerous, and I value my life too much. President Chen, upon hearing this, didn't get angry but instead chuckled. You kid, I knew you wouldn't be easily fooled. Since 5 times won't work, then just once. If you refuse again, I'll be angry. Chen Lao's expression turned serious. He felt that this time Yi Chen shouldn't be able to refuse anymore, destined to be firmly in his grasp. However, the next words from the other party caught him off guard. No, not even once. You. Chen Lao's face immediately turned ugly, fuming with anger, his chest heaving violently. You brat. This is not believing in my strength. I've been to over 10 ancient secret realms and have never failed. If I take you once, it will be absolutely safe. Chen Lao, do you think trading an A-grade corpse clan coffin spirit for a pile of B-grade and A-grade coffin spirits that can determine their race, or even legendary S-grade coffin spirits, would I be at a loss? Yi Chen looked at the angry Chen Lao and said with a faint smile. With his broken evil gold pupil, even if he went to an ancient secret realm once, he could find a bunch of high-potential coffin spirits suitable for their expedition team. For ordinary people, not only is it difficult to deduce the seal level of the coffin, but it is also impossible to see what kind of existence is hidden inside. So the value of Yi Chen's eyes is self-evident. At this moment, President Chen also understood that Yi Chen wouldn't fall for it. After calming down, he shook his head and sighed. You, this brat, are truly extraordinary. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to bargain with me, let alone flatter me. Since I can't keep you, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. One last condition, if you don't agree, I'll break your legs. President Chen threatened with a fierce look in his eyes. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face immediately darkened, his eyes filled with infinite disdain. Seeing this, President Chen stroked his beard, looking quite pleased with himself. Then, he took a deep breath and spoke very seriously. Yi brat. Next Wednesday, there will be a large coffin spirit appraisal event in Jiangnan City, and you must accompany me. I've received information that among the coffins to be appraised, some were excavated from the dragon fallen land of the Fourth Holy Ruins, world's apex. So I need you to do your best to sense the Dragon Clan coffin spirits among these coffins, and at least one S-grade ancient crystal coffin. In short, the more, the better. Please. Regarding President Chen's request this time, Yi Chen did not refuse. After a moment of thought, he agreed. At this moment, President Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a bright smile. Ye brat, I've taken advantage of you this time. After the appraisal event, regardless of the outcome, I will provide you with a large amount of resources to cultivate coffin spirits. If you really identify an ancient crystal coffin, I will give you 2 rare evolution cores of the Corpse Clan coffin spirits. Of course, you can take this little zombie with you now. What I promised to give you is absolutely true. President Chen pointed to the small zombie on the ceiling. Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Thank you in advance, Chen Lao. For him, accompanying President Chen to the appraisal event was completely worthwhile. He only needed to move his eyes to obtain the promised resources. What could be better? It seemed like he had figured something out. A hint of joy appeared on Yi Chen's face. Chen Lao, could you tell me the minimum price for these unappraised coffins at the appraisal event? President Chen was momentarily surprised by Yi Chen's question, then guessed his intentions and explained with a smile, "Ha, you brat, are you looking to profit? But you should be prepared, the minimum price for these coffins is over 5 billion. Some of them, with good quality, have prices that are 10 times or even 100 times higher. Some are even priceless and can only be exchanged with rare resources." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took a sharp breath and could only shake his head in resignation. It's all coffins sealed and covered up. Pricing based solely on appearance is too deceptive. And the prices are exorbitant. What if they turn out to be bronze or silver? That would be a total loss. Ha, you have sensing abilities, able to ignore concealed seals, of course you'd feel deceived. But others don't have this ability. President Chen chuckled, in a very pleased mood, and continued, moreover, some of these coffins are produced from the 4th Holy Ruins, world's apex. Naturally, it raises the value of the other coffins. So, there are many willing to gamble 5 billion. Hearing the mention of the 4th Holy Ruins again, Yi Chen was curious and asked, what is the 4th Holy Ruins? Why is it so fierce? Currently, there are 6 strongest otherworldly secret realms in China. All at the level of holy domains, we call them Holy Ruins. And the world's apex ranks 4th among these 6, mainly inhabited by fierce beasts. It has a demon dragon guardian, and even a supreme 5-star expert dare not enter without a coffin master. President Chen looked at Yi Chen, who was full of doubt, and explained slowly. At this point, his tone suddenly became serious. I estimate that this batch of coffins produced in the Holy Ruins contains at least 5 S-grade ancient crystal coffins. You must help me sense one. If you encounter a Dragon Clan coffin spirit, even if it's a great potential, you must inform me directly. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, gave the other party a reassuring look and said, I will do my best. After that, he turned to look at Xiao Zongzi, a look of joy on his face. For Yi Chen, the most important thing at the moment was to complete the system task. As long as he contracted the little zombie in the ceiling, then used the template to enhance its potential, he could directly raise the potential of the little zombie to S-grade. And from President Chen's words, he could tell that S-grade ancient crystal coffins were also extremely rare in the Holy Ruins. One can imagine how powerful an S-grade would be. Now that I have a good relationship with President Chen, there's no need to hide the talent of the double coffin spirit. Yi Chen thought to himself. It's important to show talent appropriately in front of such big shots. It won't do any harm, only make the other party value you more. Without much thought, Yi Chen looked calmly at President Chen beside him and said, President Chen, you can transfer its ceiling formation to me now. As soon as these words were spoken, President Chen's face showed a look of doubt, and he reminded, Yi, as a junior coffin master, you cannot control 2 seals. Even if I transfer it to you, the ceiling formation cannot merge into your body. It's better for me to seal it back into the coffin, so you can carry the coffin every day to guard it. It won't be able to escape from the coffin. President Chen, please let me try. Yi Chen smiled confidently, showing his confidence. If I can't control it, you can seal it again later. President Chen, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slowly, but it was hard to refuse. In any case, he didn't believe Yi Chen could master 2 seals at the junior level. Even as a legendary powerhouse himself, he had never heard of such a thing. So in his view, Yi Chen was bound to fail. Alright, since you want to try, I'll indulge you. President Chen shook his head. He emitted a dark golden light in his hand. As the light twisted, a rotating Bagua seal slowly formed in midair. As the Bagua seal rotated, countless black characters emerged, turning into extremely mysterious runes hovering on the formation. Bagua sealing demon formation? Yi Chen asked curiously upon seeing this formation. Because this formation is one of the more difficult fusion formations, it also means that the coffin spirit within is harder to control. There are many sealing formations for coffin spirits, and depending on the different realms, the formations also vary. The most common seal Yi Chen has seen is the hexagram seal. Yi Xiazi, when you integrate it into your body later, if it is rejected, remember not to forcibly keep it in your body. Otherwise, it will clash with the hexagram seal of the zombie covenant, causing damage to your coffin spirit space. In severe cases, you won't be able to covenant with other coffin spirits in the future. So, do you really want to try? Hearing the other's warning, Yi Chen nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed, mobilizing a trace of spiritual power, and dazzling golden light appeared in his hand. President Chen looked at Yi Chen, who was determined to try, frowned, revealing a worried look, already prepared to pay a high price to have someone treat him. This kid is good in every way, just a bit stubborn and doesn't listen to advice. But it's also good, he will learn from this loss in the future, President Chen thought to himself. Just then, Yi Chen reached out directly and touched the seal formation without hesitation. As soon as his palm touched the seal formation, the Bagua demon sealing formation instantly spun rapidly, bursting with intense golden light. The originally dark and eerie characters began to distort continuously, finally transforming into a mysterious ink dragon, directly merging into Yi Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully covenanting with the coffin spirit symbol jumping child. Ding! Congratulations, host, the intimacy level with spirit symbol jumping child has increased to 50, obedient to humans. Please name the coffin spirit, host. Upon hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. An A-grade spirit given for free, easily obtained. It was simply exhilarating. However, he wasn't planning to name the little zombie right now. Everything had to wait until after extracting the character template, just calling the character's name drawn out. At this moment, the little zombie embedded in the ceiling suddenly felt stiff and fell with a bang from the ceiling. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Come here, you." With these words, the little zombie reluctantly jumped to Yi Chen's side. Although it liked being unrestrained, the words just now seemed to make it unable to refuse, like a compulsory command. So obedient. Yi Chen reached out and rubbed the little zombie's head vigorously. Feeling that Yi Chen was annoying, the little zombie appeared extremely displeased, showing its sharp teeth, making a grumpy face as if ready to bite at any moment. Ding! System prompt. The host's actions have greatly displeased the spirit symbol jumping child. Attention! Do not do things that disgust the coffin spirit, otherwise it will reduce the intimacy level of the coffin spirit towards the host. The system prompt sounded again, making Yi Chen's face stiffen instantly, inwardly complaining, "This damn, getting upset from a couple of head pats? It's as troublesome as my old sister. Really annoying." He quickly withdrew his hand, looking somewhat speechless at the little zombie, and his excited heart calmed down. On the side, President Chen, witnessing this scene, had his mouth slightly agape, greatly shocked. "Yi Xiazi, you succeeded?" "Yes," Yi Chen said calmly. How is this possible?" President Chen felt like his worldview was collapsing. Since the birth of the coffin keeper hundreds of years ago, there had never been a person at the initial stage who could covenant with two coffin spirits. But Yi Chen actually succeeded, directly shattering his understanding. "Yi Xiazi, you are truly a freak." President Chen recalled Yi Chen's incredible abilities and couldn't help but praise him. "Your coffin keeper talent shouldn't be a corpse servant, right?" President Chen looked at Yi Chen expectantly, asking, "Can you tell me your true talent?" Earlier, on the car, Wang Ming had sent him Yi Chen's information, and he felt sorry for the other party. But now, it was clear that the information was wrong. The other party's talent must be extremely rare. Looking at the anticipation in the other's eyes, Yi Chen thought for a moment and then said seriously, "My talent was indeed a corpse servant at first. But I haven't contracted with coffin spirits for 2.5 years. Recently, my talent has changed a bit and turned into a corpse raiser." "A corpse raiser?" President Chen was puzzled. "Yes. In simple terms, I can contract with double the undead coffin spirits and summon them to battle at the same time," Yi Chen said casually, his face very calm. But President Chen was completely stunned upon hearing this, looking extremely shocked. "You can summon them at the same time? This talent is too domineering. Even if the undead coffin spirits are weaker than other races, when you reach the legendary stage, you can crush coffin keepers of the same level." President Chen could completely imagine how strong Yi Chen's future would be. His strong intuition destined that his coffin spirit potential in the future would not be weak. And now, with this talent as a corpse raiser, he was undoubtedly becoming a peerless genius. This kid's achievements in the future will definitely surpass mine, and he might even become the pinnacle supreme. I have to help him grow. President Chen was excited in his heart, looking at Yi Chen with a caring gaze. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Under President Chen's nagging, Yi Chen finally left the tomb-seeking guild. Because of his relationship with President Chen, Yi Chen's registration as a coffin keeper in the tomb-seeking guild was extremely convenient. At the same time, he was also pulled into the tomb-seeking mercenary corps, becoming a first-level member of the free group. Not only did he enjoy all the basic benefits, but he also didn't have to obey anyone's orders. Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking Corps. What a nice name, Yi-chan said, looking at the tomb-seeking corps badge in his hand, emitting a chill, a hint of a smile on his lips. The badge was shaped like a hexagonal snowflake, made of extremely rare cold iron, with a crystal edge, a silver-white base, and a black zone character in the middle, with intricate patterns but still aesthetically pleasing, appearing extremely exquisite. For those who recognized this badge, it was a symbol of identity. This meant that Yi-chan could walk sideways in Maple Peak City, and even be flattered by many people. However, Yi-chan didn't like to show off, let alone deal with others. When he didn't need the badge, he simply put it in his pocket. Next, Yi-chan bought a new phone on the ancient street and spent tens of thousands at the trading market to buy a black heavy-duty motorcycle that exuded a metallic texture like a beast, drawing sneers from the people around. In this era, most junior members of tomb-seeking groups chose pickup trucks with large cargo capacity for transportation because they didn't have spatial packages. Only fools or some rich people would choose such a motorcycle without practical value. Yi-chan ignored the comments of others and parked the motorcycle by the street. He went online to search for a map near Maple Peak City. Now he had to choose a dangerous place suitable for leveling up. Soon, he found a low-level dangerous place where monsters ranged from level 1 to 20. Doomsday Valley. This is it, Yi-chan's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. Doomsday Valley was actually a very long mountain range canyon 80 miles north of Maple Peak City. Due to the existence of a secret world in the depths of the valley, monsters continuously bred there, making it a dangerous place. The reason Yi-chan chose this place was twofold. First, because there were a large number of mutated zombies, mutated beasts, and other monsters in the valley. As long as he killed the mutated zombies, there was a chance to obtain zombie crystals. These zombie crystals were essential resources for cultivating tyrants. As for the little zombies, they just needed to gain experience, as their potential was high and they even had templates to use. The second is that the monsters in other dangerous places are mostly ghosts and demons, with abilities that are too bizarre. Most of them hide during the day and come out at night, rarely seen during the day. It is quite difficult to find and kill them. Apart from the golden light beams emitted from his eyes and the transcendent material penetration of the tyrant, Yi-chan found it somewhat tricky to deal with ghosts and demons using other means. Of course, if he were to command the little zombie forcefully, using the void painting technique would easily restrain the ghosts and demons. Thinking of this, Yi-chan immediately immersed his mind into the Covenant space. Watching the little zombie riding on the tyrant's head in the space, occasionally scratching the other's head, Yi-chan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. At this moment, the tyrant also seemed to sense Yi-chan and his eyes seemed to show a pleading look. This little zombie is really a bit annoying. Yi-chan shook his head and said directly, "System, activate the template lottery function for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual system panel instantly appeared in front of him, forming a slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern. Ding! Necromancer template lottery function activated. Detected that the host possesses an advanced Necromancer template lottery ticket *1, can draw 3 to 5-star character templates. Hearing this, Yi-chan's face flashed with excitement, thinking to himself, "My luck has always been good. If I don't get a 5-star template, it would be unfair to the audience." Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Please choose the advanced character template of the coffin spirit that needs to be drawn. 1. First generation tyrant T002. 2. Spirit symbol hopping child. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi-chan did not hesitate at all and decisively said, "Choose 2. Ding! Selection successful. The system is currently drawing." Hearing this, Yi-chan rubbed his hands in great anticipation, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning yin-yang fish. The yin-yang fish spun faster and faster, starting to shake violently. A few seconds later, with bursts of dazzling golden light appearing, the yin-yang fish was instantly shattered by the golden light. A very cute zombie loli with light purple hair suddenly appeared on the extraction panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template, Resurrecting Child. Hiss! It's actually her? Yi-chan looked at the appearance of this zombie loli, showing an extremely surprised expression. In his impression, this zombie loli was a character from a certain game. Besides being cute, her status in that game was quite awkward. Being called the most useless 5-star was not an exaggeration. But a game is just a game. If this loli's strength and background were placed in the blue star, she would definitely be a super powerhouse. Moreover, according to the blue star background, the evaluation given was 5 stars. Such a high evaluation completely exceeded Yi-chan's expectations. So, she is really that strong? Yi-chan's eyes flashed with joy. Ding! May I ask if the host wishes to use this character template for the spirit symbol hopping child? The system prompt sounded, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Then, with a thought, he said, use it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the character template. The ceiling level of the spirit symbol hopping child has been upgraded to S-level ancient crystal coffin. The host can open the panel to view the coffin spirit information. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen once again immersed his mind into the Covenant space. The little zombie that was scratching the tyrant had now undergone a drastic change. With light purple hair and wearing a skirt, it looked harmless, innocently examining the changes in its body. Its originally deep eyes became large and round, extremely cute. Its once stiff legs no longer needed to bounce forward but could walk normally, incredibly agile. And the pair of zombie fangs in its mouth had disappeared without a trace. What's happening to me? The zombie lowly scratched her head and said blankly. Following that, she sat on the ground, occasionally turning and somersaulting, blowing air at the yellow symbol on her forehead, attempting to peel it off with her small hands, while curiously observing her own body. Before long, she forgot her previous appearance and accepted the reality of the change. Ding! Please name the coffin spirit, host. The system voice rang out again. Yi Chen grinned and silently thought, 7. At that moment, the panel of 7 suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Coffin Spirit, Resurrecting Child, 7, Race, Undead, Ghost Level, LV. 1 Servant Level, 1 to 19, Experience, 1/200 Seal Level, S-Class Ancient Crystal Coffin, Level Cap 79, Talent, Indestructible Body, Frosty Immortal Power, Strong Resistance to Control, Sealing, and all skills are imbued with ice attributes. Skills, Silent Leap Attack, 3rd Tier, Sword Chi Slash, 3rd Tier, Blink, 3rd Tier, Advanced Swordsmanship, True Calamity Sealing Symbol, Special Skill, marks a single target. When self or allied coffin spirit attacks the marked target, extracts the target's strength and gains super speed recovery effect. Ultimate technique, Void Drawing Symbol Immortal Art, Cold Disease Ghost Escort, summons a Cold Disease Ghost Escort to surround the target, providing continuous healing and granting the target the Frosty Immortal Power effect. Immortal Art, Salvation in Misery, erupts Frosty Immortal Power to freeze the surrounding area, simultaneously marks all hostile targets with the True Calamity Sealing symbol, and instantly revives all dying allied coffin spirits to full health. Flaws, Forgetful, Biting, dislikes coffin's intimacy level, 50 current state, Confusion, Curiosity, Happiness evolution times, 3 times, can view evolution path at level 19, Introduction, originally a spirit jumping child, after merging with the template, talent skills have been adjusted and improved significantly. Exceptional potential, capable of tanking, dealing damage, and supporting. Hiss. S-Class is indeed awesome. Seeing 7's panel, Yi Chen suddenly gasped in awe. Although the talent skills given by the template were slightly different from what he remembered, they were generally the same. However, what surprised Yi Chen the most was the ultimate move Salvation in Misery. It can actually fully revive a dying coffin spirit. That's amazing. In the game, reviving a teammate in battle was nothing special, but this was reality. With 7's ultimate move, his own coffin spirit would never die. And now that the intimacy level requirement had disappeared, there was no need to fear betrayal anymore. He could even take 7 out to level up. Perhaps after I level up the tyrant to level 10, I can enter the secret realm in the Valley of Doom. Confidence flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. With 7's support now, along with the tyrant's attacking abilities, he could easily charge into a horde of low-level zombies, slaughter them wildly, and level up like crazy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart burned even hotter, feeling impatient to head to the Valley of Doom. He then started his motorcycle, ready to leave the city. Suddenly, just because you're too beautiful, a lively ringtone sounded. Yi Chen took out his phone and checked. It turned out to be his little sister. He quickly answered the call. However, before he could speak, an extremely exasperated and angry voice came through the phone. Yi Chen, where have you been? Why is your phone off? Why? Tell me. Yi Chen remained silent at the words. After the other party finished venting, he briefly explained what he had done that morning. Of course, he didn't mention the massacre of coffin spirits, the conflict at the flesh market, or anything about Chairman Chen. He simply said that he contracted with the tyrant, then strolled around the flesh market before heading to the Gravekeeper certification town at the Seekers of Tombs Guild. Upon hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Yi Xiaoyao's tone suddenly became extremely delighted. Yi Chen, did you really form a contract with the D-grade coffin spirit? You didn't lie to me, did you? No. Then tell me quickly, where are you? Right now, my classmates and I are following teacher Wen Jing to the Tomb Seekers Guild, preparing to certify as coffin keepers and then venture out of the city for 2 days. Do you want to join us? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at the words, puzzled. How come you ventured out of the city early? Aren't you supposed to undergo practical combat training at the contract center? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately became furious and complained, originally, we planned to undergo practical combat training after contracting the coffin spirit. But some jerk, even before we could finish the contract, secretly slaughtered all the undead monsters in the training ground warehouse. So, we had to go outside the city to train in dangerous areas. If I see this jerk, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Yi Chen's face stiffened at the words. He hadn't expected the warehouse of the coffin spirit to be the training ground. Fortunately, he could go early. Otherwise, the tyrant would likely be killed by the students who completed the coffin spirit contract. At that time, he would be forced to contract with the coffin spirit in the E-grade bronze ancient coffin. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Yi Xiaoyao clenching her fists, looking fierce. He quickly cleared his throat and said, little sister, girls should be gentle, don't be so fierce all the time. What if a handsome guy you know killed those monsters? Would you still beat him up? It depends on who it is. If it's you, I'll definitely turn you into a big pig head. Yi Chen. By the way, Yi Chen. I just told teacher Wenjing about you, and she agreed to let you train with us. The voice on the phone asked again, with a hint of joy in her tone. Yi Chen frowned slightly at the words. He then understood Yi Xiaoyao's intentions. In his view, this little girl was just worried about his safety, afraid of him going out of the city alone. After all, these students were absolutely safe under Wenjing's leadership in the dangerous areas outside. At least it would allow the students to upgrade without any worries. After Yi Xiaoyao contracted the Hell Flame Demon, she directly secured a spot for Yi Chen. Since she was not high level herself, she didn't have the ability to protect Yi Chen or upgrade him alone. But Wenjing, seeing her strong talent, readily agreed and was willing to give Yi Chen a chance. Naturally, Yi Xiaoyao didn't want Yi Chen to miss out. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, politely declining. I have my own plans, so I won't join you guys. You should take this opportunity to level up and strive to get the first place in the provincial assessment next week. Tomb Seekers Guild Hall, rest area. Watching the call being hung up, Yi Xiaoyao's face became somewhat gloomy. The fleeting shimmer in her eyes seemed extremely helpless. But the thought that the Hell Flame Demon was something Yi Chen had told her about made her inexplicably trust him again. Maybe that guy really has his own plans. Yi Xiaoyao pursed her lips, feeling dissatisfied. Beside her, Wenjing, seeing Yi Xiaoyao's state, immediately became nervous and asked with concern, Xiaoyao, what did Yi Chen say to you? Is he not coming over? Yi Xiaoyao shook her head in response, Teacher Wenjing, my brother said he has his own plans, so he won't come. He has his own plans? That's a pity. Wenjing sighed lightly. Then she finally let go of the tension she had been holding, thinking to herself, it's a good thing this guy Yi Chen has some self-awareness, or it would have been quite awkward for me. Despite feeling a slight sense of guilt for her actions in the morning, Wenjing didn't dwell on it much, especially after the appearance of Yi Xiaoyao, a talented student in her class. Yi Chen's situation was pushed to the back of her mind. But she never expected that Yi Xiaoyao turned out to be Yi Chen's sister. And with Yi Xiaoyao's demands as a genius, she could hardly refuse and could only reluctantly agree. The registration for the assessment has already ended. It seems I can only compensate him after the assessment next week. Wenjing ran her fingers through her hair, a hint of unease flashing through her mind. Right now, all she hoped for was that Yi Chen wouldn't show up in front of other mentors. Otherwise, if Yi Chen found out that repeating students could participate in the assessment and exposed it, the school or even Yi Xiaoyao would cause trouble for her. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao also noticed that the other party seemed a bit distracted and softly called out, Teacher Wenjing? What's wrong with you? Hearing this, Wenjing quickly snapped out of her thoughts, revealing a bright smile on her face and gently saying, It's nothing, I was just considering where to take you for training in a lower-level dangerous area. As soon as she said this, a sharp-eared male student behind them heard it. He became extremely excited and shouted, Teacher 1, how about we go to the Doomsday Valley? I heard my dad say there are many monsters there, but they are low-level, perfect for us to level up. Other students chimed in, Teacher 1, he's right. I heard the monsters in the Doomsday Valley are weak, mostly just some zombies, easier to deal with than monsters in other dangerous areas. I also think it's more suitable to go there. Upon hearing the students' suggestions, Wenjing began to consider carefully. The Doomsday Valley was indeed the most suitable dangerous area for novice coffin keepers to level up. If she took so many students to the outskirts of the Dark Forest or the Beast Plains alone, it would be difficult to ensure the safety of these students at all times. Upon second thought, she also found the students' proposal reasonable, then smiled faintly, stood up, and instructed the surrounding students, so be it, let's happily decide to go to the Doomsday Valley. But before that, you need to go to the ancient street trading area and buy supplies for the next 2 days. Students who are afraid of zombies can also buy a dose of anti-zombie poison, just in case. Boss, do you have any extra rooms? I want to stay here for a few days. Outside the Doomsday Valley, a young man was standing at the door of a quaint inn in a small town, asking the innkeeper inside. The young man was handsome, with a neat short haircut and a faint smile on his face. This young man was naturally Yi Chen. At this moment, he had a travel backpack on his back and was holding a cute and obedient little girl with purple hair, attracting the attention of passers-by near the inn. Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, the innkeeper quickly stood up from behind the counter, smiling, and said, "Ha, young man, you've come at just the right time. We happen to have the last room available. 1,000 per night. How many days would you like to stay?" Yi Chen took out a stack of money and handed it to the innkeeper. At the same time, he said lightly, "Let's start with 3 days. Alright, I'll arrange it for you right away." The innkeeper took the money, nodded with a smile, and then turned to arrange the room. This small town served as the only resting place outside the Doomsday Valley. Its liveliness almost rivaled that of the ancient streets in the outer city. However, amidst the liveliness, chaos also prevailed here. Just as Yi Chen passed by, he witnessed at least 3 conflicts between coffin keepers, one of which even led to a fierce battle of coffin spirits, leaving both parties injured before they stopped. Riding his cool motorcycle through the streets, he naturally attracted attention. Just then, 2 burly men with rough faces appeared outside the inn. One of them, a flat-headed man with a scar resembling a centipede on his face, walked into the inn and banged on the counter, shouting loudly, "Where's the boss? Is he here? Are there any rooms available here?" With the shout of the crew-cut man, the innkeeper hurriedly ran down from the 2nd floor of the inn. "Boss, are there any rooms left? My brother and I want to stay here." The crew-cut man pointed to his companion behind him, his tone tinged with questioning. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's face showed a hint of nervousness as he quickly replied, "Big brother, the inn doesn't have any spare rooms left." "No spare rooms?" The crew-cut man furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He then pointed at Yi Chen and said, "What were you doing upstairs just now? Were you arranging a room for this kid?" Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's face immediately showed a troubled expression. However, the crew-cut man seemed to understand the situation. He grabbed the innkeeper by the collar, pulling him close with a fierce expression on his face. "Cancel the room you gave to that kid and give it to us, or else I'll tear down your inn." "Big brother, I can't make decisions on my own. Ask the kid if he agrees or not," the innkeeper said, sweating nervously. The 2 burly men in front of him exuded a strong aura of malice, clearly having a history of violence and bloodshed. However, since he had already taken Yi Chen's money, he couldn't easily make a decision. Out of fear, he had to pass the problem on to Yi Chen. As soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, the 2 men immediately turned their gaze towards Yi Chen. Feeling the threat in their eyes, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation shortly after leaving the city. If he had been with someone like Wen Jing, a mid-peak gravekeeper with backing, he wouldn't have encountered these troublemakers. It seems that strength is everything, Yi Chen thought to himself, feeling more determined to become stronger. The crew-cut man glanced at Yi Chen, not taking him seriously at all. He sneered and arrogantly said, "Kid, leave. I'll take the room you just booked." In his eyes, Yi Chen's aura was only at the initial stage of a 3-star level, just a rookie who had recently emerged. How could he dare to defy them, experienced gravekeepers who had reached the initial stage of 7 stars? However, Yi Chen seemed to ignore the crew-cut man's words and just shifted his gaze to the innkeeper. The innkeeper felt embarrassed under Yi Chen's gaze and quickly persuaded, "Young man, just give the room to these 2 gentlemen. Don't blame me. We can't afford to provoke them." "I can't afford to provoke them?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the innkeeper and said lightly, "I can't afford to provoke them, so can you afford to provoke me? It seems I've already paid and booked the room. Now you want me to check out? Isn't that inappropriate?" With these words, the innkeeper's face immediately turned ugly. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be so short-sighted, knowing well that these 2 men were not to be messed with, yet still pushing the issue. If only he had checked out, the conflict could have been avoided. It wouldn't have caused any losses to anyone. But because this kid lacked foresight, the inn might end up being destroyed. At that moment, the innkeeper really wanted to slap the kid in front of him. "Young man, I'll refund your money. If you don't leave now, these 2 guests will take action against you. Don't blame me if you get hurt." The innkeeper's eyes showed disgust as he threw the money at Yi Chen and stepped aside to watch the drama unfold. "Hey, gentlemen, could you take him out before you act? The room he booked has been prepared. You can move in directly." The innkeeper looked at the 2 big men and smiled obsequiously. The man with a crew cut nodded in satisfaction and said, "I find you quite agreeable, innkeeper. Since that's the case, we'll go by your wishes and not cause any trouble for your establishment." "Hee, thank you, sirs. As a token of gratitude, I'll give you a discount on your stay." The innkeeper's face showed appreciation. Then, he glanced at Yi Chen, whose expression had turned even colder, and a sense of unease crept over him. Seemingly struck by a thought, he quickly changed his tune. "Gentlemen, how about you cripple this kid instead? I fear he might seek revenge on me. If you agree, I'm willing to offer you permanent VIP status, free stays at this inn any time, and 3 meals a day." Upon hearing this, the two big men exchanged a glance, their faces lighting up with excitement. As novice coffin carriers, they only dared to operate on the outskirts of the Doomsday Valley. When faced with hordes of zombies and mutated beasts in the valley, they felt extreme fear. However, when encountering weaker individuals, they displayed extreme brutality. Moreover, they hadn't amassed many resources through their usual plundering, so the innkeeper's request was a welcome opportunity. Naturally, they readily agreed. "Ha, you know how to play your cards. In that case, we'll help you get rid of this kid." With that, the two big men approached Yi Chen from both sides. They prepared to grab Yi Chen by the shoulder and throw him outside the inn. Seeing this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. 7. Cut off their hands. Upon hearing this, the two big men were taken aback. It was only then that they noticed the little girl beside Yi Chen was actually a coffin spirit. "Be careful! Get out of the way!" the man with a crew cut shouted, reminding his companion. At the same time, he mobilized the faint spiritual energy within him to prepare for Seven's attack. However, before they could react, Seven's figure vanished from where she stood. In the next moment, Seven appeared beside the man with a crew cut like a ghost. She then raised the icy short sword in her hand and fiercely slashed down. Swish! The sharp sword cut through the air, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, and landed on the man with a crew cut's left arm. In the blink of an eye, the man's arm was instantly frozen by the cold, rendering him unable to dodge. Like cutting through butter, the sword severed his arm into 2 pieces, which flew off. "Ah! You dare to sneak attack me! You're asking for death!" The man with a crew cut let out a piercing scream, clutching his frozen severed arm as he quickly rushed out of the inn's doors. Meanwhile, the other big man felt a chill down his spine, quickly mobilizing his spiritual energy to evade Seven's attack. He then took a few steps back, retreating several meters. Immediately, he summoned a silver coffin over a meter tall from the hexagram array on the ground. "You dare to attack my brother?" the man roared in anger, opening the coffin lid. A black mist billowed out, covering a few meters around them. Within the swirling mist emerged a terrifying monster with 8 human legs, a body made up of severed limbs, and 3 eerie heads. This monster didn't seem alive, mechanically turning its heads, glaring at Yi Chen and the purple-haired lowly beside him with eyes full of resentment. Yi Chen scrutinized the monster and couldn't help but furrow his brows. This creature seemed formidable, more bizarre than Xufeng's werewolves. Perhaps it couldn't kill Seven, but it could definitely restrain her. After all, Seven and this monster were over 10 levels apart, and she lacked extremely powerful attack skills. If Yi Chen summoned the tyrant and used Seven as support, the situation would be completely reversed. At this moment, the flat-headed man whose arm had been severed gradually regained his composure and glared at Yi Chen through gritted teeth, saying, "You brat, you've got guts. After ambushing me, you didn't even run away. I swear I'll tear you apart and feed your minced flesh to my coffin spirit." With that, the flat-headed man waved his hand, summoning a silver coffin just like Yi Chen did. As the coffin opened, a giant red centipede with transparent wings on its back, standing 4 meters tall, rose up instantly and roared at Yi Chen. "Blood poison centipede. Poison rain. Puppet ghost spider. Thread blade." The two men shouted coldly, without hesitation, commanding their coffins to attack Yi Chen and Chi-Chi directly. The blood poison centipede suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a circle of dark green venom towards the two, attempting to cover the area and block their escape route. Meanwhile, the puppet ghost spider shot a black thread gleaming with a metallic sheen towards Yi Chen's head. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression turned serious. These two men facing him were indeed experienced coffin keepers who had been lurking in the end of days town for a long time, sealing off his escape route with their first move. Any slight mistake could result in him being injured by these two attacks. Chi-Chi used the void drawing symbol to block the venom. Yi Chen furrowed his brows and instructed. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi pointed her sword with one hand, quickly cast a spell, and drew a chilling charm that flew towards the venom in the air. At the same time, Yi Chen's figure lowered, and his palms emitted a wave of spiritual power that directly summoned a silver coffin, leaning diagonally in front of him. He was prepared for the worst. If Chi-Chi couldn't block the venom, he would have to rely on the silver coffin for protection. The next moment, crack, ding, 2 bursts of sound rang out. The chilling charm exploded upon contact with the venom, instantly freezing all the venom into ice blocks that fell to the ground. The black thread shot by the puppet ghost spider was blocked by the silver coffin, emitting a crisp buzzing sound. These 2 attacks were completely neutralized. They posed no threat whatsoever. Chi-Chi. Well done. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, patted Chi-Chi's head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Upon hearing Yi Chen's praise, Chi-Chi quickly raised her head, blinked her eyes, and made an extremely cute response. Ding! Your coffin spirit, resurrected child receives praise, intimacy increased by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, intimacy with resurrected child increased to 55, obedient to the user. The sudden system notification made Yi Chen momentarily stunned. Intimacy increased by 5 points? Thinking about the upcoming system task, Yi Chen became somewhat impatient. I need to quickly deal with these 2 guys, level up as soon as possible, and claim the system rewards. Yi Chen thought to himself. Even with the system, he dared not slack off in the slightest. After all, an undeveloped coffin keeper could be crushed at any time. To survive in this world, he must continue to grow stronger. Damn, this kid actually knows how to use a coffin for defense. He's got some brains after all. I didn't expect a mere little zombie to withstand my pet's poison rain. What bad luck! 2 grumbling voices sounded. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stood the summoned silver coffin upright, then took a step forward, staring coldly at the 2 men. Any more tricks? If not, then it's my turn. Yi Chen said calmly. The flat-headed man, upon hearing this, showed a cruel expression on his face and viciously said, courting death even at the end. Utterly arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly commanded the blood-poisoned centipede to charge towards Yi Chen. The other man, wary of Chi-Chi's blink step, did not act rashly but instead kept the puppet ghost spider by his side for defense. Kid, your little zombie is of low level, unable to break through the shell of my blood-poisoned centipede. Next, I will make you suffer, begging for death. The flat-headed man's ferocity was fully revealed, exuding extreme confidence. However, in the next moment, with a bang, the silver coffin lid in front of Yi Chen suddenly exploded, and a tall figure draped in black robes leaped out, charging straight towards the blood-poisoned centipede. Roar! The tyrant let out a roar, slashing directly at the blood-poisoned centipede, cracking its shell wide open. Then, fearlessly, it relentlessly pursued and attacked the blood-poisoned centipede larger than itself. Damn! How can this kid command 2 coffin spirits? Is this even real? The owner of the puppet ghost spider was astonished. Seeing this, the flat-headed man's eyes immediately showed a hint of fear. How is this possible? However, before the 2 could react, Yi Chen's voice turned cold as he said, Chi-Chi, use the cold disease ghost servant set on the tyrant. With these words, Chi-Chi erupted with extremely cold and pure energy, forming a soul exuding a chilling aura that followed beside the tyrant. The tyrant, being an intimate presence, could understand Yi Chen's thoughts clearly even without being spoken. It instantly closed in on the blood-poisoned centipede, fighting it to the death. With the assistance of the cold disease ghost servant, every strike of the tyrant's claws carried a large amount of cold air. In the blink of an eye, the blood-poisoned centipede was frozen into a bloody and fleshly ice sculpture, unable to move. Tyrant, kill it, Yi Chen said coldly. With these words, the tyrant quickly grabbed the frozen head of the blood-poisoned centipede with its claws, while a terrifying red energy orb appeared in its palm. Feeling this energy, the flat-headed man's hair stood on end, his face filled with horror. What skill is this? Why is it so terrifying? Another man's face also changed upon seeing this, hastily whispering, let's get out of here. It seems we can't afford to provoke this kid. But, what about my coffin spirit? What else can we do? Our lives are more important. With that, the 2 men turned and ran without looking back. At that moment, the energy in the tyrant's palm had accumulated completely, and a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky, instantly evaporating the blood-poisoned centipede on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the coffin spirit, LV. 14 blood-poisoned centipede, experience doubled, gained 600 experience points. Ding! Chi-Chi assisted in killing the coffin spirit, LV. 14 blood-poisoned centipede, experience doubled, gained 600 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, current level, LV. 6 servant. Next level requires 1050/1800 experience. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to LV. 2 servant. Next level requires 400 out of 440 experience. A series of notification sounds rang out, and a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He never expected to gain such rich experience by killing a higher level coffin spirit. It was a completely unexpected joy, incredibly satisfying. The experience from a LV14 coffin spirit is worth more than dozens of LV1 monsters. Yi Chen breathed heavily, watching the two fleeing men, a cold smile playing on his lips. Trying to run? Why not stay and let me farm you for experience? Tyrant, use charge, catch up and eliminate them. At that moment, Yi Chen directly commanded the tyrant to chase after the two frantically fleeing men. When the two looked back, they were instantly filled with fear, a sense of dread washing over them. Damn it! What's wrong with this zombie? Why is it so strong? The flat-headed man's face turned pale, filled with fear. Due to the death of the coffin spirit, the seal of the contract within them collapsed, resulting in a severe backlash. If caught by a tyrant, he wouldn't even have the right to resist. Seemingly having an idea, the burly man with a crew cut quickly said to his companion beside him, "Brother, we have a life and death bond. Whether I can survive this time depends entirely on you. If both of us run away, it's all over. Why don't you send your puppet ghost spider to hold off for a while, and once we shake off this zombie, we'll be safe." Another burly man, upon hearing this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If the zombie chasing him didn't have an acceleration skill, he would gladly take his companion with him. But now that his companion had lost his coffin spirit, it was as good as losing his value. In this dangerous situation, the other party was already injured and would undoubtedly become his burden. Even if he saved the other party, it would be meaningless. It was better to use the other's life to secure his own chance of survival. "Brother, you are stronger than me. Even if your coffin spirit is dead, my coffin spirit definitely can't stop that zombie. So what should we do? This is the only way now. We can't both meet our end here, right?" The burly man with a crew cut said with a grim expression, his eyes filled with despair. However, the next words from his companion gave him a glimmer of hope. "Brother, I have a way to escape without sacrificing my coffin spirit." The burly man with the crew cut became extremely excited upon hearing this. "What way? Tell me quickly. What way?" Of course, it's for you to die, brother. You son of a." Before he could finish cursing, the burly man with a crew cut felt a huge force on his leg. He saw his companion fiercely kick his shin, causing it to instantly fracture, and he fell to the ground. "Brother, we have a life and death bond. Thank you for saving my life." "Ha ha." The other burly man laughed heartily. Then they made a quick getaway. Too bad, one got away. Yi Chen watched as the burly man disappeared into the crowd and chose not to pursue him for the moment. Immediately, he made plans for the next step. "Tyrant, kill him, then bring the body over." Yi Chen pointed to the burly man with a crew cut lying on the ground. "No, you can't kill me." The burly man with a crew cut looked at the approaching tyrant in horror, desperately kicking his legs to retreat. But now he was disabled, and no matter how he tried to move back, he couldn't create distance from the tyrant. A few seconds later, the tyrant crushed the crew cut man's head with one hand. Then, dragging his body, he followed Yi Chen towards the inn. At that moment, the innkeeper standing at the inn's entrance, watching Yi Chen and the tyrant approaching, felt his scalp tingle. The next moment, with a powerful swing, the tyrant sent the crew-cut man's body flying like a rocket, crashing heavily into the inn. For a moment, the inn was filled with a strong smell of blood, resembling a hell on earth. Seeing this scene, the innkeeper's pupils dilated, his whole body trembling, a sense of moisture enveloping him. As the stench spread, he collapsed to the ground, trembling. "Young man, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Please spare me." The innkeeper wept bitterly, hoarsely pleading. He never expected Yi Chen, who seemed easy to bully, to be so powerful. He directly confronted and crushed two novice coffin keepers. Everything he had done before undoubtedly angered Yi Chen. Now that Yi Chen was holding him accountable, how could he not be terrified? "Right. Money." Seeming to remember something, the innkeeper hastily shouted to Yi Chen, "Young man, spare me. I can compensate you with money. I can compensate you a lot of money." Hearing the innkeeper willing to compensate, Yi Chen's eyebrows raised, a glint of cunning in his eyes, as he asked, "Are you willing to compensate me a lot of money?" "Yes. Yes." The innkeeper trembled. Yi Chen's interest was piqued at the words, a smile appearing on his face as he assessed the trembling innkeeper. For most people, money was a hard currency, able to buy a wide range of resources. Since the other party was willing to talk money, Yi Chen was willing to calm down and discuss. "You name the amount, and I'll see how much it is." 1 million. "Only 1 million? Yi Chen frowned, the smile disappearing from his face, and he said expressionlessly, 1 million is not enough, 5 million. "Okay." The innkeeper breathed a sigh of relief at the words and quickly agreed. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. He hadn't expected the other party to agree without hesitation. It seemed he had underestimated the innkeeper. Perhaps 5 million wasn't a significant amount in the innkeeper's hands. Indeed, those who can thrive in a place like this are either wealthy or powerful. Yi Chen thought to himself. A few minutes later, Yi Chen received the money and didn't linger. He then parked his heavy motorcycle near the inn, instructing the innkeeper to look after it. At the same time, he searched the bald man's body but found nothing valuable. He then left the inn, walking towards the high ground at the entrance to the distant Doomsday Valley. At the inn's entrance, the innkeeper watched Yi Chen's departing figure, a flash of malice in his eyes. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, making a creaking sound, wishing he could devour Yi Chen alive. This kid dares to extort me. How can I swallow this anger? I'll go to the ghost-seeking tomb expedition later and offer a hefty reward for you. I don't believe you can walk out of Doomsday Valley. I want you to have money to spend but no life to enjoy it. Ha ha ha. An hour later, Yi Chen ran along the wide Qingshui River outside the small town, arriving at the lush high ground near the edge of the Doomsday Valley. Feeling the refreshing wind on the mountaintop, he looked out and saw a vast canyon on the high ground, spanning a width of 2 kilometers. In the middle of the canyon flowed a winding massive river. Along the river's edge stretched a vast plain, obscured by towering mountains on both sides. Nearby, the Qingshui River cascaded down a cliff on the high ground, forming a spectacular waterfall that rushed towards the massive river in the canyon, merging into one. If Yi Chen didn't know the valley was known as the Doomsday, he might have marveled at the spectacular sight. However, upon closer observation, he noticed the valley exuded a sense of desolation everywhere. Countless dilapidated buildings collapsed on the distant plain, the land appearing dull and lifeless. The massive river shimmered with a dark red hue under the sunlight. All of this indicated that the valley had suffered a catastrophic event. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded. Yi Chen turned to see 3 young men and women appearing on the path on the high ground. Among them, a woman stood out with her stunning looks, red lips slightly parted, tall and slender figure. Especially eye-catching were her snow-white long legs. She wore an exquisite long black leather coat and black high-heeled boots, exuding a strong aura. Walking beside her was a young man in a white long shirt, wearing thin-rimmed black glasses, carrying a backpack, looking polite and cultured. Leading the way was a slim young man carrying a golden coffin on his back, wearing a brown vest, scouting ahead. The slim young man surveyed the surroundings, chewing on a blade of grass, looking extremely agitated. When he saw Yi Chen, he was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy, and he hurried over, panting, and asked, "Brother, are you also going to the Doomsday Valley to bury the dead?" Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows as he saw the situation, his eyes narrowing slightly, showing a vigilant expression. In the wilderness, the most terrifying thing is not monsters, but people. Moreover, being provoked repeatedly in a single day, Yi Chen would not take lightly the sudden appearance of the lean young man. "So, what do you want?" Yi Chen asked calmly. The lean young man quickly spat out the grass stalk he had in his mouth, revealing a friendly smile, and tossed a cigarette from his pocket to Yi Chen. Then, pointing to his 2 companions behind him, he said with a smile, "Brother, the 3 of us came from Jiangnan City. Being new here, we are not quite sure how to enter this valley and almost got lost in these mountain roads. Could you guide us or show us a shortcut?" "Oh, you came from Jiangnan City?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Jiangnan City, as the largest base city in the central region of Daxia, naturally had many secret places for coffin bearers to train. These people coming all the way to Maple Peak City, and even to the Endless Valley, the lowest level dangerous place, clearly had a purpose. Sensing Yi Chen's doubt, the lean young man explained earnestly, "Brother, to be honest with you, we are aspiring intermediate coffin bearers. Our coffin spirits have reached the conditions for evolution and are lacking a core material for the evolution of the corpse clan. So, we came to the Endless Valley to explore resources in the valley's secrets." "I see." Yi Chen nodded. Before coming, he had already thoroughly researched the road to the Endless Valley, and being not directionally challenged, he was quite adept at recognizing the way. He then pointed to a narrow stone gate downhill not far from the high ground and said, "See that stone gate? The narrow mountain path on the left side of the gate leads directly to the bottom of the Endless Valley, but it's extremely steep. Of course, you can also choose the spacious mountain path on the right side. In that case, you'll need to go around the high ground and may only reach the valley bottom after dark." After listening to Yi Chen's words, the lean man quickly thanked him. "Thank you, brother." The other man and woman also nodded slightly at Yi Chen to express their gratitude. "By the way, brother, why don't you come with us? That way, we can take care of you. After all, being a lone beginner coffin bearer in such a place is quite dangerous." The lean man thought for a moment and invited Yi Chen to join them. The bespectacled young man also smiled lightly. "Friend, I think what Monkey said makes sense. With the 3 of us, we can easily kill any monsters we encounter. As for the bodies of those monsters, you can handle them as you wish. How about that?" These three individuals were quite powerful, seeming like wealthy youths, and showed no malice, instead being extremely friendly. After being invited back and forth by the two, Yi Chen eventually pondered for a while and agreed. Along the way, the lean young man seemed very familiar, striking up conversations with Yi Chen from time to time. This allowed Yi Chen to get to know them as well. The three of them were from the Town Gate Academy in Jiangnan City, all second-year students and exceptionally outstanding. The cold and elegant girl was named Linine, contracted with a C-grade coffin spirit named White Phantom. Their purpose in coming to the Endless Valley this time was to help her find evolution materials. The bespectacled young man was named Qin Dong, also contracted with a C-grade coffin spirit, but his coffin spirit had already completed its first evolution. As for the lean young man, named Ho Zijie, he contracted with a monkey coffin spirit. And the three of them shared a common trait, being directionally challenged, unable to find their way even with a map. Soon after, the four of them finally arrived at the bottom of the Endless Valley. As dusk approached, the high ground blocked the sunlight, casting a dimness around, with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere within a few hundred meters. The moment Yi Chen stepped in, he felt a strong stench mixed in the breeze, making him furrow his brows involuntarily. Damn, miscalculated. Seems like I forgot to bring a gas mask. Monkey pinched his nose, regretting. Adong, check the spatial backpack, see if there's anything like a nose plug. I don't have. Let's hurry and leave, the smell seems to be coming from nearby. It'll be better once we're out of here, Qin Dong said, pressing his nose with the back of his hand. The two seemed to detest the smell and were eager to escape. Linine, compared to the two, seemed more composed. Her brows furrowed, saying nothing, just silently enduring the putrid odor. Although she had contracted with zombies and seen many decaying corpses, she still felt disgusted by this intense smell. Soon, Monkey remembered the cigarettes in his pocket, a smile appearing on his face as he quickly handed one to each of them. Here, put the cigarette in your nose, it'll help reduce the smell. With that, Monkey lit the cigarettes, inserted them into their nostrils. Just as he was about to light Yi Chen's cigarette, suddenly, a strange roar echoed from nearby. In the next moment, dozens of figures, rotten and eerie, crawled out of a dark pit 100 meters away, their white eyes and decaying bodies looking repulsive. Sensing the fire in Monkey's hand, they opened their mouths, revealing menacing teeth, staggering towards the group. Damn, the monsters here are really dense. Encountering so many right after entering the valley? Monkey, startled, quickly extinguished the lighter. With lingering fear, said, quickly summon the phantom to get rid of them. I'm sure you'd be happy to. Linine, watching the group of zombies, her beautiful eyes widened, a hint of excitement flashing, her desire for battle soaring. Haven't killed monsters in half a month, today, I must let the phantom have its fill. Linine licked her red lips, a smile playing on her face, as she exuded waves of spiritual power, ready to summon the coffin spirit. Yi Chen, let's stay back. Lin Yin's coffin spirit enjoys slaughtering monsters, be careful not to get splattered with the toxic blood and flesh. Qin Dong quickly warned Yi Chen, retreating towards the back. Just then, Yi Chen took a few steps forward, standing in front of Linine. Then he turned to her and said calmly, let me handle these monsters. Hearing this, Linine raised an eyebrow, the smile fading from her face, looking at Yi Chen in confusion. Are you sure? Yes, Yi Chen nodded. Damn, brother, don't be silly. You, a tier 3 novice gravekeeper, might not be able to handle these dozen low-level mutated zombies. Let Yin handle it. Yeah, Yi Chen. Although you're here for training, you definitely can't handle so many zombies. If you get infected, you'll be waiting for death. Monkey and Qin Dong quickly advised. They had promised to help Yi Chen deal with troubles along the way, but that didn't mean they would babysit him. If he insisted on going, they would at most advise him, not intervene forcibly, as it was Yi Chen's own choice. In their view, adults should take responsibility for their decisions. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Yi Chen said calmly in response to their advice. Hearing this, Monkey could only shake his head helplessly, saying, alright then, take care of yourself. Linine remained silent, decisively retracting her spiritual power and turning to walk away. When he's injured, we strike. Once we pass this point, we'll part ways with him. Qin Dong adjusted his glasses and whispered. The three exchanged glances and nodded. As the group of zombies drew closer, the three no longer held any hope for Yi Chen. In their eyes, a gravekeeper with extremely weak spiritual power, only at the level of a low-tier 3-star, even if summoning a coffin spirit, would not exceed level 6 at most. And facing this group of low-level zombies, a level 6 coffin spirit would definitely not be able to win, and might even be torn to pieces. Yi Chen, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die by not acting? Monkey couldn't help but loudly remind. However, he was unaware that Yi Chen was considering something. Should I summon Chi-Chi? Or summon Tyrant? Or summon both together? Yi Chen was conflicted. If he chose Chi-Chi in front of these three, summoning the ancient crystal coffin might shock them. If he summoned both together, they might be stunned. After all, even Elder Chen felt his scalp tingle when Yi Chen simultaneously summoned two coffin spirits. Forget it, let's use Tyrant first. After we separate from them later, then summon both, Yi Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power emanated from him, golden light flashed in his hand, and a hexagram formation quickly formed on the ground. Following that, a huge silver coffin burst out of the ground, from which a terrifying figure leaped out. Seeing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he confidently said, "Tyrant, crush them for me." At his command, Tyrant roared and charged towards the group of corpses like a speeding truck. Tyrant was like a tiger among sheep, each strike crushing one or two zombies. Flesh, blood, debris, and broken bones flew everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, over a dozen terrifying zombies vanished, leaving only a pile of limbs and arms. The three were astonished, gasping in disbelief. "Monkey, how is he so fierce?" "Shindong, he's more than 10 times stronger than we were as beginners." "Lin, wow. His great D coffin spirit Tyrant unexpectedly has such power, comparable to the shadow from back then." Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV. For Abyssal Zombie, experience doubled, gained 60 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV. For Abyssal Zombie, experience doubled, gained 60 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV. For Abyssal Zombie, experience doubled, gained 60 experience points. Ding! Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has been promoted to level 7 servant. Experience required for next level 30/2240. Ding! Congratulations, host, your spiritual power has slightly increased. A series of notifications sounded, and Yi Chen felt extremely content. A large amount of experience. Mass killing is so satisfying. Leveling up is like riding a rocket. Just a dozen or so zombies in this wave, and Tyrant has already reached level 7. With a bit more effort, killing all the monsters along the way. Could he not reach level 10 in a day? After all, the three behind him, so outstanding, had only reached the quasi-mid-tier level after 2 years at the academy. This made Yi Chen even more convinced of one thing, that only he could gain experience by killing monsters, others couldn't. And others could only cultivate coffin spirits by utilizing resources. Damn, Yi Chen. Are you cheating? You actually used a level 6 mutant zombie to kill them all? Monkey said in shock. The other two beside him had different expressions, some shocked, some approving. Shindong remembered the reminder he had just given to Yi Chen, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. No wonder you are confident in dealing with these zombies alone. You are really strong. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile and modestly said, "Just killing a few low-level zombies, nothing worth mentioning." Monkey and Shindong felt a twitch in the corner of their eyes upon hearing this. "You are so Versailles, does your family know?" At this moment, Linian walked up to Yi Chen, gazing directly at him, her red lips slightly parted as if she had something to say. The next moment, a captivating smile bloomed on her cold and elegant face. "Among people of the same age group, I thought besides me, no one could cultivate zombies to this level. Yi Chen, you are impressive, and your coffin spirits are not weak either. If you have time, we can exchange experiences." With that, Linian took out her phone, wanting to exchange contact information with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, taken aback, did not refuse and also took out his phone to add her as a friend. "Tsk tisk Yi Chen, you are something. It's the first time I've seen Yin Jie take the initiative to ask for someone's contact information. You better seize the opportunity." Monkey nudged Yi Chen with his elbow, wearing a sly smile that seemed quite lewd. "Ahem, Monkey. Some things are better left unsaid, keep them to yourself." Qin Dong pointed towards Linian. Monkey turned to look and saw a hint of killing intent in Linian's eyes, feeling a chill run from his feet to his head. Yinjia, I'm sorry." He quickly moved to the other side of Yi Chen, his face showing fear. In his opinion, Linian wouldn't scold him in front of Yi Chen. Indeed, Linian made no move, and her eyes returned to normal in an instant. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Yi Chen, there may be zombie crystals in the zombies' brains, you can go check it out." Linian glanced at Yi Chen, reminding him, these crystals can enhance the skill advancement of the zombie clan's coffin spirits, which will be very useful for you. After speaking, she slowly took out a dagger from her waist and handed it to Yi Chen. "Thank you." Yi Chen nodded, took the dagger, and disregarded the severed limbs and putrid smell in front of him, walking up to the mutilated zombie bodies and cutting open their heads with the dagger. Soon, Yi Chen opened 2 zombie bodies but couldn't find any zombie crystals. However, as he searched the third one, the dagger hit a hard object in the zombie's head like a stone. Could this be a zombie crystal? Yi Chen's face lit up with surprise. Without hesitation, he split the zombie's head in half with a single stroke. A pure colorless rhombus crystal dropped out. Indeed, it's a zombie crystal. At that moment, the properties of the colorless crystal appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Zombie Crystal Core, first tier, contains a small amount of virus energy. When absorbed by a zombie coffin spirit, it can increase the advancement of a random first tier skill by 5%. To be able to increase the skill advancement by 5%? If the tyrant absorbs hundreds of these, won't it elevate all ordinary skills to the second tier? Yi Chen felt excited at the thought. After all, except for the skill of transcending matter, all other skills of the tyrant were just ordinary first tier skills. If all its skills were upgraded to the second tier, coupled with the divine necromancer talent, the tyrant could easily slaughter monsters of several levels without using transcending matter. Thinking of this, Yi Chen quickly picked up the crystal with the dagger and threw it towards the tyrant beside him. The tyrant caught the crystal, stuffed it into its mouth, and swallowed it directly. It then let out a deep roar, appearing extremely excited. And at that moment, the system sound rang out again. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the first order zombie crystal core, skill, rend, advancement increased by 5%. Ding! Congratulations, host! When the tyrant advances the skill level, there is an epiphany, skill, rend, advancement increases by an additional 10%. Ding! Since the host is using cultivation materials to enhance the coffin spirit for the first time, unlock the achievement of nurturing zombies. Reward coffin spirit talent, virus absorption. Virus absorption can absorb all viruses, permanently enhancing physical attributes. Damn! Just absorbed a zombie crystal core. The rewards are unexpectedly generous. Yi Chen was extremely shocked. This is going to be so cool. What is most abundant in the Doomsday Valley, full of zombies and mutant beasts? It's viruses. Even a random zombie will definitely carry corpse poison. It can be imagined how terrifying the talent of virus absorption is. Originally, the tyrant's physical fitness was already outstanding, and now with the addition of virus absorption, it's like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Yi Chen looked around at the scattered limbs and said with a hint of excitement in his voice, "Tyrant, see if there are any viruses to absorb. If there are, absorb them all." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others looked surprised. Absorb viruses? Lin Yin widened her eyes, her red lips slightly parted, incredulously asking, "Yi Chen, is your coffin spirit really this kind of talent?" "Yes, any problem?" Yi Chen turned his head, smilingly replied. Lin Yin didn't say anything more, but a huge wave surged in her heart. The monkey beside her was shocked and exclaimed, "Damn, brother, this is a big deal. Do you know that absorbing strengthening talents usually only appear on S-level coffin spirits? But you, a C-level tyrant, actually have this talent. This is simply beyond belief." Qin Dong also nodded in praise. "Indeed, the hidden potential of your tyrant is quite extraordinary. It's enough to rival Lin Yin's white shadow." "Oh, why are you guys making such a big deal out of it? It's just a normal talent, no need to be so surprised." Yi Chen's face suddenly calmed down, then looked at the three of them strangely and said seriously. Upon hearing this, the three couldn't help but twitch their temples, gritting their teeth, looking eager to beat Yi Chen. They just wanted to say one thing: "You're going to get it for being so arrogant." Soon, the tyrant arrived in front of a bloody and fleshly zombie body. This body was in a pitiful state, with thick black blood constantly dripping from it. It seemed that the tyrant sensed the virus it needed in the black blood, slowly raising one arm. The next moment, the dark red veins hidden in the tyrant's arm, like twisted poisonous snakes, instantly shot out of the tyrant's arm and pierced straight into the zombie's body oozing black blood. With a twitch of the dark red veins, the zombie's body became withered, like a mummy, and the black blood flowing on the ground had also disappeared. Roar! The tyrant waved its claws and roared towards the sky, looking extremely excited. At this moment, its originally gray-white huge claws even emitted a faint metallic luster on the surface. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie virus, and the claws have been slightly strengthened. The system's voice sounded, and Yi Chen felt full of energy. So cool! I didn't expect that every moment in this dangerous place would be about improvement. A few minutes later, after the tyrant absorbed the nearby viruses, there were slight changes in its muscles, claws, veins, and other aspects. The most significant change was its size, reaching about 2 meters in height. And overall, it looked much stronger than before, exuding a strong sense of oppression. This once again greatly shocked Lin Yin and the others. In their opinion, if the tyrant continued to grow like this, even if he didn't reach the level of an S-class coffin spirit, he could at least compete with an A-class coffin spirit. "Tyrant, I found something good for you again. Come over here quickly." Yi Chen waved towards the nearby tyrant. He had just finished dealing with the brains of this pile of zombies and had dug out a total of 3 zombie crystal nuclei from them. The output was roughly around 1/5. In other words, to gather 100 crystal nuclei to upgrade all of the tyrant's skills to the second tier, he would need to kill at least hundreds of zombies. Although there were many zombies in the Doomsday Valley, this was still a beginner's dangerous area. Many coffin keepers who came here to level up were as common as ants, inevitably leading to monster-stealing incidents. It seems a bit difficult to upgrade all of the tyrant's skills to the second tier. I need to find an area with fewer people and more monsters, Yi Chen thought to himself. He then directly threw the crystal nuclei towards the approaching tyrant. The tyrant took 2 zombie crystal nuclei, without any hesitation, and swallowed them directly. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie crystal nucleus. First tier, skill, primary healing, advancement degree increased by 3%. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie crystal nucleus. First tier, skill, charge, advancement degree increased by 1%. Why didn't the advancement degree increase more for the first crystal nucleus this time? Could it be because the energy in each crystal nucleus is different? Yi Chen frowned, pondering. Although the advancement this time was not much, he was not dissatisfied at all, because this was only on the outer edge of the Doomsday Valley. If he went further inside, he might obtain more crystal nuclei. Open the tyrant's attribute panel. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Coffin Spirit, First Generation Tyrant T002 Type, Tyrant, Race, Undead Level, LV. 7 Servant Level, Levels 1 to 19, Experience, 30/2240 Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, Upper Limit Level 39, Talents, Comprehensive Virus Enhancement, Virus Absorption Skills, Devastating Strike Charge, First Tier, Advancement 1%, Rend, First Tier, Advancement 15%, Primary Healing, First Tier, Advancement 3%, Transcendental Material Penetration, 8th Tier, Unique Skill, Release of Restraint Defects, None Intimacy Level, 100, Loyal to Protect the Master, Current Status, Excited Evolution Potential, 1 time, can view Evolution Path at Level 19, Introduction, from the City of the Apocalypse. A rare powerful monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength, and limited potential. Indeed, there have been some changes in the skills column, Yi Chen exclaimed with joy. However, when he saw that the evolution path was still in an unsearchable state, he furrowed his brows tightly. Forget it. I still need to level up quickly. When I reach level 19, I want to see what the tyrant can evolve into. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Yi Chen, along with Lin Yin and the others, had walked for over 4 hours and arrived at a small hill far from the riverbank, preparing to set up a tent and rest for the night. This was already the middle section of the Doomsday Valley. If they continued further in, the levels of the monsters would reach around 15, and even Lin Yin and the others needed to be more vigilant, not letting their guard down in the slightest. However, during this period, Lin Yin and the others were quite relaxed. Along the way, Yi Chen seemed like a battle maniac, always charging ahead as the strongest, slaughtering all the mutant beasts and zombies they encountered. At first, the 3 of them thought Yi Chen was diligent and warlike, but as time passed, they became increasingly alarmed. It wasn't just because of the shocking changes in the tyrant's physique. What terrified them the most was Yi Chen, and the tyrant's aura steadily grew stronger amidst the continuous battles. At first, Yi Chen made the tyrant feel a severe depletion of spiritual power and breathlessness when using skills. But now, he could effortlessly make the tyrant go wild with skills without breaking a sweat. Soon, Monkey and Xin Dong were arranged by Lin Yin to set up tents. Meanwhile, Yi Chen climbed to the top of a huge rock on the hillside, lay down, and gazed up at the starry sky. In just over 4 hours, the tyrant has reached level 9, and the advancement of skills has also increased significantly. This speed is a bit terrifying. Perhaps in the next few days, I have the opportunity to raise both the tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 15 or above, Yi Chen pondered. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Shortly after, a graceful figure appeared beside Yi Chen. Turning to look, he saw an exquisitely cold face examining him. Are you here to stargaze too? Yi Chen blurted out unexpectedly. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow at his words, pursed her lips, a puzzled expression on her face, a hint of confusion in her eyes, momentarily unsure how to respond. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yi Chen quickly cleared his throat and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Yes. What is it?" "I think your methods of nurturing the coffin spirits are much stronger than mine." Lin Yin's voice was enchanting, tinged with anticipation. "So I'd like to discuss with you about the evolution path of my coffin spirit, White Phantom. I hope you can give me some advice to see which path is more suitable." "Discussing the evolution path of the coffin spirit with me?" Hearing Lin Yin's words, Yi Chen felt a bit puzzled. He hadn't expected that she would accidentally find the right person. With the presence of the broken evil golden eyes, he could clearly view the evolution path of any coffin spirit that met the evolution conditions. Would you mind releasing the coffin spirit for me to see? Yi Chen didn't refuse, his tone filled with anticipation. After all, it's not often you come across a sea-level zombie sealed in a golden profound coffin. He was also curious to see what White Phantom looked like, but most importantly, he wanted to know the evolution path and the resources needed for evolution. At this moment, upon Yi Chen's immediate agreement, Linin wasted no time and began summoning the coffin. A surge of spiritual power emanated from her hands, forming a hexagram array gradually on the giant rock. Come out, Karina. Someone seems eager to see you. Lin Yin's tone carried a hint of playfulness, a captivating smile suddenly appearing on her lips. She seemed to anticipate the expression Yi Chen would have when he saw what was coming next, because every time White Phantom appeared, it brought a highly shocking visual impact to many men. This impact, described in 2 words, was sexy. Yi Chen looked at Lin Yin in confusion, then sat up straight, puzzled. Meanwhile, the golden coffin summoned by Lin Yin had emerged from the array and stood directly in front of Yi Chen. As the coffin lid opened, a white figure slowly stepped out. Clad in a tight-fitting deep V-neck nurse uniform with a white cap, its devilish curves were alluring, accentuated by its perfectly straight and round long legs. Paired with heels over 10 centimeters high, the figure was exceptionally tall and slender. Although the zombie's skin was slightly pale with faint black veins visible, its overall appearance exuded a unique beauty that stirred the heart. Holy crap! It's actually a nurse zombie? Yi Chen's face showed a surprised expression. Then he stared straight at the White Phantom, as if he was mesmerized. Coffin Spirit, White Phantom, Karina, Race, Undead Level, LV. 20 Provisional Guardian Level ranges from 21 to 29, Seal Level, C-Grade Golden Profound Coffin, level cap at 49, Talent, Blade Claws, possesses extremely strong cutting ability, Phantom, Agility, Movement Speed, Reaction Time, and Jumping Ability in combat are increased 5-fold, Skills, Swift Leap, Tier 2, Corpse Poison Injection, Claw Shadow Strike, Tier 2, Fox Step, Basic Stealth, Target Lock Ultimate Skill, Phantom Assault, Self-Etherealization for a certain duration, entering stealth mode and reducing all damage taken. Upon deactivating stealth mode, boosts the Phantom talent by 300% until the end of the battle. Weakness, Limited Strength Intimacy Level, 82, Extremely Obedient, Current Status, Evolution Conditions met, Eager for Battle Evolution Potential, 2 times, Evolution Paths can be checked. Introduction, hailing from the city of Doomsday. An agile master among the undead, elusive as the wind, possessing exceptional linguistic abilities. Moderate strength, average attack power. Truly deserving of the golden tier coffin spirit. Its long legs and perfect slender figure granted unparalleled speed and agility, making it nearly impossible for targeted enemies to escape its pursuit. Although its nail claws are only about 20 centimeters long and have limited destructive power, they are modified from surgical knives, incredibly sharp and can compensate for the lack of attack power. This is simply a natural-born killer. If the White Phantom directly attacks the Gravekeeper during wilderness battles, it would be quite hard to defend against. Yi Chen was secretly amazed, giving the White Phantom quite a favorable evaluation. Generally, conflicts between Gravekeepers are resolved through battles between their respective coffin spirits to determine the victor, without endangering the Gravekeepers' lives. However, in the face of irreconcilable conflicts, Gravekeepers will not only control their coffin spirits to protect themselves but also try every means to have their coffin spirits target the opponent's Gravekeeper's life. This means that not only must the coffin spirit be strong, but the Gravekeeper must also have a clear mind. If a fool were to contract an S-tier coffin spirit and encountered a speed-type coffin spirit like the White Phantom, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Of course, coffin spirits above S-tier are legendary existences, which Yi Chen has only seen online. These coffin spirits can only be described as abnormal and possess extremely strong autonomy. As long as they can be contracted, even if the Gravekeeper is truly foolish, they can eventually become a powerful force. Yi Chen looked at the White Phantom's attributes, feeling a hint of danger creeping into his heart. If the enemy encountered earlier was Lin Yin, he might have met his end with a slight carelessness. Now that I have Tyrant and 7, I have both damage output and auxiliary healing. The next coffin spirit must be able to protect me safely. It's best if it's a possession type. Just then, Lin Yin, watching Yi Chen frown in thought, raised her eyebrows and asked, Yi Chen, what are you thinking about? I'm just a little surprised. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. Your White Phantom is very strong, with terrifying speed. Oh, you could tell at a glance. Have you seen the Undead Coffin Spirit Illustrated Handbook? Yi Chen, looking bewildered, said, is there such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Lin Yin was slightly stunned, then stared at Yi Chen without blinking, as if trying to see if he was lying. However, she didn't detect any signs of deception from Yi Chen, which made her feel somewhat disappointed. You haven't even seen the Undead Coffin Spirit illustrated handbook. It seems he may not be able to give me useful advice. Lin felt a little disappointed in her heart. Just then, Yi Chen's calm voice rang in Lin Yin's ears. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you tell me about your plans? Hearing the voice slowly approaching her ears, Lin nodded and began to speak slowly. According to the Necro Clan Coffin Spirit Guide, the White Phantom has only two fixed evolution paths. One is called Painful Baby, and the other is called Fearful Baby. Both of these evolution paths will make Karina stronger, but depending on the path, her abilities will also be adjusted. Painful Baby retains the White Phantom's skills but enhances the necrosis, increases flexibility, enables long-range attacks on enemies, and inflicts negative effects using necrosis. Fearful Baby gains fear-related talents, strengthens the body, and significantly increases attack power. After saying this, Lin took a deep breath and said seriously, I remember someone once overturned the information in the Necroclan Guide and discovered a new evolution path for the White Phantom. This path is called Bloodied Angel and is much stronger than the previous two paths. However, that person never passed down the materials needed for Bloodied Angel before they died. So, I am probably out of luck with this evolution path. Listening to Lin Yin's words, a barely perceptible light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he looked at the White Phantom once again. The evolution path panel for the White Phantom instantly appeared. Painful Baby, Normal, a sexy virus queen carrying a deadly virus. Evolution materials required, Heart of Pain, Necro, Antivirus Mask, Potent Virus, Zombie Crystal Core *1, Tier 3, Fearful Baby, Normal, Devilish Figure, Demonic Face, Symbol of Fear. Evolution materials required, Heart of Fear, Necro, Hemostatic Bandage, Bone Cutting Dagger, Zombie Crystal Core *1, Tier 3, Bloodied Angel, Hidden, Rare, a Crazed Killing Machine. Evolution materials required, Heart of Slaughter, Necro, Succubus Tail, Blade of Bloodshed, Zombie Crystal Core *3, Tier 3, to evolve into a Bloodied Angel, it requires a Succubus Tail? Doesn't that mean becoming a hybrid of zombie and demon? No wonder it's stronger than the other two evolution paths. Yi Chen was astonished in his heart. Seemingly realizing something, he looked at Lin Yin with a hesitant expression. What's wrong, Yi Chen? Lin Yin asked in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen's tone became serious as he said, Do you have any photos or videos of the Bloodied Angel? If so, I feel we can deduce the evolution materials needed based on its appearance. Of course. Lin Yin nodded eagerly, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. She quickly took out her phone and opened a video about the Bloodied Angel. Watching the video, Yi Chen's eyes twitched involuntarily. The scene was so familiar. In the video, a zombie with long legs, wearing a blood-red nurse uniform and exuding a mist of blood, dragged a long demonic tail. Wielding a side-like blade, it was hunting down a group of mercenaries with guns. The mercenaries were fleeing in panic, only to be swiftly slaughtered by the Bloodied Angel. Heart of Slaughter, Succubus Tail, Blade of Bloodshed, and several Tier 3 zombie crystal cores. Yi Chen turned to Lin Yin, not hiding anything, and said directly. Hearing Yi Chen's sudden words, Lin Yin felt a bit bewildered and momentarily unable to react. Her face filled with astonishment. What are you talking about? The materials needed to evolve into a Bloodied Angel. How? How did you figure it out? Just from this video alone? If I said it's my talent, would you believe me? This is too unbelievable, Yi Chen. Lin Yin was incredulous, taking a sharp intake of breath. Although she was well aware that the evolution materials needed by the coffin spirit could be judged by its appearance, there were often deviations. If the wrong materials were used and the coffin spirit's evolution failed, it would be a wasted opportunity. Initially, she didn't hold much hope. Even if she guessed one or two evolution materials, she didn't dare to try. But Yi Chen, after watching a video for a while, listed all the evolution materials, which left her shocked. With this in mind, Lin Yin quickly took a deep breath, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes, then slowly approached Yi Chen, trying to see if he was playing with her. However, Yi Chen's eyes were calm, as if stating facts. Yi Chen, I accept your suggestion. Sister will follow it. I will prepare those materials you mentioned. If what you said is true and Karina really evolves into the Blood Angel, then I, Lin Yin, owe you a huge favor. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Chen, excitement evident in her tone. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Yin indifferently and said expressionlessly, There's no need to owe me a favor. I need money, how about just giving me cash? Alright, if Karina really evolves into the Blood Angel, I'll give you $1 billion as a thank you fee. How does that sound? Then I'll thank the rich lady in advance. As Yi Chen and Lin Yin finished discussing the evolution path of the White Phantom, Monkey and Xin Dong were setting up a tent nearby. In the wilderness, especially in dangerous areas, most coffin keepers rarely choose to spend the night outside. They dared to set up a tent directly where monsters roamed, showing great confidence in their abilities. Just then, Monkey's stomach growled. He frowned and turned to Chin Dong, saying, "Donzi, are you hungry?" Chin Dong nodded lightly in response. "How about we go out hunting? I heard the mutant beast meat in the Doomsday Valley is excellent. I think it would be a pity not to try it. Now that you mention it, I'd like to give it a try too." Chin Dong adjusted his glasses, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Soon, the two found a pile of firewood nearby, moved it to a large rock where Yi Chen and Lin Yin were, and lit the fire. Yi Chen, Donzi and I are going out to hunt some mutant beasts. We'll come back later for a barbecue, Monkey said excitedly. As if remembering something, Monkey quickly added, "Keep an eye on the fire here, don't let it go out. Otherwise, if we can't find our way back later, it'll be a disaster." "Alright, you guys go and come back early. Be careful not to go too far. If there's a special situation, just shoot a signal flare, and I'll come to support you." Lin nodded in agreement after some thought. "Don't worry, Ian, Donzi and I, as long as we don't encounter a horde of monsters, even if we come across a level 30 monster, we can safely retreat." Monkey bowed confidently, brimming with self-assurance. Chin Dong also nodded slightly, a look of confidence in his eyes. "We'll be back soon after a quick trip, you guys wait here for our good news." With that, the two summoned their coffin spirits and headed towards the nearby forest. As the two left, Yi Chen and Lin fell into silence for a moment, each lying on a rock looking up at the starry sky, lost in their own thoughts. On the other side of the Blood River, 6 figures carrying coffins appeared silently. These 6 exuded a strong aura of death, their eyes gleaming with ghostly light, appearing terrifying like evil spirits. One of them held a telescope, observing Yi Chen and Lin on the rocks from afar. "Vice Captain, those 2 young men who seem a bit threatening have already left. Only the target and another seemingly fragile woman were left. Should we make a move now?" The man holding the telescope spoke up. The deputy leader, upon hearing this, revealed a cruel smile on his face and said, "We've been tracking these 4 guys for 2 hours, and finally, we have a chance to strike." He then turned to several members of the group and said, "Brothers, that kid named Yi Chen has 3 clients offering a reward for his head. We must kill him at the first opportunity. If the woman next to him dares to interfere, show no mercy, just kill her. With the leader backing us up, even if we provoke a powerful force, we will be safe." "Deputy leader, what if those 2 young men come back?" Don't worry. Before they return, that kid's head will have already rolled. If the 6 of us mid-level coffin keepers can't take down that kid quickly, then we might as well disband the ghost-seeking toon group right here." The evening breeze was quiet, and the silver moon was cool. Although there was occasionally a hint of a foul smell in the air, it didn't affect Yi Chen's leisurely mood at all. At this moment, Yi Chen was quietly lying on a rock, his mind already sinking quietly into the Covenant space. Perhaps due to the use of the template, Chi-Chi's character seemed extremely obedient. Not far away, the tyrant sat on the ground as usual, lost in thought. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, sat on the tyrant's shoulder, hugging its head in sound asleep. Sensing Yi Chen's presence, the tyrant quickly raised its head. Then it slowly extended a clawless hand, gently scratching Chi-Chi while emitting a low sound. Chi-Chi yawned, as if not fully awake, reluctantly rubbed her eyes. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Chen's lips as he waved and said, "Chi-Chi, come here." Hearing the familiar voice, Chi-Chi, who was initially a bit lazy, immediately perked up. Supporting the tyrant's head, she bent her legs slightly, stepped on the tyrant's shoulder, and jumped towards Yi Chen. In the next moment, her figure swiftly passed through the air and appeared on Yi Chen's shoulder in the blink of an eye. "Master, take me out to play. It's too stuffy here." Chi-Chi scratched Yi Chen's face and said with a hint of eagerness in her tone. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then reached out to pat her head, saying with a smile, "You must have been bored these few hours. I'll take you out for some fresh air now." "Really?" Chi-Chi widened her eyes and asked. "Of course, lying is for puppies," Yi Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi jumped up excitedly, looking extremely thrilled. "Yay! Finally, we can leave this place." Seeing her excitement, Yi Chen rubbed her head again and immediately withdrew his mind from the Covenant space. Without hesitation, he directly mobilized his spiritual power. With the rotation of a gossip formation, a coffin flashed and disappeared, and Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared by his side. "Ding! Your coffin spirit, resurrecting child is extremely satisfied with you, intimacy increased by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully increasing the intimacy of resurrecting child to 60, obedient, system task completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received rewards, rare skill stones *2, spatial warehouse, 30 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host! The tyrant has gained 1000 experience points, and Chi has gained 1000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, the tyrant, has been promoted to level 9 servant. Next level requires 1300/3240 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi, has been promoted to level 4 servant. Next level requires 240/1040 experience points. The continuous sound of notifications immediately filled Yi Chen with surprise. Finally completed the task. Yi Chen was extremely shocked. He originally thought that forming a contract with the spirit symbol, Jumping Child, to increase intimacy with the other party would be a very difficult task. After all, Jumping Child's character was too mischievous and disobedient. But Yi Chen didn't expect that after drawing the template of Chi, everything became so simple. With just 2 simple interactions, the intimacy increased by 10 points. A storage space of 30 cubic meters, which is almost the size of a small bedroom. Completely enough for me to store a large amount of supplies. And these 2 rare skill stones. I wonder what kind of skills they can unlock. Yi Chen thought to himself. These 2 rare skill stones were undoubtedly a huge reward for him. If he wanted to make the most of these 2 rare skill stones, Yi Chen's first consideration would still be Tyrant. Tyrant's level was higher than Chi-Chi's at the moment. If he used the skill stones, it would be like trading up, resulting in a significant improvement. While Chi, as an S-class coffin spirit, always had strong skills, even if she acquired rare skills, it would just be an added bonus. After some thought, Yi Chen decided to use these 2 skill stones first. If he unlocked skills that were very suitable for Chi, he wouldn't be foolish enough to force Tyrant to learn them. Activate, Yi Chen silently said in his mind. The next moment, the 2 completely black skill stones in the storage space began to shine with flames and electric light. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the rare skill stones. Obtained Fire-type rare skill, Flame Step. Obtained Thunder-type rare skill, Thunder Accumulation / Flame Step. After learning this skill, one can transform into a flame for instant movement, during which no physical damage is taken. No racial restrictions. For non-fire-type coffin spirits, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Thunder Accumulation / After learning this skill, one can condense thunder into a long blade for slashing. No racial restrictions. For non-thunder-type coffin spirits, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Only a 1% success rate. Yi Chen was surprised. However, he didn't panic because of his divine-level necromancer talent, which allowed the contracted coffin spirits to comprehend skills with a 100% success rate. This meant that as long as the skills were not restricted by race, they could be fully learned. With this in mind, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and directly handed these 2 skill stones to Tyrant. These 2 skills were tailored for Tyrant, directly compensating for his lack of speed and reliance on physical combat. Moreover, these 2 skills conflicted with Chi-Chi's instant step and sword chi slash. Even if Chi-Chi learned them, she wouldn't gain much improvement. According to Yi Chen's thoughts, since Chi-Chi was so lively and cute, charging into battle might not be very suitable for her. It would be better for her to be a full-time nanny. Yi Chen? Is this your second coffin spirit? What's her name? She's so cute. While Yi Chen was lost in thought, Linning had already picked up Chi. Seeing Chi-Chi's adorable appearance, Linning had long forgotten her doubts about Yi Chen contracting 2 coffin spirits, her eyes only showing a maternal glow. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Indeed, women had no resistance to cute things. He had originally thought about how to explain contracting 2 coffin spirits, but to his surprise, the other party didn't ask, saving him a lot of trouble. If you have any questions, you can communicate directly with Chi. Her wisdom is no different from that of ordinary people, Yi Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Linning felt a shock in her heart. Her white phantom could communicate normally with people, but it was more like a servant. Besides obeying her commands, it didn't have many other thoughts. However, the little zombie in his arms turned out to be as intelligent as an ordinary person, able to communicate independently. This meant that the potential of this little zombie completely overshadowed the white phantom, reaching at least an A-level status. At that moment, Linning looked at Yi Chen, as if she was looking at a freak, her eyes filled with astonishment, and she slowly said, Yi Chen, are you really a high school graduate at the age of 20? Why do I feel like you are even more extraordinary than the pride of our Jiangnan town's Guan Academy? Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, Yi Chen just glanced into the distance. If he hadn't activated the system, he would probably still be at home sleeping. Not to mention becoming a town coffin keeper, he probably would never have stepped out of Fengyue City's inner city. There is a saying that goes, great talents mature late, have you heard of it? Yi Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, if I had graduated 2 years earlier, I would probably be toiling for a living right now, just an ordinary person among many. Lin Yin didn't pay much attention to Yi Chen's words. Although she wasn't sure why he had repeated 2.5 years, judging from his incredible performance, he was definitely a super genius. It seems that what he said about the evolution materials is almost certainly correct. Perhaps Karina can really evolve into a blood angel. Lin Yin's eyes flashed with determination, and she admired Yi Chen even more. Just then, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the riverbank, his brows furrowing. In his line of sight, he saw 6 figures dressed in black robes appearing there, swiftly approaching his direction. Lin Yin, it seems we have trouble coming our way. Yi Chen's calm voice rang out, tinged with seriousness. Hearing this, Lin Yin quickly followed Yi Chen's gaze, alarm bells ringing in her mind. It looks like these guys are coming for us. Lin Yin furrowed her brows, then summoned the White Phantom, a hint of battle intent flashing in her eyes. She had been unable to slaughter monsters during the day, holding back a desire for battle. Now, facing so many town coffin keepers looking for trouble, she naturally wanted to shed some blood. I remember we didn't provoke anyone. Their target shouldn't be you, Yi Chen, right? Lin Yin smiled, a faint bloodthirstiness emanating from her eyes, giving her an eerie appearance. Yi Chen nodded faintly in response, unless something unexpected happens, these people are probably after me. As he spoke, Yi Chen mentally reviewed the people he had offended. It was nothing more than the butcher, the innkeeper, and the captain of the inner city's law enforcement team. Cut the grass but leave the roots. They will grow back with the spring breeze. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with strong killing intent, thinking to himself, it seems that in the future, I can't afford to leave anyone alive who conflicts with me. It seems like all of these people have reached the intermediate level of strength. It looks a bit tricky. Lin Yin squinted her eyes, her tone filled with seriousness. Intermediate level? It seems we are indeed at a disadvantage. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, preparing to make a run for it. After all, there were 6 intermediate town coffin keepers on the other side. Even in a one-on-one situation, Yi Chen would find it difficult to gain an advantage. Of course, if he could drag Lin Yin and the others into the fight, they could definitely stand a chance. But that would be asking for a huge favor. Thinking this, Yi Chen glanced at Lin Yin and said calmly, I'm going to run. My advice is for you to run as well, then meet up with Monkey and the others. With that, Yi Chen leaped down from the boulder, carrying Chi-Chi, and dashed into the nearby mountain forest. Upon seeing the situation, Lin Yin's face changed instantly, and she hurriedly got up and chased after Yi Chen. At the same time, she advised him, Yi Chen, why are you running so fast? Take me with you. It's late at night, and I don't know the way. How can I find Monkey and Qingdong on my own? Why don't you take me to find Monkey and the others? Their strength is not much weaker than mine. We can definitely fight them together. The 4 of us might not be no match for those 6 men in black robes. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated slightly. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Host detected facing a life-threatening situation. System mission activated. Please choose, host. 1. Choose to escape and retreat without fighting. Upon successful escape, gain the coffin spirit skill, escape. 2. Choose to fight to the death, 1 against 6. Upon successfully killing all opponents, gain the coffin spirit talent, war god. 3. Choose to accept help from friends, unite to fight against the enemy. Upon successfully killing all enemies, gain a special ability, coffin spirit experience sharing. Damn! Another mission. I'll go with 3 without hesitation. Yi Chen chose the 3rd option directly, without any hesitation. Then he looked at Lin Yin and said seriously, consider this me owing you a favor. If Monkey and the others' coffin spirits haven't evolved yet, I can give them some advice. Let's talk about this later. Let's meet up with Monkey and the others first. Deputy Captain, it seems that Kid has spotted us. He's already running away. Let's chase him quickly. And that woman, brothers, don't let her escape. On the riverbank, a sinister-looking young man in a black robe put down his binoculars and pointed in the direction Lin Yin was fleeing. They won't be able to escape. Deputy Captain Zhao Long's mouth curled into a cold smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. They had come with 6 people this time, just to deal with a novice coffin master. Zhao Long was naturally 100% confident. To him, killing Yi Chen was a trivial matter, almost insignificant. Originally, he didn't want to cause so much trouble, so he avoided Monkey and Qingdong, choosing to strike when there were fewer people. But when Zhao Long saw Lin Yin's face illuminated by the firelight, his carefully laid plans were instantly ignited by desire, turning into nothingness. For the first time in his many years of life, he encountered a woman whose temperament and beauty reached the pinnacle. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by desire, willing to do anything to capture Lin Yin. Lame, release the vampire bat immediately to track that woman, then tell me her exact location. The rest of you, split up and search that area, preferably surrounding it. If you encounter those two young men who left earlier, show no mercy. I believe you can handle two quasi-intermediate coffin masters with no pressure. If you really can't handle it, either team up or notify me immediately. Zhao Long's eyes gleamed with greed as he spoke in a cruel tone. Several members of the group summoned their coffin spirits upon hearing the deputy captain's orders, then ran towards the foot of the mountain at the end of the plain. Zhao Long summoned a golden coffin directly. With a whistle, the golden coffin opened instantly, revealing a skeletal centaur wreathed in black mist and flames on its hooves. Hee, let's see where you can hide. Zhao Long stared fixedly at the distant mountains and forests, then leaped onto the back of the skeletal centaur and galloped away. In the dense forest at the edge of the canyon, Monkey and Xin Dong were navigating through the mountain woods under the moonlight. Soon, they had moved far away from the riverbank and arrived in a spacious mountain valley. Donzi, this doesn't seem right. Are the mutant beasts in the Doomsday Valley so scarce? How come we haven't encountered one for so long? The monkey looked around, scratching his head, unable to contain his confusion. Xin Dong, upon hearing this, adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. After a few seconds, he seemed to have figured something out and then looked towards the coffin spirit next to the monkey. It was a 3-meter-tall grave-guarding white ape, incredibly muscular in size. Covered in white fur all over its body, it revealed a pair of blood-red eyes, bared its fangs, looking extremely fierce. Is it possible that the commotion caused by your coffin spirit was too loud? Xin Dong's eyes showed a strange glint. Along the way, the grave-guarding white ape led the path, creating terrifying commotion. Whether it was a large tree or a boulder blocking the way, the grave-guarding white ape would smash it with a punch, producing deafening sounds. Upon hearing Xin Dong's words, the monkey was taken aback. It seemed like that could be the case. This place was in the middle section of the Doomsday Canyon, where the level of mutant beasts and demons was not high. By directly summoning such a powerful grave-guarding white ape, he naturally deterred the surrounding monsters from showing themselves. In that case, I'll have the white ape return to the contract space. When we spot a mutant beast, I'll let it out. The monkey thought for a moment and promptly had the grave-guarding white ape return to the coffin. Just then, a faint sound reached their ears. Xin Dong's ears twitched, and he quickly turned to look at the bushes 20 meters away. Two figures in black robes emerged from the bushes as they pushed through. As soon as the two figures in black robes saw Xin Dong and the monkey, their faces contorted in annoyance. Well, what a disappointment, it's just you two. I thought we had stumbled upon that kid and that woman. One of the figures in black robes said coldly. The other figure in black robes chimed in, if we had encountered that woman, our brothers could have had some fun. Since we've met these two, let's just take care of them first. With that, the two figures in black robes each summoned a coffin spirit. As the ground trembled, two silver coffins emerged straight from the ground and stood upright. From one coffin came a goat-headed demon wielding a bone club, while the other coffin released a ghost holding a scythe. Seeing this, Xin Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as he coldly asked, "Who are you? Have we, brothers, offended you in any way?" "Heh, you indeed haven't offended us. But it seems like you're associated with that kid named Ji Chen. He killed the family members of our Ghost Seekers team. Now that he has escaped, as his partners, it's your turn to pay the debt." Upon hearing this, Xin Dong was shocked. He then shouted, "Monkey, do your best to kill them. Then go find Lin Yin." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with the monkey and prepared to summon the coffin spirits once again. With a loud bang, two golden coffins instantly emerged from the formation. Following that, the grave-guarding white ape stood directly in front of the two, roaring furiously. Xin Dong summoned a wizard with a hunched body holding a skull staff. One of the figures in black robes, seeing this, showed a look of fear in his eyes and said to his companion, "Damn it, these two kids are indeed extraordinary. The coffin spirits are of Class C. Let's stop them first. Once the captain deals with that woman, he will naturally come to help us." With that, the two directed the coffin spirits towards the monkey and Xin Dong. Xin Dong, with a cold smile on his face, calmly said, "Wizard, use the slow spell." As soon as these words were spoken, a green light flashed on the staff of the skeleton wizard, shining on the two coffin spirits rushing towards them. For a moment, the speed of the goat-headed demon and the scythe ghost slowed down instantly. "Monkey, I'll take care of that goat-headed demon. I'll deal with the ghost," Xin Dong shouted. The monkey nodded in response and commanded the guardian white ape to charge forward. As the lowest-ranking demon, the goat-headed demon, although not very powerful, had an extremely dominant physique, even stronger than an ordinary tyrant. In a physical fight, the goat-headed demon would instantly tear apart an ordinary tyrant. However, the goat-headed demon was now facing the much stronger and more robust guardian white ape. Even though the two coffin spirits were only a few levels apart, the impact of potential was immense. In the blink of an eye, the guardian white ape rushed to the goat-headed demon, grabbed its horns with both hands, and crazily slammed it to the ground. In less than half a minute, the goat-headed demon was completely defenseless against the onslaught. Not only were its horns broken by the guardian white ape, but its body was also covered in wounds, with blood continuously flowing. The scythe ghost was completely restrained by the wizard, unable to form an effective fighting force. "Humph, you dare to lay a hand on us? You're asking for trouble." The monkey looked at the two figures in black robes, full of mockery in his tone. Seeing this, the two figures in black robes did not hesitate and directly retracted the coffin spirits into the contract space. Then they threw a smoke bomb towards the monkey and ran away. No wonder the deputy leader said these two guys were tricky. They really have such strong power. It's a good thing our levels are higher, otherwise, the coffin spirits would have died there. The two figures in black robes said with lingering fear. On the other side, Yi Chen and Lin Yin were running frantically. And 100 meters behind them, there was a figure riding a skeleton horse, accompanied by 3 figures in black robes carrying coffin spirits. "Ha, kid, where do you think you're running to? Offending our Ghost Seekers team means you're on a one-way path to death." Vice Leader Zhao Long watched Yi Chen running ahead with excitement in his voice. "I wonder where the monkey and the others have run off to." Lin Yin furrowed her brows, feeling frustrated. At present, the person riding the skeleton horse was extremely powerful, reaching the level of high tier 2 stars. The skeleton centaur he rode was even at level 32, belonging to the commanding level. Moreover, its potential was equivalent to Lin Yin's white shadow, both being golden level seals. Behind him were 3 black-robed individuals of mid-tier 5 stars. With such a terrifying lineup, Yi Chen and Lin Yin had no means of fighting back. On the side, Yi Chen was also running with all his might. However, his face appeared relatively calm. "Fire a signal flare. If we can meet up with the monkey and the others, these few people won't be a threat," Yi Chen said calmly. "I made a wrong judgment. I didn't expect the leader to be a high-tier coffin keeper." Lin Yin, unsure where Yi Chen's confidence came from, showed a somewhat unpleasant smile on her face. "Even if the 4 of us join forces, we may not necessarily be able to defeat him." Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with determination and he said, "How will we know if we don't try? Yi Chen, the high-tier coffin keeper completely outmatches us in both spiritual power and destructive force. Although he's only high-tier 2 stars, with one strike, he can destroy a 3-story building." Lin Yin quickly shook her head, vetoing Yi Chen's idea. In the early stages, the coffin keeper's lead wasn't too significant. However, once reaching the high-tier level, every star difference would result in a noticeable change in strength. The coffin spirits under a high-tier 9-star coffin keeper could flatten a 10-story building using ordinary skills. The attack range has reached a diameter of several tens of meters. Even though the skeletal centaur behind Lin Yin is only level 32, its attack is no longer something Lin Yin can withstand. Yi Chen looked at the serious expression on Lin Yin's face and decided to reveal his trump card. "I have a way to kill a commanding level coffin spirit, but I need your full cooperation," Yi Chen said calmly. Lin Yin knew Yi Chen wouldn't joke at a time like this, but still couldn't believe it, asking in confusion, "Tell me the method first. If it's feasible, we can give it a try." Just then, a furious shout came from 100 meters behind them. "Heh, you still want to run, kid? Prepare to die." Yi Chen and Lin Yin turned back at the shout. The next moment, they saw Zhao Long's skeletal centaur swing the long spear in its hand, unleashing a dark blue spear energy directly towards them. A howling sound rang out as a Tenjunghai spear energy, like a crescent moon, swiftly flew along the ground, cutting a half-meter deep trench. "Dodge!" Yi Chen shouted lightly, leaping to the side and rolling several times on the ground to get away from the spot. Lin Yin did the same upon seeing this. At that moment, the spear energy struck. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly split open, sending sand and stones flying, and countless violent air currents pushed out in all directions, shredding all the surrounding shrubs into pieces. That was close. Truly a high-level coffin master. This attack is too strong. Yi Chen breathed heavily, still shaken. Beside him, Lin Yin's face also showed signs of distress. Without much thought, she fired a signal flare into the sky. "The monkey and the others will come as soon as they see it. Tell me your plan now," Lin Yin asked earnestly. Yi Chen glanced at Chi-Chi in his arms, placed her on the ground, and pointed at her, saying, "If I say Chi-Chi is an S-level coffin spirit, capable of fully reviving a dying coffin spirit, do we have a chance to kill that high-level coffin master?" Lin Yin was shocked to hear this, looking at him incredulously and tremblingly asking, "Are you serious? Do you think I would joke about my life?" Yi Chen nodded. "An S-level coffin spirit. You are truly extraordinary. In that case, why run? Let's fight it out. Lin Yin's eyes blazed with determination. After all, her white phantom had unparalleled speed. Even a commanding level skeletal centaur would struggle to keep up. As long as she focused on commanding the white phantom to attack the high-level coffin master, forcing the opponent to order the centaur to defend, the threat from the other black-robed figures would be greatly reduced. Yi Chen, I'll distract that high-level coffin master. You handle the rest. If you can hold on for 2 minutes until the monkey and the others arrive, we'll have a much easier time. Lin Yin instructed Yi Chen. Okay. Yi Chen agreed. Just then, Zhao Long rode his centaur and appeared in front of them, wearing a disdainful expression. Heh, you're Yi Chen, right? You're quite something, not only killing the family members of our Toon Raiders team but also offending 3 employers. Today, you won't die unjustly. Offended 3 employers? Yi Chen's brow furrowed, his face turning extremely grim. He clearly remembered only offending 3 people, including the butcher. But now, according to Zhao Long, there were 4 in total, including the butcher. So, who was the 4th one? For now, Yi Chen couldn't think about it and could only focus on the present situation. Without hesitation, a surge of spiritual power emanated from his hand, summoning the tyrant who was waiting in the contract space. Roar! A violent roar echoed as the tyrant exuded a fiercely aggressive aura and stood in front of Yi Chen. On the side, Lin Yin was once again dumbfounded at the sight. Yi Chen, you can actually summon 2 coffin spirits at the same time? What? What kind of monster are you? Zhao Long, initially taken aback, burst into laughter along with the black-robed figures beside him. Ha, kid, daring to summon a level 9 zombie. Are you sending it to its death? Vice Captain, this kid is only a novice coffin keeper. I feel like I could crush him with one hand. Is that so? Want to crush me with one hand? Yi Chen smirked coldly, then with a cold tone, said, Tyrant, try out your new skill. With that said, the tyrant let out a furious roar, and in a blink of an eye, its clawed arm shimmered with thunderous energy. In an instant, a thunder energy-formed long blade materialized and slashed towards the black-robed man who had just spoken. With a thunderous boom, the lightning blade struck like lightning, catching the black-robed man off guard and instantly turning him into charred remains scattered on the ground. Everyone present wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Zhao Long was also taken aback. A previous employer had told him that Yi Chen's coffin spirits could kill opponents many levels above, a fact he had doubted. Although Yi Chen relied on sneak attacks, he had just killed enemies over a dozen levels higher. Fortunately, such attacks were not enough to harm high-level coffin keepers, so Zhao Long was not overly concerned. Hee, kid. Daring to ambush my brothers. Looks like the price on your head just went up several times. Zhao Long exuded a strong killing intent. He then instructed the remaining 2 black-robed figures, you guys take care of this kid. As long as you're not careless, he's no match for you. Captain, rest assured. We won't make such low-level mistakes. You can deal with that woman first, and we'll bring you this kid's head later. Hee, Captain, when you're done playing, remember to share the spoils with us. Lin Yin heard the conversation of the 3 men and saw the lecherous looks in their eyes, causing her brows to furrow involuntarily. Obviously, even if she had parted ways with Yi Chen at the beginning, these people would not easily let her go. With this in mind, a cold frost spread across Lin Yin's face, exuding a pervasive killing intent. Karina, use shadow illusion to attack, fully suppress that centaur and its coffin keeper for me. Lin Yin's tone was indifferent. Upon hearing this, the white phantom nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Her figure then instantly disappeared into thin air, entering stealth mode. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and spoke up, 7-7, use Frost Wraith to assist the white phantom and the tyrant. As soon as he finished speaking, 7-7's body erupted with a pure surge of spiritual energy. Several ghostly figures resembling spheres flew out and surrounded the white phantom and the tyrant. Due to the white phantom's invisibility, the wraiths also concealed themselves. Lin Yin sensed the extraordinary power released by 7-7's skill, a look of pleasant surprise crossing her eyes. From the feedback given by the white phantom, she knew that these wraiths brought immense strength. At that moment, the white phantom, swift as lightning, appeared behind Zhao Long like a ghostly apparition. Subsequently, the white phantom extended a pair of claws exuding a terrifying chill and ruthlessly swiped towards Zhao Long's neck. Sensing the chilling aura behind him, Zhao Long was initially startled. Shortly after, with a cold shout, Azure Fire Shield. The next moment, intense flames erupted from under the skeletal centaur's feet, instantly enveloping Zhao Long, forming a high-temperature azure flame shield. At that moment, the attacks of the white phantom also fiercely landed on the flame shield. With a loud bang, a violent explosion occurred, the white phantom's arm instantly burst, flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. The originally white uniform was now covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled. This It actually has a shield that rebounds damage? We're in big trouble. Lin Yin's pupils constricted, a rare drop of cold sweat falling from her forehead. However, the following scene somewhat calmed her heart. The ghosts surrounding the White Phantom began emitting eerie energy, rapidly repairing the shattered arm. In the blink of an eye, the White Phantom's destroyed arm had been restored to its original state. Seeing this, Zhao Long's face immediately turned extremely ugly, shouting, "This is impossible. The centaur's flames are the flames of the undead, with a corrosive effect. How can a mere ghost ignore corrosion? Could it be that this zombie has great potential?" Zhao Long quickly turned to look at Chi beside Yi Chen, his eyes filled with intense greed, thinking to himself, "I'll kill this kid first. Then I'll take his coffin spirit." Sensing Zhao Long's gaze, Yi Chen's face turned extremely grim. "Yi Chen, I didn't expect this guy's coffin spirit to have a shield. It seems the White Phantom has no way to deal with him." Lin Yin looked at Yi Chen, took a deep breath, and helplessly said, "It seems like he might target you first. I can only try to stop him." After Lin Yin finished speaking, she shouted again, "Burst all speed to suppress the centaur." Upon hearing this, the White Phantom's figure flickered, turning into indistinct afterimages, launching a relentless attack on Zhao Long and the centaur. In just a few seconds, the White Phantom launched hundreds of attacks on Zhao Long. The azure fire shield, like glass, was riddled with many small holes by the icy fairy power attached to the White Phantom's claws. Slowly but surely, the azure fire shield was depleted. Watching the centaur's fire shield being gradually destroyed, Zhao Long became increasingly angry, saying, "Woman, if you surrender, I promise not to torture you. Just make you happy. You're dreaming." Lin Yin's eyes flashed with anger, once again sending the White Phantom charging forward. On the side, Yi Chen engaged in a fierce battle with the tyrant and two other black-robed individuals' coffin spirits. Due to the vast difference in ranks, the tyrant could only reluctantly defend against two opponents. Yi Chen also dared not let the tyrant use the transcendent material penetration. Not to mention the need for charging. Even without control, this move was difficult to hit the enemy, and the enormous spiritual power consumption alone was a bit overwhelming for Yi Chen. Soon, the White Phantom was repeatedly heavily injured by the centaur, but with the presence of the cold disease ghost, these injuries healed at an extremely fast rate, turning the White Phantom into an indestructible force. Sensing the difficulty posed by Chi-Chi's abilities, Zhao Long directly ignored Lin Yin and charged towards Yi Chen's direction. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so troublesome. Looks like I have to deal with you first." Zhao Long's tone was filled with killing intent. Just then, a deafening sound of footsteps rang out. 4 figures emerged from the nearby mountain forest. Leading the way was a 3-meter-tall white ape and a skeletal wizard, followed by a monkey and Qingdong. "Yin, we're here to help you," the monkey shouted loudly. Lin Yin turned to look, a look of joy flashing in her beautiful eyes, and quickly said, "You guys help Yi Chen deal with those 2 black-robed individuals first. Afterwards, let's kill this high-ranking coffin keeper together." Upon hearing this, Monkey and Qingdong immediately focused on the 2 figures in black robes. The 2 figures in black robes couldn't help but show fear on their faces. Just the woman in front of them alone could restrain their vice squad leader. And now, 2 coffin keepers with strength no less than this woman had arrived, making them feel immense pressure. "Captain, those 2 kids, it seems we can't beat them." One of the figures in black robes took 2 steps back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long felt a surge of rage spreading from his heart, then roared, "You're useless. You've disgraced our Ghost Seeker team. Since you 2 cowards are afraid, then don't hinder me. Go die. Centaur, use death charge for me. Launch an indiscriminate attack." After Zhao Long finished speaking, he crazily mobilized his spiritual power. In an instant, spiritual power surged into the centaur's body. A sense of deathly oppression immediately emanated. The centaur's eyes emitted a deep blue flame, and rows of tall shadows appeared around it. Looking around, these were all its clones, numbering over 100. The next moment, these clones erupted with soul flames, rushing in all directions and incinerating the 2 nearest figures in black robes into ashes. As the centaur's clones charged, countless flames ignited on the ground, forming corridors of fire. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was engulfed, turning into a raging sea of fire. "Run!" Yi Chen shouted. Seeing this, the group immediately ran. At this moment, the clones seemed relentless, chasing after Yi Chen and the others. "Damn! Is this the high-ranking coffin keeper? We can't even get close. Hurry and run. Don't even think about getting close. The ground is on fire, it's too damn terrifying." Soon, the group rushed into the mountains and forests. Along the way, Qingdong had the skeleton wizard cast over 10 mist spells, briefly blocking Zhao Long's vision. However, these spells had minimal effect and lasted less than 2 seconds in the face of the flame's scorching heat. Let's quickly hide in the mountains and forests, endure this round of attacks, and then discuss our strategy. Shindong's forehead beaded with sweat. Releasing a large number of coffin spirit's skills had almost depleted his spiritual power. Now, his remaining spiritual power was almost bottomed out, and forcing the coffin spirits to use skills again might make him faint. Donzi, you've worked hard. Take a rest for a while. Monkey saw this and immediately had the gravekeeper white ape carry Shindong on his back. Yi Chen, now there's only one high-ranking coffin keeper left. Do you still have enough spiritual power? If we can't have Chi continue to assist us, then we'll keep stalling until you recover your spiritual power to kill him. Lin Yin's face showed a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Monkey and Shindong were stunned. Disbelief flashed in their eyes. Damn, Ian, are you out of your mind? That guy behind is a high-ranking coffin keeper. Even if we join forces, we're definitely not his match. Lin, let's call for backup. Once we're in the mountains, even if he's a high-ranking coffin keeper, it'll be difficult for him to easily find us. Unless he's crazy enough to set the mountain on fire. Shindong suggested. Lin remained silent at his words, only casting her gaze on Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen calmly said, my spiritual power isn't that effective. Actually, if your coffin spirits can control that guy for 10 seconds, it'll be enough. I have a skill with my tyrant that requires a few seconds to charge. The power of this skill has reached the level of a commander and can definitely kill the skeleton centaur. Damn! Are you also a freak? A tyrant of level 9 actually possesses such terrifying skills. I'm starting to suspect if you are a scion of some super large-scale base city's prominent family. Monkey exclaimed in astonishment. Lin was not surprised by this anymore, as in her understanding, Yi Chen belonged to the kind with endless hidden cards, completely unable to be regarded as an ordinary person. Shindong was also extremely shocked upon hearing Yi Chen's explanation. However, he did not show the same level of exaggeration as the monkey did. Seemingly thinking of something, he spoke up, in 10 seconds, the three of us definitely won't be able to stop him. We can't resist the flames he emits. Let's think of other ways. Just then, Lin directly interrupted him and then pointed to the 7 in Yi Chen's arms to explain. Shindong, you don't need to worry about this. The coffin spirit in Yi Chen's arms is of S rank, capable of continuously healing the injuries of our coffin spirits and adding ice attributes to our coffin spirits' attacks. More importantly, it can restore a dying coffin spirit to its peak condition. We just don't know how long the shadow of the centaur's death charge will last. If that split fire dissipates, then we can take action. By then, if we control the centaur, Yi Chen can kill it. Lin Yin's eyes flashed with madness. After this speech, both the monkey and Shindong were once again shocked. Their gazes towards Yi Chen began to fill with fear. S rank? The monkey glanced at the little zombie in Yi Chen's arms and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Yi Chen, are you defying the heavens? You actually formed a contract with an S-rank coffin spirit. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's wait for the centaur's skill to disappear first. Lin said calmly. Soon, the group arrived at a steep hill. For them, this was an excellent defensive position. In such a place, the centaur would find it difficult to fully utilize its advantages. Moreover, the group believed that the death charge just now was likely the centaur's ultimate move, which it wouldn't be able to use again in the short term. Ha ha ha, where do you think you can run to? Why don't you come down and meet your end? Below the hill, Zhao Long rode on the skeletal centaur, looking at Yi Chen and the others with a disdainful expression. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at the skeletal centaur, and a clear data panel began to appear. Coffin Spirit, Phantom Knight, Race, Undead, Level, LV. 32 Commander Level, 31 to 39, Seal Level, C-Grade Golden Profound Coffin, Level Cap 49, Talent, Phantom Fire, Soul Shackles, collect lower-ranked undead and spirits, enslaving them. Skills, Swift Charge, Tier 3, Gun Gang, Elemental Shield, Tier 3, Blink, Trample, Intermediate Healing, Tier 2, Flame Burn, Tier 3, Ultimate Skill, Death Charge, Summon all undead shadows, launching a continuous charge at the target. Unstoppable during the charge, creating a sea of phantom flames. Weakness, requires a significant amount of time to reassemble after the undead shadows dissipate. Intimacy, 60, Obedient, Current Status, Exhausted, Evolution Times Available, 2 times, Route can be checked. Introduction, from the Phantom Island. A watcher among the skeletal knights, the nemesis of undead and evil spirits. Moderate strength, average attack. Seeing the panel of the Phantom Knight, Yi Chen felt relieved. So this guy is already exhausted. It's impossible for him to use Death Charge again in the short term. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. At this moment, Zhao Long once again taunted, showing no regard for Yi Chen and his companions. The three of you, come down and meet your end. With that, he directly commanded the centaur to swing a several-meter-wide gun gang towards the hill. In the blink of an eye, the huge rocks on the hillside were instantly shattered by the attack. Yi Chen and the others quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the assault. We can't avoid the battle anymore. He can't use death charge again now. This is our chance. Yi Chen looked at the three people beside him and said seriously. The three nodded in agreement. Alright, let's send out our coffin spirits. Yi Chen, we entrust the lives of our coffin spirits to you. Don't let us down. Lin Yin said solemnly. Don't worry, as long as I control it, I won't fail. Yi Chen's face showed confidence. The next moment, the four of them commanded their coffin spirits to charge towards Zhao Long at the foot of the hill. Thanks to the protection of Qi Qi, the ice fairy power directly blocked the scorching of the ghost fire. The coffin spirits of the group, like madmen, ignored any attacks and fought against the centaur with all their might. The White Phantom kept ambushing Zhao Long, keeping him on the defensive. The Gravekeeper White Ape, relying on its size and strength advantage, ruthlessly punched the centaur's bones. The Skeleton Wizard summoned black mists, shrouding the area and creating opportunities for the tyrant to attack. Yi Chen, he can't come out for a while. Get ready for your big move. Lin Yin quickly reminded. The monkey also said anxiously, Yi Chen, hurry. I've made the white ape hold the centaur tightly. It can't move now. Yi Chen nodded in response. The next moment, a blood-red energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the black mist, brewing a terrifying power. Zhao Long felt the immense energy and shivered with fear. What kind of trick is this? You can threaten me. Zhao Long roared, commanding the centaur to wildly swing its spear. Countless limbs flew out of the black mist, stabbing the White Phantom and the Gravekeeper White Ape like a hornet's nest, throwing them dozens of meters away. Ha, you still want to stop me? Wishful thinking. Zhao Long roared, preparing to attack Yi Chen and the others with the Ghost Knight. But before he could step out of the black mist, the blood-red energy became restless. With a loud bang, a blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky, a violent storm spreading in all directions, dispersing the black mist. In the original location, Zhao Long and the Ghost Knight were nowhere to be seen, leaving only a 10-meter-wide crater emitting a sense of destruction. Watching the crater in front of them, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen gasped for breath, excitement on his face. The tyrant's blow almost depleted 80% of his spiritual power. With such a huge consumption of spiritual power, the power of this transcendent blow was naturally terrifying, directly killing the Ghost Knight and Zhao Long beyond recovery. At that moment, several mechanical-like system sounds rang in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and gaining a special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. After killing a demon with any coffin spirit, other coffin spirits gain the same experience. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed LV. 32 Ghost Knight, experience doubled, gaining plus 5,000 experience points. Ding! Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing activated, your Coffin Spirit Qi Qi, gained plus 5,000 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has been promoted to LV. 10 Servant Level. Experience needed for next level 3060/3800. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Qi Qi has been promoted to LV. 7 Servant Level. Experience needed for next level 1000/2240. Hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen felt extremely shocked. Ha! Truly worthy of a level 32 Coffin Spirit. It directly gained 5,000 experience points, equivalent to the experience of over 100 monsters. This experience sharing is too powerful. Yi Chen felt extremely excited. For all coffin keepers, increasing the experience of a coffin spirit was incredibly difficult. Many coffin keepers, when their strength was not strong enough, rarely chose to cultivate multiple coffin spirits together because it was too resource and time consuming. They usually selected a coffin spirit with good potential to be their main combat coffin spirit. Only after the main combat coffin spirit reached maximum level would they choose other high potential coffin spirits to cultivate. Therefore, for most coffin keepers who contracted multiple coffin spirits, the strength of the other coffin spirits under their command would always be much weaker than the main combat coffin spirit. Of course, many descendants of large families were exceptions because the resources provided by their families could withstand their extravagance. Even if they contracted multiple coffin spirits, the strength of these coffin spirits would not differ much from the main combat coffin spirit. With this, I won't have to level up one by one in the future. With coffin spirit sharing, the experience of killing a monster will no longer be divided among the coffin spirits but will be gained equally. Yi Chen felt ecstatic. Without experience sharing, the experience from killing the Spectral Knight, Tyrant, and 7/7 would have been split into 2,500 points each. With it, the experience effectively doubled. This is simply too awesome. On the side, Linin and others looked anxious as they gazed at the white coffin spirits and other coffin spirits dozens of meters away. Their coffin spirits were severely injured at this moment, almost at the brink of death. If they delayed a few more minutes, they would undoubtedly die. However, Linin did not urge Yi Chen but nervously waited for Yi Chen to recover his spiritual power. In their view, Yi Chen's attack this time consumed too much. After the spiritual power was drained, a coffin keeper would feel mentally foggy, fatigued, or absent-minded, which was normal. However, they did not know that Yi Chen's absent-mindedness was due to the shocking reward given by the system. It seemed like he felt the atmosphere around him was somewhat heavy. Yi Chen immediately snapped out of his thoughts and turned to look at the others. Linin and the others became even more nervous when they saw Yi Chen recover. Yi Chen, how much of your spiritual power has recovered? Can you ask 7-7 to help heal our coffin spirits? Linin asked urgently. Yi bro, we're really counting on you this time, don't let us down. You must bring our coffin spirits back. Monkey looked almost like he was about to cry, nervously saying. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, smiled slightly, giving the others a reassuring look and said, don't worry, they'll be lively and kicking in no time. After that, Yi Chen quickly looked at 7-7 beside him and then patted her head. 7-7, it's up to you next. Upon hearing this, 7-7's face immediately lit up with a lovely smile. Then she used blink, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the blink of an eye. Damn, this little one can blink? What level is she at? Is this an S-rank coffin spirit? Her potential is truly extraordinary. The group was extremely shocked and started discussing. Just as they were discussing, a pure and chilling power burst out from 7-7's body. In an instant, a layer of white frost covered the ground around her. As the temperature dropped, the air became bone-chilling. The white frost rapidly spread, turning into thick ice, covering a 10-meter diameter area with solid ice. The white coffin spirits, grave guardian white apes, and skeleton wizards were all frozen in ice, turning into 3 icy coffins emitting cold air. Monkey, seeing this, turned pale with fear and quickly said to Yi Chen, damn? Yi bro, did your coffin spirit use the wrong skill? This isn't healing, it's freezing them to death. Linin and Qingdong both felt a tightness in their hearts, afraid that something unexpected might happen. Let's go over and take a look. After speaking, the 3 of them ran towards the direction of the ice coffin. As they approached the range covered by the icy chill, they felt shivers running down their spines. However, this cold sensation was not harmful but rather made their minds clearer and more active. Wow, look inside the ice coffin. The monkey approached the ice coffin and saw the unusual movement inside, unable to contain his astonishment. Linin and Qingdong also hurried over upon hearing this. They saw strange energies emanating from the ice coffin, healing the 3 coffin spirits that were riddled with injuries from the Spectre Knight at a rapid pace. In just a few seconds, the injuries of these 3 coffin spirits had completely disappeared, becoming as good as new, as if they had never been hurt before. The next moment, with a bang, the ice coffin suddenly shattered. 3 figures exuding vigorous energy leaped out of the ice coffin, roaring excitedly. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Linin looked at the fully restored white phantom and quickly expressed his gratitude to Chi-Chi. The monkey and Qingdong, seeing this, also showed excited smiles. Yi Chen saw that the spirits of several people had recovered and a faint smile appeared on his face. Thinking of something, he shifted his gaze to the location of the large pit. He then walked directly towards the pit. At this moment, the tyrant was lying in the pit, looking somewhat exhausted. Tyrant, you've worked hard, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. The tyrant responded with a low growl. Alright, take a rest for now. It's safe now. With that, Yi Chen's spiritual power flickered, summoning the silver coffin and storing the tyrant in the contract space. I wonder if that high-level coffin sealer left anything useful behind. It shouldn't have been completely destroyed by the tyrant's skills, right? Yi Chen pondered, looking towards the bottom of the pit, observing around. He noticed a charred area emitting a foul smell in the pit. Upon careful inspection, he suddenly discovered a leather backpack and a crystal shimmering with a blue flame hidden beneath the soil in the pit. Could this be that guy's spatial backpack? And this flame crystal should be the energy core of the Spectre Knight. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then jumped directly into the pit. He dug out the backpack buried underneath, followed by extracting the flame crystal. Small spatial backpack, possesses 10 cubic meters of storage space, opening it will yield unexpected gains. Soulfire crystal, 4th rank. Contains powerful soul energy, one of the core materials for the evolution of undead coffin spirits, can also be used to enhance coffin spirit skill intensity. The information of the 2 items appeared in Yi Chen's eyes, and an excited smile once again appeared on his face. The high-level coffin sealer's spatial backpack must have some good stuff in it. Yi Chen muttered to himself. He glanced at the soulfire crystal in his hand, his mind suddenly moved, and he placed it into his own spatial warehouse. This was a material left behind by a commanding level coffin spirit after death, and it was a 4th rank evolution core for undead coffin spirits, its value absolutely immeasurable. If sold on the market, this item could easily fetch over 1 billion dasha coins. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart burned even more fiercely. Once I level up the tyrant and Chi Chi to level 20, I must find a time to sell this soulfire core. Yi Chen had many thoughts about the coffin spirit appraisal meeting next week. Initially, due to lack of money, he naturally had no way to buy unappraised coffin spirits, let alone the qualification to pick up bargains. And now, if he could get 1 billion dasha coins, he could at least pick up 2 unappraised coffins. You should know that coffins with potential above B grade are worth far more than 500 million, and A grade ones are even harder to measure in terms of money. As long as I can acquire coffins above B grade and sell them to others, then I will qualify to compete for coffins with even higher potential, Yi Chen thought to himself. Just then, Lin Yin and the others arrived at the edge of the big pit with their respective coffins. Chi Chi somehow had jumped down the pit at some point and climbed onto Yi Chen's shoulder. Everyone looked at the spatial backpack in Yi Chen's hand, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Damn, Yi bro, is that the high-level spatial backpack left by the town coffin master? Monkey's face lit up with excitement. Quick, open it and see what's inside. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, was also somewhat surprised. However, since they had collectively killed the high-level town coffin master, the contents of this spatial backpack and the ghostly fire core inside should be shared equally among Lin Yin and the others. Without much thought, Yi Chen's face showed a faint smile, then he jumped into the deep pit and directly opened the spatial backpack in front of everyone, pouring out its contents onto the ground. A clattering sound echoed. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with hundreds of various items. Most of them were coffin cultivation materials and weapons, with a few emitting different lights, crystals, and scarce evolutionary materials. Damn, so many materials. We're going to be rich. Monkey's face was filled with excitement. Xindong's eyes were fixed on the pile of materials, his face showing astonishment. Lin Ying glanced at her companions and couldn't help but snort. Have you two never seen such things before? Can't take your eyes off these materials? Yi Chen, keep these materials for yourself. They're not very useful to us. As soon as these words were spoken, Monkey and Xindong realized, showing embarrassment on their faces. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Ying strangely, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, Lin Ying nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen grew even more appreciative of Lin Ying. Although they had cooperated in life and death situations before, the most feared outcome after killing enemies and obtaining so much loot was the rise of greed, leading to unequal distribution and eventual infighting. Yi Chen admitted he was greedy, but without the help of the few people in front of him, he wouldn't be able to complete system tasks and might even lose his life. So, no matter what, Yi Chen would not take advantage of them. With that in mind, Yi Chen took out the ghostly fire soul crystal from the spatial warehouse. Actually, the centaur left this behind. Yi Chen smiled. Lin Ying and the others were shocked to see this, and their opinion of Yi Chen's character was greatly affirmed in their hearts. Damn! Yi Chen! Can you give me this ghostly fire soul crystal? Xindong, looking at the crystal emitting a faint blue flame in Yi Chen's hand, was no longer composed. No, not give. Sell it to me. I'm willing to pay 10 billion for it. Xindong said somewhat incoherently. Although his skeleton wizard had completed its evolution, this ghostly fire soul crystal was the most important material for the skeleton wizard's next evolution. Moreover, the skeleton wizard's attack power was not strong, so if the ghostly fire soul crystal was used to enhance the skeleton wizard's skills, it would undergo a qualitative change. It could directly transform the skeleton wizard into a powerful attacking coffin. Well, we can split this thing. Just give me 2.5 billion, Yi Chen said calmly. With that, he tossed the ghostly fire soul crystal to Xindong. Xindong took the crystal, his face filled with excitement. He then looked at Yi Chen, expressing gratitude. A deal is a deal. Without you, all four of us would have died. In a way, you saved everyone's lives. Because we didn't exert much effort in killing that high-level coffin keeper, Lin Yin and Monkey both smiled. Yeah, Yi Gu, we won't split these things with you. If it weren't for you, we'd all be corpses by now, Monkey said seriously. That's not quite right. After all, that high-level coffin keeper was after me. Yi Chen shook his head. Lin Ying thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes turning to Yi Chen as she said, Yi Chen, how about this? If there are items we need among this pile of materials, you can just sell them to us at a friendly price. That way, we can save a lot of time searching for materials. Seeing the others hesitating, Yi Chen agreed. Since that's the case, I won't refuse. Consider this a favor owed to you, and if you need my help in the future, just contact me directly. Yi Chen said earnestly. Lin Yin and the others were excited to hear this. Yi Chen's talent was undeniable, he was truly a genius among geniuses. Although Yi Chen's current strength was not strong, he would definitely become someone to be admired in the future. With the favor from the other party and their friendship, when Yi Chen grew up, they could easily walk sideways in the Great Xia country. Lin Yin, it seems like all the materials needed for your white phantom to evolve into the blood-clad angel are here. You should take a look, Yi Chen said, pointing to a pile of materials on the ground, watching Lin Yin's excited expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin eagerly approached, grabbing Yi Chen's hand and said, Really? Can you help me find them? Of course it's true. Can't you recognize these materials? Yi Chen looked at Lin Yin beside him, looking puzzled. Lin Yin felt a rare moment of embarrassment at his words, looking somewhat sheepish. At the scene of dividing the spoils, Yi Chen took on the role of a hard worker. Without a second thought, he arranged everything the others needed from the materials. He picked out several items emitting a bloody aura from the large pile of materials and tossed them to Lin Yin. Lin Yin took the Heart of Slaughter, the bloody blade, and the demon tail that Yi Chen threw to her, a bright smile appearing on her face involuntarily. Thank you, Yi Chen. I'll give you 1 billion for these materials, does that sound fair? Lin Yin's gentle voice sounded. Thinking of something, Lin Yin quickly took out a black card and handed it to Yi Chen. Oh, and including the condition I promised you earlier, I'll give you a total of 2 billion. This card is for you, and there's over 2 billion in it, Lin Yin said with a smile. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned at her words, slowly taking the black card she handed over, excitedly saying, Thank you, rich lady. Hearing this, Lin Yin just gave Yi Chen a look, seemingly not liking the term rich lady. She then handed the materials to the White Phantom, preparing it to evolve into the blood-clad angel. A few minutes later, Yi Chen also checked the evolution paths of the grave-protecting white ape for monkey. Unfortunately, although the grave-protecting white ape had 4 evolution paths, there were no hidden paths. So, monkey would have to decide the evolution path based on his preference. Fortunately, among the materials left by Zhao Long, there were exactly 2 items needed for the evolution of the grave-protecting white ape. Yi Chen handed them directly to monkey without much thought. Since these items were not very valuable, Yi Chen did not accept any money from monkey. As for the soul crystal of the dark fire that Qin Dong took, it was considered the most valuable item in this batch of materials. Under the other party's strong insistence, Yi Chen finally accepted 10 billion Xia coins transferred from the other party's father. 12 billion, TSK. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the outskirts of Fengyue City in the next few days. Yi Chen was extremely excited and thought to himself, I wonder how much money these unused materials can fetch. If I could sell them for a couple billion, that would be more than enough. Soon, as Lin Yin's coffin spirit evolved into the blood angel, they hurriedly walked 2 kilometers under the cover of night and finally found a cave at the edge of a canyon. They planned to rest there for the night. Alright, it should be safe here. I don't think the ghost-seeking tomb group will get news so quickly, Yi Chen said, leaning against the cave wall. Lin Yin and the others nodded in agreement. Following that, they stationed their coffin spirit at the cave entrance to stand guard. The next morning, a ray of light shone into the cave. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a look of excitement spreading across his face. It was because the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has absorbed a large number of zombie crystal nuclei. All common skill levels have been upgraded to Tier 2. Please open the panel to check. Ding! Your coffin spirit, 7-7, successfully absorbed 50 moon essence stones, doubling the experience gained, totaling plus 5,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, successfully consumed 300 magic blood pills, doubling the experience gained, totaling plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Due to shared experience, 7-7 gains an additional plus 3,000 experience points, and Tyrant gains an additional plus 5,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has been upgraded to level 12, servant rank. Required experience for next level, 2860/5040. Ding! Your coffin spirit, 7-7, has been upgraded to level 10, servant rank. Required experience for next level, 800/3800. They're both above level 10 already. This leveling speed is going to skyrocket. Yi Chen felt ecstatic. Before going to sleep last night, he had given all the materials that Tyrant and 7-7 could use. The 2 spirits stayed by Yi Chen's side, quietly absorbing the materials. Initially unaware of the value of these materials, it was only after asking Lin Yin that he learned they were not valuable. For example, the moon essence stones were excavated from the necropolis in the secret realm, containing a small amount of lunar essence, suitable for nurturing coffin spirits of the zombie and demon types, valued at around 200,000 Dixia coins per piece. The magic blood pills, on the other hand, were more common, made from the flesh and blood of demons, and were essential items for undertakers. Although these pills were sold in every coffin spirit cultivation store in the market for only a few thousand Dixia coins each, they were indispensable for undertakers. The magic blood pills could restore the physical strength of coffin spirits and could also be used to nurture coffin spirits below level 20. Wealthy individuals could simply spend money lavishly, feeding coffin spirits with a large quantity of magic blood pills, giving them the opportunity to quickly advance to level 20. However, this process was extremely slow, with the experience gained from each level up diminishing. To directly raise a coffin spirit from level 1 to level 20, it would require at least tens of thousands of pills. If it weren't for Yi Chen's divine undertaker talent that doubled experience gained, at the current level of tyrant, it would take absorbing several hundred pills just to level up once. Now that I have over 10 billion, if I spend 1 billion to buy tens of thousands of magic blood pills for tyrant to absorb, I should have a chance to raise it to level 20. By then, 7-7's level will also be close to 20. Yi Chen's heart stirred, excitement evident on his face. He was greatly looking forward to the evolution of tyrant and 7-7. Moreover, if he could find some treasures at the appraisal event in Jiangnan City next week, coupled with Chairman Chen's promise of rare evolution cores for his zombie clan, he would have more than enough materials to gather for the evolution of 7-7 and Tyrant. After all, Tyrant's evolution materials were relatively easy to find, but 7-7 was an S-rank existence. The evolutionary materials she could use were definitely in the billions, and couldn't even be measured in terms of money. Just as Yi Chen was lost in thought, Lin Yin's voice suddenly rang out from outside the cave entrance. She was leaning against the wall at the entrance, exuding an extremely proud posture, leaving Yi Chen slightly stunned. Yi Chen, I discussed it with Monkey and the others. We're not planning to go to the secret realm in the Apocalypse Valley. Lin Yin looked at Yi Chen, smiling lightly. Yi Chen nodded in response. You've already gathered the evolutionary materials you need this time, so there's no need to go to the secret realm. Why don't you come with us now? Lin Yin looked at Yi Chen seriously, with a hint of concern in her tone. The vice leader of the Ghost Tomb Raiders we killed, if you stay in the Apocalypse Valley, I'm afraid they will send more people to find you. If the leader of the Ghost Tomb Raiders comes next time, and finds you, your life will definitely be in danger. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen nodded. Alright, I was just thinking of going back to sell off those extra materials. We shouldn't delay, let's head back to Maple Peak City quickly. Yi Chen, this guy. I don't know what he's up to, it's been a whole day and he hasn't replied to any messages. At the entrance to the highlands of the Apocalypse Valley, Yi Xiaoyao was absent-mindedly following the training team as they moved quickly. She would occasionally take out her phone to check, clenching her fists from time to time, looking somewhat angry. For her, Yi Chen's habit of not replying to messages made her feel emotionally drained. Ahead of the team, when Jing was leading all the students, teaching them things related to actual combat as they walked. At the same time, she would occasionally observe Yi Xiaoyao's situation. When she saw Yi Xiaoyao looking angry, a glint of light flashed in her eyes involuntarily. Following that, she instructed the students in front of the team and came to Yi Xiaoyao's side. Xiaoyao, do you have something on your mind? When Jing's voice was gentle, with a hint of care, as she asked, if there's something bothering you, you can talk to the teacher. Perhaps the teacher can help you solve it. Yi Xiaoyao quickly put down her phone upon hearing this, then pouted and said, it's all because of my annoying brother. It's been over 10 hours. I've sent dozens of messages, and he hasn't replied. I don't know what he's up to, it's really worrying. When Jing couldn't help but feel a bit happy upon hearing this. Maybe your brother is busy. Don't worry, he's an adult, he should be fine. When Jing comforted her. I hope so, I've called him many times, but he hasn't answered. Yi Xiaoyao muttered. Hearing this, when Jing's heart trembled, briefly falling into contemplation. It seems like those guys from the Ghost Tomb Raiders have succeeded. Initially, when Jing had just wanted to avoid Yi Chen, but thinking about how she had deprived Yi Chen of his assessment rights and the series of actions she had taken, she felt somewhat uneasy. On the way to the Apocalypse Town, after much contemplation, she decided to have someone take care of Yi Chen to prevent future troubles, and she was one of the employers of the Ghost Tomb Raiders. Just then, Yi Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. When Jing's brows furrowed upon hearing the ringtone. Xiaoyao, whose call is it? When Jing asked abruptly, Yi Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow at the question, looking puzzled. She then picked up her phone, saw the name displayed on the screen, and the resentment in her heart instantly disappeared. Teacher Wen Jing, it's my brother calling. Yi Xiaoyao said happily. On the side, Wen Jing's expression froze upon hearing this, becoming extremely unpleasant. How is that possible? How could Yi Chen still be alive? Didn't the ghost tomb raiders say that several employers wanted to kill him? Have the high-level coffin bearers been dispatched? Why is he still alive? Could it be that the useless bunch from the ghost-seeking tomb team hasn't found him yet? Wen Jing was amazed. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to notice Wen Jing's expression and couldn't help but glance at her. Then she looked at her phone and quickly answered the call from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I warn you, you can't ignore my messages for so long next time. If you make me worry again, I'll break your legs in place of our deceased parents. Yi Xiaoyao shouted loudly into the phone, a threatening tone in her voice. On the other end of the phone, Yi Chen was silent for 2 seconds, his voice sounding somewhat perfunctory as he replied, "Alright, got it. Good that you understand. Now tell me, where were you last night?" Yi Xiaoyao coldly snorted. "I was training in the Doomsday Valley yesterday and now I'm getting ready to return to Fengyue City." Yi Chen's voice came through the phone. "What, you were also training in the Doomsday Valley yesterday? Why didn't you join us? Teacher Wen Jing agreed for you to come with us. You really make me furious." Yi Chen completely ignored Yi Xiaoyao's words. In his view, his sister was fine in every way, but she had a strong controlling nature. No matter what he did, she always interfered. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao had a strong desire for control. Despite being 2 years younger than Yi Chen, she completely saw herself as the head of the family. "By the way, are you currently training with the teacher?" Yi Chen directly ignored Yi Xiaoyao's complaints and asked casually. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao didn't argue with Yi Chen anymore and quickly replied, "Yes, I'm currently with the class, preparing to enter the Doomsday Valley." "Are you on the right or left side of the river?" "On the right side." "That's good, I'm also on the right side. Just stay by the river bank for now, don't go to the mountain forests near the canyon. I estimate we'll meet in an hour, and by then, I'll have some demon cultivation materials for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen hung up the phone. "Xiaoyao, is your brother also in the Doomsday Valley? Is he going to meet us later?" Wen Jing frowned, a look of concern on her face. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Yi Xiaoyao became even more puzzled. It seemed that her teacher had something on her mind and didn't seem too keen on meeting her own brother. Thinking about this, Yi Xiaoyao said in confusion, "My brother said he'll come find me later." "I see. It's quite dangerous for him to be alone," Wen Jing said with a worried expression. Then she thought for a moment, looked at Yi Xiaoyao again, her worry more evident in her eyes, and with a sense of urgency in her tone, she said, "Your brother is a junior coffin bearer contracted with zombies. It's crazy for him to be alone in the Doomsday Valley. I'll go pick him up first. You guys stay with the third-class instructor for now." After saying that, Wen Jing found the third-class instructor, gave some instructions, summoned the crowman, and flew with him towards the depths of the Doomsday Valley. "Hey, what's going on with your ghost-seeking tomb team? Why has it taken so long and the target hasn't been killed yet?" In the sky, the crowman was flying rapidly with Wen Jing in tow. Wen Jing had called the contact person of the ghost-seeking tomb team and her tone was full of questioning. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Our vice team leader arrived at the Doomsday Valley last night and found the target. The target of the bounty is as good as dead, there's no way he's still alive." The voice on the other end of the phone said angrily. "Impossible?" Wen Jing's eyes flashed with intense killing intent upon hearing this, and she said coldly, "The target's sister is one of my students, they just spoke on the phone. The person you were supposed to kill is still alive. You failed. How is that possible? Our vice team leader is a high-level coffin bearer, how could he have failed? Did you investigate the failure? Aren't you from the renowned grave seekers team in Fengyue City? I can't believe you can't even handle this small matter. What a bunch of useless people." Wen Jing scolded angrily, completely abandoning her usual gentle and pleasant image as a female teacher. Upon hearing this, the other end of the phone fell silent. "Miss, please calm down. Let me confirm the situation and get back to you in 2 minutes. "No need, I'll take care of the target myself." Ghost Seekers Team Headquarters. The receptionist looked extremely panicked at this moment. After trying to call Zhao Long several times, the phone kept showing that it was switched off. Remembering that Zhao Long had taken 4 subordinates to the Doomsday Valley, he hurriedly dialed their numbers. Finally, after 3 calls, one of them answered. Unable to contain himself any longer, the receptionist questioned over the phone, "What's wrong with you guys? You never answer the phone. And where is the vice captain? Why didn't you complete the mission assigned by the captain?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. It was the 2 black-robed figures who had been chased away by Monkey and Qin Dong the previous night. Initially, they had intended to meet up with Zhao Long and the others. However, witnessing Zhao Long indiscriminately unleash his ultimate move, killing their companions, they immediately abandoned the idea of reuniting with him and chose to save their own lives. "The vice captain is dead," came the cold voice over the phone. "What? How could Brother Zhao be dead? Are you kidding me? He was a high-ranking coffin sealer. Even in Fengyue City, he was well known. Who in Fengyue City doesn't know the reputation of our Ghost Seekers team? How could anyone dare to kill him?" The receptionist shouted angrily into the phone. The black-robed figures on the other end of the line coldly snorted, "Believe it or not, that's the truth. I can only tell you that the vice captain was too careless and was killed by 3 intermediate coffin sealers who each possessed a golden coffin. I will report this to the captain. If you have taken photos of those 3 individuals, send them back quickly. If not, return to headquarters first," the receptionist instructed. With that, he hung up the phone directly and then hurriedly ran towards the courtyard where the captain was located. By the riverbank, Yi Chen and the others were running swiftly. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky not far away. Sensing the anomaly in the sky, Yi Chen and the others all looked up. "Yi Chen, it seems like someone is coming." Lin squinted her beautiful eyes, observing the black figure in the sky, and cautiously remarked. Yi Chen nodded, a golden light flashing in his eyes. The figure in the sky instantly appeared clearly in his eyes. "It's her? Why is she alone and not with her class, running out on her own?" Yi Chen muttered. "Yi Chen? Do you know this person?" Lin asked curiously. "She's my former mentor and also my sister's homeroom teacher. So she's Brother Ye's mentor. I thought it was the leader of the Ghost Seekers team coming over. Almost scared me to death." Monkey looked at the figure in the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Shindong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye and said, "Monkey, it's better to keep your mouth shut. If we really encounter them, we might all be wiped out." Upon hearing this, Monkey immediately fell silent, feeling a shiver of fear and regret. Throughout the journey, the group remained on high alert, running quickly while occasionally checking for any unusual movements around them. Due to the darkness of the night before, the 2 black-robed figures who had escaped from Qingdong and Monkey's hands had yet to appear. Lin also sent out the Blood Angel to search the area within a few miles, but still did not find any trace of the 2. They speculated that the 2 were likely hiding somewhere in the Apocalypse Valley, and had probably already informed the Ghost Grave robbing team. At that moment, when Jing also spotted the figures of Yi Chen and his companions early on, she glanced down at Lin and the others from high above, her face instantly turning extremely unpleasant. Why does this guy have 3 intermediate coffin keepers by his side? And their coffin spirits are actually sealed at the golden level? Could it be that the vice leader of the Ghost Grave robbing team died at the hands of these 3 last night? When Jing was shocked. It should be noted that, apart from Yi Chen, the 3 intermediate coffin keepers running on the ground each carried a golden coffin shining brightly, which looked dazzling in the sunlight. At that moment, when Jing's doubts vanished instantly, 3 intermediate coffin keepers with sea-level coffin spirits did indeed have a slight chance of defeating high-level coffin keepers to some extent. Of course, she was unaware that Zhao Long also possessed a golden coffin, so naturally assumed that these 3 were helping Yi Chen through his ordeal. "I am no match for these 3. It seems I can only find an opportunity to take him away before making a move." When Jing looked at Lin and the others with a wary expression. Although her coffin spirit, the Dark Crow rumormonger, could sow discord among them, without knowing the situation of the golden coffins behind Lin and the others, she dared not act recklessly. If she acted rashly, it was very likely that the other party would counteract. Considering that these 3 could kill high-level coffin keepers, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. With this in mind, when Jing looked at Yi Chen, her eyes narrowed, her expression becoming extremely cold and indifferent, as if she were looking at a dead person. However, her expression and gaze were all captured by Yi Chen, who was a kilometer away. "Ha! Why does she have such a strong hostility towards me?" Yi Chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart, somewhat puzzled. "Have I offended her in any way?" Yi Chen thought and thought, but still did not understand what was going on, so he could only act according to the situation and figure things out. Half a minute later, the Dark Crow rumormonger flew with Wen Jing to the front of Yi Chen and the others. After landing, she glanced at Lin and the others, casting a friendly look, then quickly walked up to Yi Chen. Wen Jing's eyes softened as she looked at Yi Chen. By this time, Yi Chen had restrained his aura, only emitting a spiritual power fluctuation at around the level of a first-star novice. Seeing his current strength, Wen Jing couldn't help but smile and say, "Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to really become a coffin keeper. Congratulations." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Normally, he would have chatted with the other party. However, he had just seen the resentment in this woman's eyes. So Yi Chen's tone was unusually calm. "Wen Jing, why did you come to find me?" Yi Chen asked in confusion, staring at her, wanting to see what explanation she would give. Upon hearing this, Wen Jing's tone immediately became concerned. I heard from Xiaoyao that you were also here, so I came specially to pick you up. After all, as someone who just contracted a coffin spirit, it's too dangerous for you in the Apocalypse Valley. Both she and I are very worried about you, but I didn't expect that you actually have 3 intermediate coffin keepers accompanying you. It seems my worries were somewhat unnecessary. As Wen Jing's words fell, the monkey beside her showed a sly look on his face and gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Qin Dong also smiled faintly at the scene. The young beautiful female teacher in front of them seemed only a few years older than them, with slightly lower looks compared to Lin Yin, but still a stunning beauty. Especially the figure of the other party is extremely mature, fuller than Lin Yin, and even comparable to the Blood Angel. And this beautiful female teacher actually cares so much about a student who has repeated a year for more than 2 years, even running from afar to meet him, which makes the two of them have to admire Yi Chen's charm. Yi Ge, your mentor is really good to you. She even ran all the way to pick you up, Monkey said with a smile. Qin Dong thought for a moment and interjected, Yi Chen, why don't you go with the beautiful teacher first? Her coffin spirit can fly faster than us on foot by at least 5 times. If you go with her, you can save a lot of time and get back to Fengyue City faster. In this way, you will face much less danger and won't encounter the ghost grave robbing team. Upon hearing this, Wen Jing was delighted. She had been considering how to take Yi Chen away, and now these 2 intermediate coffin keepers had inadvertently helped her, which was a pleasant surprise. Seemingly realizing something, Wen Jing's expression quickly changed, showing a look of surprise as she asked Qin Dong, young man, what did you just say? Have you offended the ghost grave robbing team? Qin Dong was about to reply when Monkey hastily interjected, beautiful teacher, a few of us previously joined forces to wipe out a squad from the ghost grave robbing team. Unfortunately, 2 members of the team escaped. They should have called for reinforcements by now, and their leader is probably on the way. So if you can take Yi Ge, hurry and take him out of the Doomsday Valley. With this explanation, Wen Jing's expression quickly became tense. She then turned to Yi Chen, sounding extremely anxious. Yi Chen, is what he said true? If you have really offended the ghost grave robbing team, then come with me quickly. The leader of the ghost grave robbing team is a high-level 5-star coffin keeper. Possessing the scythe demon coffin spirit, he kills without blinking an eye. You must leave here quickly. Come with me now, I will take you to the Doomsday Town, and then arrange for someone to send you back to Fengyue City. Wen Jing's face was extremely tense, her eyes filled with worry. In reality, she was becoming extremely excited inside. When the raven takes him to the Doomsday Highlands, just drop him from high altitude. Wen Jing thought to herself, because even a high-level 9-star coffin keeper, if thrown from a kilometer high, would be shattered to pieces. There are only 2 types of coffin keepers who can survive in the air. One is those with flying coffin spirits, like Wen Jing's Dark Raven Herald. The other is coffin keepers whose spiritual power level reaches the extraordinary stage, allowing them to move through the air. Obviously, if Yi Chen goes with her, when the raven reaches high altitude, Yi Chen will undoubtedly die. However, at this moment, Lin Yin stood coldly in front of Yi Chen, a hint of killing intent flashing in her beautiful eyes, her tone becoming extremely cold as she said to Wen Jing, Yi Chen, if you believe me, don't go with her. This woman just displayed a strong killing intent towards you. At this, Yi Chen looked at Lin Yin in surprise. Monkey and Qin Dong also had their faces changed, looking at Wen Jing with vigilance. Miss, what are you talking about? Yi Chen is my former student, how could I have any killing intent towards him? Wen Jing frowned, showing a puzzled expression. Lin Yin sneered, whether you have killing intent towards Yi Chen, you know in your heart. Anyway, my words are here. I won't allow you to take Yi Chen away. Upon hearing this, even though Wen Jing had ulterior motives, she couldn't help but start to confront Lin Yin. She glanced at Yi Chen and spoke mockingly, Yi Chen, is this your girlfriend? Is she jealous? I want to take you away, just to get you out of danger, and I don't want Xiaoyao to lose her brother. The girlfriend you found seems to have a difficult personality, a bit unreasonable. You are being chased by the ghost-seeking tomb team, and I could make you safer, but she's here getting jealous, putting you in danger. The advice from a teacher about this kind of girlfriend is that it's better to break up. Wen Jing's lips curved into a faint smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yin's brows furrowed. She had a rather cold and proud temperament, straightforward and not good at sweet-talking. She directly placed the golden coffin on her back on the ground, her tone filled with indifference, if you don't leave now, you'll die. On the side, Monkey and Qin Dong also put down the coffin, ready to summon the coffin spirit. Yi Chen, it seems your friends have quite a misunderstanding about me. Wen Jing frowned, her face turning dark. Here's some advice from a teacher. Friends who don't distinguish right from wrong are not worth keeping. Since that's the case, I won't stay here any longer. I will inform Xiaoyao about your situation. With that, Wen Jing made a decision. The dark crow rumormonger sensed her command and instantly turned into a shadow, grabbing her and flying high into the sky. At this moment, a murderous intent flashed in Wen Jing's eyes as she quickly took out her phone, secretly took a photo of Lin Yin and the others, then slowly disappeared from Yi Chen and the others' sight. Yi Chen, your teacher seems to have taken a photo of us. Lin Yin's gentle voice came. By now, the coldness on her face had vanished, replaced by a hint of worry. Yi Ge, I saw it too just now, this woman did take a photo of us. I'm afraid she might resent us and send the photo to the ghost-seeking tomb team. Qin Dong analyzed. We need to change our route, or we'll be intercepted once we leave the Doomsday Valley. Yi Chen nodded at the suggestion. Actually, I noticed her hostility earlier, but I never thought about what I did to offend her. Yi Chen, you don't need to think about that, you just need to know she's your enemy. Next time you encounter her, just kill her, Lin Yin said to Yi Chen seriously. Yi Ge, Yin Jia is right. If we can successfully return to Maple Peak City, we'll find a chance to kill this woman, Monkey added. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at Lin Yin, curious, and asked, how did you sense her murderous intent towards me? Is this your talent? Lin Yin glanced at Yi Chen, then nodded and explained, my talent is called malice conversion. I can currently sense all malice within a 20-meter range and absorb it, temporarily converting malice into spiritual power. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Chen was surprised. No wonder since meeting Lin Yin and the others, they had behaved so familiarly. It was because Lin Yin had this abnormal talent to discern whether others were friendly. Lin Yin, thank you, I owe you a favor again this time, Yi Chen said with a smile. Damn it! How did that woman detect my murderous intent just now? In the sky, Wen Jing was somewhat puzzled. She had disguised herself well, but was seen through by the other party. Fortunately, she remained relatively calm. As long as Yi Chen didn't figure it out, it wouldn't be a problem. Come to think of it, I have no grudge with Yi Chen. It's more like I owe him. Wen Jing felt conflicted. Initially, she just didn't want Yi Chen to embarrass her, so she deceived him and disqualified him from the assessment. But when she found out Xiao Yao was Yi Chen's sister and possessed extremely powerful talents, she felt deeply regretful. It was not easy for Yi Xiaoyao, a highly talented student, to appear in her class, and their relationship was quite good. In the future, when Yi Xiaoyao grows up, it will bring benefits to herself as well. However, the problem was that she had schemed against Yi Xiaoyao's brother in advance. Fearing the exposure of the situation, Wen Jing, feeling helpless, impulsively put a bounty on Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen had 3 decent intermediate coffin bearers as friends, something she had never imagined. According to the ghost grave robbing team, I am not the only one offering a reward for Yi Chen. I can just act like I know nothing and distance myself, Wen Jing thought to herself. Thinking about this, Wen Jing felt a lot more relieved. Should I go and tell Yi Chen the truth, inform him that he can participate in the assessment, and apologize to him? Wen Jing furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself. No, how could I apologize to a student who repeated a grade? If he reveals that I deprived him of the assessment qualification, I won't be able to stay at Fengyu at First High School anymore, and I'll face even more trouble. Wen Jing shook her head, immediately dismissing her previous idea. At that moment, she felt trapped and decided to take action, directly handing over the photos of the several people to the ghost grave robbing team. When Wen Jing returned to the team where her class was located, Yi Xiaoyao approached her directly, asking eagerly, Teacher Wen Jing, where's my brother? Didn't he come back with you? Upon hearing this, Wen Jing was momentarily stunned, then she smiled faintly and said, Xiaoyao, your brother is currently with 3 intermediate coffin bearers. They seem to be his friends and will ensure his safety, so you don't need to worry about him. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao looked surprised. Then she appeared puzzled, seeming to find it hard to believe that her previously slacking brother could make so many friends. Seeing Yi Xiaoyao's expression, Wen Jing smiled gently. She quickly opened her phone and handed Yi Xiaoyao the photos she had just taken of Yi Chen and the others. Xiaoyao, these are your brother and the coffin bearers he's with. Their relationship seems quite good, so you really don't need to worry. Wen Jing pointed to the photo on her phone and said. Looking at the 4 people in the photo, Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but brighten up. It turns out to be 3 coffin bearers carrying golden coffins. It seems that my brother is not as simple as I thought, Yi Xiaoyao thought to herself, feeling a mix of surprise and joy. From the positioning of Lin Yin and the others in the photo, it was evident that these 3 individuals were centered around Yi Chen, treating him as their core. However, their expressions seemed somewhat cautious. As if realizing something, Wen Jing's lips curved into a slight smile. She then sent the photo to Yi Xiaoyao and said, Xiaoyao, the girl in the photo seems to be your brother's girlfriend. I didn't bring your brother along because this girl didn't want him to come with me. On the rugged mountain road near the edge of the Doomsday Valley, Yi Chen was leading Lin Yin and the others on their way. Opting for a rarely traveled path, it was relatively safe but more time-consuming. Along the way, Yi Chen held Chi-Chi in one hand while the tyrant cleared the path, killing any monsters they encountered. This directly led to the tyrant and Chi-Chi gaining hundreds of experience points. Lin Yin and the others followed behind Yi Chen, their eyes filled with amazement. This was because the spiritual power emanating from Yi Chen had already reached the level of a 6-star novice. Just yesterday when they met Yi Chen, his strength was only at the level of a 3-star novice, and the tyrant was around level 7. But in just one night, the tyrant and Chi-Chi's strength had skyrocketed. The massive increase in the level of the two coffin spirits overnight was beyond what Lin Yin and the others dared to imagine. Yi Gu, what kind of talent do you have? It's so terrifying. Your one night of battle has boosted the coffin spirit by several levels. It's almost equivalent to several months of our training. Monkey exclaimed in awe. Although the few of them had managed to cultivate the coffin spirit to level 20 in just over a year without using materials like blood pills, they were considered geniuses. But compared to Yi Chen, it was like night and day. My talent is a necromancer. I can only contract with the undead coffin spirits, quickly cultivate zombies and skeletons, and summon them to fight at the same time, Yi Chen casually explained. Hearing this, the others were even more astonished. In their eyes, although being able to contract with the undead was a kind of flaw, being able to quickly cultivate them could make up for many shortcomings. Moreover, they believed that Yi Chen must have a strong background, with at least one top-notch extraordinary powerhouse supporting him. Because giving rare skills to a low-potential coffin spirit like Tyrant in the early stages, and possessing an S-level coffin spirit, was something only the offspring of super-large families would dare to think about. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the caller, he was stunned and immediately stopped in his tracks. Hey, Yi kid, are you in Maple Peak City now? Hurry to the Tomb Seekers Guild, I have something to discuss with you. President Chen's voice came through the phone. Yi Chen replied slowly, President Chen, I'm in the Doomsday Valley. It will take at least 3 hours to get back to Maple Peak City. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became louder, sounding somewhat displeased. 3 hours? Why would it take so long? You didn't go deep into the Doomsday Valley alone, did you? No, I just ran into a bit of trouble, and now I'm taking the mountain road back, so the return journey will take a bit longer, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. What kind of trouble did you run into? I've been targeted for a bounty by the Grave Seekers group. The leader of the Ghost Seekers group is after me. Absurd! You stay put in the Doomsday Valley. I'll go bring the leader of the Ghost Seekers group to you right away. I want to see if he dares to touch you. With that, President Chen hung up the phone, leaving Yi Chen and the others standing there looking bewildered. Yi Gu, who was that old man on the phone just now? He asked you to wait here and said he would bring the leader of the Ghost Seekers group over. Monkey looked at Yi Chen curiously. Could it be that this old man is an extraordinary powerhouse? Upon hearing Monkey's words, Lin Yin and Qin Dong's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, the strongest in their family was also an extraordinary coffin master, so they knew how powerful extraordinary coffin masters were. Extraordinary coffin masters were almost beyond ordinary human beings, they could be called superhumans. Their mastery of spiritual power was extremely profound, allowing them to fly at low altitudes using spiritual power. At the same time, extraordinary coffin masters could easily strengthen themselves with spiritual power, effortlessly shattering a building with a single punch. But what was most terrifying was their ability to control coffin spirits above the Lord level. When these coffin spirits unleashed their area of effect skills, it was like a disaster striking, capable of destroying a street hundreds of meters long with a mere gesture. Yi Chen, your background is indeed extraordinary. It seems that the relationship between you and that extraordinary coffin master just now is not ordinary. Qin Dong exclaimed in amazement. You seem to have misunderstood something. The old man who just called me is not an extraordinary coffin master, Yi Chen said casually. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow at this and said in confusion, not an extraordinary coffin master? Could it be a legendary powerhouse? At this, Monkey and Qin Dong burst into laughter. Ha, Yin Jia, legendary powerhouses are almost always figures of the level of city lords. If Yi Gu has a legendary powerhouse backing him, he must have plenty of high-level guards accompanying him when he goes out. How could we even have a chance to team up with him? Monkey chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin suddenly felt that the other party made sense. She then slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Yi Chen. Seeing her reaction, Yi Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. Lin Yin is right, that old man is indeed a legendary coffin keeper. As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey and Qin Dong looked as if they had seen a ghost, shocked. What? A legendary coffin keeper? How is that possible? Yi Gu, are you kidding me? You have a legendary powerhouse covering you. You could easily walk sideways in Maple Peak City. Would the ghost seekers dare to come bother you? Actually, I've only known that old man for a day. He is the president of the Tomb Seekers Guild in Maple Peak City. Yi Chen seemed to realize something and quickly took out a hexagonal snowflake-shaped badge emitting a cold aura from his pocket, then handed it to Lin Yin and the others. Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers. Damn, it's really the Tomb Seekers led by the president of the Tomb Seekers Guild in Maple Peak City. It seems we don't need to run away in a panic. Ha ha, to think that such a big shot would personally come to pick us up. Monkey laughed, giving Yi Chen a thumbs up, showing even more admiration. Alright, let's rest here for a while. I estimate he will be here in half an hour at most. Yi Chen waved his hand, then found a clean patch of grass and lay down on it. The others followed suit, sitting down nearby, resting in place. At this moment, on the road outside Maple Peak City leading to the town of Doomsday, a black luxury car was speeding along. In the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak with a pale face marked with a blue ghost pattern was meditating with his eyes closed. How much longer until we reach the town of Doomsday? The middle-aged man's tone was extremely calm. However, when he spoke, a black mist emanated from his mouth, causing the temperature inside the car to drop rapidly. Feeling the cold, the driver in the front seat couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. Captain, it will take another 20 minutes to reach the town of Doomsday, the driver said tremblingly. 20 minutes is too long, go faster. Captain, this is already the fastest speed. The road ahead is not easy to traverse, going faster might cause an accident. The driver broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, seemingly very afraid of the middle-aged man in the back seat. Upon hearing this, a dark mist flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. In an instant, his eyes became extremely hollow, his pale skin began to peel off like paper, and his originally normal-sized mouth started tearing apart sideways, revealing many ferocious sharp teeth. Lao Wang, you have followed me for so many years, you should know very well that I don't like to be defied, right? The middle-aged man's hoarse voice sounded displeased. I'll give you one chance, either speed up, or be eaten by the new possessed ghost I've just acquired. At this moment, the driver sneakily glanced at the rearview mirror and found that his captain had already been possessed by an evil spirit, his face turning instantly pale with fear. Captain, I'm sorry. I'll speed up right away. Lao Wang endured his fear, firmly stepping on the gas pedal. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura like a mountain descended from the sky, directly enveloping the black sedan. Feeling the oppressive aura, the driver instantly fainted. The speeding car lost control and crashed into a small hillside beside the road. With a loud bang, the car hit the rocks on the hillside, and the hood burst open. The driver in the front instantly lost his life. Seated in the back seat, the middle-aged man was hit hard, his forehead knocking against the seat, a trace of blood seeping out. Sensing the abyss-like aura outside the car, the middle-aged man stiffened all over. The evil spirit that had been possessing him slowly returned to his body, and his face returned to normal. What's going on? Who is it? The middle-aged man was terrified. It's me, Chen Shuazong. A cold voice came from the sky. Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly opened the car door and jumped out. When he saw the tang-dressed old man standing in mid-air, his face changed drastically, and he half-knelt directly on the ground. Xian Hu pays respects to the chairman. Xian Long trembled as he spoke. I heard that your ghost-seeking tomb group is targeting my descendants. Is this true? Chairman Chen asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Xian Hu's face showed surprise and he said, Chairman Chen, who in Maple Peak City doesn't know you have only one granddaughter? How could my ghost-seeking tomb group dare to target the young lady? Have you heard of the name Yi Chen? Chairman Chen asked. Yi Chen? How is that possible? Upon hearing this familiar name, Xian Hu was dumbfounded. He never expected that the target his tomb-seeking group received a bounty for was Chairman Chen's descendant. This had caused Chairman Chen to personally come looking for him. For a moment, Xian Hu felt like the whole world had turned dark. He was completely innocent, not only losing a vice-captain and several members of the group but also risking his own life. It's over. I've been set up. Xian Hu trembled all over, muttering to himself. It seems you did indeed target him. In that case, come with me. After speaking, Chairman Chen emitted a burst of spiritual power from his hand, instantly pulling Xian Hu towards him. He then grabbed Xian Hu by the neck and swiftly flew towards the direction of the Doomsday Valley. It's been over half an hour, Chen Lao should be arriving soon. In the mountains, Yi Chen stood on a huge rock, looking towards the high ground outside the Doomsday Valley. Beside him, Lin Yin and others waited quietly. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the distance, flying at high speed in the sky. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with golden light as he looked towards the dot. He saw an old man standing with one hand behind his back and the other casually holding the collar of a middle-aged man, flying rapidly towards the valley. Chen Lao truly lives up to the legendary coffin master. His flying speed is many times faster than Wen Jing's rumored Dark Crow messenger. Yi Chen thought to himself. At the same time, Yi Chen was extremely envious of this ability to fly through the air. Perhaps when I become an intermediate coffin master, I should subdue a possessing corpse clan to protect myself. Then, I'll subdue a flying corpse spirit to speed up my travels. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He speculated that Chen Lao's visit this time was probably related to the Appraisal conference in Jiangnan City. If he could get advance information about the coffin spirits at the conference, he could be fully prepared. This Appraisal conference in Jiangnan City is undoubtedly an opportunity. If I can pick up a corpse dragon, I'll hit the jackpot. Yi Chen thought to himself. Yi Chen, look over there, is that Chairman Chen you mentioned? Lin Yin also noticed the old man flying through the air and spoke with a hint of doubt in her tone. Yi Chen nodded at her words and said calmly, it's him. Just then, Chairman Chen's figure appeared in front of Yi Chen, about 10 meters away. When he saw Yi Chen, he casually threw the black-robed man in his hand forward. With a loud bang, the face of the figure in black robes smashed onto the ground, followed by a miserable scream. He was then forcefully rolled on the ground, kicking up dust, before falling in front of Yi Chen. Yi lad, you've got some nerve picking a fight with them. If I hadn't come, you'd be dead by now, President Chen said, stroking his beard, pointing at the bloodied figure in front of Yi Chen with a smile. Chen Lao, thank you. I owe you one for this, Yi Chen said, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. President Chen, upon hearing this, became extremely excited and laughed heartily. Yi lad, since you put it that way, I'll gladly accept this favor. I'll come to collect it later, so be prepared. Yi Chen's face turned speechless at this. He was just being polite, never expecting the old man to take it seriously. However, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it much, grateful that the old man had truly saved him from a fatal crisis. On the side, Monkey and Xin Dong became tense upon seeing President Chen, while Lin Yin appeared calm but kept his gaze on President Chen. They all showed respect in their eyes, admiring the strength of a powerful figure. President Chen, noticing Lin Yin and the others, smiled and said to Yi Chen, are these three talented youngsters your friends? Yi Chen nodded in response. President Chen then turned to Lin Yin and the others, since you are Yi lad's friends, I'll take you back to Maple Peak City. You can visit the Tomb-Seeking Guild when you're there. Your potential is good, and if I have time, I can offer you some guidance. Monkey and Xin Dong were taken aback by this offer. Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even a simple guidance from a legendary figure could bring immense benefits. Their family's strongest had received guidance from a legendary figure when reaching a bottleneck in their strength, leading to extraordinary achievements. Now, Lin Yin and his friends had the chance to be personally guided by a legendary figure, filling them with excitement. Thank you, President Chen, they all said in unison. President Chen smiled, then turned his gaze back to Yi Chen. This fellow is the leader of the ghost-seeking tomb team. If you have any questions, you can ask him, President Chen said, pointing at Qianhu, who was covered in blood on the ground. Of course, you can decide how to deal with him. After all, anyone who dares to harm a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team is on a path to death, President Chen said calmly. Qianhu felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing President Chen's words. President, I'm innocent. I didn't know Yi was your junior. If I had known, I would never have taken this bounty mission. Qianhu pleaded, his voice trembling. Despite his usual arrogance and dominance in Maple Peak City, facing a true big shot like President Chen left him without the courage to confront him. Just by his presence, President Chen could easily crush him, a high-ranking 5-star coffin sealer, with just his aura. To survive, his only chance was to beg for mercy like a pitiful ant on the ground. Seeing President Chen unmoved, Qianhu quickly knelt in Yi Chen's direction, begging, Yi, I was wrong, spare me. I shouldn't have taken the bounty on you. I should have investigated your identity in advance. If I had known you were a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Yi lad, his fate is in your hands. But let me remind you, until you reach a level where no one can rival you in strength, it's best to eliminate any threats to yourself. Even if it means using others, it's not something to be ashamed of. President Chen looked at Yi Chen, who seemed somewhat shaken, and solemnly cautioned him. At these words, Qianhu trembled uncontrollably. Currently, President Chen regarded his life as insignificant as grass. His only chance of survival lay in Yi Chen's hands. The only thing he could do now was to kneel and flatter Yi Chen. Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as a slave, be your subordinate, and obey your every command. Please spare my life. Give me a chance to live. Qianhu cried out in desperation. Yi Chen glanced at President Chen, then at the tearful Qianhu, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I can give you a chance to live. Yi Chen said, just tell me who put a bounty on me. Then summon your strongest coffin spirit, stand still, and let my coffin spirit strike yours. If your coffin spirit withstands the attack, I'll spare you. If it doesn't, well, I'll reluctantly accept your life. Yi Chen chuckled. At these words, Lin Yin's face lit up with excitement. She knew how terrifying Yi Chen's tyrant was, especially after reaching level 12, the blood-red energy he unleashed could definitely kill coffin spirits below level 40. Yi is setting him up for sure. Monkey muttered under his breath. Qin Dong nodded in agreement, looking extremely eager. Upon hearing this, Xianhu was overjoyed. In his eyes, the ones capable of killing his deputy leader were undoubtedly Lin Yin and the other two. After all, these three were mid-level coffin masters with golden coffins. As for Yi Chen, with his weak spiritual fluctuations, he was nothing but a nobody. Trying to kill a robust, level 35 side demon like himself was simply a pipe dream. Yi lad, how could you possibly kill his coffin spirit? President Chen shook his head, sounding somewhat helpless. Since he hadn't deliberately probed Yi Chen's hidden spiritual fluctuations, he only sensed Yi Chen's weak aura, almost the same as when he first met him yesterday. Never mind, kindness is also a virtue. He'll understand the cruelty of this world better as he gains more experience. President Chen sighed inwardly. President Chen handed over the decision on Xianhu's fate to Yi Chen and stood aside with his hands behind his back, no longer interfering. Although he was well aware of Yi Chen's ability to fight beyond his level, the tyrant's level was simply too low. Even with the terrifying skill of the red energy column, he couldn't harm Xianhu's coffin spirit. Out of concern for Yi Chen, President Chen couldn't help but remind him, Yi lad, when you have the tyrant unleash its attack, aim it directly at the heart of the side demon. That's its weak spot. If you can break through its defense, you might have a chance to kill it. Yi Chen nodded at the advice. Don't worry, President Chen, I'm confident I can kill it. Upon hearing this, Xianhu felt somewhat disdainful. A lowly 3-star novice coffin master wants to harm my side demon? What a joke! Xianhu sneered inwardly. However, with President Chen present, he maintained a fawning smile, showing great respect towards Yi Chen. Yi, I hope you'll go easy on me later, Xianhu said with a forced smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse Yi Chen in his heart. Heh, if it weren't for old Chen here, the one kneeling in front of me right now would be you useless waste. With that in mind, Xianhu quickly conveyed an order to the Scythe Demon inside the contract space. Scythe Demon, when you are attacked by that waste kid's coffin spirit later, try to pretend that you have suffered a huge amount of damage. Since he wants to pretend, let's cooperate with him well and try to please him as much as possible. Let this waste experience the joy of fighting beyond his level. Xianhu instructed the Scythe Demon. At that moment, Lin Yin seemed to sense Xianhu's malice and quickly reached out to tug at Yi Chen's sleeve, leaning in close to whisper softly, Yi Chen, it seems like he's cursing at you. I can feel his malice towards you. Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. I ask you, who put a bounty on me, and then hired your grave-seeking team to kill me? Yi Chen wanted to verify his previous speculation and stared at Xianhu intently. Young Master Yi, there are 4 people who put a bounty on you this time, Xianhu answered seriously. On the side, President Chen widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Yi Chen, saying, 4 people? Young man Yi, you sure know how to stir up trouble, huh? What on earth did you do to attract so many people's attention? If I remember correctly, it seems like someone offended me first. Yi Chen looked at President Chen speechlessly and retorted. Ha, you sure know how to make enemies. President Chen chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Xianhu. Seeing President Chen looking at him, Xianhu trembled all over and quickly explained to Yi Chen, Young Master Yi, do you happen to know a law enforcement team member named Su Feng? Didn't expect him to be real, Yi Chen muttered to himself, nodding in response. Before Xianhu could continue, President Chen suddenly erupted with a majestic aura, pushing outwards in all directions. This is outrageous. I never expected this insignificant law enforcer to be so audacious. I have already warned him, yet he still dares to lay hands on you. It's simply disrespectful to me. President Chen fumed, looking extremely angry. Young man Yi, when you return to Maple Peak City later, you can wear the badge I give you on your chest. By then, when you commit a crime in the inner city, no one will dare to stop you, President Chen said. Upon hearing this, Monkey and Qin Dong's eyes lit up, showing an expression of great admiration on their faces. Truly a legendary powerhouse, this is simply too domineering. So protective. If only we could also become disciples of President Chen. The two of them were excited in their hearts. At this moment, Yi Chen had already listed the hit list left by Su Feng. Although the person was dismissed and it was related to him, it was all Su Feng's doing. Go on, Yi Chen said indifferently to Qianhu. Young Master Yi, because you killed a member of our grave-seeking team's relative. That member also placed a bounty on you. But rest assured, I will now have him taken care of to help you vent your anger." With that, Shenhu picked up his phone and sent a text message, a message that undoubtedly sealed the fate of that member. The third one is the owner of an inn in Doomsday Town. I believe young Master Yi has also met her. As for the last one, young Master Yi, you are probably quite familiar with her. I'm afraid you might find it hard to accept. Shenhu's tone became hesitant. He was afraid that once Yi Chen knew the name of this person, he would become furious and not abide by the agreement they had just made. Upon hearing this, President Chen beside him looked puzzled. Lin Yin and the others trembled all over. "Yi Chen, if I'm not mistaken, it should be her." Lin Yin's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Chen, filled with certainty. "Yi Ge, I never expected that woman would actually put a bounty on you. Do you have some deep-seated grudge with her?" Monkey said in a tense tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slowly and calmly replied, "I have never had any conflicts with her. I don't know why she would put a bounty on me, but I will find out when I meet her later." "Yi lad, who is this woman you're talking about? Could it be your ex-girlfriend?" President Chen chuckled. "President, you've got it wrong. That woman is called Wen Jing, a mentor at Maple Peak City High School. She was also Yi Xiao's former teacher. As for why I personally came to the Valley of Doom, it was because she provided information about Yi Xiao and the others," Qianhu hurriedly explained. Just as Qianhu was about to continue, Yi Chen interrupted him directly, exuding a faint killing intent, saying, "Enough, no need to say more. Summon the coffin spirit." "Yi Xiao, does your previous statement still hold true?" Qianhu asked nervously. "Of course, it does. If your side demon can withstand the tyrant's attack, I will let you go. I never go back on my word." When Yi Chen finished speaking, a glint of fear flashed in Qianhu's eyes, looking like he had narrowly escaped death. As long as the side demon could withstand the opponent's attack, President Chen would have no choice but to let Qianhu go. "Yi Xiao, the side demon has a formidable constitution. If you want to practice, feel free to attack it a few more times," Qianhu said with a hint of a smile. He couldn't understand where Yi Chen's confidence came from. Trying to harm a demon with a low-level undead was simply wishful thinking. Seemingly hearing the smugness in Qianhu's tone, Yi Chen just gave a cold smile and said, "If you don't summon the coffin spirit, I will have to kill you." With these words, Qianhu felt a chill down his spine and dared not delay any longer. He quickly raised his hands. The spiritual light in his hands shimmered, instantly forming a mysterious array pattern with a blood-red cross. Then, he gave a light shout and pressed the eerie array he had formed onto the ground. Boom! A loud noise rang out, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a cross-shaped crack appeared. A hexagonal coffin over 3 meters high, emitting a dark golden light and engraved with dragon motifs, squeezed out of the crack in the ground. At that moment, Qianhu looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile, "Yi Xiao, this is my main battle coffin spirit, the scythe demon." With that, the dark golden coffin board collapsed with a bang, revealing a monstrous demon with black wings on its back, twin horns on its head, wielding a huge scythe, and covered in eerie runes, standing before them. Since Yi Chen held Qianhu's life in his hands, he did not allow the scythe demon to unleash its full power. However, the demon's strength still made Lin Yin and the others tremble with fear. Hiss! It's actually a B-class demon. It looks truly terrifying. Monkey gasped in shock. Truly the most powerful existence among all races. I feel its potential is almost on par with the A-class coffin spirits of other races. Xin Dong said with a hint of worry in his tone, unable to help but sweat for Yi Chen. The demon's constitution was undoubtedly the best among all races, and it possessed extremely powerful attack capabilities. Compared to other races, demons were like hexagonal warriors. Although they had witnessed Yi Chen slay the Ghost Knight in seconds, how could the frail undead compare to a demon? At present, whether the tyrant could kill the side demon in seconds was still unknown. President Chen narrowed his eyes and quietly observed Yi Chen's changing expression. In his view, it would be very difficult for the tyrant to kill the side demon. But when he saw the smile still hanging on Yi Chen's lips, even with a hint of excitement, he suddenly felt a bit confused. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that in just one day, his strength has improved a lot? President Chen muttered to himself. The next moment, he began to probe Yi Chen's spiritual power with all his might. Damn, Yi kid? In just one day, your spiritual power has risen from initial stage 3 stars to initial stage 6 stars? Are you kidding me? President Chen said in shock. With these words, Qianhu's brow furrowed instantly. From initial stage 3 stars to initial stage 6 stars in one day? This is absolutely impossible. Qianhu sneered at this in his mind, feeling that President Chen was a bit short-sighted. Even if the opponent's coffin spirit reached level 12, it was still impossible to harm the side demon. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to President Chen's words, just curiously sizing up the Scythe Demon. Coffin Spirit, Scythe Demon, Race, Demon, Level, LV. 35 Commander Level, 31 to 39, Seal Level, B-Grade Dark Gold Dragon Coffin, Level Cap 59, Talent, Superior Demon Bloodline, Extremely Strong Physique, while reducing 50% of damage received. Life Reaper, when hitting a target with a scythe, penetrate defense, sees life force equivalent to damage to restore oneself, and make the target's injuries difficult to heal, continuously draining life force. Skills, Void Break Slash, Special, Demon Flame, 3rd tier, Blink, Primary Regeneration, 4th tier, Sweep, Rapid Flight, 2nd tier, Advanced Intimidation, 3rd tier, Ultimate Skill, Scythe Demon True Form, reveals the strongest demon form, attack range and speed increase 5 times, attack power doubles. Defect, none. Intimacy, 45, obedient to humans. Current state, disdainful, arrogant. Evolution times, 2 times. Introduction, from the depths of the demon abyss. The manager in the upper abyss, an elite among demons, with decent attack power and strength. Superior demon bloodline, can actually reduce damage. This is indeed quite powerful. Looking at the Scythe Demons panel, Yi Chen couldn't help but be amazed. For others, just this talent alone would be extremely tricky. Any attack on the Scythe Demon would reduce half the damage. The Tyrant's Transcendent Material Penetration is an 8th tier skill that can ignore physical defense, soul body. The skill tier completely exceeds the potential limit of the Scythe Demon. This superior demon bloodline is completely ineffective for me. The Tyrant can still kill it in one strike. Yi Chen was extremely confident in his mind. This move was his trump card, an 8th tier skill. It should be noted that Coffin spirits above level 80 are second only to deities, possessing the power to destroy the world, known as the King of the World, Realm King. If a skill that only a Realm King can possess is reduced by a mere demon talent, it would truly become a joke. Seeing Yi Chen in a daze, Shen, who suddenly felt delighted, then quickly invited him, "Yi, make your move. I want to see your strength." On the side, Lin frowned as she watched Shen, whose smug look. "Yi Chen, don't agree to that condition from earlier. It's okay, I know what I'm doing." Yi Chen gave Lin a reassuring look. This lady, someone like Yi, is always true to his word. How can you come up with ideas and mislead someone as noble as Yi? Shen, who was extremely dissatisfied with Lin, his tone tinged with a hint of panic. Normally, he could have forced this woman to submit before him, but now, under the circumstances, he could only swallow his pride and dare not erupt. Shen, who was afraid that Yi Chen would change his mind, so he quickly smiled and said to Yi Chen, "Yi, make your move. You can beat the Scythe Demon however you want, as long as you enjoy yourself." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. Killing a level 35 demon would definitely provide enough experience to level up both Tyrant and 7 even further. Yi Chen had never intended to spare Qian Hu from the start. He simply wanted the opponent to summon the Reaper's spirit and then gain experience points. "Alright, in that case, I won't hold back," Yi Chen said with a smile. He then summoned the Tyrant, directing it to stand in front of the Scythe Demon. The Scythe Demon disdainfully glanced at the Tyrant, then tilted its head back, showing a look of contempt. Qian Hu was visibly frightened by the Scythe Demon's actions. "Damn it! It's Yi Young Master's Reaper Spirit. Show some respect. Quickly kneel down and let it beat you up so Young Master Yi can calm down." Qian Hu roared angrily at the Scythe Demon. "Humph! Contract holder! You are incompetent. How could a proud being like me, a Scythe Demon, kneel to a mere ant-like zombie?" The Scythe Demon completely ignored Qian Hu's rage, arrogantly tilting its head back. Next, the Scythe Demon approached the Tyrant, looking down at it and disdainfully saying, "Ant, come, attack me. If you manage to harm me in the slightest, I will break off this pair of demon horns on my head and give them to you." Unable to bear this humiliation, the Tyrant roared in anger, swiftly gathering a wildly raging blood-red energy in its hand. In just a second, the energy had reached its limit, achieving an extremely saturated state. The endless restlessness distorted the surrounding air, astonishing everyone as they retreated more than 10 steps backward. At that moment, the Tyrant let out a deep, indistinct voice, angrily roaring, "Die." As soon as the words fell, the blood-red energy suddenly exploded. With a bang, the surrounding space trembled, a scorching sensation hit, and a red light burst out like the sun, causing everyone's eyes to sting. After a few breaths, when the red light faded, calm returned to the surroundings. Only the Tyrant stood beside a large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. It held a scythe in its hand and a pair of demon horns. Ding! The Tyrant successfully killed the LV 35 Scythe Demon, experience doubled, gained experience points plus 8,000. Ding! Reaper Spirit experience sharing in effect, your Reaper Spirit 7, gained experience points plus 8,000. Ding! Your Reaper Spirit Tyrant has been promoted to LV 14 Servant level. Experience required for next level 100/6440. Ding! Your Reaper Spirit 7 has been promoted to LV 12 Servant level. Experience required for next level 600/5040. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining items, Demon Scythe, Demon Horns. The system's notification sound rang out, and Yi-Chen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Killing the side demon this time had earned him 8,000 experience points, bringing Tyrant and 7 closer to evolution. Open the Tyrant's panel. Yi-Chen thought to himself. Reaper Spirit, First Generation Tyrant T002, Tyrant, Race, Undead Level, LV 14 Servant Level, 1-19, Experience, 100/6440 Seal Level, Silver Ancestor Coffin, up to level 39, Talent, Comprehensive Virus Enhancement, Virus Absorption Skills, Destruction Strike, 2nd Tier, Rapid Charge, 2nd Tier, Rending Claw, 2nd Tier, Intermediate Healing, 2nd Tier, Super Material Penetration, 8th Tier, Flame Light Step, Special, Thunderous Slash, Special, Ultimate Skill, Unbinding Release Defects, None Intimacy, 100, Loyalty to Protect Master, Current, Status, Excited Evolution Potential, One-Time Introduction, from the City of the Apocalypse. Source Text, one of the rare powerful monsters among the zombies, possessing outstanding language comprehension abilities, after being nurtured by a god-level necromancer, its abilities have been greatly enhanced. Looking at the magnificent skill panel of the Tyrant, Yi-Chen was instantly excited. It's worth noting that the Tyrant from yesterday was only at level 1 and just an ordinary D-level potential zombie. However, with the system and Yi-Chen's talent, it had risen to level 14 in just one day, acquiring several terrifying skills. If others could see the Tyrant's panel now, they would be absolutely stunned. Next, Yi-Chen glanced at Chi-Chi's panel, which remained unchanged except for reaching level 12. But with her dual talents and 3 unique skills, Chi-Chi could kill monsters 10 levels above her. This is the power of an S-level coffin spirit. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen clenched his fists, his face filled with anticipation. Anyway, let's level up the Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20 first, then evolve them. At this moment, the others had not yet recovered. They had witnessed the Tyrant's move yesterday, which required a considerable amount of time to charge up. But now, in extreme anger, the Tyrant had condensed all its energy in just 1 second. This left them extremely shocked. Yi lad, your silver-level sealed zombie is quite something. Its strength is probably much stronger than a similar-level Zongzi. President Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just as President Chen was sighing, Chen-Hu staggered to the edge of the pit. As he looked at the Reaper demon that had disappeared, he suddenly spewed a mist of blood from his mouth, his face turning incredibly pale. How is this possible? How could it kill my demon? Chen-Hu, looking like a madman, with disheveled hair, roared furiously. You see, this Reaper demon was the culmination of his efforts for over 20 years. He had invested at least billions in materials and money into this demon. However, he never imagined that a B-level demon at level 35 would be killed in seconds by a weak zombie. This was undoubtedly unbelievable. But the fact was there, tearing Chen-Hu's heart apart, causing it to bleed. Put! Kill my coffin spirit! I want you dead! Chen-Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring in anger. Then, with a clenched fist, he gathered a strand of spiritual power and charged towards Yi-Chen at lightning speed. Humph! Daring to attack in front of me! Simply seeking death! President Chen snorted coldly, a terrifying aura bursting out of him, directly pressing down on Chen-Hu. In an instant, Chen-Hu felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, his whole body being crushed by the pressure, his legs breaking, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Yi lad, he's all yours, President Chen said expressionlessly. Yi-Chen nodded, then slowly reached out a hand. The Tyrant handed over the Reaper's scythe in its hand. Yi-Chen caught it smoothly, then walked up to Chen-Hu and killed him with a single strike. Half an hour later, on the 3rd floor of the Seekers Guild's building outside Fengyue City, Yi-Chen was leisurely browsing through information on nurturing zombies and skeletons. Suddenly, the door of the attic slowly opened. President Chen walked in with a figure dressed in ancient official attire. Yi-Chen slowly raised his head and glanced at the figure beside President Chen, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Because, to be precise, this figure was a skeleton. Just its presence standing there made one's heart tremble, emitting a faint yet powerful aura. But Yi-Chen was certain that this aura was several times stronger than the one President Chen had emitted earlier. This skeleton. Whose coffin spirit is this? It's so terrifying. Yi-Chen was extremely shocked. Yi-Chen, this is Lord Xian Kuei. President Chen pointed to the skeleton and introduced. Lord Xian Kuei? Yi-Chen's heart trembled, feeling extremely familiar with this name. He was well aware of the significance behind this name. However, he was unsure if the person behind this mysterious leader in front of him was the same as he had known. But one thing he was certain of was that President Chen was a legendary figure of the 9 stars. Since he was referred to as Sir by him, the mysterious leader was at least a king-level existence. Old Chen, there's no need to be so respectful. You can now treat the mysterious leader as me, said the mysterious leader expressionlessly. President Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and punched the mysterious leader's chest twice, complaining, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known it was you, would I have been so nervous?" Seeing this, Yi Chen felt completely puzzled. One moment President Chen was extremely respectful, and the next moment he was punching the mysterious leader's chest. This whole situation was quite bewildering. However, Yi Chen had seen similar situations from Xiaomei before, because the words spoken by this zombie were actually conveyed by someone else. Seemingly noticing Yi Chen's confusion, President Chen quickly explained, "Yi lad, this is a technique that only legendary coffin keepers can comprehend. It's called soul communication, which allows the soul of the coffin keeper to switch with the soul of the coffin spirit." With these words, Yi Chen felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Soul communication meant that a legendary coffin keeper could personally control the body of the coffin spirit in battle without needing to command from the sidelines. And once the coffin keeper's body was occupied by the coffin spirit's soul, they could freely rest inside the coffin, under the absolute protection of the coffin. Legendary experts are truly terrifying. This technique is far superior to possessing type coffin spirits. Yi Chen marveled inwardly. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. If he reached the legendary level, being able to personally control the body of the coffin spirit in battle would be much more thrilling than commanding it from the sidelines. As Yi Chen was envisioning future scenarios, President Chen suddenly pointed to the mysterious leader beside him and said, "Yi lad, the reason I called you here today is because of him. Whatever he asks you to do, try to fulfill it as much as possible. This guy won't treat you unfairly," President Chen added. He then walked to the nearby desk, took out a jar of tea leaves, and started brewing tea for himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face showed a look of confusion. He stood up from his seat and looked at the zombie king, Xian Kuei. At that moment, Xian Kuei also shifted his gaze to Yi Chen. "Young friend, I am surnamed Lin, with a single name of 9 characters. You can call me Lin Master," Xian Kuei introduced himself. "I have come this time to discuss a matter with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was completely astonished. "This big shot wants to discuss something with me?" He marveled. He had not expected that a Supreme King would personally come to discuss matters with him. However, it seemed that President Chen was a close friend of Lin Master, the Supreme Coffin Keeper behind Xian Kuei. Perhaps President Chen had already informed him of his abilities, such as seeing through coffin seals, which was why he had come to find him. "I wonder what the esteemed Lin Master wishes to discuss with me." Yi Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of inferiority. Xian Kuei looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Most people would lose their composure upon encountering a king-level existence, but Yi Chen, just a low-level 7-star coffin keeper, could converse with him naturally. This junior's temperament is quite good, Lin Master thought to himself, giving Yi Chen a rather satisfactory evaluation. "I wonder if the young friend has already formed the contract with the little rice dumpling I gave you? If the young friend hasn't subdued it, would you be willing to give it up and hand it over to me?" Xian Kuei asked straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face stiffened. He hadn't expected that the other party had come not for the ability of the evil-breaking golden eyes but for Chi-Chi. Of course, Chi-Chi now was not the same as the previous spirit talisman jumping child, having already integrated a template, belonging to the S-rank coffin spirit, and contracted by himself. In any case, Yi Chen would never dissolve the contract with Chi-Chi. Lin Jizun, the kid has already contracted with the spirit talisman jumping child by chance, Yi Chen explained with a troubled expression. Beside him, Chinui Chang, who was making tea, saw Yi Chen's expression and quickly said with a smile, "I say, Yi lad, this guy is a professional zombie enthusiast with a terrifying fondness for zombies. If little rice ball's intimacy with you hasn't reached the level of obedience, I suggest you hand it over to him. You can take advantage of this to make a profit." Upon hearing this, Xian Kuei nodded and said, "Young friend, as an exchange, I can provide you with another A-rank undead coffin spirit, and I will personally guide you for 6 months, and give you materials to cultivate the coffin spirit to the Lord level." With these words, Yi Chen couldn't help but gasp. Truly a supreme-level powerhouse, such generosity was simply astonishing. It should be noted that the total value of materials needed to cultivate to the Lord level far exceeded the value of an A-rank coffin spirit by more than 10 times. Moreover, with a supreme guiding, as long as he was named a formal disciple, even a pig's head would not dare to provoke him. It could be seen that Chen Hui Chang's words were not wrong. the current Lin Jizun indeed had a terrifying love for zombies. If I get these materials, I can completely show off at the appraisal meeting, crazily bidding for high sealed coffin grades, Yi Chen thought to himself. However, this thought was fleeting. After all, he had finally obtained a high-level template, turned the spirit talisman jumping child into the adorable and immensely talented Chi-Chi. How could he possibly exchange it? Besides, it didn't seem too difficult for him to let the tyrant and Chi-Chi reach the lord level. Maybe it would only take half a year? At this moment, Yi Chen's face showed a hint of apology as he shook his head and said, Lin Jizun, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I've already subdued the jumping child, and the intimacy level has reached the level of obedience. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Huichang beside him trembled, and with a clatter, the teacup fell to the ground. He then turned his head, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief and extreme shock. Yi lad, don't joke with us. You only contracted with little riceball today. How could you raise the intimacy level from 0 to over 60 points? Xian Kuei couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this, then frowned and scrutinized Yi Chen. Old Chen, he's not lying, Xian Kuei said with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Chen Huichang was momentarily speechless. Yi lad, you really keep surprising me time and time again. How can your talent be so extraordinary? It seemed that Chen Huichang thought of something and proudly said to Xian Kuei, Lin old buddy, this kid's talent is extraordinary. Oh? Xian Kuei suddenly became interested, looking at Chen Huichang with curiosity, and asked, you tell me, what's so special about this young friend? Ha, let him speak for himself. This kid likes to keep things hidden, and I only know a part of his talent. Anyway, I can assure you, this kid's talent is definitely stronger than yours, Lin old buddy. Because next week, at the large coffin spirit appraisal event related to the Fourth Holy Ruins, World Tianji, I'm counting on him entirely, Chen Huichang said with a smile. Upon hearing President Chen's words, Xian Kuei became even more curious about Yi Chen, his eyes flashing with a hint of anticipation. He quickly asked, young friend, could you tell us about your talent? Yi Chen nodded in response and began to speak slowly. The kid's talent is a necromancer, able to contract twice the number of coffin spirits, summon all coffin spirits simultaneously, with a chance for the spirits to comprehend mutated skills, and quickly enhance intimacy with the spirits. The key is to rapidly level up the coffin spirits. With these words, Xian Kuei's mouth slightly agape, his eyes showing astonishment. I have seen the talent of a necromancer before, and among the latest disciples I received, there was one with such a strange talent. But he is a high-level necromancer, much inferior in talent effect compared to you. I speculate that the strength of your talent is at least at the royal level, or even higher, right? Xian Kuei said in amazement. His own talent was also among the top in the superclass, infinitely close to the royal level. So, while shocked by Yi Chen's talent, he could still remain calm. However, the next moment, President Chen grew somewhat impatient because he wanted to see Lin Jizun shocked to the core. Yi lad, you're being evasive and dragging your feet again. Let me speak for you. President Chen glared at Yi Chen. Then, he dropped a bombshell. Brother Lin, this kid just contracted a level 1 zombie coffin spirit yesterday. This morning, his zombie not only rose to level 12 but can also instantly kill a level 35 dark gold potential demon. Moreover, he has the ability to see through coffin seals and sense the race and type of spirits within the seals. For the upcoming large-scale appraisal event in Jiangnan City, he has promised to help me acquire at least one S-Class coffin spirit and all A-Class Dragon Clan coffin spirits. He claims to have a royal-level talent, can you believe it? In my opinion, this kid is at least at the saint level. He promised to help you get an S-Class coffin spirit? Xian Kuei's eyes showed extreme shock. At that moment, he realized just how heaven-defying Yi Chen's talent truly was. Not to mention the necromancer talent surpassing the royal level. Just the ability to see through seals had made Lin Jiu, the supreme coffin keeper, unable to sit still. Yi Chen was worth his full attention. Young friend, can you accompany me to the coffin spirit appraisal event at the world's peak? Xian Kuei's face stiffened with a forced smile, his tone filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, President Chen immediately pointed at Xian Kuei, fumed, and scolded, Lin Jiu, you're going too far. Yi lad has already agreed to me, how can you join us? Are you trying to snatch the S-Class coffin spirit from me? You're simply unforgivable. I absolutely won't agree. Chen Shuezong, do you want to negotiate with me based on strength? In that case, whether you agree or not, you will have to agree. Xian Kuei's tone was cold, exuding a strong aura that shook the entire Seekers Guild's attic. You are going too far, you bullhead. Feeling the immense pressure, President Chen's face turned red instantly, shouting in defiance. On the side, Yi Chen, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Alright, you two. I'll go with you. I promise to take down all the ancient crystal coffins. How about you two decide on the ownership of the S-class coffin spirits later? Upon hearing this, the two big shots snorted at each other with their hands behind their backs. Then, they looked at Yi Chen, showing a friendly smile, nodding in agreement. An hour later, Yi Chen left the Seekers Guild, preparing to visit the largest trading market in the outer city. This time, he had intended to bring President Chen and Lin Yin along. However, he was rejected. Due to the collapse of the Ghost Seekers team, Lin Yin and the others were relatively safe in the Doomsday Valley. At least, as long as the high-level coffin keepers didn't show up, they could move around freely in the valley. Before leaving, they learned that Yi Chen's sister was still in the Doomsday Valley, so they decided to secretly protect Yi Xiaoyao. Yi Chen didn't object to their decision, but he kept this favor firmly in his heart. When he left with President Chen, he also handed the key to the black heavy-duty motorcycle he had bought earlier to Lin Yin. After all, spending tens of thousands on something only to lose it after one use would be too extravagant. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a text message from Lin Yin. Lin Yin, we have seen your sister and that woman. Lin Yin, that woman seems to be getting close to your sister, without any malicious intent. Lin Yin, if things go wrong, we will intervene directly. Reading the message, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slowly. No ill intent towards Xiaoyao? It seems Wen Jing is only targeting me. In that case, we'll see what explanation she has when the time comes. Yi Chen had no intention of causing trouble for Wen Jing now, as she was still leading the team for training, with Yi Xiaoyao among them. Besides, there were other class mentors nearby for support. In any case, everything had to wait until his little sister's training was over. Once the training was completed, Yi Chen would definitely take her life. Of course, before taking her life, Yi Chen would have her release her coffin spirit for a battle. A level 28 coffin spirit, although not as experienced as a commanding level 1, still held abundant experience. By slaying all of her coffin spirits, he could gain a large amount of experience. Yi Chen was quite looking forward to this. With that in mind, a slight smile appeared on his face as he quickly replied to Lin Yin. Yi Chen, thank you for these days. After you return to Maple Peak City, remember to message me, and I will come find you. Lin Yin, okay. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the largest trading shop in the outer city, the Wanbao Tower, carrying a spatial backpack. The shop was large, a grand three-story building with an ancient charm, not inferior to the Tomb Raiders Guild. The doors of the tower were wide open, with coffin keepers coming in and out, creating a bustling atmosphere. Yi Chen walked past the entrance and entered the shop. The trading hall on the first floor was spacious, about the size of 2 basketball courts. In the middle, there was a splendid corridor that divided the hall into a large and a small area. The smaller area on the right had a huge sign that read, Low-Level Material Trading Area. The larger area on the left was the Intermediate Material Trading Area. Yi Chen glanced at the coffin keepers in the trading areas on both sides, a hint of surprise on his face. Due to the smaller size of the low-level material trading area on the right and the fewer reception staff, the coffin keepers had to line up in several queues, occasionally grumbling. The specifications of the trading area on the left were relatively higher, with not many coffin keepers able to trade intermediate materials, so they were almost one-on-one. After a moment of thought, Yi Chen looked towards the intermediate material trading area. The nearest person to him was a young woman of about 18. Hello, I'm here to trade materials, please help me arrange it, Yi Chen said directly, waving to the young woman receptionist who stood upright, smiling, and dressed in black high heels and a uniform skirt suit. When the receptionist heard Yi Chen calling her, a professional smile appeared on her face, and she quickly walked over. Sir, I'm Xiaoyu, pleased to serve you. Are you looking to trade intermediate materials, sir? The receptionist asked with a smile. Yes, Yi Chen replied calmly. Although he didn't know why the materials trading area was divided so clearly, the items in his spatial backpack were left by a high-ranking coffin keeper, so there must be some intermediate materials. Sir, please come with me to appraise the value of the materials over here. Xiaoyu pointed to a spacious compartment in the intermediate trading area. Once we appraise these materials, we will directly purchase them at market price and transfer the payment to you on the spot without any handling fees. With that, the beautiful receptionist led Yi Chen towards the adjacent compartment. Just then, a malicious voice suddenly appeared nearby. Indeed a newcomer, with no discernment at all. The speaker was a woman slightly less attractive than Xiaoyu, probably in her early 20s. She stood next to Yi Chen, her eyes filled with extreme disdain. Can't even differentiate between novice and intermediate coffin keepers. This job is simply not suitable for you, you'd better resign early. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly looked a bit flustered upon hearing this. Zhang Jia, what are you saying? Are you saying this gentleman is a novice coffin keeper? Otherwise, if he were an intermediate coffin keeper, would there be a need for you to attend to him? Zhang Jie said coldly. With these words, Xiaoyu's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Here, all the receptionists were well aware of one thing. That is, novice coffin keepers hardly ever produce intermediate materials. Because intermediate materials mostly come from monsters of level 20 to 30 and various secret realms in different worlds. And Yi Chen, looking so young, like a recent graduate, how could he possibly be an intermediate coffin keeper? Sir, I'm sorry. Let me take you to the low-level trading area instead. Xiaoyu still wore a professional smile on her face, softly saying, I will inform them over there to arrange for you as soon as possible. He's just someone who doesn't want to wait in line, trying to take shortcuts, and you treat him with such respect? It's really embarrassing for our intermediate receptionists. You'd better resign quickly and make way for my sisters, Zhang Jie said disdainfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression became even more unpleasant. She was just a newcomer who had arrived a few days ago, becoming an intermediate receptionist because of her outstanding appearance, so she had landed this position by a stroke of luck. If she didn't handle things well, she could be fired at any time. She cherished this job, but she dared not argue with these veteran receptionists, let alone offend a coffin keeper. For a moment, Xiaoyu's eyes welled up with a hint of mist, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yi Chen seemed to have guessed the other party's thoughts, furrowing his brows involuntarily, then showing a faint smile, saying to Xiaoyu, Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, showing a grateful look towards Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at the woman next to him who had been sarcastic and mocking, and said coldly, Intermediate receptionists seem quite remarkable, huh? Looking down on novice coffin keepers? Is there a possibility that I will soon become an intermediate coffin keeper? By then, will you have to respectfully attend to me? The woman, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, shaking with contempt in her eyes. Sorry, due to my outstanding performance, I'm about to be promoted to a senior receptionist on the second floor. And my husband is a 7-star intermediate coffin keeper. Even if you become an intermediate coffin keeper, so what? Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Want me to respectfully attend to you? Are you worthy? The woman looked proud, her voice loud, drawing the attention of people in both trading areas. The other receptionists and a few intermediate coffin keepers in the intermediate trading area, upon witnessing this scene, casually glanced over. Such incidents were quite common here in the past. There are many novice coffin bearers without identity or status who, in a hurry and unwilling to wait in line, try to take shortcuts to the intermediate material trading area. As a result, these coffin bearers can only produce low-level materials during appraisal, which ultimately displeases the appraiser, leading to their direct expulsion and blacklisting by the Wanbao Tower. It's worth noting that Wanbao Tower offers the most fair prices in the entire Fengyue city. Most of the other material purchasing shops on the ancient streets are quite exploitative, offering at least half the price for low-level materials. Therefore, novice coffin bearers would rather wait in line at Wanbao Tower than visit those small shops on the street. In the corridor, a man with a black evil spirit badge hanging on his chest, showing the strength of a mid-level 9-star, happened to witness this scene and quickly walked over. When he saw Xiaoyu's beautiful appearance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that in the few days he hadn't come, such a beautiful woman had joined the intermediate reception staff. However, he seemed to prefer Miss Zhang. After all, she was married and had a good relationship with him. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, seemed young and unmarried, completely failing to pique his interest. He glanced at Yi Chen, a look of disdain in his eyes, and chimed in, What era is this? Can't believe there are still trash playing these games? If you don't want to wait in line, why not go to those small shops outside? As he spoke, the mid-level coffin bearer took out a space backpack the size of a money pouch from his pocket. This was a 1 cubic meter space backpack worth tens of millions, but few ordinary novice coffin bearers could afford it. Kid, do you have a space backpack? Or can you only pull out a few first-level zombie crystal cores from your pocket? Mocked the mid-level coffin bearer. With that, he glanced at Miss Zhang again, a smug look on his face. Miss Zhang, I have 10 portions of third-level intermediate materials in this backpack, as well as many second-level low-grade materials. Please take me to the appraisal area, I'm ready to sell them. Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang's face immediately lit up with a charming smile, looking at the mid-level coffin bearer with eyes full of warmth. Captain Wang Xiang, are you leading the members of the Fierce Ghost Tomb raiding team to explore a secret realm above level 25 in another world? Hee, of course. Then come with me to the appraisal area. Miss Zhang hurriedly took Captain Wang's hand, her voice soft and enthusiastic. Seeing this, Captain Wang took the opportunity to touch Miss Zhang's soft hand, a lecherous smile on his face. Yi Chen, witnessing this, was taken aback. He hadn't expected this person to also be a member of the Fierce Ghost Tomb raiding team. If he were to take out Zhao Lon's space backpack and the materials left on the side demon, What would his reaction be? Kid, what are you still looking at here? Why don't you go over there? Captain Wang pointed to the low-level material trading area, saying coldly. On the side, Miss Zhang also looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with disdain. Originally, her appearance was considered the highest among the receptionists on the first floor. But after Xiaoyu arrived, many people's gazes turned to her, which made her extremely displeased. However, as long as she successfully completed Captain Wang's reception this time and met the promotion criteria, she could be directly promoted to the second floor. By then, she would have the power to dismiss Xiaoyu directly and have her sister take over her position. Oh Captain Wang, why waste time with such insignificant people? Let's go. Miss Zhang blinked seductively at Wang Xiang. Seeing this, Wang Xiang's face immediately lit up with a happy expression. Ha, since you're so eager, Wang will indulge you. Wang Xiang laughed and followed Miss Zhang towards the separate appraisal area, not sparing a glance at Yechen. Sir, I will now arrange for the appraisal of the low-level materials for you. Xiaoyu still had an unnatural smile on her face, showing great respect to Yechen. No, just take me directly to the second floor, Yechen said calmly. As soon as he spoke, Xiaoyu trembled all over, her face turning somewhat ugly. Wang Xiang and Miss Zhang, who had just left a few steps away, also stopped in their tracks. Nearby, some novice coffin town undertakers who were watching the commotion burst into laughter. Damn, this kid is really brave. Is he here to cause trouble? It was said that he wasn't qualified to go to the intermediate trading area, but now he's not following the rules? He wants to go directly to the advanced trading area? This kid is either crazy or here to make things difficult for the young lady. Some even suggested to Xiaoyu, Miss, just call the security personnel to kick him out. Don't be afraid to offend him. Exactly, a novice 7-star coffin town undertaker, what's he doing here pretending? Just bullying the weak? The crowd discussed animatedly. Miss Zhang, seeing Yi Chen making things difficult for Xiaoyu, couldn't help but laugh, looking extremely happy. On the other side, Wang Xiang looked at Yi Chen and snorted, Kid, even I haven't been to the second floor. You think you can go up there? Are you daydreaming, thinking you have 4th-tier materials? Hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced at the other party, and then smiled faintly, sorry, but I do have 4th-tier materials. As soon as he said this, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. What did they hear? A novice coffin town undertaker claiming to have 4th-tier materials? Is this a joke? Haha, interesting? Are you perhaps from some big family, or maybe you have a powerful background? Wang Xiang sneered. You see, apart from the offspring of big families, who else can produce high-tier materials as a novice coffin town undertaker? And the offspring of big families have all their materials or money provided by the family. Why would they personally come to a place like this? On the side, Miss Zhang was already shaking with laughter. In her eyes, Yi Chen was indeed a weirdo. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area were ready to call security to kick Yi Chen out. Sir, please leave quickly, or else you'll be blacklisted by Wanbao Tower, Xiaoyu said anxiously. However, Yi Chen still shook his head, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said softly, Don't worry, I won't harm you for no reason, just watch from the side. With that, Yi Chen looked at Wang Xiang again and coldly said, Come and see if this is a 4th-tier material. He took out a leather backpack. Then, Yi Chen reached into the backpack with his hand. The next moment, a huge scythe gleaming with a sharp aura, entirely black with winding patterns, emitting a terrifying bloody aura, appeared in his hand. This scythe didn't seem lifeless, it was as if it had a spirit, with a blood-red vertical pupil protruding from the end of the blade. The blood-red pupil blinked from time to time, like the eye of a demon, as if just one glance would drain life, appearing extremely terrifying. Everyone felt the aura of this scythe, shuddering all over, taking in a cold breath. Damn, this weapon is so powerful. Could it really be 4th tier? This young man, being able to produce something like this, must have someone backing him up. Miss Zhang, seeing this scythe, immediately showed a look of unease in her eyes, trembling violently all over. She had seen high-tier materials a few times, but compared to this scythe, those high-tier materials seemed very ordinary. This scythe in front of her was definitely not just a 4th-tier material. If Yi Chen went to the advanced material trading area, he would be treated as an honored guest. For a moment, regret and fear surged directly into her heart. On the other side, Wang Xiang felt his scalp tingling, a cold sensation rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, his pupils contracting sharply, because he seemed to recognize this scythe. It seemed to be the coffin spirit of their leader, the companion weapon of the B-level scythe demon. This is impossible. How could you have the companion weapon of the scythe demon? Where did you get it from? Wang Xiang's legs went weak, his face pale with fear, taking a few steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. But as soon as he thought of the strength of his own leader, his face regained some color. Our leader is a high-level 5-star coffin keeper. Nothing will happen to him. The weapon this kid took out is definitely not our leader's coffin spirit. Wang Xiang reassured himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen remained calm, coldly saying, "Does this count as a 4th-grade material?" With these words, Wang Xiang's face turned extremely ugly, and Miss Zhang beside him immediately showed a panicked expression. "Sir, this is a 4th-grade material. I was wrong just now, I misjudged. Please don't report me," Miss Zhang nervously said. "Oh, can I report you? Thanks for the reminder." Yi Chen smiled. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. She didn't know how much the scythe was worth, but she was well aware of how powerful demons were. Materials taken from demons, even if inferior, were much more valuable than those of the other 5 major races. "Kid, where did you get this material? Did you pick it up somewhere? Or did you steal it from someone?" Wang Xiang took a deep breath, staring at Yi Chen's spatial backpack, questioning. As soon as he finished speaking, a greedy look flashed in the eyes of all the coffin keepers in the trading area. They had just thought that Yi Chen had a strong background, but they overlooked one fact, that is, the offspring of large families at the initial stage of coffin keepers would always be accompanied by a guardian. And Yi Chen didn't have one. This meant that even if the transaction was successful, once they left the Wanbao Tower, they would be targeted by others. Feeling the greed around him, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. "Indeed, I picked up this material. By the way, I also picked up a 4th-grade material. This spatial backpack was also picked up by me." With that, Yi Chen shook the leather bag in his hand, then took out a pair of demon horns. "Damn, this kid is really lucky. Did someone kill a demon and he picked up the loot? I bet there's a 4th-grade material in his spatial backpack. Doesn't that mean he picked up a backpack and made tens of billions in profit? Damn, damn, damn." Countless coffin keepers went crazy, consumed by envy and jealousy. The greed in their eyes intensified. As long as Yi Chen dared to leave this door, they would dare to rob and kill him. Looking at the demon horns in front of him, Wang Xiang's eyelids twitched, feeling a bit nervous. But at this moment, he had completely forgotten about the leader's scythe demon, his mind consumed by greedy desires. "Kid, hand over your materials to me. I'll give you 50 million, and I guarantee your safety." Wang Xiang's face showed an unmistakable expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at him with an incredulous expression, as if he was looking at a fool. He didn't expect this Wang Xiang to not even recognize his own leader's coffin spirit. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Wang Xiang burst into a smile. Obviously, he misinterpreted the other's expression, thinking that Yi Chen had already compromised. "Everyone, I am Wang Xiang, the captain of the 2nd team of the Ghost Seekers. Please don't make things difficult for this young man later, let him go." Wang Xiang looked around at the coffin keepers showing greed, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "If I find out that anyone dares to lay a hand on this young man, our Ghost Seekers will not spare them. We will kill their entire family." With these words, the coffin keepers on both sides of the trading area were shocked, the greed in their eyes disappearing instantly. The people from the Ghost Tomb Raiders are not to be messed with, especially Wang Xiang, who was a captain. Faced with such a figure, they dare not touch the 4th-grade materials in Yi Chen's hands. Wang Xiang looked around as everyone returned to normal, a satisfied expression on his face. Then he turned to Yi Chen, excitedly laughing. "Haha, little brother. It was a misunderstanding just now. Let me apologize to you first." With that, he quickly walked towards Yi Chen. Miss Zhang, who was standing beside him, had already stood up at some point, her eyes shimmering with spring waves. She hugged Wang Xiang's arm, leaning against him with her ample bosom. With a dreamy look, she said, "Wang Ji, can I handle the business for you later?" Wang Xiang's face lit up even more at her words. This time, he was going to gain both wealth and beauty directly. How delightful. "Ha, of course." Wang Xiang patted her perky backside in front of everyone, laughing heartily. "You're so annoying, Wang Ji." Miss Zhang blushed slightly. Yi Chen, witnessing this scene, felt his eyelids twitch. After all, Miss Zhang was married, yet Wang Xiang dared to act so recklessly. Perhaps this was the benefit of being powerful? However, Wang Xiang was about to hit a snag this time. "Little brother, there are 50 million in this card. I'll buy those materials from you." Wang Xiang took out a card from his pocket and tossed it gently to Yi Chen. Yi Chen expressionlessly accepted the card and directly stored it in his 30 cubic meter spatial warehouse. Seeing this, Wang Xiang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Little brother, exchanging these materials for 50 million and personal safety, you can enjoy yourself. Don't say that I mistreated you." After that, he reached out directly for the leather backpack in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen took a step back, shook his hand, and put the leather backpack into the spatial warehouse. Then he smirked. "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you curious where I picked up these 4th-grade materials?" Wang Xiang's brows furrowed slightly at this. Suppressing his anger, he quickly asked, "Where did you pick them up?" "I picked them up in front of an old man in the Doomsday Valley," Yi Chen said with a smile. "Doomsday Valley? An old man? Did you rob him?" Wang Xiang was momentarily stunned. It seemed like he realized something, his face turning extremely ugly as he felt Yi Chen was playing him. "Heh, little brother, don't joke around. An old coffin keeper who can only level up in the Doomsday Valley, isn't he trash? How could he have these materials? I'm not sure if he's trash, but his name seems to be Qin Shuezong. I don't know if you recognize him. Look, he also gave me this Tomb Raiders emblem." With that, Yi Chen took out the emblem of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders and tossed it to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang took the emblem, a disdainful look in his eyes, and threw it into the trash can without even looking at it. At this moment, his temper erupted instantly, a hint of killing intent in his tone. "Heh, what's my status? What's his position? Does a useless old man deserve my recognition? Kid, hand over the materials quickly. If you play me again, don't even think about walking out of this ancient street alive today. Kid, hand over the materials quickly. If you play me again, don't even think about walking out of this ancient street alive today." Wang Xiang's roar echoed throughout the first floor of the Wanbao Tower. Anyone could see how angry he was right now. However, Yi Chen paid no attention to his rage, instead showing a hint of confusion on his face. "You really don't know Chen Shuezong?" Yi Chen asked with a furrowed brow. With these words, Wang Xiang's face turned fierce, shouting loudly, "I've never heard of any damn Chen Shuezong. Anyone with a bit of strength in Fengyue City, I can call out their names. Are you trying to say that this whatever sect is very strong? Is it your backing?" Wang Xiang sneered. With these words, Yi Chen was momentarily speechless, his brows furrowing slowly. Could it be that not many people know Chen Lao's name? Yi Chen thought to himself. It's no wonder, Chen Lao holds a high position of power. In Fengyue City, apart from a few who have heard of his name, most people have no way of knowing who he is. But if you throw out the title of Chairman Chen, everyone would know. After all, there's only one who dares to call himself Chairman Chen in Fengyue City. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked expressionlessly at Wang Xiang, his tone becoming extremely cold as he slowly said, "What if I tell you that the old man you mentioned is known to everyone as Chairman Chen? How would you respond then?" With these words, like a storm, it swept through the entire trading hall. The previously noisy trading area, after Yi Chen mentioned Chairman Chen, instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Xiang, in particular, was the first to be hit by these words, his scalp tingling, and his legs trembling involuntarily. Miss Shang, who was beside him, upon hearing these words, quickly shook off Wang Xiang's hand and hurriedly retreated backwards. You see, Chairman Chen, as a legendary Coffin Town master, possesses unimaginable power. Not only is he revered by the entire city, but the spiritual awareness he releases can even envelop the entire outer city. So no one dares to joke about Chairman Chen. Do you know what you're saying? Wang Xiang's eyes showed a look of horror as he stammered. You kid, don't talk nonsense. Chairman is not someone you can mess with. After saying this, Wang Xiang quickly let out a long breath. In his view, Yi Chen was indeed bold and daring, to bring up Chairman Chen just to get out of trouble. However, he still didn't believe that Yi Chen, a novice Coffin Town master, could have any connection to such a super powerhouse like Chairman Chen. It seemed like he thought of something, as Wang Xiang quickly turned to look at Miss Zhang who had retreated to the back. Could you go to that trash can and take out the badge I just threw away to have a look? Wang Xiang looked puzzled, pointing to a nearby trash can. Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang quickly walked to the trash can, bent over it, buried her head inside, and earnestly searched through the dirty mess with her hand. The smell was getting to her, a pungent odor emanating from it, making Miss Zhang frown involuntarily. Normally, she would never do such dirty work. And now, her current predicament was all thanks to Yi Chen. If this badge has nothing to do with Chairman, then you're done for. Miss Zhang showed a murderous look in her eyes, muttering to herself. She then endured the nausea and searched even more diligently in the garbage pile. Soon, she felt a round metal object with a metallic texture at the bottom of the trash can. I found it! Miss Zhang's excited voice came from the trash can. But in an instant, her mood became tense again. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the beautiful figure bending over the trash can. When Wang Xiang threw the badge earlier, they hadn't seen it clearly. And now, these people held their breath, their eyes filled with anticipation. They all wanted to know if the badge Wang Xiang threw away was really given to that kid by Chairman. If it was, Wang Xiang was doomed. If not, Yi Chen was doomed. For the onlookers, this was undoubtedly a spectacle to behold. After all, people love to watch drama unfold. It's human nature. Hurry up and show us. What are you waiting for? Some Coffin Town masters were extremely anxious, some even on the verge of exploding. In my opinion, This badge is most likely genuine. Captain Wang and this woman are doomed. I agree. That young man looks very calm, he must have confidence. And he wouldn't joke about his own life. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Xiang with glee. The ghost-seeking tomb teen was used to being arrogant, but now they had offended President Chen, things were about to get interesting. Miss Zhang seemed to hear the discussions around her, her face turning ugly. Wang Xiang, on the other hand, became extremely panicked. Quick, show it to me. Wang Xiang stared at the figure on the trash can, his voice trembling. At that moment, a surprised voice came from the trash can. Brother Wang, what you just threw doesn't seem to be the emblem of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. That kid was lying to you. As soon as the words fell, Miss Zhang emerged directly from the trash can, holding a plain black circular emblem in her hand, raising her dirty arm to show it to everyone. Upon seeing this emblem, everyone became noisy. They didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. It turned out that this kid was indeed seeking death. Damn, this kid is really brave, daring to fabricate the name of President Chen, and using a fake emblem to deceive people. This kid's mind is a bit messed up. He could have gotten away with 50 million. But now he not only lost his life, but also played with Captain Wang. His whole family is probably doomed. They looked at Yi Chen, gloating and occasionally mocking. Yi Chen felt somewhat amused, momentarily confused by Miss Zhang's actions. Meanwhile, upon seeing the emblem, Wang Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling ecstatic. He looked at Yi Chen with a fierce gaze, a surge of anger rushing into his heart. Kid, dare to play with me? If you have the guts, come out of this door today. Daring to fabricate the name of President Chen? You don't think a name like Chen Shuezong can match the esteemed status of President Chen, do you? Yi Chen. Brother Wang, you must not let this kid go. You must make his blood splatter outside the door. Miss Zhang gritted her teeth. Then, she looked at the security personnel nearby and coldly ordered, Guys, kick this kid out for me. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd, causing many to turn their heads. A burly man pushed his way out of the crowd, immediately ran to Miss Zhang's side, snatched the emblem from her hand, and grumbled, Damn it! I've been looking for the emblem for so long, how did I not think it was picked up and thrown into the trash can? Miss Zhang, you're really something. You actually helped me find the lost emblem. Thank you. The man scratched his head awkwardly, showing his big teeth as he smiled at Miss Zhang. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Plot twist, the ultimate plot twist. Since this emblem wasn't the one Wang Xiang had just thrown away, then the one he had thrown away must still be in the trash can. Sensing the strange gazes around him, Wang Xiang's face darkened. He quickly walked to the trash can, kicked it hard. With a bang, the trash can burst open. Trash scattered, the smell filled the air. And among the piles of garbage, a hexagonal snowflake emblem emitting a cold aura, shining under the hall's lights, flew out. It fell straight to the floor, emitting a crisp buzzing sound. The whole place fell silent for a moment. And at that moment, as Wang Xiang approached to take a closer look, he felt like he was falling into an abyss. A sense of fear instantly broke through his brain, the feeling of suffocation almost strangling him to death. He confirmed one fact. This crystal-edged silver snowflake emblem was indeed the symbol of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. And in the center of the emblem, a black zone character appeared prominently. It's over. It's really over. Wang Xiang muttered to himself, then his eyes rolled back as he fell backward. In full view of everyone, he was scared to death by the badge that fell out of the trash can. Wanbao Tower, 3rd floor. In a luxurious private room, a middle-aged man in formal wear sat there, looking extremely relaxed. His name was Tangi, with strength close to the extraordinary level, one of the top executives of Wanbao Tower and the second in command. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and the tightly closed door was pushed open by a charming qipao-clad woman with brown curly hair. Tangi looked up, furrowing his brows slowly, and asked, Yashi, what's the rush? Mr. Tang, something bad happened. There's a conflict on the 1st floor, and someone is dead. You need to go down and handle it right away. Yashi panted, clutching her chest. A conflict? And someone's dead? Tang Ye's expression turned somewhat displeased. When Wanbao Tower was established, before they had established their reputation, they used bloody means to intimidate those coffin carriers who wanted to cause trouble. Wanbao Tower was known as the safest area in the outer city, second only to the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Anyone causing trouble here would be kicked out. Interesting. It's been 20 years, and these people seem to have forgotten Wanbao Tower's methods. Tang Yi lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said nonchalantly, Yashi, don't tell me about these things in the future. Just have someone publicly beat the troublemakers to death and feed them to the coffin spirits. Tang Yi flicked the ash, showing no concern. However, Yashi's next words instantly unsettled him. Mr. Tang, don't just sit there. Hurry to the first floor. One of the troublemakers is a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team. Yashi stomped her foot in urgency. At these words, Tangi sprang up from his recliner. What? What did you say? A member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team? Tangi exclaimed. The next moment, he turned into a blur and disappeared on the spot, rushing towards the hall on the first floor. In the hall on the first floor, it was now silent. No one dared to question Yi Chen's identity anymore, let alone speak out of turn. Yi Chen looked at Wang Xiang lying on the ground, feeling puzzled. This badge works so well? I should have worn it on my chest all along. With that in mind, Yi Chen picked up the badge from the ground and handed it to Xiaoyu beside him. Help me clean it over there. Yi Chen pointed to a magnificent fish tank in the hall, smiling. Xiaoyu's face showed surprise at his words, nodding repeatedly. She then took the badge and walked towards the fish tank. This fish tank was one of the treasures of Wanbao Tower, housing a dragonfish with rare dragon bloodlines, its value immeasurable. However, now, when Yi Chen asked Xiaoyu to clean the Snow Shadow badge, no one dared to stop her, but instead, they all stepped back, making way. Because to everyone present, the value of this dragonfish was nothing compared to the Snow Shadow badge. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded, and Yi Chen saw a figure swiftly appearing in front of him. It was Tangi. Tangi looked at Yi Chen, curiosity in his eyes. He had also seen Yi Chen handing the badge to Xiaoyu and had not intervened. However, what surprised him was that this member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team in front of him was so young and only a junior 7-star coffin carrier. Aren't members of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team all big shots above 5 stars? Could this be a new member? Tang Yi wondered. But regardless, with his professional ethics, he wouldn't question someone holding the Snow Shadow badge. And if Yi Chen was indeed a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team, he must have extraordinary abilities, an absolute genius among geniuses. Under no circumstances should you offend him. Hello, I'm Tang Yi, the second in command at Wanbao Tower. Tang Yi's face displayed a kind smile as he extended his hand towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen shook hands with him and nodded, saying, I'm Yi Chen, a member of the Snow Shadow expedition team. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around gasped in shock. Tang Yi was no exception, his hand even stiffened slightly. Despite already knowing Yi Chen's identity, hearing it from him still left him stunned. Ha, so it's Mr. Yi. Tang Yi's face lit up with a warm smile, then he slightly bowed and said, Mr. Yi, please follow me to the 3rd floor. I will personally attend to you. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, also smiled faintly and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Please, Mr. Yi. Tang Yi extended his hand in invitation. Yi Chen, without hesitation, slowly made his way towards the staircase. At the same time, he gestured to Xiaoyu to join him. Tang Yi, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen this new receptionist before, with her outstanding looks leaving an impression. Now, it seemed that Yi Chen was quite satisfied with her service. At least, because of her presence, Wanbao Tower had not offended Yi Chen to the point of no return. This girl is not bad. Looks like she needs a promotion in the future. If I can befriend Mr. Yi. When Mr. Yi grows, Wanbao Tower will have no shortage of 5th grade, or even 6th grade materials. Tang Yi felt pleased, his face showing an excited smile. Hastily, he walked to a position half a step behind Yi Chen's side, beckoning him to the 3rd floor hall. As Yi Chen and the others ascended to the 3rd floor, the bustling atmosphere returned to the trading hall on the 1st floor, sparking discussions. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's identity and gleefully looked towards Ms. Zheng sitting near Wang Xiang's body. Tang Yi's assistant, Yashi, inquired about the situation and her expression turned grim. Then, she looked at Miss Zhang with cold eyes, her tone filled with murderous intent. Someone, take this woman and the body out to feed the coffin spirit. Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. In the luxurious private room, Tang Yi had already invited Yi Chen to sit down and personally brewed a pot of tea. Xiaoyu, standing nervously beside them, appeared somewhat stiff. Please, have a seat and don't be so formal, Tang Yi said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, shifted her gaze towards Yi Chen, seemingly seeking his approval. Yi Chen nodded and said, since Mr. Tang has spoken, please have a seat. Hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly moved to Yi Chen's side and sat down, feeling embarrassed. Tang Yi caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, feeling even more delighted. Although unsure whose fault the incident on the 1st floor was, he was not foolish enough to inquire about the cause on the spot. Moreover, judging from Yi Chen's current behavior and demeanor, he did not seem like an arrogant person. Mr. Yi, regarding what just happened, Tang will handle it properly and give you a satisfactory answer, Tang Yi said with a smile and a friendly tone. Yi Chen responded calmly, in that case, I thank Mr. Tang in advance. Haha, Mr. There's no need for such formality. You can just call me Xiao Tang. Tang Yi chuckled and handed a cup of tea to Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the tea, looking at him with a strange expression. His respectful attitude towards himself now was likely due to the presence of old Chen. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't be so ignorant of the ways of the world as to actually address a middle-aged man about 20 years older than himself as Little Tang. It seemed that at the thought of the upcoming matter regarding materials, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Brother Tang, the reason I came to the Wanbao Tower today is that I need a little favor from you. Tang Yi didn't expect Yi Chen to show no airs at all, but instead called himself Brother Tang, which made him feel pleasantly surprised. Soon, he seemed to figure something out and became more casual. Since Mr. Yi calls me Brother Tang, I'll boldly call you Brother Yi. Then, he asked with a smile, I wonder what favor Brother Yi needs from me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly took out a leather spatial backpack. I need to sell some things. And I also need brother to help me find a large amount of materials for cultivating corpse spirits below the 3rd rank, Yi Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Tang Yi was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect the favor the other party needed would be so straightforward. Brother Yi. Let's not talk about anything else in our Wanbao Tower, but when it comes to materials below the 3rd rank, all the other shops in Maple Peak City combined can't match us. Tang Yi laughed heartily. Since Brother Yi wants to sell materials, Tang will arrange it for you right away. After that, Tang Yi quickly left the private room and made a call to his assistant, Yashi. Yashi, bring Master Lu from the appraisal area on the 2nd floor over here. Remember to tell Master Lu that the person selling the materials is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. When the time comes, have him double the appraisal value of the materials. No, have Master Lu increase it 5-fold. Seemingly realizing something, Tang Yi made a ruthless decision and changed his mind. A few minutes later, Yashi led an elderly man with white hair and wearing reading glasses into the luxurious private room. This old man's strength was not strong, only at the intermediate level, but his appraisal and valuation abilities were among the best in Maple Peak City. Because the materials left behind by each monster after death were almost always different, this meant that the types of materials were extremely diverse and impossible to fully record. Especially for monsters that appeared in coffins above the gold rank, the materials they left behind after death were even rarer. Therefore, valuing materials was a matter that required keen eyesight. When Tang Yi saw the old man arrive, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, Master Lu, this is Brother Yi. Please help him appraise some materials. Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man adjusted his glasses and glanced at Yi Chen. Then he said lightly, young man, quickly take out the materials for me to appraise. I guarantee to give you a fair price. I won't cheat you. Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. At the same time, he was also very eager to see how much money these materials left in the spatial backpack could fetch. Meanwhile, Master Lu had already sat down at a luxurious golden Nanmu table, waiting for Yi Chen to take out the materials. Seeing this, Yi Chen directly took out a pair of demon horns from the backpack and placed them on the table. Master Lu took the pair of demon horns and exclaimed, were these taken from the head of a commanding level demon? It seems to be the horns of a B-rank scythe demon, quite rare. Master Lu, your eyes are really sharp. These horns are indeed from the scythe demon. Yi Chen said lightly. Although the scythe demon is powerful, the essential materials on its body are the scythe and the demon heart. These horns can only be used to forge weapons and cannot serve as evolution materials, so their value is not very high, Master Lu analyzed professionally, fully immersed in his work. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. In fact, he had already seen through the information about the demon horns. However, the price of these horns couldn't be found online. Then, I wonder how much these horns are worth? Yi Chen asked curiously. 200 million. Master Lu said straightforwardly. At that moment, Tang Ye's eyes twitched, and he quickly cleared his throat. Hearing this sound, Master Lu suddenly remembered Tang Ye's instructions earlier. He slapped his forehead and awkwardly said, I was confused. This corner can still be carved to make it a collectible. Valued at 1 billion. Valued at 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. With 10 billion in hand, he would have more confidence at the upcoming large-scale appraisal event next week. Thank you so much, Master Lu. Please help me take a look at this. Yi Chen said excitedly. Immediately, he pulled out a long black scythe from the spatial warehouse. You actually have the scythe of the demon. Young man, did you really slaughter a scythe demon with this? Master Lu exclaimed in shock. Tang Yi, upon hearing this, felt delighted. He believed Yi Chen's status in the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders was not low, otherwise how could he have been allocated the scythe of the demon? So, his efforts today, regardless of the cost, were well worth it. Master Lu, may I ask, what is the value of this scythe? Yi Chen asked curiously. Master Lu thought for a moment, then revealed a staggering number that left Yi Chen extremely surprised. 100 billion. Soon, an hour had passed. Yi Chen successfully sold all the materials as he had hoped. Apart from the more valuable materials on the demon scythe, the remaining materials were not of high value, mostly second tier with a few third tier materials. Fortunately, there was a considerable quantity of these materials, and the prices estimated by Master Lu were around 20 to 30 billion. Excitedly, Yi Chen calculated his earnings over the past 2 days. In the end, he arrived at a staggering number. 155 billion. At that moment, Yi Chen's breathing quickened. Even if I take out 2 billion, to level up Tyrant and 7 to level 20, it will be more than enough. Yi Chen anticipated, thinking to himself, if I take out tens of billions more, I might even be able to buy all the evolution materials for 7. Soon, Yashi, accompanied by Xiaoyu, completed all the arrangements and returned to the private room. Xiaoyu handed a luxurious gold card to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, this is your card. The money from selling the materials is in the card, Xiaoyu said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face showed a slight smile as he took the gold card and placed it in the spatial warehouse. By the way, Yi buddy, didn't you say you wanted to buy some low-level materials? Please let me know so I can have someone prepare them, Tangi asked with a smile. Yi Chen thought for a moment and then slowly said, I need 1 billion each of blood pill, moon essence stone, and second-tier zombie crystal core. If there are ancestor virus or other zombie viruses, or Xianin stone, then 5 billion each. Without receiving these billions, Yi Chen would never be so extravagant. But now, with money to spare. Upon hearing this, Tangi was greatly surprised. Because half of the materials Yi Chen needed were for cultivating zombies, while the other half was for cultivating skeletons. Could it be that Yi buddy's coffin spirit is from the undead? Tang Yi wondered. However, he didn't dwell on it and directly instructed Yashi and Xiaoyu to handle the matter and to do so quickly. Evening, inner city. Yi Chen was leisurely lying on the grass in front of a large villa. To his left sat a tall zombie draped in a black cloak, and to his right was a cute zombie lowly drooling. In front of them, several crates were already piled up on the grass. The crates contained a large number of cultivation materials and some delicacies. Tyrant, 7. Hurry up and level up, Yi Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, 7 immediately jumped up, ready to take a bite at Yi Chen. Seemingly startled by her own thoughts, she quickly and shyly planted a kiss on Yi Chen's cheek. After kissing Yi Chen, she dove headfirst into the food-filled box, indulging herself, leaving the cultivation materials aside. Yi Chen, seeing this, just smiled and shook his head, feeling extremely good. On the other hand, the tyrant was different from Chi. It appeared extremely excited upon seeing these materials. As the first coffin spirit under Yi Chen, its thoughts were simple. Due to its limited potential, it was far behind Chi. When it reached full level, perhaps cultivation would lose its value. But even so, it had to squeeze out all its potential within the limited time, fully enhance its level. Only by leveling up could it help Yi Chen clear the early obstacles and escort him safely. The tyrant walked to the box, tore open several boxes, and quickly devoured the cultivation materials inside. At that moment, it treated the virus solution as wine, the demon blood pill as beans, and occasionally picked up a piece of bloody mutated beast meat to enjoy. Ding! The tyrant consumes 10 demon blood pills, gaining double experience points plus 80. Experience shared, Chi gains experience points plus 80. Ding! The tyrant consumes 10 pounds of mutated beef, gaining double experience points plus 30. Experience shared, Chi gains experience points plus 30. Ding! The tyrant absorbs the ancestral virus solvent, strengthening its heart function. Ding! The tyrant absorbs the dark light virus solvent, enhancing overall physical abilities. Ding! Chi drinks 10 ice colas, gaining double experience points plus 1. Experience shared, the tyrant gains experience points plus 1. Watching the continuously refreshing experience points, Yi Chen felt extremely delighted. At this rate, as long as the tyrant could digest fast enough, perhaps overnight, they could reach level 20. Moreover, after absorbing the virus solvent, the tyrant's gray-white skin began to turn blood red. Its veins and muscles became more ferocious, looking extremely terrifying. Even its body size began to slowly increase. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation lingered in Yi Chen's heart. Staying here now was meaningless. It was better to take a nap and check the situation early tomorrow. Tyrant, Chi. You stay here to level up first. If you reach level 20, return to the coffin on your own or stay at home. Do not go out and cause panic to others, Yi Chen instructed them. Upon hearing this, the tyrant stopped its actions, growling lowly. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, seemed oblivious, still rummaging through the box. Yi-Chen smiled faintly, then slowly got up and walked towards the villa. The night passed. Yi-Chen opened his sleepy eyes. It was pitch black, seemingly not yet dawn. Why am I awake so early? Yi-Chen scratched his head. He then picked up his phone from the bedside to check the time. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Yi-Chen was a bit puzzled. Then, he curiously looked towards the window. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. There stood a towering black figure in front of the window, blocking all sunlight from entering the bedroom. Seeing this figure clearly, Yi-Chen was pleasantly surprised and sat up from the bed. Tyrant? Roar! The tyrant responded softly. Wow, how did you manage to get in with such a huge size? Yi-Chen asked in amazement. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the tyrant's body. Its originally 4-meter size rapidly shrank and, in the blink of an eye, returned to about 2 meters. Virus form, special skill. After crazily absorbing viruses, the body undergoes mutation, gaining simple physical changes and limb simulation. Yi-Chen noticed this skill and burst into laughter. He didn't expect the tyrant's leadership skills to be so strong. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Immediately, without hesitation, he looked at the tyrant's level status, becoming even more excited. Level 20, status, evolvable, alright. There's also 7. Yi-Chen was somewhat excited. And at that moment, a little head suddenly popped out from his blanket, looking at him with a puzzled expression. I'm here. Yi-Chen was speechless. Didn't they agree to return to the coffin after reaching level 20? How come they all ended up in his room? Ding! Detected that the tyrant has reached level 20, activating 4 evolution paths. Do you want to view them? Ding! Detected that 7 has reached level 20, activating 1 evolution path. Do you want to view it? 2 system prompts sounded. Yi-Chen was both surprised and puzzled. The tyrant has 4 evolution paths. 7 only has 1? Yi-Chen wondered. Thinking back to when he checked the evolution paths of the White Phantom before, Yi-Chen seemed to understand something. It seems that the higher the potential of the coffin spirits, the fewer evolution paths they have. It's no wonder coffin spirits with lower potential have unstable forms and are more prone to mutations. Mutation is undoubtedly one of their most important ways to become stronger, but unfortunately, their evolution is limited. High potential coffin spirits, on the other hand, are extremely rare and powerful beings, with stable forms that almost always evolve towards the most advantageous direction, becoming even more perfect after evolution. Therefore, coffin spirits with higher potential don't need to worry about choosing paths because they have fewer evolution paths. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen became somewhat impatient. View! The next moment, the evolution paths of the 2 coffin spirits appeared before his eyes. Coffin spirit, first generation tyrant T002 type, evolution paths, pursuer, common, cursed tyrant, common, grim reaper tyrant, common, blade tyrant, hidden, rare, coffin spirit, spirit symbol jumping child, acquired, rebirth child template, enhanced abilities after evolution, template unaffected. Evolution paths, spirit symbol flying corpse maiden, epic. Seeing these evolution paths, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, the tyrant also has hidden paths. Although 7 doesn't have many evolution paths, they have reached the epic level. Yi-Chen was in a great mood. Immediately, he hurriedly checked the evolution materials needed for the 2 coffin spirits. Blade tyrant, hidden, rare, ruthless cold-faced butcher. Evolution materials required: Heart of Slaughter, Undead, Demon Eye of Blades, Obsidian Giant Blade, Zombie Crystal Core *3, 3rd tier, Spirit Symbol Flying Corpse Maiden, Epic, Flying Corpse, 1,000 years without decay, Eternal Preservation, Reaching the Heavens and the Earth, Fetching Objects from a Distance. Evolution materials required: 1,000-year Moon Essence, Treasure, Advanced Corpse Sealing Talisman, Ghostly Cold Marrow, Treasure, Dark Crystal Stone *1, 3rd tier. Looking at the materials needed for the tyrant, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. Fortunately, he had foresight and had kept quite a few undead cores and some 3rd tier zombie crystal cores. Now the tyrant only lacked the Demon Eye of Blades and the Obsidian Giant Blade to complete the evolution. And these 2 materials were not considered high-level materials, meaning the treasure pavilion would definitely have them. As for 7's materials, Yi-Chen wasn't sure if the treasure pavilion had them. Perhaps old Chen could get them. I didn't expect the 1,000-year Moon Essence and Ghostly Cold Marrow to be treasures. I guess I'll have to bleed a lot. Yi-Chen shook his head, sighing. Yesterday afternoon, he made a fortune of billions. But if he bought these 2 materials, it would definitely wipe out his wealth. But so what, since he chose high-potential coffin spirits, it meant he would eventually have to invest a large amount of resources and money. And he was also looking forward to how powerful an S-class coffin spirit would be after evolution. At the thought of this, a hint of anticipation appeared on Yi Chen's face. Ding! Time-limited mission activated. Please complete the evolution of all coffin spirits within 10 days. Mission rewards: 1 high-level zombie template lottery ticket, 1 random skill duplication card. Current remaining time, 9 days, 23 hours. The sudden sound of the system caught Yi Chen off guard. High-level template lottery ticket. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. This was one of the rewards he most desired. Not only could it directly enhance a coffin spirit's potential level, but it could also grant the coffin spirit unexpected terrifying abilities. This mission must be completed as soon as possible, Yi Chen thought to himself. Then, he looked at the other reward. Random skill duplication card, can randomly extract the ordinary skills of the contracted coffin spirit and duplicate them into the body of the coffin keeper. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Is this going to turn me into a human coffin spirit? This reward is too cool. However, the 10-day time limit made Yi Chen feel a sense of urgency. He realized that the evolutionary materials needed by Chi were definitely very rare. Without hesitation, he dialed Tangi's phone number. A few seconds later, the call was answered. A surprised voice came through. "Ha, Yi buddy, do you have something for me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly said, "Brother Tang, I want to ask, does your Wanbao Tower have 1000-year moon essence and shadow cold marrow?" 1000-year moon essence? Shadow cold marrow? Are these the materials needed by the zombie coffin spirit? There was a hint of doubt in the voice on the phone. "Yi buddy, hold on, let me ask Master Lu," Tang Yi replied. A few minutes later, Yi Chen received an answer he had anticipated. Wanbao Tower did not have these materials. It was not surprising, although Wanbao Tower was the largest material trading company in Fengyue City. The overall strength of the coffin keepers in Fengyue City was not strong. For some reason, the Transcendents had a fracture, and now there was only one person left in the entire city. Although there were many Transcendents in the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders, they did not belong to Fengyue City, a medium-sized base city, but came from other regions. Therefore, Wanbao Tower found it difficult to obtain materials above the 5th rank, and the treasures it possessed were few. With few people contracting zombie spirits, Wanbao Tower obviously rarely purchased zombie materials, let alone zombie treasures. It looks like I can only ask Shen Lao. Yi Chen shook his head with a sigh. However, at the moment, there was another extremely important thing he needed to do. That was the evolution of the tyrant. Thinking of this, Yi Chen set off once again for Wanbao Tower. In Wanbao Tower, Tangi silently noted down the materials Yi Chen needed, then, carrying a spatial warehouse, he headed decisively to Jiangnan City. He speculated that in a large base city like Jiangnan City, there might be what Yi Chen needed. Even if not, he could issue advanced commission tasks in Jiangnan City, mobilizing many Tomb Raider teams over there. The contents of this warehouse are enough to support the rewards for issuing advanced commission tasks. Tang Yi took a deep breath. Helping Yi Chen with all his might was undoubtedly a profitable investment for him. As long as the other party did not die prematurely and could grow, Wanbao Tower's position would definitely rise. President Chen's vision will definitely not be wrong, Tang Yi thought to himself. In his opinion, if Yi Chen only had the potential to become a transcendent, President Chen would definitely not let him join the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. At the very least, Yi Chen's future strength should be at least legendary, even on par with President Chen, to be worthy of President Chen's attention. 1 hour later, Yi Chen arrived at Wanbao Tower. When he stepped into Wanbao Tower again, he immediately caught the attention of all the receptionists. The receptionists all stood up and hurriedly lined up on both sides of the corridor, bowing respectfully to Yi Chen. And this scene left the surrounding people stunned. Who is this kid? How can he be so grand? Shut up. This is Lord Yi Chen, the new member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking team. Wow. He's a member of the president's team. But he looks so young, it's unbelievable. Wow, Lord Yi Chen is so handsome, I want to have his babies. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, but all their words showed respect for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, seeing this scene, felt somewhat awkward. Many people had already seen him on the streets of the outer city, reacting as if they had seen a ghost. There were even numerous female gravekeepers looking for his autograph or contact information, which gave Yi Chen a headache. It seems I'd become famous in the outer city yesterday, Yi Chen thought to himself. Being famous was indeed a good thing for him, as it could help avoid many troubles. At least, no one in Maple Peak City would dare to cause him trouble anymore. Of course, those gravekeepers who knew him were overly enthusiastic, making Yi Chen somewhat uncomfortable for a moment. Lord Yi Chen, why are you here? 2 surprised voices rang out. Yi Chen followed the voices and saw 2 beautiful women in cheongsams and high heels running towards him from the end of the corridor. They were Xiaoyu and Tang's assistant, Yashi. I came to buy some materials. There's no need for such a fuss, Yi Chen waved his hand and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yashi immediately showed a charming smile and respectfully said, Lord Yi Chen, if you need materials, you can have Mr. Tang send someone over. There's no need for you to come in person. Well, I'm free anyway, just came out for a stroll, Yi Chen casually replied. He didn't want to trouble Tangi too much, as owing too many favors wasn't good. However, he still didn't know that the materials he sold yesterday had already increased fivefold. He hadn't checked the prices of the low-level materials and was unaware. As for the materials of the Scythe Demon, there was no reference for pricing. Selling them at such a high price might not be unreasonable. Perhaps someone urgently needed them? By the way, where is Brother Tang? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Yashi quickly explained, Lord Yi Chen, Mr. Tang is out on business now. The Wanbao Tower is currently under our full responsibility. Please come with us to the third floor for a detailed discussion. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and headed straight to the third floor. On both sides of the trading area, those who didn't know Yi Chen were even more astonished to see the scene. They hadn't expected that what everyone around them was saying was actually true, and this young man indeed held such a high position. It seemed that Maple Peak City was about to have another person who should not be provoked. Lord Yi Chen, here is the Eye of the Blade Demon you requested. Please have a look. In a spacious and high-standard trading area on the third floor, Xiaoyu presented a black wooden box to Yi Chen. The box was carved with eerie patterns, looking extremely eerie. On the front of the box was a blood-red cross emitting a faint blood mist under the light, as if sealing a terrifying existence. Yi Chen nodded, took the wooden box, and a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Eye of the Blade Demon. The first important material was in hand, just one step away from evolving into a tyrant. By the way, what about the other material I need? Yi Chen asked in confusion. The other material is a bit tricky, you'll have to wait a moment, Xiaoyu's gentle voice came out. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard outside the door. Several warehouse personnel wearing black suits, white shirts, ties, black hats, and slightly tanned skin, carried a black coffin over 6 meters long into the room. Yi Chen, leave it here, Xiaoyu commanded. Upon hearing this, the few individuals quickly set down the coffin, opened it, and then left the room. Xiaoyu then turned to Yi Chen and said, Lord Yi Chen, please take a look. Yi Chen walked over directly. When he saw a 6-meter-long, entirely black long knife placed in the coffin, he showed a surprised expression. This knife is so cool. Yi Chen felt delighted. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Obsidian Giant Blade. System prompt. You have collected all the necessary evolution materials for the Tyrant Blade. Do you want to evolve? Without hesitation, Yi Chen excitedly said, Evolve. Blade Tyrant. The next moment, the Eye of the Blade Demon in the wooden box and the Obsidian Giant Blade in the coffin turned into a stream of light, flying into the contract space within Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen focused and looked into the contract space. The tyrant had begun to evolve after receiving these materials. Its figure suddenly grew to about 5 meters tall. The blood vessels and half of the heart that were originally exposed on the outside began to retreat inward. The virus-absorbed blood-red muscles slowly transformed, becoming as if cast in steel, brimming with explosive power. What was even more astonishing was the strange black substance emanating from the tyrant's body. As the substance enveloped it, a huge and imposing black leather coat and a black cowboy had appeared on the tyrant. Roar! The tyrant roared, lifting the obsidian giant blade from the ground and unleashing a thunderous strike towards the front in an instant. With a loud bang, a huge blade aura swept through the contract space, as fast as a thunderous crescent moon, incredibly powerful. Master! I have successfully evolved. The deep voice of the blade tyrant resounded. However, its speech was not very fluent and sounded somewhat unclear. Congratulations, tyrant! Yi Chen responded. The blade tyrant then twisted its wrist, performing a few blade flourishes with the long 6-meter blade before inserting it into the sheath behind the leather coat, gradually returning to a height of about 2 meters along with the long blade. At that moment, Yi Chen directly opened the tyrant's panel to check. Coffin Spirit, Blade Tyrant, Tyrant, Race, Undead Level, LV. 20 Intermediate Guardian Experience, 0/11600 Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin Talents, Super Virus Enhancement, Comprehensive Enhancement of Physical Fitness, Ultimate Enhancement of Attack Power, Virus Absorption Skills, Destruction Strike, Tier 2, Rapid Assault, Tier 2, Rending Claw, Tier 2, Intermediate Healing, Tier 2, Blade Chi Invasion, Tier 2, Concentrated Magic Eye, Tier 2, Advanced Swordsmanship Supermaterial Penetration, Tier 8, Flame Light Step, Special, Thunderous Strike. Special, Virus Stance, Special Ultimate Skill, Restraint Release 2, upon release, the Blade Tyrant assumes its ultimate form. Defects, None Intimacy, 100, Loyal to the Death, Current State, Excited, Confident, Self-Assured Evolution Times, 0 times Introduction, after being nurtured by a God-level necromancer, its abilities have been significantly enhanced. After Hidden Evolution, its attack power has been greatly strengthened, and it possesses outstanding language skills and intelligence. After reading this, Yi-Chen felt extremely pleased and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Truly deserving of the hidden route, this is simply too cool. On the way back to the inner city, Yi-Chen inquired in detail with President Chen about the 1000-year moon essence and the shadow cold marrow. The response he received was that these materials were extremely rare. However, the Jiangnan City trading market happened to have these materials, but due to their rarity and being the core of the undead evolution, they were absolutely not sought after. Hearing Chen's confident tone, Yi-Chen immediately felt relieved. However, he still wanted to make good use of time and was preparing to head to Jiangnan City in a couple of days. I hope these materials are as useless as old Chen said, Yi-Chen thought to himself. This time returning to the inner city, he did not head back towards his own villa. Instead, he arrived at one of the most powerful institutions in the inner city, the enforcement department. Looking at the imposing and sharp-edged enforcement building in front of him, Yi-Chen, without hesitation, directly put on the snow shadow badge and walked towards the entrance of the enforcement building. At the entrance, 2 ordinary enforcement officers on guard saw Yi-Chen's arrival. Their previously relaxed demeanor instantly turned serious. They were prepared to stop Yi-Chen and conduct an inspection. As Yi-Chen approached, they showed expressions of surprise, the seriousness on their faces disappearing abruptly. This was because the magnificent crystal badge hanging on Yi-Chen's chest shone exceptionally bright in the sunlight. Please come in, sir, the 2 enforcement officers gestured respectfully, their demeanor deferential. Although the enforcement department managed the order of the entire inner city, they did not dare to act high and mighty towards members of the tomb-seeking team. This was because they mostly managed powerless commoners and gravekeepers who preferred to live comfortably in the inner city without much strength. Therefore, most enforcement officers did not exceed the initial stage of power, and those who reached the intermediate stage were few. Seeing the gestures of the 2 individuals, Yi-Chen nodded faintly and walked straight into the first-floor enforcement hall. Hello, I have a question, Yi-Chen said to a woman sitting not far away in an enforcement team uniform, working diligently at a computer. The woman slowly raised her head at his words, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. So handsome. Then, she noticed the badge on Yi-Chen's chest and stood up nervously. Please go ahead, she said. Do you know Su Feng? I want to find out where he lives, Yi-Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the woman's face showed surprise and she said, Sir, I know him. But I don't know where he lives. Then pull up his information for me to check. Yes, sir. In the inner city, at the Supreme Peak Hotel, on the 60th floor, in a luxurious private room, a dozen or so dignitaries from the inner city were gathered, chatting and laughing. Although they were ordinary people, their strength was like ants compared to gravekeepers. However, almost all of their homes had a high-ranking gravekeeper supporting them. Therefore, many intermediate gravekeepers, although they might look down on them and treat them like ants, would not provoke them actively. Of course, these dignitaries from the inner city also dared not easily offend the gravekeepers, as that would be akin to seeking death. At the main seat, Su Feng was drinking with a solemn expression, lost in thought. It's been 2 days since the reward was announced. Why haven't we heard anything from the ghost-seeking team? Did something go wrong? Thinking this, Su Feng shook his head again, thinking, I guess there were too many people offering rewards, and they forgot to inform me. Originally, he had refrained from harboring any thoughts against Yi-Chen due to Chairman Chen's support behind him. But when he accidentally learned about Yi-Chen killing someone in the streets of Doomsday Town and found out that no one was protecting him after leaving the city, Su Feng understood one thing. Yi-Chen did not hold much weight in Chairman Chen's heart, so he directly put out a reward for Yi-Chen. On the side, a middle-aged bald man with a chubby face seemed to notice Su Feng's not-so-good expression. He quickly picked up a glass of wine and approached Su Feng. Ah, brother Su. Today is the day you break through to the quasi-high-ranking gravekeeper. Why bother with troublesome matters when we can just enjoy the wine and chat? Su Feng's face immediately returned to normal upon hearing this and he said lightly, sure. Since that's the case, let me offer you a toast first. The bald middle-aged man said with a smile. Congratulations on breaking through to the quasi-high-level coffin keeper. Here's a toast to you. Seeing this, others also stood up one after another, raising their glasses towards Su Feng. Su Feng picked up his glass, didn't stand up, just tapped it on the table, then drank it all in one gulp. Witnessing this scene, everyone appeared extremely excited. This dinner party was hosted by the bald man, and being able to sit at the table and have a drink with Su Feng was undoubtedly a great honor. In the inner city, Su Feng was like a local emperor. Even though his strength was not the strongest in the inner city and he had been expelled by the law enforcement department, over the years, the ordinary forces he had gathered were all top dignitaries in the inner city, and he even had good relations with many mid-level coffin keepers in the outer city. Ha, brother Su has a good drinking capacity. Let me offer you another toast. The bald man felt extremely pleased and poured another glass of wine for Su Feng, flattering him. Seeing this, others also added more wine. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded from outside the private room. Add a glass for me too, I also want to toast him properly. As the voice fell, the door slowly opened, revealing a young figure with a smile, appearing in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd instantly turned displeased. However, being seasoned individuals, they didn't directly scold but rather looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. At this moment, Su Feng at the main seat suddenly stood up, his face filled with astonishment. It's you! Su Feng said with an unpleasant expression. What? Not happy to see me? Yi Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. Then he walked slowly towards the table. A dignitary quickly made room for Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored the person and sat down in the vacated seat. Immediately, he picked up a bottle of wine and said, Come, Captain Su, I toast you with a bottle of decapitation wine. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted into a commotion. The dozen or so inner city dignitaries, upon hearing this, quickly retreated to the side, their eyes filled with fear. They hadn't expected Yi Chen to come looking for trouble. As ordinary people, how could they dare to get involved in the struggle between coffin keepers? Ah, Mr. Su, I suddenly remembered something at home, I'll leave first. One person said nervously. Captain Su, my wife is about to give birth, she's asking me to come back immediately. The dignitaries all tried to make excuses to leave. Su Feng paid no attention to these insignificant people. Instead, his face turned livid, staring fixedly at Yi Chen. He hadn't expected the ghost-seeking tomb team to make a mistake, and worse, reveal his information. This meant that President Chen must have made a move in secret, and he was undoubtedly doomed today. However, in his view, Yi Chen was also quite audacious to come alone. Even if he had to die, he would drag Yi Chen down with him. Heh, you want to toast me with decapitation wine, but it seems like you're not qualified with your strength, Su Feng said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen threw a wine bottle backhandedly, which smashed on Su Feng's face, splattering blood everywhere. Looking at Su Feng's face covered in blood, Yi Chen remained expressionless and said, Are you qualified now? Su Feng touched the blood on his face, his expression instantly turning fierce. Kid, you're asking for death. Su Feng roared. The next moment, his spiritual power surged, the hexagram array appeared, and a silver coffin emerged from it. Seeing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In fact, when he entered, he had the opportunity to ambush Su Feng directly. As long as the other party was completely defenseless, the tyrant could kill him with one blow. But in that case, the other party's coffin spirit would disappear with his death, and he wouldn't get any experience points. And now, it was a level 30 quasi-leader level coffin spirit. It could definitely elevate the experience of the tyrant and Chi-Chi. Without hesitation, Yi Chen instantly summoned the tyrant. The next moment, the tyrant directly cleaved out a terrifying blade Chi. This blade Chi was extremely frightening, instantly splitting the large round table in the middle and swiftly flying towards Su Feng. Seeing this, Su Feng was immediately drenched in cold sweat, shouting, How can your summoning speed be so fast? At this moment, he was already too late to have the coffin spirit come out because the moment the coffin spirit emerged, it could be killed by this blade Chi. He simply placed the coffin directly in front of him to block the tyrant's blade Chi. With a loud bang, the silver coffin instantly caved in, leaving a huge crack on the coffin lid. The terrifying force spread out, sending Su Feng flying back several meters, crashing heavily into the wall with the coffin, creating numerous spiderweb-like cracks on the wall. Puff! Su Feng coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood mist, his face turning extremely pale. How is this possible? Just the day before yesterday, he was only at the initial stage of 3 stars. How could he injure me now? However, the next moment, another blade Chi shot out. The coffin lid instantly exploded. If you won't open the coffin, I'll help you open it, Yi Chen said calmly. He didn't want to waste time. He wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate the opponent the moment the coffin spirit appeared. But Yi Chen didn't expect the opponent's adaptability to be quite good, directly using the coffin to block the damage. However, at this moment, Su Feng was already so frightened that he had lost his will to fight. Dark Mist Ghost. Use your skills to hold him back. Su Feng shouted in a panic. The next moment, a ghost composed of black mist, with bone claws for limbs and a white bone mask on its face, flew out of the coffin. The dark mist ghost suddenly spewed out black mist, instantly turning the entire room pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. "Take me and let's escape," Su Feng roared. Taking advantage of the dense black mist, he smashed the window bars of the room with a punch and jumped directly from the 60th floor. As he jumped, the dark mist ghost turned into a black cloud under his feet, significantly reducing his falling speed. "Ha ha, kid, trying to kill me. You're still too green." Su Feng laughed heartily. However, the next moment, two dazzling golden light beams burst out from the top floor room, dispersing the black mist in the room. Seeing Su Feng already jumping off the building, Yi Chen's face turned ashen. This guy was too cunning, but he wouldn't let go of the experience he had gained. "Tyrant, chase after him." With these words, the tyrant suddenly grew over 5 meters tall, picked up the long knife in its hand, and cleaved a wall directly in half, then jumped down towards the lower floors. Seeing this, Yi Chen leaped directly onto the tyrant's shoulder and pursued Su Feng together with it. At this point, Su Feng was already close to the ground. Hearing the explosion from the rooftop, he looked up. At that moment, his pupils contracted, showing an expression of extreme fear. "Damn it! Is this kid still human? He dares to chase after me?" Countless bricks and rubble fell like rain. While the tyrant jumped from the 60th floor, it inserted the huge blade into the wall with one hand, reducing the speed of its descent. At this moment, Yi Chen remained extremely calm because of the virile posture of the tyrant. A pair of bone horns grew on the tyrant's shoulders to keep it stable. Facing the piercing wind, Yi Chen locked his eyes firmly on the dark mist ghost under Su Feng's feet. Since obtaining the ability of the evil-breaking golden eyes 2 days ago, he hadn't had the chance to use the golden beam. But today, after experiencing the power of the evil-breaking golden light, he had become addicted to this feeling. He was certain that even without using the coffin spirit, he could kill monsters with these eyes. "Tyrant, increase the falling speed," Yi Chen said excitedly. With a roar, the tyrant directly pulled out 80% of the huge blade inserted in the wall. The speed suddenly increased. At this moment, the tyrant was plummeting at a terrifying speed, getting closer and closer to the Black Mist Ghost and Su Feng. "Black Mist Ghost, use your ultimate move." Su Feng trembled all over. But how could Yi Chen give him a chance? A flash of golden light in his eyes. "Die for me." Buzz. 2 terrifying golden light beams burst out from Yi Chen's eyes like lasers. The energy was so strong, it melted iron and refined gold. It pierced through the Black Mist Ghost directly, killing it instantly. Su Feng, on the other hand, fell from the sky, shattered to pieces upon impact, blood splattering everywhere. "Ding! You have successfully killed LV 30 Black Mist Evil Ghost. Ding! As the contract holder, your kill still counts. Ding! Your Coffin Tyrant gains double experience, receiving plus 3,000 experience points. Your Coffin 7 gains double experience, receiving plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Current Coffins, Tyrant, 7, level LV 20, Quasi-Guardian level. Next level requires 3,000/11600 experience. Looking at the soaring experience points, Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement. Killing someone else's coffin is more satisfying than killing monsters after all. Little Yao should be back tomorrow. I wonder how much experience that level 28 crow person of Wenjing can give me. At least 1,000, right? A hint of killing intent rose in Yi Chen's mind. He was now an intermediate coffin keeper, and his coffins were at level 20. The magic blood pills he bought before could no longer provide experience, only serving as snacks for the tyrant. The experience provided by the moon essence stones had also decreased significantly, losing their value. I'll find some time today to take care of that innkeeper and the guy who escaped from the doomsday town. Yi Chen thought to himself. He planned to deal with any future troubles before heading to Jiangnan City to search for the evolution materials needed for 7. In the Doomsday Valley, after commanding the Hellfire Demon to kill several low-level zombies with Hellfire, Yi Xiaoyao heard her phone vibrating continuously in message notifications. Curious, she picked up her phone from her pocket to check. Several prominent news pop-up messages appeared before her eyes. Major news in the inner city. Around noon today, a rare high-level coffin keeper battle took place at the highest building in the inner city, Tianfeng Supreme Hotel. Former law enforcement team leader Su Feng was forced to fall to his death. Inner City News Agency, super intense high-level coffin keeper battle video. Full of energy throughout. Inner City Gossip Society, shocking. That man turned out to be a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. After opening and watching these messages and videos, Yi Xiaoyao was astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief and taking a deep breath. This is actually my brother. Yi Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly. These messages were like an apocalypse storm, continuously shattering her perception of Yi Chen. It took Yi Chen 2.5 years of decadence to contract with the coffins. Now, in less than 3 days of contracting, he could kill Su Feng. And he even became a well-known member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. This was simply unbelievable. 2 minutes later, the shocked expression on Yi Xiaoyao's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a happy smile. Yi Chen was her brother, the only person she trusted in this world. So, no matter how absurd things happened to Yi Chen, she would not question it or dig deeper. My brother is amazing. Yi Xiaoyao felt even more delighted. For the past 2.5 years, she had been taking care of Yi Chen, looking after his daily life like a private nanny. But now, Yi Chen not only regained his confidence from years ago but also became so powerful, which made Yi Xiaoyao extremely relieved. Don't expect me to take care of you anymore in the future. It's your turn to take care of me, Yi Xiaoyao thought to herself. At that moment, when Jing seemed to sense Yi Xiaoyao's excitement, she smiled and walked over, asking softly, Xiaoyao, your hellfire demon fruit is indeed powerful, but you still need to adapt to the rhythm of battle and strengthen your combat awareness. Only then can you achieve the best results in next week's assessment in the province by the lake. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Wen Jing thought she was feeling proud after killing the demon. But that was normal. Who wouldn't be proud after contracting with an A-level coffin spirit? Got it, Sister Wen Jing, I will work hard, Yi Xiaoyao nodded. Hearing this, Wen Jing felt relieved. Last night, she received news that in the neighboring city base, another student had contracted with an A-level coffin spirit. This undoubtedly meant Yi Xiaoyao had another competitor. Originally, the title of Outstanding Mentor would reward her with 500 million. With this prize money and her savings, she could buy the coveted C-level coffin spirit. But this time, the principal told her that if Yi Xiaoyao could secure the first place, the Outstanding Mentor's prize money would increase fivefold. How could she not be tempted by this? As long as I get this too, 5 billion, then I won't have to consider a C-level coffin spirit, but a B-level one. When Jing was in a great mood, a charming smile on her lips. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out from nearby. Oh my! Isn't that Xiaoyao's brother? So amazing! Many students, upon hearing this voice, looked over in confusion. They saw a lovely girl holding a phone, watching a video in astonishment. Zhou Mengyu, what are you watching? Xiaoyao's brother? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyao actually has a brother. Why have we never heard of him before? Zhou Mengyu hurriedly said, haven't you been following the news updates from the inner city? Several news pieces about Xiaoyao's brother were just released, go check them out. With that said, many people became curious and quickly searched on their phones. When they saw the news, they were all extremely shocked. Wow! Yi Xiaoyao's brother is actually a high-ranking coffin master. He even killed the former captain of the enforcement department. This is too awesome. Even more amazing. Her brother is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders. He's invincible. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao with envious eyes. Not only did Yi Xiaoyao possess great talent herself, but she also had an incredibly powerful brother. Who in Maple Peak City would dare to provoke her in the future? However, an unpleasant voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Don't you recognize this face? This person was clearly the weirdo who caused a scene at school 2 years ago. Everyone knows he has a corpse servant talent. How could he be a high-ranking coffin master? A beautiful girl with a disdainful expression said. She had always been a rival of Yi Xiaoyao and couldn't believe the other party's brother was so powerful. Upon hearing this, many people started to gossip. It does seem like that weirdo from before. But he does look quite handsome. Could it be for a special effects video? After all, every graduation season, the inner city releases high-octane combat promotional videos for everyone to watch. A girl with a dreamy expression said. The inner city has already released the news. How could it be fake? In my opinion, this can't be that weirdo. How could that weirdo have such strength? The crowd continued to discuss. At this moment, the temperature around seemed to rise significantly. Yi Xiaoyao's twin ponytails inadvertently turned into a fiery red color, then scattered in the wind. Who dares to say my brother is a weirdo again? I'll tear whoever's mouth apart. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes burst with bursts of fire, her voice extremely cold and filled with anger. As everyone turned to look, they saw Yi Xiaoyao covered in flames, emitting intense burning sensations, resembling a fiery witch exuding a terrifying aura. Beside her, the hellfire demon was even more excited, showing a greedy and cruel expression. At her command, it would not hesitate to destroy everything before it. Ah, I'm sorry. Xiaoyao, we didn't know that person was your brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the crowd apologized one after another. After a few moments, Yi Xiaoyao took a deep breath, extinguishing the flames around her, her expression calming down, ignoring those people. The baptism of this flame talent, along with the company of the flame demon, has made my temper even bigger, Yi Xiaoyao muttered with a frown. But no matter what, as long as someone dared to speak ill of her brother in front of her, she would confront them on the spot. Wen Jing silently watched this short episode unfold before her. Normally, she would have intervened early to mediate, but now, she felt like she was in a daze, a look of confusion in her eyes. Yi Chen, he's not dead? The leader of the ghost-seeking tomb team couldn't kill him either? Wen Jing gasped in shock. Doubting the truth of the news, she quickly searched on her phone. The results that popped up shocked her to the core. How is this possible? He had just formed a contract less than 3 days ago. How does he have the strength to kill a quasi-high-ranking? Watching the battle scene in the video, Wen Jing's face instantly paled. What frightened her even more was, Yi Chen was actually a member of the Snow Shadow Seeking Tomb team. It's over. Yi Chen must know about my actions, I'm doomed. Wen Jing panicked, a myriad of regretful emotions flooding her mind. If she hadn't been selfish for a little fame and fortune, hadn't deceived Yi Chen, wouldn't she have nurtured 2 super geniuses by now? Wouldn't her status have risen significantly? And the worst-case scenario, fearing that her deception would be exposed, she might resort to extreme measures and directly put a bounty on him. There was no turning back from this. I'm doomed. Wen Jing's eyes reddened. For a moment, she almost cried in front of her students, almost dropping her usual gentle, understanding, and mature teacher facade. In reality, she had a stark contrast in private, with an extreme and selfish personality. Should I kneel and beg for mercy from him? Or become his slave? Will he spare me? Wen Jing pondered, hesitant to make an immediate decision. If Yi Chen could make her his slave, that would be the best outcome for her. As Yi Chen grew stronger, her position as his slave could be above all others. I'll call him first to ask. Maybe he'll forgive me out of old feelings. Wen Jing thought to herself, if he doesn't forgive me, I'll run away. After all, the black crow flies fast, he definitely won't catch me. At that moment, Wen Jing looked at Yi Xiaoyao and forced herself to say calmly, Xiaoyao, continue your training. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave for now. With that, Wen Jing walked towards a damaged building near the riverbank. Soon, she found a relatively intact high wall and leaned against it. Taking a deep breath, she dialed Yi Chen's number directly. No one answered the call. After several minutes, Wen Jing made hundreds of calls before finally getting through. Yi Chen. It's Wen Jing, can we discuss something? Wen Jing nervously said. However, a cute lowly voice suddenly came through the phone. Not convenient. My master is riding a bike. If you have something, you can talk to Chi-Chi. Hearing this, Wen Jing was momentarily stunned. Master? Wen Jing muttered to herself, then a wave of excitement surged in her heart. I never expected Yi Chen to have such a hobby. It seems like I have a chance to survive. Wen Jing cleared her throat and involuntarily, with a trembling voice, said, Can you pass the phone to your master? As soon as she finished speaking, a puzzled male voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Yi Chen, I've come to apologize to you. I deceived you before, you can actually participate in the graduation assessment, Wen Jing nervously said. There was a faint smile in the phone, interesting. What else? Go on. Afterward, I was afraid you would find out about this, so I acted impulsively and put a bounty on you. Wen Jing's tone was extremely soft, as if a young girl had done something wrong. Actually, I wanted to withdraw the bounty immediately, but they wouldn't let me. They even said if I dared to retract, they would kill me. You know how terrifying those people are, I dare not offend them, Wen Jing lied, with a hint of a sob in her voice, trying to evoke sympathy from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, really sorry. I didn't mean to put a bounty on you, if you can forgive me. I can be your slave, like that little girl just now, calling you master. Beep beep beep. The phone was instantly hung up. Wen Jing's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, even the teacher begged you like this, and you still have no face. You're so far away from me now, what can you do to me? Wen Jing exclaimed in anger and embarrassment, talking to herself. I'm leaving Maple Peak City now, you'll never find me in your life. When I have money in the future, I'll commission the Snow Shadow team to find the Tomb Raiders. I'll put a bounty on you for life, Wen Jing said viciously. Suddenly, from behind the dilapidated building, 2 mocking laughs rang out. Ha, Dongzi. Did you hear that? This woman seems to be furious. This kind of woman is really terrifying. She hasn't even provoked Yi Chen, and she's already putting a bounty on him. It's insane. If she doesn't die, Yi Chen probably won't sleep well for the rest of his life. Who's there? Come out. Hearing the mocking laughter from behind the wall, Wen Jing was startled and shouted. The next moment, with a bang, the wall beside her collapsed, sending countless bricks flying in all directions. Seeing this, Wenjing dodged the bricks. When the wall completely collapsed, a giant Toon Guardian White Ape appeared in front of her. On one side of the Toon Guardian White Ape was a blood-red nurse zombie, and on the other side was a black-robed skeleton wizard. Behind them stood 3 young men and women with mocking expressions. "It's you! You've been following me!" Wenjing exclaimed in shock. "Ha, of course we've been following you. What if you escaped without us following you?" the monkey said with a laugh. On the other side, Yichen rode a motorcycle provided by the Tianfeng Supreme Hotel, speeding down the road. This phone call from Wenjing directly informed him of the opponent's identity. Originally, he was still thinking about the opponent's coffin spirit, wanting to personally end the opponent's life. But now, he only felt a wave of nausea. "Hey, Lin. Yichen called Lin. "What's wrong, Yichen?" Lin Yin's calm voice came through. "Stop following that woman, please help me kill her now." Yichen's voice was urgent. "I'm on my way, she probably won't return to the city, she might try to escape early." At the same time, Lin Yin, watching Wenjing surrounded, couldn't help but show a hint of amusement. "Didn't you want to take care of her personally? Why do you want to kill her early now? Should we capture her alive?" Lin Yin's voice was gentle. "No. Every time you mention this woman, I feel nauseous, disgusted. Killing her makes my hands dirty, it's damn unlucky." Disdain colored the voice on the phone. TSK, do we really need to capture her alive? She's right in front of us, surrounded by the 3 of us, Lin Yin asked with a smile. "Just kill her." As the words fell, the call from Yi Chen's end was abruptly cut off. Hearing the voice coming from Lin Yin's phone, Wenjing's face turned serious. "Trying to kill me won't be that easy," she coldly snorted. As long as she summoned the Dark Crow rumormonger and used her ultimate move to sow discord among the 3, she could safely escape. Without hesitation, her spiritual power surged in her hands, forming a hexagram seal directly. However, before she could summon the coffin, a tall blood shadow appeared in front of her, accompanied by flashes of bloodlight, like a ghostly figure. The next moment, claws moved so fast in the air that they were invisible to the naked eye. With a pu sound, Wenjing's arm, where she was forming the spell, was instantly severed and thrown several meters away. The intense pain washed over her, making her pale and trembling. The speed of the blood-colored nurse zombie in front of her was too fast, and it was not going to allow her to summon the coffin spirit. Was she now unable to escape, with only a dead end ahead? Thinking this, Wenjing, enduring the intense pain, felt a hint of killing intent rising within her, along with a glimmer of hope. As long as she could get 10 meters away from these 3 people, she had a chance to summon the coffin spirit and escape. At the very least, before she died, she could make these 3 turn on each other. "Can you take me to see Yichen? I want to apologize to him in person. I have wronged him, and even if I die, I want to die by his hand," Wenjing said with regret on her face. However, the killing intent in her heart grew stronger. Seeing this scene, Lin Yin remained indifferent, paying no attention, her eyes looking as if she were viewing a corpse. Because the malice in the other's heart could not escape her talent. "Kill her." The cold words came out of Lin Yin's mouth. The blood cloak angel slowly raised a hand with blood-red sharp claws. Then, with lightning speed, it pierced through Wenjing's heart. With a bang, as the other's body fell to the ground, Lin Yin quickly made a call. "It's done," Lin Yin said calmly. "Thank you." The voice on the phone sounded, "After I finish dealing with the matters in Doomsday Town, I will come over." "You don't need to come, we are heading back now," Lin Yin said. "Alright, and please bring my sister back. We'll contact each other later." With that, Yichen hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Yichen returned to Doomsday Town. Coming here was simple, with only one purpose, to kill the innkeeper. The fleeing coffin master might be hard to find for a while, but he could use the same method as others, retrieve the inn's footage, and put a bounty on the man. In the inn, the innkeeper stood nervously beside a middle-aged man carrying a silver coffin, seemingly discussing something. The middle-aged man had a scar on his face like a centipede, still unhealed, looking somewhat horrifying. "Boss Wu, are you sure you want to transfer this into me? This is the legacy left by Wu Yong, bringing in millions a year at least. Why don't you run it properly?" Scarface looked at the innkeeper, puzzled. No, in these past few months, there have been disturbances here every day. As a low-level 1-star coffin master, I can't control them, so I can only compromise and barely make ends meet every day." Boss Wu hurriedly shook his head. "If only my nephew were still here." Boss Wu's nephew was a mid-level 7-star coffin master. Although not very strong, he still had some means in this low-level area of Doomsday Town. The scar-faced man in front of him, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was his nephew's teammate, with a very close relationship, both belonging to the same tomb raiding team. When Poison Dragon heard this, he tightly closed his eyes, a look of deep regret on his face as he said, "Ah, little Wu was so young. Such a pity." It's a shame that our toon rating team has too many tasks, otherwise, I could also help take care of him for you. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu's face lit up with joy. His nephew often mentioned in front of him that Poison Dragon and he had a relationship like master and disciple, with a deep bond that could be trusted completely. Although Boss Wu was meeting Poison Dragon for the first time, after a brief conversation, he realized that every word from Poison Dragon came from the heart. With his experience, he could tell that the regret shown was definitely not a pretense. At that moment, Boss Wu seemed to think of something, his mood appearing somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, he continued to smile and said, Poison Dragon, since Little Young is your good brother and has been taken care of by you many times, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about selling this in to you at half price? Poison Dragon hesitated upon hearing this, nodded, and said, alright, this time I'll take advantage of you. If you encounter any difficult situation in the future, you can come directly to me. After speaking, Poison Dragon handed a card directly to Boss Wu. Seeing this, Boss Wu hurriedly took the bank card, his face filled with excitement. In this world, there really are such fools. If he had any evil intentions, he could take everything from me. Boss Wu sneered inwardly. A few minutes ago, he noticed the news from the inner city and found out that the young man he had put a bounty on not only was not dead but also had a terrifying background and strength. This made him consider fleeing immediately. However, before leaving, he decided to make a profit, so he contacted this trustworthy person mentioned by his nephew. When the time comes, if Yi Chen seeks revenge, Poison Dragon would most likely help him fend off the attack. Poison Dragon, I suddenly remembered that I have something to take care of. I need to go out for a while, Boss Wu said eagerly. In his haste, he instinctively threw the bank card into the space backpack left by his nephew. Now that he had the money, he was ready to flee with his fortune. At that moment, Poison Dragon casually glanced at the other's space backpack, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Then, a loud laughter erupted. Boss Wu, don't leave just yet. I suddenly remembered something and want to ask you. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu frowned and asked, Poison Dragon, what do you want to ask? Didn't Little Wu get a rare skill stone before? I want to know if you know where he put it, Poison Dragon asked with a smile. He then released a spotted venomous snake over 10 meters long, thicker than a water bucket, from the silver coffin. Boss Wu's face showed a look of horror upon seeing this scene. Where did he not understand the other's intention now? It's over. I shouldn't have been greedy for this small amount of money. I'm in big trouble this time. Boss Wu's face looked extremely ugly. A rare skill stone was extremely valuable, comparable to a B-grade coffin spirit, and now, for a few million, he had lost so much of his wealth. Wasn't he a complete clown? Poison Dragon, the skill stone is with me. I'll give it to you, can you let me go? Boss Wu said in a panic. Then, reluctantly, he took out a strange crystal from the space backpack, glowing red all over and emitting waves of scorching heat. Seeing this, Poison Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up with greed, his face becoming extremely excited. Ha, that brat Wu Yong would rather be tortured by me than reveal where this skill stone is. So, it was hidden in your hands. If you hadn't contacted me proactively, I wouldn't have known that this guy still had an uncle like you. It seems he values your life a lot. With these words, Boss Wu's eyes seemed to spew flames, losing his sanity instantly. So, it was you who killed my nephew. He trusted you so much. You are nothing but a beast. Ha ha ha, so what? Not only did I kill him, but I also fed his body to the Snake King. Poison Dragon laughed, patting the body of the speckled python with his hand. The speckled python, seeing this, turned to Boss Wu, its vertical pupils flashing with ferocity, venom dripping from its mouth, ready to devour him directly. Boss Wu's heart sank at the sight. Although he was a fickle and opportunistic man who bullied the weak, Wu Yong was raised by him since childhood, akin to his own son. Blood is thicker than water. How could he rest without avenging this enmity? Right. Stall for time. Stall until that young man arrives. If he comes, maybe I can avenge my grudge. I might even get a chance at survival. Boss Wu made up his mind, deciding to seize the last opportunity. The next moment, he knelt down with a thud, hastily pleading, Poison Dragon, it was a moment of impulse just now, I couldn't control my emotions. I can give you the rare skill stone, but can you let me go? Poison Dragon, hearing this, showed a look of disdain on his face, saying, let you go? Do you think I'm a fool? Ever heard of cut the grass and remove the roots? If I let you go, won't you put a bounty on me? Just then, not far from the door, two figures were slowly approaching. One figure was over 2 meters tall, dressed in a black leather coat, wearing a leather cowboy hat, and carrying a sword longer than himself on his back. The other figure was a handsome young man holding a child. Yi Chen could hear the conversation inside the inn clearly. A rare skill stone? Looks like this harvest won't be too bad. Yi Chen thought to himself. He then arrived at the inn's entrance with the tyrant. At that moment, The two men inside the inn sensed something unusual and quickly looked towards the outside. Boss Wu, seeing this, first felt fear but then turned into wild joy. He hadn't expected Yi Chan to arrive so timely. Ha ha, poisonous vermin, you wanted the rare skill stone, right? Why don't you go and grab it? Boss Wu laughed and instantly threw the fiery red rare skill stone in his hand towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen caught the skill stone in his hand effortlessly. Seeing this, Poison Dragon's face turned extremely fierce. Kid, hand over the skill stone now, and I'll spare your life, Poison Dragon said angrily. Boss Wu, on the side, was overjoyed at the sight. Let's fight! Let's fight! Boss Wu hoped in his heart. As long as the two fought, he could find a chance to escape. However, the next moment, a surge of sword energy burst out, directly smashing open the inn's door, heading towards Boss Wu with unmatched force. With a PU sound, a bloodstain slid down from his forehead, and Boss Wu's body was split in half on the spot, dead beyond death. Yi Chen looked at this scene calmly, his heart undisturbed. He paid no attention to Poison Dragon's threats but focused on the system prompt in his mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Rare Skill Stone *1. Would you like to use it now? Use it. Yi Chen felt a bit excited and silently said, Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Rare Skill Stone. Obtained Rare Fire Skill, Flame Melting Spear. Flame Melting Spear. After learning this skill, you can condense a flame melting spear out of thin air for projectile attacks. No racial restrictions. For non-fire coffin spirits, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Seems like it went off track. Yi Chen's face stiffened. This skill was just another means of attack for him, optional to learn. According to the skill description, the effect of this skill was probably similar to Thunderous Strike. And now the tyrant is focused on using a knife, drawing symbols and dancing with a sword, which obviously doesn't quite match the skill. This skill is quite good for Xiao Yao. With that in mind, Yi Chen waved his hand and directly stored the flame spear in his spatial backpack. Are you looking for death? Don't force me to kill you. The venomous dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing everything and a murderous intent rising in his heart. In his view, Yi Chen was just an intermediate-level coffin keeper. Although the tyrant's previous knife strike was stunning, it only opened a door and its power was not great. If this knife struck his spotted python with its tough scales, it would easily withstand it, making it impossible for the opponent to break through. Seems like you talk too much, Yi Chen said lightly. The next moment, the tyrant directly slashed at the venomous dragon. Seeing this, the venomous dragon quickly had the spotted python block in front of him. There was a clang. Sparks flew. The blade's energy whistled like the wind, fiercely hitting the spotted python, tearing open a long wound instantly, blood gushing out. Not bad defense, Yi Chen glanced over. Then he said expressionlessly, Tyrant, stop probing, one strike. With these words, the venomous dragon was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the strike that almost killed the spotted python was just a probe. Python, take me underground. The venomous dragon roared. Seeing this, the spotted python took the venomous dragon in its mouth, twisted its body, and fiercely burrowed towards the ground. However, before it could burrow several inches underground, a blade energy with lightning struck, directly cutting a several meters deep crack in the ground, instantly killing the venomous dragon and the spotted python. Ding! Blade Tyrant successfully killed LV. 30 spotted python. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience plus 3000. Ding! Your coffin spirit, 77, experience doubled, gained experience plus 3000. Ding! Current coffin spirits, Tyrant, 77, level is LV. 20, Quasi-Guardian level. Next level requires 6000/11600 experience. Hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Just 2 more intermediate level coffin keepers, and I can level up. By the way, I haven't taken the innkeeper and the venomous dragon's spatial backpack yet. I wonder what good stuff is inside. Yi Chen thought. Then he had the tyrant dig out the venomous dragon's body from underground, while he walked into the inn and took the innkeeper's spatial backpack from his hand. In the inn, Yi Chen was inspecting the items left in the innkeeper's spatial backpack with interest. After a thorough check, Yi Chen just shook his head. The internal space of this backpack was not large, containing only some cash and several savings cards that couldn't be directly cashed out. Yi Chen also didn't know the passwords for these savings cards, so having them was useless. He could only let 77 draw a fire symbol and burn these cards and the innkeeper's body to ashes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item, Tough Scale Skin. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item, Venomous Snake's Gallbladder. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item, Venomous Snake's Tooth. Several consecutive notification sounds made Yi Chen's face freeze. Is this the benefit of leaving the coffin spirit or the whole body of a monster? Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. Before the evolution of the tyrant, his attacks were not as powerful as they are now, so he had to use the super material penetration to kill higher level enemies. However, the effect of super material penetration was extremely astonishing. One strike almost pulverized the target, leaving behind whatever materials were left to luck. Without much thought, Yi Chen quickly walked out of the inn and arrived at the deep pit dug out by the tyrant. Looking at the huge snake corpse, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. "Tyrant, it looks like you're in for a treat today." As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant understood Yi Chen's intention. It quickly used a knife to cut the snake's corpse into several pieces of flesh and blood, and began to devour them eagerly. For a moment, the experience was overwhelming. The level 30 snake corpse, aside from the third-grade materials just excavated, the remaining flesh and blood were also extremely precious resources. Mutant beast meat could not only enhance the strength of the coffin spirit when consumed but also improve the physical qualities of humans who consumed it. "Chi-Chi, help me freeze a piece of snake meat, I'll make snake soup for you later." Yi Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi drew symbols with one hand and held a sword with the other. She slashed out with two swords, the sword energy carrying a cold air, cutting directly onto the snake's body. With a buzzing sound, the tough snake scales were instantly cut open as if they were tofu, and frozen by the cold air. Damn! Yi Chen was surprised. He had always considered Chi-Chi as support, but he had forgotten one fact. She was an S-level coffin spirit. Her basic attributes were much higher than the tyrant's. And as levels increased, the gap in potential would only become more apparent. The sword energy Chi-Chi just unleashed could almost rival the tyrant's thunderous strike. Chi-Chi's attack is also very strong, so my efficiency in killing enemies in the future will double. I might even be able to enter the 30th level of the otherworldly secret realm alone. Confidence flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Entering the secret realm had the benefits of leveling up and obtaining materials. There was even a chance to encounter a cemetery and dig up all the coffins buried there. With his current strength, if he faced a level 35 coffin spirit in the secret realm, he would definitely win without using the penetration of supernatural matter. The materials obtained at that time would be beyond imagination. My divine level talent has doubled the abilities of the tyrant and Chi-Chi. Obviously, Chi-Chi benefits more. When she evolves, her strength will only become more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Chen became even more eager to complete the evolution task issued by the system. The tyrant's potential can only be unlocked to sea-level potential with specific materials after reaching level 39 with my divine level talent. This time is very long, I can't rush it. Although in the later stages, I can cultivate the tyrant's potential to the top level. But for now, it still has a certain gap with S-level, even A-level coffin spirits. Yi Chen analyzed in his mind. After witnessing Chi-Chi's strength, Yi Chen briefly fell into a misconception. In fact, with the divine level necromancer talent, the tyrant's potential could no longer be measured by its surface D level. Currently, the tyrant's potential was definitely comparable to a B-level coffin spirit of other town coffin masters, and the tyrant had strong leadership abilities, as well as various powerful skills rewarded by the system. Overall, even when facing an A-level potential coffin spirit of the same level, the tyrant had a chance to dominate the situation. If the penetration of supernatural matter was used, it would be a direct kill. After realizing this, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he continued to check the space backpack of the poison dragon. After checking, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. The reason was simple, the poison dragon was too poor, with only a small amount of third-grade materials in the backpack, as well as some survival supplies needed in the wilderness. In the evening, inside the city, at Yi Chen's home, Yi Xiaoyao frowned, sitting silently on the sofa watching TV. Two things troubled her. First, Yi Chen's transformation was too drastic. In just a few days, he had changed from someone without a contract to someone almost on par with a high-level coffin master. Was Yi Chen pretending before? Had he been hiding his strength all along? Second, the direction in which Mentor Wenjing left was where three of Yi Chen's friends appeared. Among them, a cold and elegant woman in a black windbreaker exuded a faint bloody aura. Combining the fact that Mentor Wenjing had not returned to the class, Yi Xiaoyao speculated that something unfortunate had happened to her. Why did they want to kill Master Wenjing? Let's wait for Yi Chen to come back and ask him about it, Yi Xiaoyao muttered to herself. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle roared outside the villa. Yi Chen is back. Yi Xiaoyao quickly stood up from the sofa, went to the window, and looked outside. She saw Yi Chen parking his car downstairs and quickly walking towards the villa. Yi Chen spent the afternoon testing his strength with Lin Yin and others at the Tomb Seeking Guild. Then he took them for a stroll around the outer city, indulging in food and fun, before settling them down and heading to the treasure pavilion alone. At this moment, he was in a great mood, carrying 2 small spatial backpacks in his hands. They were almost filled with materials for nurturing demons. As an elder brother, while he was strong himself, he naturally wouldn't forget about his sister Yi Xiaoyao. If he were to provoke powerful forces in the future, and Yi Xiaoyao's strength was too weak, she would be vulnerable to plots against her. At the door, Yi Chen knocked and said, "I'm back." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao opened the door directly, then ignored Yi Chen, turned around, and walked towards the sofa, sitting down. "Ha? Did I do something to upset her?" Yi Chen scratched his head, muttering. He then walked over and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao's sarcastic voice rang out, "Oh, isn't this the legendary Lord Yi Chen? To be able to defeat a quasi-high-level coffin sealer, impressive." Yi Xiaoyao turned to glare at Yi Chen, coldly snorting. "Yi Chen. Ahem, let's talk properly, no need for sarcasm." Yi Chen coughed lightly. Yi Xiaoyao, displeased, turned her head back towards Yi Chen. "Come clean. Why are you so powerful? Have you been hiding your strength from me for 2.5 years? If you're so strong, why did you make me take care of you all this time? What are your intentions?" Yi Xiaoyao, like a frantic kitten, grabbed Yi Chen's ear and demanded. "Little sister, let's talk nicely, no need to resort to violence." Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. If it were someone else treating him like this, he would have sent them to meet King Yama without hesitation. But since it was his little sister, he couldn't hit back or scold her, he could only indulge her. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Xiaoyao coldly snorted again, reluctantly letting go of his ear. "Speak up, I'll be honest. I haven't been hiding my strength," Yi Chen said calmly. Yi Xiaoyao, with a hint of doubt on her face, asked, "You really haven't been hiding your strength? Then how did you become so powerful all of a sudden?" "I haven't been hiding, it's actually related to my mutated talent." "Alright, you don't need to explain," Yi Xiaoyao interrupted Yi Chen. Yi Chen was puzzled. He was just about to explain, why wouldn't she listen? Was she angry again? At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, "I don't care about your talent. You're my brother, I just need to know you won't deceive me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll twist your ear hard." Yi Xiaoyao threatened with a gesture. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, showed a slight smile on his face. He then handed the 2 spatial backpacks to Yi Xiaoyao. "What's in these backpacks?" Yi Xiaoyao asked curiously. "There are materials for nurturing demons inside. You can use them to cultivate the Hellfire demon." With these words, Yi Xiaoyao's face lit up with surprise. She quickly rummaged through the backpack and pulled out a pile of materials, a happy smile on her face. Just then, she suddenly touched a crystal emitting a scorching heat. Without hesitation, she took it out of the spatial backpack. Looking at the rare skill stone in front of her, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is actually a rare fire-type skill stone," Yi Xiaoyao exclaimed. It's worth noting that even demons in the early stages have few means to directly kill enemies, relying entirely on their demonic bloodline to crush their foes. Initially, she was nervous because there were others in the neighboring base city who had contracted with an A-grade coffin spirit. But now, with the appearance of this fire-type skill stone, undoubtedly, the Hellfire Fiend would gain an extra ace up its sleeve. With this rare skill stone, I will definitely be able to easily defeat all my opponents in next week's assessment. Confidence flashed in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes. Her Hellfire Fiend was obtained because of Yi Chen, and now Yi Chen had provided her with a rare skill stone. For a moment, Yi Xiaoyao was extremely excited. "Big brother, I love you to death." Yi Xiaoyao jumped up and pounced directly towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen's eyes twitched slightly. If it were another girl, he might not have dodged. But this was his sister. Not dodging would be beastly. Without hesitation, Yi Chen dodged directly. Yi Xiaoyao ended up faceplanting on the ground. "Yi Chen, why are you dodging? What do you mean by that?" Yi Xiaoyao said angrily, unable to resist the urge to twist him. "Little sister, calm down. It's just a stone, why get so excited?" Yi Chen said lightly, changing the subject. "TCH. Now that you have money, you've started to act all high and mighty. Do you forget who used to ask me for money all the time?" Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Yi Chen. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao collected the materials provided by Yi Chen. Feeling great, she eagerly said to Yi Chen, "Brother, I will definitely take first place in next week's assessment. Remember to cheer for me on the spot." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face showed a look of surprise. Then he expressed regret, saying, "I'm planning to go to the Jiangnan base city tomorrow. I won't be back until next weekend, so I probably won't make it for your assessment." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's previously excited mood instantly turned gloomy. "Why are you going to Jiangnan City?" Yi Xiaoyao said softly. I'm accompanying President Chen to attend the large coffin spirit appraisal event in Jiangnan City, Yi Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widened, then she looked at Yi Chen admiringly. Truly my brother, to have befriended such a big shot like President Chen, amazing. Go ahead. Come back next week to hear my good news. Early the next day, Yi Chen brought Yi Xiaoyao to the front yard of the villa. After talking for a long time last night, Yi Chen also explained what Wen Jing had done. This made Yi Xiaoyao extremely angry, almost losing a night's sleep out of anger. I can't believe teacher Wen Jing was such a person. It really makes me furious. Yi Xiaoyao muttered from time to time. Alright, she's already dead, so stop dwelling on it. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, summon the flame demon and let it comprehend the skill. As if thinking of something, Yi Chen added, if it can't comprehend it, I'll take you to the Tomb Seekers Guild to get one from Elder Chen. TCH. You don't trust me. My flame demon will definitely comprehend it. Yi Xiaoyao pouted. With a flash of spiritual power in her hand, a huge cross-shaped array made of flames appeared on the ground. The next moment, a 3-meter-long true king jade coffin quickly emerged from the array. Come out, Flame Lord. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyao's call, the coffin lid suddenly opened. A demon standing 3 meters tall, with horns on its head, evil eyes spewing fire, huge wings on its back, and covered in flame patterns, appeared in front of the two. Coffin Spirit, Hellfire Fiend, Race, Demon, Level, LV. 3 Servant Level, Seal Level, True King Jade Coffin, Talent, Demon King Bloodline, extremely strong physical abilities, immune to flame damage, and reduces damage taken by 75%. King of Flames, greatly reduces the consumption of fire skills, while doubling their power. When absorbing surrounding fire elemental elements, gains a super speed regeneration effect to restore physical abilities. Skills, Flame Burst, Flame Shield, Intimidation, Elementalization, Special, Flight, Hellfire, Special, Ultimate Skill, Flame Demon Domain, activates fire elements within a certain range, changes the geographical environment, greatly enhances all personal abilities, and can possess the Coffin Keeper. Weakness, none, Intimacy Level, 80, extremely obedient, current status, likes, evolution potential, 3 times, introduction, from the Demon Hell. The Dictator in the Gates of Hell, the King among Demons, with remarkable potential, worth cultivating. Seeing the introduction on the panel, Yi Chen's mouth revealed a slight smile. The intimacy level has increased so much. Xiaoyao's flame baptism comes with fire elements, a perfect match with the Hellflame Demon. It can be foreseen that as long as Yi Xiaoyao contracts with the Fire Coffin Spirit, she will definitely be able to maximize her effectiveness. I wonder if there are fire dragons in the world's peak. If so, maybe Xiaoyao can tame one. Yi Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the Hellflame Demon saw the rare fire skill stone in Yi Xiaoyao's hand and instantly became excited. Without hesitation, it directly took the skill stone and absorbed it. 2 minutes later, there was no reaction. Yi Chen and Yi Xiaoyao's faces became increasingly serious. Could it be that the comprehension failed? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Yi Xiaoyao's serious face. Then her laughter grew louder, and she even happily grabbed Yi Chen's hand and jumped up. Ah, brother! The Flame Lord has comprehended it. It has comprehended it. Yi Chen looked at the other party's excited expression, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded approvingly. Impressive. Hee, of course. The Flame Lord is the one you designated for me. How could it not be impressive? Yi Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. At this moment, she felt genuine joy. Having a brother with strong innate talent who can take care of himself and look out for her is simply wonderful. It seemed like she thought of something. Yi Chen turned and walked towards the black heavy motorcycle parked near the villa's front yard wall. Then he said lightly, "Get on, I'll take you to meet someone." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face showed a hint of confusion. Meet who? Just get on, you'll know when we get there. Yi Chen smiled. Yi Xiaoyao scratched her head, stopped asking more questions, immediately retracted the Hellflame Demon into the contract space, and quickly sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Then she followed Yi Chen out of the villa. Since Yi Chen was not very familiar with Jiangnan City, before leaving, he specifically came to the Tomb-Seeking Guild to consult President Chen about some matters. As for why he brought Yi Xiaoyao over, as an older brother, Yi Chen naturally couldn't rest assured leaving her alone, so he wanted to entrust her to Elder Chen to take care of her. 3rd floor of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Yi Xiaoyao was sitting nervously next to Yi Chen, occasionally glancing at the unremarkable old man in front of her. In her perception, this old man was revered by thousands and had terrifying strength. However, she never expected that her own brother would behave so casually in front of him, as if their relationship was quite extraordinary. Is this your sister? Awakened with the transcendent talent flame baptism? President Chen raised an eyebrow, showing a look of doubt on his face. Obviously, President Chen had long been aware of Yi Xiaoyao's awakening of her transcendent talent and the A-level coffin spirit contract. After all, such a genius was a rare sight in Fengyue City for decades. However, because Yi Chen's performance was too outstanding, President Chen almost forgot about Yi Xiaoyao and didn't bother to look closely at her information. Seeing President Chen's puzzled expression, Yi Chen was suddenly puzzled and asked, "President Chen, is there a problem? Close ones?" President Chen suddenly blurted out, "Or distant ones?" Yi Chen was immediately confused at the words, "Of course, close ones." "Strange. Why does it feel like a picked one?" President Chen muttered softly, lost in thought. With these words, Yi Chen's face darkened slightly. Although his little sister was a bit short, her looks were extremely stunning, and she would never hold back his handsome appearance. How could she be a picked one? Yi Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, also had a change in expression, her temper instantly rising. She stood up from her seat with a thud. She no longer cared whether the old man in front of her was a legendary powerhouse, and directly pointed at his nose, saying angrily, "You old man are despicable. Always talking nonsense. When I was a child, my parents and I had a blood relationship test. How could I be a picked one?" At this moment, President Chen reacted, looking at Yi Xiaoyao's actions in surprise, then glanced at Yi Chen's darkened face, understanding what was going on. He then chuckled and said, "Ha, little girl, don't be upset. I have a sharp tongue, just making a joke. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiaoyao's temper slowly disappeared, feeling a bit regretful for being too impulsive, and then apologized softly, "President Chen, I was too impulsive just now. It's okay. Young people are naturally impulsive. I used to have a notorious bad temper." President Chen seemed to remember something, then smiled and waved his hand. "Xiaoyao, you don't have to call me President Chen in the future, just call me Grandpa Chen." Yi Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, quickly looked at Yi Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen had no objections, she nodded and said, "Okay, Grandpa Chen. Ha ha ha." President Chen laughed heartily, looking extremely happy. He then stroked his beard, shifted his gaze to Yi Chen, with a smug look in his eyes. "I can't control you, this kid, can't I control your sister?" President Chen felt secretly pleased. As long as he treated Yi Xiaoyao like his own granddaughter. In the future, when he needed Yi Chen's help, Yi Chen would definitely consider Yi Xiaoyao's feelings and wouldn't dare to haggle with him. Seeing President Chen's smug expression, Yi Chen understood his thoughts and didn't say much. "President Chen, I plan to head to the Jiangnan base city later. I'm not sure what I need to pay attention to over there, so please inform me," Yi Chen said. President Chen was taken aback at the words, then picked up his teacup, took a sip, and coughed lightly, saying, "I've been wanting to talk to you about this. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten." Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with confusion. It seemed that President Chen attached great importance to his solo trip to Jiangnan City. "You're too good at causing trouble. When you go to Jiangnan City, it's best to keep a low profile and avoid trouble if you can," President Chen said lightly. Yi Chen looked surprised at the words, then pointed to the crystal snowflake badge on his chest. This thing doesn't seem to be very useful over there?" With these words, President Chen's face immediately let out a cold snort, saying, "You brat actually doubts my strength? Let me tell you, in the southern part of Daxia country, there are no more than 5 people stronger than me. So besides these 5, there should be others who can compete with you, right?" Yi Chen curiously asked. Upon hearing this, President Chen was momentarily speechless, a hint of seriousness slowly appearing on his face. "Yi, there's a tomb-seeking group in Jiangnan City called Doubting that I don't get along with. Their 3 leaders are legendary 5-star level experts. I can easily handle 1-on-2 situations, but when they join forces, it becomes quite tricky for me." President Chen shook his head, a look of wariness in his eyes. "So if you encounter anyone from Doubting, try to steer clear. Although those 3 won't directly come after you, getting into conflict with them could cause significant trouble. After all, Jiangnan City is Doubting's territory. As for other forces, the Snow Shadow Badge still holds some sway. How you handle it is entirely up to you." Yi Chen noticed the look in President Chen's eyes, pondering silently. Could it be related to the extraordinary coffin master in Fengyue City? And Doubting? No, if that were the case, President Chen would definitely spare no effort to eliminate Doubting. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like boarding the Snow Shadow Group was akin to boarding a pirate ship. If Doubting's people recognized him as a member of the Snow Shadow Group, they would surely provoke him. Once his talents were exposed, Doubting probably wouldn't let him grow freely. However, he didn't dwell on it much. His abilities had been observed by President Chen since the day he made a contract with the coffin spirit. So, one way or another, he would eventually have dealings with them. "I understand. I'll try to avoid trouble when I get there, Yi-chan said calmly. Why do you have to go now? Those materials won't disappear. Wait for me to finish my tasks, and then we can go together with Brother Lin, isn't that better? President Chen advised. With Brother Lin present, as long as he casually mentions that you are his junior, even if you stir up trouble everywhere, no one in the central southern region would dare to lay a hand on you. Yi-chan, after some consideration, still shook his head. On one hand, he was eager to complete the mission and obtain the rewards quickly. On the other hand, Yi-chan knew that Lin Ji was upright in character, prioritizing the righteousness of the human race. Suppressing riots and cutting down evil creatures across the land, he rarely intervened in the disputes between coffin masters. So Yi-chan didn't want to flaunt his status under someone else's name. No, I'm worried that if I go later, those materials will be bought by someone else. Then I'll have to spend a lot of time searching for them, Yi-chan said lightly. Alright then, be safe on your journey. If anything happens, you can contact me directly, and I'll come find you right away, President Chen instructed. After Yi-chan left, President Chen treated Yi Xiaoyao with great care and concern, as if she were his own granddaughter. He was very satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao's talent. As long as she was well nurtured, the height she could reach in the future would be no less than his own. However, she was definitely far behind Yi-chan, because Yi-chan's talent was just too abnormal. Several hours later, on the armored train leaving Fengyue City, Yi-chan leaned against the window, leisurely admiring the scenery along the way. Due to human settlements being compressed by monsters, the surroundings presented a primitive scene of giant forests, cold lakes, and desolate plains. The straight-line distance between Fengyue City and Jiangnan City was not far, but to avoid the dangerous areas beyond the wilderness, the railway was built on a relatively safe path, so it took 7 to 8 hours to reach the destination. However, most coffin masters traveling by train felt that the railway's detour was entirely unnecessary, because monsters daring to attack armored trains never left their hands alive. Just then, the armored train suddenly shook violently, followed by a rapid deceleration. Inside the carriage, numerous coffin masters were caught off guard, falling all over the place. Yi-chan, on the other hand, quickly steadied himself to avoid such a plight. When the train came to a stop, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly, anger rising within them. Damn, what's wrong? Is the train also playing emergency brakes? Why stop suddenly? Could it be that the train is broken? Didn't they check and repair it before departure? Now stopping halfway, do they expect us to walk to Jiangnan City? Oh no, my tomb-seeking group is organizing a secret adventure tonight at midnight. If I can't make it, the leader will probably kick me out directly. Countless people cursed, causing a commotion in the train carriage. At that moment, Yi-chan noticed that the carriage had been vibrating all along, a hint of seriousness appearing on his face. Could it be encountering a large-sized ferocious beast? Yi-chan was startled. He quickly opened his phone and checked the route the armored train had taken. 3 kilometers outside the railway protection zone was a huge plain map. On the plain map, there was a red area marked with dangerous symbols of a secret world. Ha! Wild plains? Monster level around 25? Seeing this, Yi-chan instantly understood what was happening. The monsters on the plain must have broken through the super-electric fence of the railway protection zone, blocking the way ahead. Just then, an urgent announcement sounded throughout the train. Dear passengers, a small-scale lateral beast tide has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. The weapon system has been activated. Please remain calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. Dear passengers, a small-scale lateral beast tide has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. The weapon system has been activated. Please remain calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. As the announcement was made, the faces of all the coffin keepers instantly changed. What did they hear? Beast tide. Ferocious beasts, common among the coffin spirit race, often travel in groups in the wild. And with the nearby wild plains, most of the ferocious beasts were around level 25. It's important to note that ferocious beasts are also a type of coffin spirit. They not only have talents and skills but also have unique moves. The beast tide they form is definitely much more terrifying than high-level coffin keepers. If their numbers exceed 500, even high-level 9-star coffin keepers wouldn't be able to withstand them. Half a minute later, although the train was still vibrating, the tension in everyone's hearts had eased. Scared me to death. I thought it was a vertical beast tide. Damn, don't jinx it. If it were vertical, we would be doomed. The train would probably be overturned, and everyone would end up being eaten. Yeah, facing a level 25 small-scale beast tide, only high-level coffin keepers have the ability to contain it. We small fries can only wait for death. People discussed one after another. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor swept through the armored train, shaking violently as if experiencing an earthquake. At that moment, urgent shouts came through the broadcast system. Beast tide changing direction. Beast tide changing direction. I am Zhou Tong, the commanding officer of the Demon Exterminating Legion, a high-level 5-star coffin keeper. All coffin keepers of quasi-intermediate level and above, do not panic. Follow my command. Get off the train with me and fight to the death. With that said, the armored train first fired a round of heavy machine gun fire. Then all the train doors opened. The initially terrified intermediate coffin keepers, upon hearing the broadcast, gritted their teeth and rushed out of the train. They then summoned their coffins to carry on their backs and headed towards the front of the train, ready to intercept the beast tied outside the train. For them, if they didn't resist, they would undoubtedly die. And with the presence of the super-electric fence of the protection zone, they couldn't climb out either. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight. And now, with the high-level coffin keepers leading the Legion, even in the face of the beast tide, there was a glimmer of a chance to survive. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and followed the others as they rushed out. If it were a normal day, he would naturally keep to himself when faced with trouble and not lend a hand to help others. But now, these coffin townsmen had united to save their lives. They even spontaneously closed the train doors, trying to protect the weak inside the carriages and ensure they took care of themselves. The weak ones showed signs of nervousness, praying for the intermediate coffin townsmen who were getting off the train. Yi Chen observed everything. A few seconds later, Yi Chen followed the crowd to the front of the train. He gazed at the horde of black giant wolves, each over 2 meters tall, in the distance. Everyone's faces were extremely pale, trembling all over, yet not a single person retreated. At the forefront, the Legion commander Zhou Tong remained calm, having long put life and death out of his mind. Brave warriors. Nearly 500 beasts are approaching. It's either us or them that will perish. Fight with all your might to stop them. Zhou Tong's resounding roar stirred the hearts of the hundreds of intermediate coffin townsmen behind him. All the coffin townsmen let out a fierce roar, summoning their coffin spirits. Let's fight. Those who fear death are cowards. Brothers, those of you who survive, remember to collect the corpses for me. I've only been an intermediate coffin townsman for less than a week, and I've encountered a level 25 fierce beast. I must skin one of those beasts and taste the thrill of killing above my level. In an instant, all the panic vanished. The fighting spirit soared to its peak. Zhou Tong looked at the intermediate coffin townsman behind him, full of fighting spirit and having put life and death aside, clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely excited. Immediately, he summoned a death swordsman about 2 meters tall, clad in black armor emitting black mist, wielding a giant sword. He then shouted, "Warriors, bring your coffin spirits and charge with me. Use your skills to smash them fiercely." With these words, the coffin townsmen no longer hesitated, sending their coffin spirits charging towards the wolves. In an instant, numerous skills were launched towards the densely packed wolf pack, causing a series of explosions. The most conspicuous among them was Zhou Tong's death swordsman. The death swordsman moved like a tiger among sheep, spinning his long sword at high speed. At this moment, the death swordsman resembled the Grim Reaper, the outer area of his spinning sword creating layers of dark whirlwinds several stories high, roaring through the wolf pack. These whirlwinds were terrifying, carrying continuous sword energy, reaping all the black giant wolves within tens of meters along the way. However, this skill of the death swordsman seemed to consume Zhou Tong's spiritual power abnormally. After a few minutes, he began to feel drained. The scent of blood filled the air, and the black giant wolves were instigated by their wild instincts, charging fearlessly towards the crowd. Moments later, with limbs and bodies scattered everywhere, half of the hundreds of black giant wolves remained. Most of the dead wolves were killed by the death swordsman. Only a small portion were slain by the coffin spirits of the hundreds of intermediate coffin townsmen. At this moment, Zhou Tong was panting heavily, a cold sweat running down his face. The rapid loss of spiritual power made it difficult for him to sustain the consumption of the death swordsman's skills. Now, he could only have the death swordsman engage in a slow battle with the black giant wolves using ordinary slashing, and under the assault of dozens of black giant wolves, the death swordsman was starting to feel weary. Numerous ferocious wounds appeared on his body, with one of his arms torn off. The coffin spirits of the other intermediate coffin townsmen were not faring any better. After one round, most of them were injured by the energy attacks released by the black giant wolves. It should be noted that most of these coffin spirits were not even level 25. And facing a single black giant wolf alone was already a challenge. Moreover, they were facing a torrent formed by the remaining 200 or so black giant wolves. How could they possibly withstand it? If they delayed a few more minutes, the defensive line formed by the coffin spirits under the mid-level town undertaker was likely to collapse directly, and everyone here would be buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. Damn it! Just my luck to not have any teammates around this time and run into this situation. There's even a leader hidden within the beast tide. Looks like I might meet my end here today. Jotong cursed inwardly, furrowing his brow, feeling somewhat unwilling. For him, just one more high-level town undertaker would be enough to change the current situation. If his teammates were here too, it would be a piece of cake to slay the remaining half of the black giant wolves. But now, among this group of people, there was only Jotong, a high-level town undertaker, and his spiritual power was almost depleted. All he could do now was take the half-dead swordsman back to the rear, start rallying loudly, and command everyone to defend in an orderly manner. Brothers, contract the defense line. Keep bombarding these guys from a distance. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll be able to restore some spiritual power, allowing the swordsman to unleash his previous move again. Jotong roared angrily with red eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone was delighted and began to mobilize all their spiritual power recklessly, letting the coffin spirits unleash their skills frantically. Sensing countless skill bombardments from the front, the black giant wolf pack seemed to receive some kind of command and began to gradually disperse and evade. No longer mindlessly charging forward like before. Ha ha, I just killed a level 25 demon for the first time. Feels great. A level 25 demon is nothing special. If only we had twice as many people. Ah, these demons must be scared. They dare not charge anymore. Watching the wolf pack in front hesitate, countless people burst into laughter. For a moment, they felt that the beast tide was not as terrifying as they had imagined. At the rear of the crowd, Yi Chen watched this scene with a solemn expression. At the moment, he did not make a move, only letting the tyrant and 7 stay by his side. It wasn't because he was cold-blooded. It was because he was certain that in a beast tide of this scale, there must be a leader leading the pack. If the leader was not slain, these black giant wolves would become even more difficult to deal with. Even a high-level 5-star town undertaker like Jotong can't force out the leader of the wolf pack when his spiritual power is depleted. Looks like I'll have to wait a little longer. Yi Chen muttered to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. If he rushed up now to kill the black giant wolves, he could certainly slay over 100 of them, thus delaying the battle. However, the leader of the wolf pack clearly had high intelligence. If it led all the remaining giant wolves away and signaled other groups to follow the armored train, then everyone's fate would be a dead end. After a round of skill bombardment ended, suddenly, a long and mournful wolf howl rang out. All the giant wolves, upon hearing this sound, instantly had bloodshot eyes, emitting a murderous gleam. The previously hesitant wolf pack suddenly became extremely violent, charging recklessly towards the direction of the crowd. Seeing this, Jotong's face showed a hint of seriousness. At this moment, he had already identified a larger, silver-gray fur-covered giant wolf in the wolf pack, staring at him provocatively. This was the leader of the wolf pack, with a level as high as 30. Damn! This beast is quite intelligent. Jotong cursed. Then, he made a tough decision and shouted, all town undertakers with undead and ferocious beasts, take them up as cannon fodder for me. Ghosts will form the second wave, go up and harass. Demons, monsters, and undead will be our main force. They are our last line of defense. I don't care if you fight hand-to-hand or use skills. In any case, brothers, please do your best to stop them. As soon as these words were spoken, a heavy atmosphere fell upon everyone's faces. It was foreseeable that a large number of coffin bearers and coffin spirits would suffer casualties next. But there was no other way. If they didn't step up, it would be a dead end. However, everyone seemed to underestimate the ferocity of these giant wolves. Perhaps inspired by the Wolf King, the strength of these giant wolves had surged significantly. The formation composed of coffin spirits and coffin bearers was instantly scattered and torn to shreds by the wolf pack. As more and more coffin spirits and mid-level coffin bearers fell, fear was evident on everyone's faces. They are too ferocious. We can't hold them back. We are doomed. I have done my best. The coffin spirits are severely injured and dying. If you can, hold on a little longer. Wait for Lord Jotong's spiritual power to recover. How can we hold on? How can we withstand this? In just over 10 seconds, so many of us have died. It's over, we are finished. Waves of despairing voices echoed in the crowd, plunging everyone's hearts into the abyss. There was a hint of sadness in Jotong's eyes. Although these coffin bearers were courageous, they had never cooperated before and had not undergone legion training. They had already reached their limit. They probably can hold on for another minute. But my spiritual power. If someone could help me hold on a little longer. Jotong sighed, filled with despair. Just then, at the rear of the formation, a handsome young man pushed through the crowd with 2 figures in tow. He walked slowly towards the front. It seemed that some coffin bearers from Maple Peak City recognized him, and they immediately let out excited cheers. Oh my god, it's Lord Yechen. Ha ha, it really is Lord Yechen. he's actually on the train too. Heavens, it's really him. With him here, we can definitely hold on until Lord Jotong's spiritual power recovers. We are saved. Upon hearing these words, everyone was energized. In their eyes, which were once filled with despair, hope now shone brightly. Brothers, are you saying this young man is Lord Yechen? Isn't he only at the quasi-mid-level? Someone noticed the young man's spiritual level and asked in confusion. Yes, isn't he just at the quasi-mid-level? We are stronger than him, how can he possibly hold on? Someone else questioned. Ha ha, if you haven't seen Lord Yechen's strength, you would naturally underestimate him. Let me tell you, although he is only at the quasi-mid-level, he can kill high-level coffin bearers in one strike. The coffin bearers from Maple Peak City shouted loudly, clearly admiring Yechen. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock and turned their gaze to the handsome young man in front. Disbelief filled their eyes. What did they hear? One strike. The young man in front could actually kill 10 levels higher in one strike. How is that possible? 10 levels higher? Brothers, are you trying to tell us a joke before we die to lighten the mood? Someone questioned. Ha, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. This is the super genius from our Maple Peak City. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped arguing, their eyes filled with anticipation. They wanted to see if this young man would indeed become their savior. Hearing the conversation among the coffin bearers, Jotong also looked up in puzzlement and observed the young man walking towards the first team. However, after just one glance, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head with a smile. This young man seems to have quite a reputation, but it's a pity. How could he possibly hold back 200 giant wolves? Jotong said in despair. However, the next moment, a figure in leather armor wielding a giant blade leaped into the air. A terrifying blade aura carrying lightning directly slashed out. The blade aura shot out suddenly, emitting a piercing sound that seemed to tear through the air, instantly cutting into the oncoming wolf pack. Explosions rang out. Several miserable howls echoed from the wolf pack. More than 10 black giant wolves were split in half by the blade aura, blood splattering 10 feet away. The town undertaker of Fengyue City pointed at the scene, roaring loudly, "Ha! See that? That's Master Yi Chen's coffin spirit. We are saved." Everyone present suddenly brightened up, feeling extremely shocked. This young man at the quasi-intermediate level had indeed cultivated the coffin spirit to be extremely terrifying. If this coffin spirit were to slash a few more times, killing half of the giant wolves, it would definitely buy enough time for Jotong to recover. Young man, keep it up. Brother, you must hold on. Whether we live or die depends on you. The chance to survive was right in front of them, and everyone sincerely cheered for this young man. However, would Yi Chen's current plan be just to drag things out? He had already locked onto the Wolf King. Once he killed the Wolf King, the other giant wolves would be at a loss. By then, all these giant wolves would be wiped out. The experience Yi Chen could gain from this would be an incredibly terrifying number, enough to level up several times. Since the Wolf King has appeared, I will slay it, then wipe out the rest of the wolf pack. Excitement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. His eyes narrowed, crazily stimulating the spiritual energy within him. A cold voice rang out at the forefront of the crowd, "Tyrant, charge into the wolf pack, directly kill the Wolf King. 7. Follow the tyrant. Don't let any giant wolves escape." With these words, the tyrant's body suddenly soared to over 5 meters, exuding a strong sense of oppression all over. Stepping with flame steps, it turned into a flame shadow and charged into the wolf pack. Beside it, 7 directly displayed instant steps, emitting a cold blue chill following closely behind. Soon, the wolf pack was filled with continuous miserable howls. The tyrant was like a killing god, surrounded by a blue soul aura, quickly recovering from any attacks, directly shattering a giant wolf with one strike. 7 was equally strong, drawing various talismans out of thin air and throwing them towards the wolf pack, setting off one explosion after another. Ding! Your coffin spirit, tyrant, experience doubled, gaining plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, 7, experience doubled, gaining plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, tyrant, experience doubled, gaining plus 400 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit. Countless experience notifications flooded the screen, making Yi Chen somewhat numb. Unconsciously, the tyrant and 7 had already killed the Wolf King. The other giant wolves were easily cut down like chickens and dogs. The number of giant wolves was rapidly decreasing before their eyes. And as the tyrant and 7 leveled up, the spiritual power feedback to Yi Chen increased more and more, showing a trend of inexhaustible consumption. Awesome! This is simply too awesome! Yi Chen's lips curved into a faint smile, feeling extremely excited. The intermediate undertakers behind him, as well as Zhou Tong who was resting, were obviously so shocked that they couldn't speak, looking at Yi Chen with eyes wide open as if seeing a ghost. There was no sound in the crowd anymore. Their coffin spirits also stood still, creating an eerie silence. Only the continuous howls of the giant wolves not far away could be heard. At this moment, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. Is this really just a quasi-intermediate undertaker? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Thanks to Yi Chen's actions, the entire course of the battle had been directly altered. Most of the participating undertakers became relaxed, standing by in a daze to watch the battle. And among them, a small group of coffin bearers with healing abilities let their respective coffins carry injured members back into the crowd for treatment. They looked towards the front of the battlefield, where this man who seemed like a god descending to earth, his eyes filled with excitement, emotion, and respect. More than that, there was gratitude. In the crowd behind, Zhou Tong's face revealed a smile of surviving a disaster, filled with excitement. This young man is too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, the human race will produce another supreme being in the future. It seemed like Zhou Tong thought of something. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This must be reported to the leader, to see if we can invite this young man to join the legion." In the midst of the giant wolf pack, the tyrant and 7-7 were like gods of death, mercilessly slaughtering these black giant wolves at an astonishing speed. Just a few minutes passed, as one by one, the black giant wolves fell like wheat before the scythe. The area around the railway turned into a sea of corpses and blood. It's worth noting that for them, level 25 monsters posed almost no challenge. Not to mention 7-7's indestructible body, even the tyrant's body strengthened after absorbing the virus could withstand most of the damage from the black giant wolves. It was clear that as long as Yi Chen's spiritual power could support their battle, no matter how many giant wolves came, it would be futile. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 250 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit 7-7, experience doubled, gained plus 250 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, tyrant, 7-7, have been upgraded to LV 24 guardian level. Next level requires 0/15840 experience. Hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Then he surveyed the situation of the wolf pack and a smile spread across his face. Although the experience provided by these black giant wolves had been decreasing with each level up, with nearly 100 giant wolves left, they could still provide at least over 10,000 experience points. There are still over 80 left. It should be just enough to reach level 25. Yi Chen thought to himself. Just then, cries of pain came from behind Yi Chen. He turned around and furrowed his brows involuntarily. He saw many severely injured coffin spirits and coffin bearers lying on the ground on the brink of death. Due to the extreme rarity of healing coffin spirits, this led to the risk of untimely treatment for coffin spirits and coffin bearers facing death at any moment. If all these injured gather together, 7-7's healing ability could probably revive them all to full health in one go. Yi Chen pondered. However, he quickly dismissed this decision. It would be manageable to help 2 or 3 individuals, but if there were over 40 injured coffin bearers and coffin spirits in need of full recovery at once, the scene would be explosive in the entire Great Xia country. The shock effect would probably be more terrifying than facing a beast tied 10 times over. By then, 7-7 might attract the attention of some super strong individuals. Yi Chen didn't want to get into too much trouble, and he wasn't a saint either. Killing all the giant wolves and letting these people live was already his limit. Because he wanted to reach the Jiangnan base city as soon as possible, this was one of the reasons he had to act. But treating the wounded seemed to have no benefit for him, and he had no obligation to heal them. Does anyone else have healing coffin spirits? Hurry and summon them! Someone in the crowd shouted. Some of the injured seemed to notice the situation on the battlefield and eagerly said, Lord Yi Chen's coffin spirit can draw symbols for healing, right? Let him finish off these giant wolves, then let him save us. Yes, Lord Yi Chen is so powerful, he must be able to heal my coffin spirit. Someone echoed. Upon hearing this, a coffin bearer from Maple Peak City who was treating the wounded immediately retorted, Are you all crazy? Lord Yi Chen has been fighting all along, his spiritual power is so depleted. He has already saved us from danger. We should rest properly later. Where is the time to save your coffin spirits? Then what do you suggest? Your healing effect is definitely not as good as Lord Yi Chen's, right? If Lord Yi Chen had acted earlier, we wouldn't have ended up as cannon fodder. Someone complained. Exactly. Now he has kept you backliners unscathed. There is no reason not to treat us, the first team. We are the most injured, our contributions are greater than yours, he must treat us. With these words spoken, many wounded soldiers felt some truth in it. turning their heads to look at Yi Chen ahead. Some even showed a hint of blame in their eyes. This person in front clearly had the strength to join forces with Zhou Tong to kill all the giant wolves. He could have protected them from harm from the beginning. But instead, he insisted on waiting until many had died before coming out to play the savior and show off in front of everyone. So in their eyes, part of the reason they were injured was because of Yi Chen. On the battlefield, Yi Chen heard the conversation of these people, just shook his head, feeling somewhat powerless to retort for a moment. At this moment, Zhou Tong also noticed their discussion, his face immediately turning grim. He had not expected that these people, who had been saved by Yi Chen a second ago, would turn hostile the next second. Damn it! What are you arguing about? Can't you see that I'm injured too? Have I made a sound of complaint? As long as we're not dead, you can recover. Zhou Tong shouted loudly. Then he explained, if brother Yi Chen and I had attacked together, the Wolf King would never have shown up. It would have fled directly. After it fled, it would have called for its pack, and we would have ended up in a worse situation. So from now on, if anyone dares to question brother Yi Chen's actions, I'll kick you off the team right away. Zhou Tong's face was extremely ugly. The intermediate coffin masters present today had indeed put in a lot of effort. But it was Yi Chen who had played the decisive role, and these people, relying on their minor contributions, wanted to morally blackmail others, which was unacceptable. Take the wounded to the train and see if the junior coffin masters have any healing coffin spirits. If they do, have them treat the wounded. Zhou Tong calmed down his anger and instructed some people nearby. With that said, many intermediate coffin masters nodded quickly, then helped the wounded and headed towards the direction of the armored train. Seeing this, the wounded soldiers realized their fault and their resentment diminished significantly. An hour later, when the bodies of the giant wolves in the railway protection area were cleared away, the armored train set off again. At this time, Yi Chen did not return to the previous carriage. He was arranged by Zhou Tong to a luxurious carriage near the front of the train. The interior space of this armored carriage was huge, like a luxurious hotel, with very complete facilities. Yi Chen took a bath, washing away the bloodstains on his body. Then he took out a set of black casual clothes from the storage warehouse and changed into them. He then lay down on the bed, starting to review today's gains. The Tyrant and 7 have already reached level 25. If I want a further upgrade, I can only go to the secret realm of another world. Yi Chen pondered. This kind of beast tide that appeared today is extremely rare in the wild. However, Yi Chen learned that in the secret realm of another world, scenes of such mass riots of monsters are quite common. So after the coffin appraisal meeting ends and 7's evolution is completed, Yi Chen must make a trip to the secret realm of another world. Fang of the Azure Wolf, *300, Azure Wolf Fur, *220, Claws of the Azure Wolf, *390, Heart of the Wolf King, *1. Yi Chen looked at the quantity of materials in the storage warehouse and couldn't help but gasp in shock. This wave of beasts approached nearly 500 in number. After slaying them, the materials left behind naturally piled up like mountains. Some of the lower value materials that took up space, such as wolf blood and wolf meat, were not taken by Yi Chen. Most of the higher value materials were taken by Yi Chen. The Wolf King's heart seems decent, could sell for over $1 billion. Yi Chen checked the price. When he saw the prices of the remaining materials, his face darkened. He quickly calculated and his expression turned even uglier. Damn, over 900 materials. Altogether they only sell for less than $1 billion? This is too disappointing. Yi Chen was extremely puzzled, as the scythe demon he had slain before had casually sold for over 100 billion. Even the soulfire crystal left by the Ghost Knight was quite valuable. Yet, the total value of the mountain-like materials in front of him couldn't even compare to a fraction of the scythe demon's worth. This left Yi Chen somewhat disappointed. Forget it, not like I'm at a loss. After all, these black-winged sun wolves are only level 25, and they are relatively common monsters. It's normal for them to not be worth much. Yi Chen shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Just then, a knocking sound was heard. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, slowly sat up from the bed, and calmly said, "Come in." The door opened, revealing two figures standing in the corridor outside the carriage. One of them, dressed in standard Legion attire, was Zhou Tong. The other was a tall, beautiful woman wearing black-framed glasses and the same Legion attire. "Yi Chen, my friend, are you planning to rest? I hope I'm not disturbing you," Zhou Tong said with a smile. Yi Chen smiled faintly at his words. "Of course not. If it weren't for Brother Zhou arranging for me to be here, I might still be in the noisy carriage, without a chance to rest peacefully. So, I must thank Brother Zhou." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong burst into laughter. He had thought that geniuses like Yi Chen would be extremely arrogant. After all, from getting off the train to the end of the battle, he hadn't said a word to anyone. But he didn't expect this super genius Yi Chen to be so humble. "Yi Chen, my friend, you don't need to be modest, this is all I should do. Zhou Tong laughed heartily. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, quickly pointed to the seat beside him and said, please, have a seat. Zhou Tong nodded and pulled out a chair, gesturing for the woman next to him to sit down. He then stood respectfully to the side and introduced, Yi Chen, this is the overall commander of our demon exterminating legion's Jiangnan base. She has come this time to discuss something with you. Hello, I'm Xiaoya, a transcendent 5-star coffin sealer. Nice to meet you. Xiaoya didn't sit down but walked to the bedside, extending a flawless white hand, with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze on her face. Yi Chen was taken aback by this sight. He had initially thought this woman was Zhou Tong's secretary or subordinate, but to his surprise, this young woman before him was actually Zhou Tong's superior, and the woman in front of him looked at most 3 years older than himself. To become a transcendent coffin sealer in her 20s showed just how terrifying her talent was. Hello, I'm Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook hands with her and then let go. Seeing this, Xiaoya sat down slowly, looked at Yi Chen seriously, and then got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, I have come this time to invite you to join the Demon Exterminating Legion. Would you consider it? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was not surprised. It was only natural for them to pay attention to him after he had displayed such astonishing strength. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in joining any organization at the moment, Yi Chen replied directly. According to his understanding, the Demon-Slaying Legion is an organization established by the authorities, with almost a presence in every major base city. Upon joining, one would certainly gain a more transcendent status than the Snow Shadow team, but correspondingly, would have many more responsibilities. For example, in today's Beast Tide, high-level 5-star coffin masters like Zhou Tong could easily escape alone. However, he chose to stay behind to protect the weak, willing to sacrifice himself, which is one of the duties. When facing monster attacks on cities, rescue missions, guarding defenses, suppressing riots in dangerous areas, the Demon-Slaying Legion always charges at the forefront. And these things happen almost every day. This also means that once you join, you will be subject to various constraints. Mr. Yi, please don't rush to refuse, Xiaoya said gently. Then a glint flashed in her eyes, and she said seriously, do you know why I, at the young age of 24, could become a transcendent 5-star coffin master? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong quickly found a reason to leave the room. At this moment, a look of curiosity flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he asked, why? 100 years ago, our demon-slaying legion excavated a secret realm called the Emperor's Tomb near the ancient capital. We call it the Sacred Ruins. The spiritual energy inside the ruins is abundant, extremely suitable for coffin spirit cultivation, and there are countless rare treasures that can improve the talents and physique of coffin masters. Every year, the Demon-Slaying Legion has 10 spots for exceptionally talented young people to go in and cultivate for 2 months. Xiaoya's eyes gleamed with longing as she continued, do you know? Just 2 years ago, I was only an intermediate 2-star coffin master, but after spending a total of 6 months inside, my coffin spirit level rose from 22 to 45. With your talent, as long as you join the Demon-Slaying Legion, there will be a great opportunity to get a cultivation spot next year. So, think about it, whether you want to join us. Xiaoya's face showed a gentle smile, sincerely inviting him. I'll consider it first. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not immediately refuse but began to think seriously. It's not that he was very interested in getting a cultivation spot, but he was interested in the Emperor's tomb, because, in his understanding, this tomb must contain the body of an emperor. When I become stronger in the future, I must go and see. Maybe I can even dig up an emperor's body, Yi Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Xiaoya still smiled lightly, waiting for Yi Chen to make a decision, and she believed that Yi Chen would definitely join the Demon-Slaying Legion, because she had become a transcendent 5-star in just 3 years, which was a terrifying speed of improvement in the eyes of people in this world. Yi Chen would definitely weigh the pros and cons and join without hesitation. However, would she know that Yi Chen was a cheat? Not to mention 3 years, even in just 1 year, Yi Chen's strength was likely to surpass hers. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed to have made up his mind and directly said, I've made up my mind. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya was delighted and said with a smile, Yi Chen, welcome to join the Demon-Slaying Legion. We are colleagues from now on. However, the next words from Yi Chen directly made her face freeze. I was considering not joining. What did you say? You don't want to join at all? Do you know that for talents like you, entering the ruins is the fastest way to grow? Xiaoya said in surprise. I really don't want to join. Yi Chen nodded calmly, then added, but I can recommend someone to you. Her talent is also extremely terrifying. Who? Go to Maple Peak City and find Yi Xiaoyao. She has a super-tier talent, possesses an A-level coffin spirit, and is the coffin master of the Hellfire Demon. Xiaoya and Yi Chen talked for a long time. In the end, they did not come to an agreement on Yi Chen joining the demon-slaying legion. This left Xiaoya feeling regretful. After she walked out of Yi Chen's luxurious room, she looked towards Zhou Tong waiting outside, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. "Commander? How did the conversation go?" Zhou Tong asked, puzzled. Xiaoya, with a forced smile on her lips, replied, "He refused to join our demon-slaying legion." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Tong's expression turned incredibly surprised, his voice trembling as he asked, He refused?" "Yes," Xiaoya nodded. "Damn, Yi Chen is being too stubborn. That's an opportunity to cultivate in the Emperor's tomb. To outright refuse. That's just outrageous," Zhou Tong exclaimed in shock. Perhaps he lacks confidence in his own abilities. After all, those who can secure a spot in the top 10 are at least beyond extraordinary, some even possessing S-rank coffin spirits. Xiaoya sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately retorted, "Commander, you haven't seen how amazing Yi Chen is. I'm sure those people can't possibly be stronger than him." Xiaoya just smiled faintly at his words, choosing not to argue. At that moment, she seemed to remember something and quickly said, "By the way, Zhou, I need to take care of something in Fenghua City. I won't stay on the train any longer. I've already checked the route ahead before coming. There shouldn't be any issues. You can rest assured and let the coffin spirit recover." Zhou Tong nodded. "All right, Commander, you go and come back soon," Zhou Tong said. Xiaoya acknowledged with a nod, then walked to the door of the armored train and pressed the switch to open it. As the door opened, a strong gust of wind rushed in, blowing her long hair. With a slight bend of her legs, she leaped out of the door. Her whole body soared like a goose, her spiritual power surging beneath her feet as she flew through the air, disappearing at high speed. Yi Chen had no idea how many hours he had slept. He slowly woke up from the bed. Stretching his limbs, he got out of bed and pulled back the curtains by the window. Outside, the sun was already hidden behind distant mountains. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow, painting the sky crimson. "Evening already? We should be nearing Jiangnan Base City," Yi Chen yawned lazily, looking extremely relaxed. The armored train wasn't fast, but for many coffin keepers, safety was paramount. Including the encounter with the beast-tide earlier, it had taken Yi Chen nearly 10 hours to reach this point. Fortunately, there were no similar incidents afterward, or else reaching Jiangnan City would have taken until late at night. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Zhou Tong's voice came from outside. "Yi Chen, awake yet?" Hearing the sound, Yi Chen turned and walked over to open the door. Seeing Yi Chen, Zhou Tong's face lit up with a smile. "Yi Chen, we're about 5 minutes away from the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Do you have any plans after getting off the train?" Yi Chen, looking puzzled, thought for a moment and replied, "Not at the moment. Any plans will have to wait until tomorrow." "Ha, in that case, how about we go for a meal and some drinks later? It's a chance for me to repay you for saving my life," Zhou Tong invited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he accepted. "I'm a bit hungry too. Since Zhou, my friend, is inviting, I won't be polite." Hearing Yi Chen's acceptance, Zhou Tong laughed heartily, saying, Yi Chen, tonight we won't return until we're drunk." Soon, the train began to slow down as the whistle roared. At the same time, the announcement on the train informed that they were approaching the underground station outside the city of Jiangnan. By then, Yi Chen and Zhou Tong had already arrived early at the door to disembark. As the armored train came to a stop, Yi Chen stepped down from the platform directly. However, this time, he was not like before. Instead, he imitated other coffin bearers and carried a silver hexagonal coffin on his back. The reason for doing this was that the regulations in the Jiangnan base city stated that those who did not carry a coffin could not enter the city. Only by carrying a coffin could one embody the identity of a coffin bearer. Beside him, Zhou Tong looked extremely surprised as he gazed at the silver coffin on Yi Chen's back. He couldn't understand how the coffin spirit that had displayed such power in the midst of the giant wolf pack, appearing like a god of death wielding a knife, turned out to be just a D-grade coffin spirit sealed in a silver coffin. This scene directly challenged his understanding, leaving him trembling with astonishment. What kind of talent does Yi Chen possess? To be able to summon 2 coffin spirits to battle, and even nurture a D-grade zombie to be no weaker than an A-grade coffin spirit. This is simply terrifying. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel that Yi Chen's other coffin spirit was even more extraordinary, possibly much stronger than a tyrant. At that moment, as he looked at Yi Chen, his admiration grew. The Supreme Commander really underestimated this time. He didn't manage to negotiate with Yi Chen. Zhou Tong thought to himself, feeling a great sense of regret. He increasingly believed that even the super geniuses in other demon-slaying legions bases were no match for Yi Chen in terms of talent. Yi Chen not joining the demon-slaying legion was undoubtedly a great loss for them. A few minutes later, Zhou Tong led Yi Chen out of the dim underground station and arrived at a parking lot exclusive to the demon-slaying legion. Subsequently, Zhou Tong brought out a very powerful off-road vehicle. "Yi Chen, hop in," Zhou Tong said with a smile. Yi Chen complied and got into the vehicle. Then, Zhou Tong stepped on the gas, drove out of the parking lot, and headed towards the city gate of the outer city of Jiangnan. Inside the car, Yi Chen gazed at the towering city wall that stood over a kilometer away on the horizon, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Truly the largest base city in the southern region of Daxia. "This outer city wall is 3 times higher than the one in Fengyue City," Yi Chen exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong burst into laughter and said, "Ha, Yi Chen, this city wall is not only tall, it's also 30 meters deep underground, and incredibly resilient. The stones used to build it were all transported from ancient secret realms. It can easily withstand attacks from overlord-level monsters and repel attacks from tens of thousands of level monsters. So, a significant part of why Jiangnan Base City is so strong is because of this city wall. With it, we are extremely safe living inside the city." Zhou Tong drove smoothly with Yi Chen and arrived without hindrance at the demon-slaying legion's base. At that moment, Yi Chen had a rough idea of the situation inside Jiangnan Base City. Unlike Fengyue City, due to the large population of Jiangnan Base City, the inner city could hardly accommodate everyone. Therefore, there were countless rows of streets in the outer city, with residential buildings on both sides where ordinary civilians lived. In some corners, there were even many slums. The straight main road behind the city gate led directly to the inner city. Here, the inner city was the center of Jiangnan Base City, where all coffin bearers and influential figures gathered. However, what was interesting was that the demon-slaying legion's base was located in a corner of the outer city. Its area was no more than the size of 2 football fields. Compared to the buildings in the inner city, the demon-slaying legion's base seemed somewhat humble. It seems that the demon-slaying legion also has a duty to protect the civilians. Yi Chen glanced at Zhou Tong, thinking to himself. At this moment, Zhou Tong parked the car next to a dormitory building at the base and then showed a sheepish smile. "Brother Yi Chen, please wait for me a moment. It's too conspicuous to wear legion uniform in the inner city. It will attract a lot of attention and wariness. I'll go inside to change clothes and be right out." Yi Chen nodded in confusion at the words, while Zhou Tong swiftly walked towards the dormitory building. A few minutes later, Zhou Tong emerged wearing a very ordinary set of clothes. Without a word, he once again drove Yi Chen towards the inner city at full speed. Soon, they arrived at a barbecue stall in the bustling streets of the inner city. They ordered a lot of third-tier ferocious beast meat and beer, and began to feast heartily. The street was extremely lively, bustling with traffic, entertainment venues, and eateries. Most of the undertakers passing by were in groups of 3 or 5, with tomb-seeking team badges on their chests. Such a scene was extremely rare in Fengyue City. After observing for a while, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Zhou, the public order in the inner city seems pretty good. I haven't seen many conflicts happening." Zhou Tong, first stunned at the words, then explained with a smile, "Brother Yi Chen, it's not that the public order here is particularly good, but behind these people, there are some strong forces or families. So, relatively speaking, they are more restrained. For example, those undertakers who just passed by, they have black badges with the word Qin on them. It proves that these people are either relatives or subordinates of the Qin family in the inner city. And the Qin family is considered a very powerful force in Jiangnan City, ranking in the top 30. Because their family head, Qin Zhen, is a transcendent 8-star powerhouse," Zhou Tong said with a sip of cold beer, smiling. Upon hearing this, the confusion on Yi Chen's face disappeared instantly. However, a new question arose in his mind. "By the way, Zhou, if you don't have the tomb-seeking team badge, would it be difficult to dine in the inner city?" Yi Chen asked casually. At this, Zhou Tong was suddenly stunned and asked in surprise, "Brother Yi Chen, you didn't join the tomb-seeking team, did you?" "I did, but for some reasons, it's not suitable for me to flaunt the badge," Yi Chen replied calmly. Zhou Tong's brows furrowed slowly upon hearing this. He then said solemnly, "If you don't wear the tomb-seeking team badge, and those undertakers with family influences spot you, there is indeed a possibility of them causing trouble." "Well, that's really a troublesome matter," Yi Chen muttered to himself. Brother Yi Chen, you don't need to worry. Actually, people from these big families generally don't cause trouble randomly. As long as you don't encounter them, with your strength, you can completely deal with troublemakers without them knowing." Late at night, after a satisfying meal and drinks, Zhou Tong returned to the base of the Demon Extinguishing Legion from the inner city. Following his introduction, Yi Chen found a quiet hotel on the outskirts of the inner city, contrasting with the bustling downtown area. "I'll go to the trading area early tomorrow morning and get the evolution materials for Chi-Chi as soon as possible," Yi Chen thought to himself. because once he secured the evolution materials for Chi-Chi, the mission issued by the system earlier could be completed immediately. Not to mention the random skill duplication card. Yi Chen was extremely eager for the high-level undead template lottery ticket. If the character template drawn this time was used by the tyrant, there would definitely be a tremendous transformation. Although the potential increase was limited, only able to raise the tyrant to C rank. But for a divine-level necromancer like Yi Chen, the potential level was just a measure of the coffin spirit's early combat power. Because as long as Yi Chen didn't fall, he had a complete chance to maximize the potential of all coffin spirits to the highest level. It seemed that Yi Chen thought of the appraisal meeting a few days later, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If I managed to get an S-class coffin spirit at the appraisal meeting, wouldn't it become SS class after using the template? With this in mind, Yi Chen suddenly took a deep breath. The terror of Chi-Chi's ultimate move was quite evident. If it was a coffin spirit one level higher than hers, wouldn't it be invincible directly? Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt even more delighted. He then turned off the lights directly and lay down on the bed to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, on the dimly lit street outside the hotel, a middle-aged figure was clutching his shoulder, staggering along the street in a slow escape. It seemed like he was being chased, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, bloodshot eyes, looking extremely disheveled. Glancing at his missing left arm, a fierce look appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes, followed by a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Damn it! The Chen family's people better wait for me. If I don't avenge this, I won't be called Tangi. Tangi growled lowly. His visit to Jiangnan City this time was naturally to help Yi Chen buy the evolutionary materials he needed. However, he did not expect that the news of him spending billions to purchase two precious undead evolutionary treasures would be leaked. This led to him being targeted by malicious individuals, even attracting the pursuit of the Chen family's scions. And now, he had already thrown the cold marrow out, diverting some of the Chen family's descendants. However, a transcendent one-star coffin master still refused to give up and was determined to push him to his death. Helpless, he had no choice but to fight the opponent. As a result, Tangi's coffin spirit was cut down, and he was seriously injured. Yi, my friend, I'm sorry this time. I shouldn't have come early to buy the materials on my own. Tangi regretted deeply, muttering to himself. He had wanted to give Yi Chen a surprise and elevate his own status at the same time. But in the end, he only made things worse. Not only did he lose the evolutionary materials Yi Chen needed, but he also suffered a great loss. These materials are extremely important to my friend Yi Chen, and there is only one set in Jiangnan City. I really let him down. Tangi felt utterly hopeless. At that moment, a gust of wind sounded from not far away. A figure in a black robe was seen stepping on the walls of the high buildings on both sides of the street, heading towards Tangi. He, a guest from Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City. Where are you heading? How about accompanying me to the Chen family to discuss the ownership of Wanbao Tower? The black-robed figure said with a smirk, exuding arrogance in his tone. Hearing this, Tangi was suddenly shocked. It was only then that he realized. These people were not after the two undead evolutionary treasures in his possession but Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City. Tangi looked at the transcendent one-star coffin master ahead, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. Then, enduring the pain, he said coldly, I don't seem to have any grudges with your Chen family in Jiangnan City. When did you start targeting me? Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure burst into even louder laughter. Indeed, you are a bumpkin from a small town. Ignorance is forgivable, but not even bothering to inquire about the rules of the inner city. As a quasi-transcendent, not wearing a badge and daring to openly seek treasures. This proves that you are unfamiliar with the inner city and definitely not from Jiangnan City. Even if our Chen family didn't target you, the Lin family, the Yun family, and even other forces of Tomb Raiders would investigate your background. So you better hand over Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City obediently. The black-robed figure's tone was cold, exuding confidence in his eyes. For the Chen family, although Fengyue City was considered a small town compared to Jiangnan City, Wanbao Tower, as the largest trading establishment in Fengyue City, was of significant value. As long as he could control the treasure tower, he could continuously bring profits to the Chen family. Tangi heard the words of the black-robed man and understood that he couldn't escape. The other party would not let him go. And he couldn't hand over the treasure tower either. As a sinister smile crept across his lips, crimson blood slowly trickled out. His voice turned hoarse, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you know that I'm just the second in command of the treasure tower? I don't actually hold power? Even if I hand over the treasure tower? Would your Chen family dare to take over in Maple Peak City? Hearing this, the black-robed man pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Ha ha ha, whether the Chen family dares to take over or not, you don't need to worry. but I can declare that from now on, you are the owner of the treasure tower, because your boss was beheaded by our clan leader 8 years ago." With these words, a huge wave surged in Tangi's heart. No wonder he had been unable to contact his boss for so many years. He never expected that his boss had died at the hands of the Chen family clan leader. Thinking of this, Tangi's eyes turned red. He roared, mobilized his spiritual power, and fiercely punched towards the black-robed man. A faint blue fist force shook out, hitting the black-robed man in an instant. Seeing this, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with disdain. He also mobilized his spiritual energy and blocked the fist force with one hand. "You, who have lost your coffin spirit, think you can deal with me with your own strength? What a pipe dream you're having," the black-robed man sneered. The next moment, the black-robed man suddenly turned into a remnant shadow and attacked Tangi. Seeing this, Tangi was shocked. He quickly ran away. His anger just now made him lose his reason instantly, forgetting the power gap between him and the black-robed man. Now, not only did he not have the coffin spirit, but he was also injured. How could he possibly match the opponent and his coffin spirit? "No, my death doesn't matter. But I can't let them take away the 1,000-year moon essence on me," Tangi thought to himself. Immediately, he stimulated all the spiritual energy in his body to gather under his feet, turning into a gust of wind that pushed the black-robed man far away. Then he ran towards an alley on the side of the street. 2 minutes later, Tangi sealed the 1,000-year moon essence in an ancient wooden box and hid it in an inconspicuous sewer near the northwest corner of the inner city wall. At the same time, he took a picture of the location where he hid the 1,000-year moon essence and sent it with a message to his friend Yi Chen on his contact list. "Yi bro, Tang is ashamed to you. Tang intended to buy the item you needed and give it to you, but was ambushed by villains. Now the 1,000-year moon essence is hidden by Tang here, while the ink cold marrow has been taken by the Chen family of Jiangnan City. Hope bro can come to Jiangnan City soon and take the 1,000-year moon essence away to avoid losing it again." Tangi tightly covered the broken arm to avoid leaving bloodstains on the ground. At the same time, resisting the urge to spurt blood wildly, he moved away from the sewer where the ancient wooden box was hidden. Then he turned back and walked hundreds of meters back to a deserted street, leaning against the wall. At this point, he was at his wit's end, only able to stay put and catch his breath. Looking at the phone in his hand, Tangi sent another message to Yi Chen, then forcibly stimulated the last trace of spiritual energy in his body, crushing the phone into pieces. "It seems like I'm doomed this time." Tangi's mouth kept oozing blood, a helpless smile on his face as he recalled the past. He was once a genius, forming a contract with the coffin spirit at 18, and becoming a quasi-transcendent before 25. Because the owner of the treasure tower was his master and had nurtured him, he took over the treasure tower after the owner left. Due to being deeply immersed in business, he had not left the city for a long time. Over the years, he had been wasting his potential, causing his strength to stagnate. In Maple Peak City, President Chen was undoubtedly the top figure. And the extraordinary coffin master of Maple Peak City had already encountered a disruption. Tang Yi, a quasi-extraordinary individual, naturally became one of the most esteemed figures in Maple Peak City. Therefore, he had always held an indifferent attitude towards the strength of his own abilities. After all, in his view, money could be used to win people over. Being comfortable for so long, I forgot how dangerous the outside world can be. If I could have another chance, perhaps I could also become a legendary powerhouse. Tang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just then, thud, thud, thud. A heavy footstep echoed from around the corner of the street. Upon hearing it, Tang Yi's face immediately darkened. Those footsteps sounded like the tolling of a death knell in his heart, leading him step by step towards the abyss of death. Thinking that the other party was from the Chen family, and considering the actions of the Chen family, anger flared up once again in Tang Yi's heart. How can I die so miserably at the hands of the Chen family? Master's revenge is yet to be avenged. The materials needed by Brother Yi have also been taken by them. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. When he purchased the treasures of the Corpse Clan in the trading area of Jiangnan City, he also bought several vials of 6th-order zombie virus solution to give to Yi Chen. At the same time, the manager of the trading area, seeing him spending generously, gave him a black corpse bead emitting a cold aura as a companion product of the Millennium Moon Essence. If there is no antivirus potion, even extraordinary individuals will turn into zombies within half an hour after being infected with the 6th-order zombie virus. Tang Yi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he took out the black bead and virus solution from his spatial backpack. He wanted to find an opportunity to use these viruses on the man in black. However, he quickly realized that the other party was not a fool, so he abandoned this decision. Even if infected, the other party could use many means to eliminate the virus. In the end, he would still not escape the fate of death. perhaps I can use it myself. With my strength, as long as I infect myself with these viruses, I will definitely undergo a transformation in less than half an hour. Tangi's eyes lit up with a hint of excitement as he looked at the virus solution in his hand. As for this black corpse bead, it should be the transformed corpse poison of a 1,000-year zombie. With this thought, a mad smile appeared on Tangi's face. Without any hesitation, he endured the pain, bit open the test tube containing the virus solution, and drank all the viruses inside. Then he put the test tube back into his spatial backpack, picked up the corpse bead in his hand, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it directly. At that moment, Tangi felt as if his throat was being cut by a knife, and his whole body's nerves were being gnawed by millions of ants. The terrifying aura produced by the corpse bead mixed with the virus solution made him feel unbearably painful. The blood vessels that were originally flowing with blood stiffened and gradually turned pitch black. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face, trying not to let the enemy notice anything unusual. At that moment, the man in black arrived at the street where Tangi was. He looked at Tangi leaning against the wall, looking despondent, and couldn't help but sneer. Boss Tang, so you're hiding here. Why aren't you running? Why don't you run? Ignoring the man's words, Tangi continued to endure the intense pain in his body. Seeing this, the man in black's eyes narrowed. Then, he directly activated his spiritual power, punched towards Tangi, and sent him rolling several meters away. You're quite tough. Seeing Tangi remain silent, the man in black's face grew even darker. To him, killing someone as stubborn as Tangi would only dampen his spirits. He enjoys giving people hope first, making them beg for mercy, and then changing his mind, delivering a blow of despair. What a disappointment. Well then, put your fingerprint on this document and go die. The figure in black robes took out a transfer document and said coldly. After speaking, he drew a knife from his waist and charged forward, slicing Tangi's head off with one blow. Next, he swung the knife and cut off the opponent's arm. At that moment, the figure in black robes examined Tangi's body, then added a few more cuts. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, he bent down, picked up the bloodstained arm, and pressed a fingerprint on the document. The Wanbao Tower is mine now. The master will surely reward me this time. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the figure in black robe's mouth, then he turned and left. In the deep night, the city of Jiangnan became increasingly silent. The blood moon rising in the sky emitted a strange light, shrouding the entire city in a layer of crimson. At that moment, in the corner of a street in the northwest of the inner city, lay a headless male corpse covered in wounds. Suddenly, a strange black mist surged out from the body of the male corpse. Countless dark fleshy tentacles appeared at the wounds of the corpse, instantly repairing the injuries. The severed arms and the cut on the head were also rapidly healing at a terrifying speed. After a few seconds, the body regenerated completely. However, its appearance was completely different from when it was alive. The corpse had pale skin with eerie black patterns entwined around it. Its jet black hair turned white, and its hands grew sharp, sinister nails, giving it a profoundly sinister appearance. I, Tangi, am not dead. Tangi slowly opened his eyes, revealing sharp teeth and a sinister smile. His eyes were incredibly dark and hollow, with pupils turned blood red, appearing extremely cruel and fierce. Mutant Corpse Demon Core? Is this me? Tangi squinted his eyes, puzzled by the changes in his body. Undying regeneration? Devouring strengthening? Corpse demon poison? My talents? Infection manipulation? Thousand faces disguise? What a powerful force. Tangi's face twisted into a grimace, laughing towards the sky. Then, he kicked his legs, turning into a fast white streak and appearing on top of the inner city wall in the blink of an eye. He surveyed the city walls on both sides and licked his cheek with his long tongue, his eyes filled with endless greed. So much flesh and blood. Once I devour it all, my revenge can be avenged. So all of you shall become my nourishment. As his words fell, the mutant corpse demon instantly transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person, leaping towards the outer city and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Yi Chen got up directly from the bed. He firmly remembered what Zhou Tong had told him last night. He now had the snow shadow emblem, but he couldn't wear it casually, as the Blade Court was the most powerful force in Jiangnan City. Its members were everywhere, and if they saw the snow shadow emblem, they might attack him together. However, as long as he kept a low profile and avoided interacting with others as much as possible, everything would be fine. Just then, a phone rang. Yi Chen turned to see that it was Zhou Tong calling. Hey, Yi Chen, my friend. I'm really sorry. I can't accompany you to the inner city trading area today. Some bad things happened in the outer city last night, and I must investigate it now, came the urgent voice from the phone. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with curiosity at the words but didn't ask further. Zhou, you go ahead and take care of your business. I can handle things on my end. If I encounter any trouble I can't handle, I'll contact you. Alright. I'll finish up as soon as possible. Yi Chen, take care of yourself. After we're both done with our tasks, we must not return sober. The voice on the phone reminded. Got it, Yi Chen replied with a smile. After the call ended, Yi Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, murmuring to himself, something bad happened in the outer city? What could make Brother Joe so anxious? Yi Chen wondered. He then opened his phone and searched. Last night, a brutal massacre occurred in the outer city. Hundreds of civilians were killed, their bodies missing, leaving only dried bloodstains at the scene. Testing revealed a terrifying zombie virus in the blood. Experts speculate that this incident may have been caused by outsiders intentionally releasing zombie coffins. Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock at the news. It made him feel that the days ahead in Jiangnan City might become turbulent. Just then, several pop-up messages appeared. Special notice from the Jiangnan City Enforcement Department. All town coffin masters from other regions who have contracted with zombie coffins must immediately go to the enforcement department in the inner city for verification. Special notice. Failure to comply with the previous directive will result in forced elimination by the enforcement department. Town coffin masters from other regions contracted with zombies? I didn't expect Jiangnan City to be so exclusive. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he read the notices. As a large city, Jiangnan City had thousands of town coffin masters coming and going daily. If all the foreign town coffin masters with zombie contracts in the city were gathered, it would likely exceed thousands. If all these people went to the enforcement department for verification, it would undoubtedly create long queues, taking at least a day. Thinking about this, Yi Chen quickly checked the time limit for his task. His expression gradually turned grim. The task showed 7 days remaining. In 3 days, Jiangnan City would host a large coffin spirit appraisal event lasting several days. By then, the number of town coffin masters arriving in Jiangnan City would multiply. If Yi Chen didn't find the evolutionary materials needed for Chi-Chi within these 3 days, the materials might be bought by others, leading to the failure of his time-limited task. No, I must get the high-level template lottery ticket as soon as possible. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. After some thought, he made a decision to immediately head to the largest trading market in Jiangnan City. First, buy the Shadow Cold Marrow and Thousand-Year Moon Essence in the trading market. Then, I can go to the enforcement department for verification in time. Yi Chen muttered to himself. After preparing, he headed straight to the trading market on the east side of the inner city. 15 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived near the trading market by taxi. Although it was early morning, the streets were already crowded. Without hesitation, Yi Chen, carrying the coffin containing the sealed tyrant, quickened his pace towards the most magnificent trading shop in the center of the street. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Glancing at the signboard above, Yi Chen entered directly. Unlike the treasure tower in Maple Peak City, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was divided into detailed areas for trading materials of different races. Yi Chen looked around and quickly found a less crowded area, the undead material trading zone. Hello, I'd like to purchase 2 materials, Yi Chen told the receptionist in the undead material area. Sir, please list the items you need. I'll fetch them for you shortly, the beautiful receptionist smiled, handing him a pen and paper. Yi Chen took the pen and paper, immediately jotting down the Thousand-Year Moon Essence and Shadow Cold Marrow. However, the beautiful receptionist on the side couldn't help but frown when she saw the materials written by Yi Chen. Her tone quickly became somewhat awkward. Sir, could you use other materials? These 2 materials have already been sold. Yi Chen's heart tightened at the words and he quickly asked, already sold? When were they sold? They were bought yesterday at noon. The beautiful receptionist explained. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face turned extremely unpleasant. Can you tell me who bought these 2 materials? What do they look like? Yi Chen asked aloud. The receptionist was taken aback and quickly shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. I can't disclose that information because our guild does not allow revealing customer information. Tell me. I'll give you 50 million. Yi Chen said in a low voice. He was determined to obtain these 2 materials, so he didn't hesitate. 50 million at this moment was nothing more than slaying a few monsters for him. As for the receptionist, who was at a basic level, 50 million was a windfall. Indeed, when the receptionist heard Yi Chen's offer, her eyes lit up, and her smile became extremely charming. She quickly approached Yi Chen, took his hand, and led him to a corner. Sir, the receptionist signaled to Yi Chen with her eyes. Yi Chen took out a card directly from his spatial warehouse. This card was obtained from the spatial backpack of the shopkeeper in the Doomsday town, which he hadn't used and could use now. Take a look. Yi Chen handed her the card. The receptionist immediately checked it. When she realized how generous Yi Chen was, her excitement grew. Then, she grabbed Yi Chen's hand and wrote a few words in his palm with her finger. Maple Peak City, Tangi. After leaving the Jiangnan Guild, Yi Chen felt extremely happy. He hadn't expected Tangi to be the one who bought the materials. As for what Tangi needed the materials for, Yi Chen didn't need to think about it. He knew that Tangi had come early to buy them to help him. So it's brother Tang. He really cares. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. In fact, when he checked the prices of the materials on the armored train, he found that Wanbao Tower had raised the prices of the materials he wanted to sell by 5 times. This meant that Tangi had done him a huge favor. And now, upon hearing about the materials he needed, Tangi directly set off for Jiangnan City. This kind of strong support touched Yi Chen. Brother Tang, how much favor do you want me to owe you? Yi Chen smiled wryly. Then, he picked up his phone and called Tangi. However, after a dozen seconds, a prompt tone came from the other end of the phone. The number you have dialed is either switched off or out of the service area. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. He then made several more calls, but the same prompt came up. Thinking of something, he quickly called Tangi's assistant, Yashi. Yashi, do you have a way to contact brother Tang? I've called many times, but it says he's either switched off or out of the service area. Yi Chen asked directly. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then Yashi hurriedly explained, Tangi's phone is switched off? That's impossible. He said as long as I'm alive, he will never switch it off. He might be on his way back to Maple Peak City. The signal might be bad. Yi Chen said doubtfully. However, a voice of denial came directly from the phone. I'm very sure he's still in Jiangnan City. A few seconds later, Yashi's voice on the phone became somewhat puzzled. By the way, I felt he was acting strange last night, constantly messaging me on the chat app saying he missed me. But when I suggested a video call, he claimed to be busy and had no time. I was exhausted at the time, and he told me to rest well. So, I followed his advice and fell asleep. Today, I woke up early, and he had messaged me, but he still hasn't replied. Normally, he would always be on the chat app, ready to respond instantly whenever I message him. As Yashi spoke, her voice on the phone grew smaller, subtly revealing unease and worry. Yi Xiao, I'll hang up for now. I'll call him and let you know once I reach him. Yashi's voice sounded extremely low, and she directly ended the call. At that moment, Yi Chen's brows furrowed. According to what Yashi said, Tang Laoj never seemed to turn off his phone and loved using the chat app. Perhaps he had also sent a friend request? Not being able to contact Tang Laoj now, it was highly likely that something had happened to him. With this thought, Yi Chen slowly shifted his gaze to the most inconspicuous corner of his phone, where a chat app icon was located. There, a red number 99 plus was displayed on the icon. Yi Chen wasn't surprised, as Yi Xiaoyao would constantly send meaningless emojis and complain about boring things all day long. If he replied, she would send dozens of messages in return. So, Yi Chen had set the chat messages to not notify him and didn't bother checking. Later, Yi Chen clicked on the icon to check. As expected, there were over 500 unread messages from Yi Xiaoyao at the forefront, followed by a few messages from Lin Yin and the high school class group. At the end, Yi Chen saw several messages from Tang Yi. Affectionate Laoj, Yi bro, if you need any materials in the future, just tell Laoj, and I'll get them for you. Hashtag smirk, affectionate Laoj, Yi bro, when are you coming to Jiangnan City? Laoj has prepared a big surprise for you. Hashtag smirk, affectionate Laoj, image, affectionate Laoj, Yi bro, Tang feels guilty towards you. Affectionate Laoj, Yi bro, Laoj wants to ask you for 2 things. Plead with bro to guard Wanhao Tower for me, don't let the Qin family take it away. The other thing is to take care of her for me. Make her forget me, find someone to marry. Affectionate Laoj, image, Tang Laoj. Looking at these messages from Tang Yi, Yi Chen felt like his throat was being squeezed, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. He never expected it. Tang Yi was dead because of him. In order to protect the materials he needed, he was harmed by the Qin family in Jiangnan City. And the last picture was beautiful. It was a photo of Yashi in a wedding dress. But Tang Yi would never be able to see the scene he had been looking forward to. Yi Chen couldn't calm down for a long time as he looked at these messages. After some time, he took a deep breath and slowly put his phone back in his pocket. Tang Laoj, rest assured. I will take care of Yashi's sister, Yi Chen sighed. At that moment, his face was expressionless, and no one could tell what emotions he was feeling. But deep inside, a fierce killing intent was brewing, hinting at an imminent eruption. Qin family, wait for me. Once I become extraordinary, that will be enough. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen immediately hailed a cab and left the trading market. He remembered that the location where Tang Yi had sent the picture was not far from the hotel where he was staying. Now he just wanted to rush there as soon as possible to check the situation. If Tangi's body is still there, he will do everything he can to preserve it. As a god-level corpse cultivator and also possessing a system, when he grows up, he is very likely to have the ability to resurrect others. So, the top priority is to head to the northwest corner street. A few minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the northwest corner street near the inner city wall. As soon as he got off the car, he hurriedly searched for the location near the photo. Soon, he found a large amount of dried bloodstains on a wall of the street. This should be Brother Tang's blood. Yi Chen's face turned serious. It seems that the Qin family took Brother Tang's body away. Yi Chen looked around, not seeing Tangi's body, his heart filled with coldness. Just then, two dark and pasty substances nearby caught Yi Chen's attention. One looked like an arm, the other like a melted head. Yi Chen frowned at the sight, then walked over, squatted down, and with a touch of his hand, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Corpse Demon Necrotic Poison, a mutated active virus formed by the perfect fusion of various advanced zombie viruses and thousand-year flying zombie toxins, possessing unprecedented infectivity and vitality. This corpse poison cannot be neutralized by any anti-corpse poison potion. Once infected, it will turn into a corpse demon body, controlled by the corpse demon. Could this be left behind by the Qin family's coffin spirit? Yi Chen was shocked. This level of corpse poison is the strongest he has seen so far. If a drop is put into the water plant in Jiangnan Bay City, it will directly trigger an irreversible zombie crisis. It can't be the Qin families. If they have this kind of coffin spirit, they would either be ruling in Jiangnan Bay City or have been wiped out long ago. Yi Chen pondered in his mind. Such a strong corpse poison, better collect it first. Later, let the tyrant absorb it, or contaminate the Qin family with it. With this in mind, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce look, directly picked up the black substance on the ground, and put it into the spatial warehouse. Then he walked towards the sewer near where Tangi had mentioned. Although the northwest corner street is relatively remote, there are still many coffin bearers with badges passing through here early in the morning. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Chen placed the silver coffin in front of him, patiently leaning against the street lamp on the side of the road, quietly waiting for the opportunity to take away the ancient wooden box. After a few minutes, Yi Chen looked around and saw that there was no one around at this time. Without hesitation, he rushed to the side of the sewer in the middle of the road, lifted the manhole cover, and jumped down. Sure enough, at the bottom of the sewer, there was a precious ancient wooden box. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh, then picked it up and put it into the spatial warehouse. At the same time, ripples appeared on the wall not far from the street. Two figures, one strong and one thin, emerged directly from the wall. These two had been observing Yi Chen from the other side of the wall for a long time. The sturdy young man's eyes were shining white. Like X-ray vision, he saw all of Yi Chen's movements, and also noticed that Yi Chen was not wearing a badge. Brother Tian, that outsider is indeed suspicious. He actually jumped into the sewer, and he got a luxurious wooden box inside. The fierce-looking sturdy young man grinned, looking extremely excited. Beside him, the thin young man with hollow eyes and emitting black mist couldn't help but show a cold smile upon hearing this. He, standing on the street early in the morning, still sneaking around observing passers-by. I knew right away that this outsider had something up his sleeve. Lei Yutian said coldly. Brother Tian, what should we do next? Kill or snatch the treasure and let him go? The sturdy young man asked. Upon hearing this, Lei Yutian's face immediately showed a cruel expression and said, of course we'll kill him. Our Lei Yun tomb raiders have never spared anyone before. The burly young man, upon hearing this, swiftly drew a butcher's knife demon, ready to lift the well cover. At that moment, Lei Yutian stopped him, chuckling, killing him like this is too boring, let's wait for him to come out first. Once he's out, we can torture and kill him properly. Sensing some movement on the well cover and faint whispers, Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned grim. Am I being targeted? Yi Chen muttered to himself. With a sudden thought, he summoned Chi-Chi and at the same time, the silver coffin under the street lamp suddenly opened, and the tyrant walked out of it. Chi-Chi, come with me. If things go south, just cut them down, Yi Chen instructed. He then climbed towards the sewer opening above. Meanwhile, Lei Yutian and the burly young man were distracted by the commotion behind them. Turning around, they saw a figure in leather clothes and a leather hat, wielding a giant long knife, standing next to the coffin. Brother Tian, that's the kid's coffin spirit. It seems to be a zombie. The burly young man felt the murderous aura emanating from the tyrant and involuntarily took a few steps back. Brother Tian, with a disdainful expression, laughed, isn't it just a guard-level zombie? What are you afraid of? Your butcher's knife demon is a peak guard, just take it out. Before the butcher's knife demon could react, the tyrant made the first move. A crescent-shaped blade chi flew towards the two of them. Seeing this, their faces changed drastically. They never expected an outsider to attack them. Moreover, this outsider had contracted the coffin keeper of the zombie, daring to harm others without the authority of the law enforcement department, which was a serious offense. Without hesitation, the two hurriedly dodged to the sides. With a whistling sound, the blade chi instantly cut the butcher's knife demon in half, killing it on the spot and turning it into a bit of experience points. The blade chi's momentum did not diminish and flew towards the inner city wall on the opposite side of the street at a rapid speed, cutting out a huge gaping hole several meters deep in the wall, accompanied by a loud explosion. Nearby coffin keepers heard the sudden explosion and showed surprise on their faces. What the hell? What's happening? Why did it suddenly explode? I felt a spiritual power fluctuation. Someone must be fighting nearby. Let's go check it out quickly. If it's a big family feud, it'll be exciting. Many people discussed eagerly and ran towards the source of the explosion with a desire to watch the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already arrived on the street with Chi. He glanced at the damaged city wall, then at the two disheveled figures not far away, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Kill them, Yi Chen said coldly. At his words, the burly young man was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a cold ghostly aura erupted from Brother Tian's body, enveloping the section of the street. The surrounding streets became extremely dark, filled with silence, and countless evil spirits crawled out from the ground, like ghosts. Kid, you've got guts as an outsider. You dare to attack members of our Lei Yun Tomb Raiders, truly audacious. Brother Tian said coldly. At this point, he had been completely possessed by the evil spirit coffin spirit and showed no fear towards Yi Chen. Inside his ghostly aura, he had transformed into a spiritual body, making him untouchable by any physical attacks. This was a special ability of his evil spirit, allowing him to switch between reality and illusion. In physical form, there is a strong recovery ability. Although this restorative power is not as good as demons and monsters, as long as the vital points are not injured, it can fully recover. When in a spiritual state, a ghostly barrier is formed, trapping oneself and the enemy within it, unable to leave its range. You've raised this zombie quite well, but it's only a D-level potential, the weakest in the undead clan. It's a bit delusional if you think you can harm me, Tian Gu mocked. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the other party with a gaze that seemed to be looking at a fool. Whether it's a tyrant or a 7/7, he has other types of damage skills, such as ice and thunder. The other party chose not to escape and locked themselves together, which was no different from seeking death. At this moment, Yi Chen had no intention of arguing with the other party. Sensing Yi Chen's emotions, the tyrant and 7/7 acted at the same time. A blue sword aura and a thunderous blade aura directly rushed towards Lei Yu Tian. The speed of the two slashes was extremely terrifying, and the other party couldn't even react in time, being cut into several pieces on the spot. The evil spirits crawling out of the ground didn't even have a chance to strike before turning into black smoke and dissipating. Ding! 7/7 successfully killed LV. 30 Earthbound Spirit. Ding! Your coffin tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 1,500 experience points. Ding! Your coffin 7/7, experience doubled, gained plus 1,500 experience points. Ding! Current coffins, tyrant, 7/7, level LV. 25 Guardian. Experience needed for next level 2200/17,000. The system prompt made Yi Chen slightly stunned. He didn't pay much attention to the strength of the young man who was cut down, only feeling that the other party was very weak. However, he didn't expect the other party to be a quasi-high-level coffin keeper. It was a bit regrettable that as his own strength increased, the experience gained from killing level 30 monsters had already halved. On the side, the burly young man looked at Yi Chen's two coffins in horror, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. They had thought Yi Chen was just an ant that could be easily crushed, but they never expected him to be a godlike figure who could kill beyond his level. You're finished. You actually killed Tian Gu. Do you know he's the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb Raiders? The burly young man was terrified, instinctively threatening. Thunder what raiders? Yi Chen frowned, coldly saying, never heard of it. Our Thundercloud Tomb Raiders are a vassal of the Qin family. Have you heard of the Qin family? One of the major families in the inner city. I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise, the Thundercloud Tomb Raiders and the Qin family will not let you off. The burly young man roared. A vassal of the Qin family? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, a murderous intent suddenly bursting out from him. What's the strength of your Thundercloud Tomb Raiders leader? Hearing this, the burly young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Yi Chen was starting to fear them. Then his face lit up. Our leader is a transcendent 5-star powerhouse. I see, Yi Chen's icy voice rang out. He then retracted 77 into the contract space and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the burly young man felt a glimmer of hope, thinking Yi Chen would spare him. However, the next moment, a blade aura swept out. The burly young man felt a chill on his forehead. Before he could say anything, he was directly cut in half and died on the spot. As Yi Chen left the area, many curious coffin keepers rushed to the scene. When they saw the scattered body parts on the ground and the blood-stained ground, they all gasped. They clearly recognized the identity of one of the skulls. Damn, isn't that young Master Lei? In less than half a minute, he was actually killed. Who the hell is so bold to dare to kill him in the inner city? Above the Thundercloud tomb-seeking team, the Chen family is covering them. Oh no, first, outsiders released zombies to attack the outer city. Now someone has killed the young master of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking team. The appraisal meeting hasn't even started yet, and it's likely to get chaotic. We better slip away quickly. If the Thundercloud tomb-seeking team can't find the culprit, we'll be in trouble. With these words, everyone's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly ran off. A few minutes later, on another major street in the northwest corner, Yi Chen was sitting on a bench by the roadside, waiting for a ride to the enforcement department. Since he was carrying a silver coffin when entering the city, Yi Chen registered under the name of the tyrant. If he doesn't go to the enforcement department now, they will come looking for him sooner or later, possibly even detaining him for various reasons. Yi Chen didn't dare to gamble because he didn't have time to. Of course, when he entered the city, he also considered carrying the coffin sealed with 77. But the coffin sealed with 77 was too terrifying. Once brought out, it might directly attract the attention of the strongest in Jiangnan City. After leaving the enforcement department, if I want to get the shadowy cold marrow, I can probably only contact Old Chen, Yi Chen pondered. Although Old Chen doesn't have much say in Jiangnan Base City, and even his deterrence in the inner city is not as strong as some indigenous major families, but he is still a legendary 9-star powerhouse. If he personally descends on Jiangnan Base City, it will probably make all the legendary powerhouses in Jiangnan Base City feel chills down their spines and uneasy. A small Qin family in front of Old Chen is like an ant, easily crushed with one hand. However, Yi Chen wouldn't let Old Chen take action to destroy the Qin family, he wanted to do it himself. After all, Tangi was implicated because he wanted to help him, so this grudge should be settled by himself. Throughout the day, Yi Chen almost stayed at the enforcement department. It seemed that the members of the enforcement department looked down on them, deliberately making the investigation process difficult. Many coffin bearers from other regions were humiliated beyond measure. Some who couldn't bear the humiliation became angry and acted out. The result was obvious, they were directly killed on the spot by the enforcement department's coffin bearers. Yi Chen didn't face too many difficulties, because he was wearing the emblem of the Snow Shadow team at that time. Perhaps some of the enforcement members recognized the Snow Shadow emblem. They all kept their distance, not daring to conflict with Yi Chen. Of course, they didn't receive any special treatment either. Because Yi Chen arrived too late, they still made him wait in line all day. After leaving the enforcement department, Yi Chen went straight back to the hotel. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, the sun had set, and the night had arrived, exuding an unsettling atmosphere everywhere. Yi Chen lay on the bed, patiently reading the message sent by Yi Xiaoyao, then dialed Chairman Chen's phone. "Old Chen, it's Yi Chen," he said calmly after the call connected. A smug laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Ha, Yi lad. You've only been in Jiangnan Base City for a day and you're already calling me. By my estimation, you must have hit a wall, right? Tell me, what exactly happened?" Yi Chen smiled helplessly at the words, then replied, "Old Chen, one of the materials needed for little Zhongzi's evolution has been lost. I can't retrieve it now, so I need you to help me demand it back." "Ha, I really underestimated your ability to cause trouble, lad. You must have provoked a certain family in Jiangnan Base City now, right?" chuckled Old Chen over the phone. Yi Chen ambiguously replied, "Something like that." "Which family? Tell me quickly, maybe I can find someone to help you retrieve the material right now," Old Chen asked curiously. "The Qin family," Yi Chen answered. "The Qin family?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Following that, Old Chen chuckled and said, "Yi, I thought you had offended the Daoting or one of the top 5 powers in Jiangnan City. The Qin family you mentioned, I've never even heard of them. Since that's the case, I can't be bothered to help you find them. Wait for me for 2 days, and when I come, I'll help you take care of them." With that said, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly explained, "Old Chen, I don't need your help to deal with them. When I become a transcendent coffin bearer, I will handle it myself. For now, I just need you to find someone to help me extract the Yin cold marrow," Yi Chen said. "By the way, Yi, you haven't forgotten one of the 3 people you met in the Endless Valley, whose surname is Qin," Old Chen reminded. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was suddenly taken aback and asked, Qin Dong? Yes, that's him. Go check on him first, and if you can't resolve it, then wait for me for 2 days. After saying that, President Chen hung up the phone directly. Upon hearing old Chen's reminder, a hint of complexity flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the chat app directly, found Lin Yin's profile picture, and made a video call. At this moment, in a hotel in Fengyue City, Lin Yin had just finished showering and was lying on the bed, wearing pajamas that she hadn't had time to fasten. A video call popped up. Seeing that it was from Yi Chen, Lin Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Yi Chen, good evening, do you need something from me? Lin Yin smiled slightly. Yi Chen, seeing only a blank screen, twitched at the corner of his eye and coughed lightly. I do have something to discuss with you. What is it? Go ahead. Lin Yin said. Yi Chen's expression suddenly calmed down at her words and he asked calmly, what's the relationship between the Qin family in Jiangnan Base City and Dongzi? Hearing this, Lin Yin was momentarily stunned, then puzzled as she replied, the Qin family in Jiangnan City is Dongzi's family. Yi Chen, why are you asking about this? Did you have a conflict with the Qin family? Our boss at Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City, Tangi, do you know him? I do. He is my friend, and I owe him many favors. This time, when he went to Jiangnan Base City to find materials for the evolution of Qi, the Qin family's people took away the materials, Wanbao Tower, and his life, Yi Chen said calmly. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yin's face turned extremely ugly, becoming pale. She never expected that the Qin family would provoke Yi Chen. It was not surprising, as these families in the inner city of Jiangnan were used to acting recklessly, almost wanting to challenge every outsider coffin bearer. But now, the Qin family had clearly picked the wrong fight. Remember, behind Yi Chen stood President Chen, a legendary 9-star powerhouse. If President Chen wanted to wipe out a family in Jiangnan City, even the 3 legendary figures of Dao Ting would not be able to stop him. If before President Chen arrived in Jiangnan City, the Qin family could not give Yi Chen a satisfactory answer, they would undoubtedly be wiped out. Thinking of this, Lin Yin quickly said, Yi Chen, Dongzi's father is the 3rd elder of the Qin family. Your friend's death, the lost materials, I will have Dongzi relay it to Uncle Qin III. And have him investigate it for you immediately. Rest assured, at the latest tomorrow, we will give you a satisfactory answer. By then, the instigator, the perpetrator, and the lost materials will all be delivered to you for your disposal. I didn't expect that Dongzi's father is actually the 3rd elder of the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen muttered to himself. Although he was not sure of Dongzi's father's strength or how much influence he had in the Qin family, Lin Yin's words undoubtedly proved that the 3rd master of the Qin family had the ability to handle this matter well. Even if the 3rd master of the Qin family couldn't handle this matter well, he would spread his identity throughout the entire Qin family, making the entire Qin family feel fearful. After all, with the pressure of a legendary 9-star figure, even forces as strong as the Dao Ting would definitely feel uneasy. At this moment, inside a luxurious villa in a large estate in the inner city area, 2 middle-aged men were discussing something in the hall. 3rd Master, my son Yutian was killed today in the northwest corner district. A man with a scar on his forehead, fierce eyes, and a character face called Lei Bao, the leader of the Lei Yunsan Mutuan and an extraordinary 5-star coffin master, had a very unpleasant expression. He was also a trusted subordinate of the 3rd Master of the Qin family. Beside him, another middle-aged man in a black long gown, with a refined face and gold-rimmed glasses, heard this and furrowed his brows, asking, what happened? Did your son provoke other major families? 3rd Master, I've investigated, it shouldn't be other families. Logically speaking, other families know that Lei Yunsan Mutuan is a vassal of the Qin family, and my son also has some reputation in the inner city, they wouldn't act against him. Lei Bao suppressed his anger and said calmly, according to your words, it should be an outsider. The 3rd Master of the Qin family adjusted his glasses and said, 3rd Master, it must be an outsider. The section where my son was killed today had no surveillance, and there were no eyewitnesses to the whole incident. So, I want to ask the 3rd Master to send someone to help investigate, to see who killed my son. Lei Bao knelt down and pleaded. The 3rd Master of the Qin family pondered upon hearing this. Although his position in the Qin family was not high, he had some reputation. For him, investigating the murderer of his subordinate's son was an easy task. Moreover, after so many years in the inner city, almost no one knew that he had established the largest intelligence organization in Jiangnan City. So, no matter what happened in the inner city, it was hard to escape his intelligence network and would easily be investigated by him. Alright, Lei Bao. Follow Shadow Ghost to investigate the surveillance in the northwest corner district, he will give you an answer. The 3rd Master of the Qin family said calmly. Then, he clapped lightly, and a shadow appeared instantly on the floor of the villa. A figure completely black, with only faint white light emanating from its mouth and eyes, possessed by a coffin spirit, floated out and knelt in front of the third master of the Chen family. Lei Bao was shocked to see this scene, feeling his scalp tingle. The name Shadow Ghost he had heard countless times, although he had never seen it with his own eyes. He knew that it was the first guard and assassin under the third master of the Chen family. Originally, he thought that Shadow Ghost's strength was at most similar to his own, but he never imagined that Shadow Ghost's strength had reached the level of an extraordinary 9-star. It should be noted that the strongest in the Chen family was the family head, Qinjin, whose strength also reached the level of an extraordinary 9-star. But in any case, Qinjin would never make a peer of the same level his subordinate, let alone feel wary of such a strong individual. And now, this extraordinary 9-star Shadow Ghost was kneeling in front of the third master of the Chen family. It was truly hair-raising. Third master is too powerful. What kind of strength does he possess? Lei Bao swallowed hard, feeling extremely nervous. At the same time, he was also extremely grateful, because it seemed that his backer was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps this low-key third master, who was not well regarded in the Chen family, was a legendary powerhouse. Third master. Thank you. If you need to use Lei Yunsen Mu Tuan in the future, I will go through fire and water for you. I would rather die 1,000 deaths. Thunder Leopard knelt on the ground, speaking with utmost submission. Upon hearing this, Lord Qin nodded faintly and said, "All right, Thunder Leopard, go attend to your duties." "Yes, my lord." With that, Shadow Ghost grabbed Thunder Leopard's shoulder with one hand, and the two figures sank into the shadows and disappeared. Watching his two subordinates vanish, Lord Qin pondered silently. Big Brother's chances of becoming a quasi-legend in this lifetime seem bleak. After years of dictatorship and suppressing other clans, it's time to step down. But my current leverage is still lacking. Once I confront him, not to mention second brother might ally with him, other clans will also meddle in this matter, trying to get a piece of the pie. With the power I currently hold, it's not enough to completely suppress them. If only I could sway some more influence, Lord Qin muttered to himself. Just then, a sudden ringtone echoed from Lord Qin's pocket. Arching his eyebrow, he picked up the phone and a smile crept onto his lips. "Son, why are you calling so late? Missing your old man?" Lord Qin answered the call, chuckling. However, an urgent voice came through the phone. "Dad, it's bad news. Our Qin family has run into trouble." Upon hearing this, Lord Qin furrowed his brow. His son, Qin Dong, was well aware of his own strength, a quasi-legend coffin bearer, just one step away from becoming a legend. But now, Qin Dong claimed that the Qin family had hit a snag. It meant that the strength of this obstacle was at least at the legendary level, capable of single-handedly subduing the entire Qin family. Without further thought, Lord Qin hastily inquired, "Son, tell me what happened. Who did our Qin family provoke?" "Dad, it's that genius I encountered in the Doomsday Valley." "Yi Chen. You mean the person who gave you the Shadow Fire Soul Crystal?" Lord Qin asked in confusion. "Exactly, it's him." Qin Dong said anxiously, "Someone from our Qin family took the evolutionary materials he needed, and killed his friend, the owner of Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City." "Dad, you must find out who did this, hand that person over tomorrow. Make sure to retrieve the materials quickly, or in a couple of days, our entire Qin family will be doomed." Qin Dong urged loudly, his tone filled with fear. Hearing this, disbelief flashed across Lord Qin's face. The genius his son mentioned could actually bring the Qin family to ruin. Most likely, the other party had an extremely close relationship with Chairman Chen of Fengyue City. Normally, the families in Jiangnan City wouldn't fear Chairman Chen because the big shots of the Dao Ting could contend with him, and no one dared to provoke Chairman Chen. But now, unexpectedly, his own Qin family had touched the sore spot, potentially leading to Chairman Chen's personal involvement. If not handled properly, the Qin family might face a catastrophe. With this in mind, a hint of excitement appeared on Lord Qin's face. As long as he could make good use of this opportunity, perhaps by winning over Yi Chen or establishing a connection with Chairman Chen, Qinjin's abdication would be a sure thing. "Son, call your friend directly now. When I give the signal tomorrow, have him come to the Qin family to retrieve the materials, and also bring the culprit," Lord Qin said excitedly. "Okay, Dad. I'll talk to Yi Chen right away." With that, Qin Dong hung up the phone. In a hidden underground intelligence room in the inner city, Thunder Leopard stood nervously next to Shadow Ghost, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Shadow Ghost was operating a computer. Soon, Shadow Ghost accessed surveillance footage from various corners of the inner city. As the light from hundreds of projections shone on the walls of the intelligence room, all the images became crystal clear. Lord Shadow Ghost. "My son died in the northwest corner of the inner city near the wall," Thunder Leopard reminded respectfully. "The time." Lord Shadow Ghost spoke in an incredibly hoarse voice. Thunder Leopard, upon hearing this, was suddenly shocked and tremblingly said, "It should be between 8 and 9 in the morning." Upon hearing this, Lord Shadow Ghost manipulated the images once again. After a few seconds, the images on the wall of the intelligence room suddenly shifted. In many of the images, the figure of Yi Chen appeared at the same time. One of the images showed Yi Chen just leaving the inner city wall area, while the last few images showed Yi Chen returning to a nearby hotel. Thunder Leopard, upon seeing this, instantly turned extremely grim. "It's this kid. It's definitely him," Thunder Leopard said angrily. "Today, I almost interrogated everyone who appeared in the northwest corner, except for this kid. And his departure time coincides with the time when those passers-by went to watch. It's definitely this kid who killed my son," Thunder Leopard said with red eyes. Upon hearing this, a shadow appeared at Lord Shadow Ghost's feet, and then he turned his head towards Thunder Leopard with a fierce smile, saying, "Well, now that we've found out, I should be going. So, do you want me to see you off?" Lord Shadow Ghost's voice was extremely cold, causing Thunder Leopard to panic. "And no, Lord Shadow Ghost. I don't need you to see me off, I'll leave first." Thunder Leopard bowed to Lord Shadow Ghost and then hurriedly ran out of the underground intelligence room. After running hundreds of meters away from the underground intelligence room, Thunder Leopard could no longer contain his anger. "How dare he kill my son? I will annihilate your whole family. I will destroy everyone who knows you," Thunder Leopard roared, punching a nearby tree over 10 meters high, shattering it. The next moment, he leaped like a swift leopard, directly onto a nearby high-rise building, and then ran madly towards the hotel where Yi Chen was. At this moment, in a hotel in the northwest corner, Yi Chen had just hung up the phone call from Qin Dong. Thinking that he could retrieve the Yin Cold Marrow tomorrow, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Moreover, Qin Dong's father promised to help him find the killer of Tangi and the mastermind behind it, which instantly lifted Yi Chen's mood. Chen Lao's reputation is really useful. In that case, I'll go to the Qin family tomorrow and settle these matters. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. Just then, a sudden sound of wind arose outside the hotel. Following that, a figure exuding a terrifying aura floated in front of the window outside the hotel. Yi Chen turned to look and saw a middle-aged man with a scar on his forehead, his face full of killing intent, staring at him. The leader of the Thundercloud Tomb Raiders? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, his face serious, immediately guessing the other's identity. The aura emanating from the man was like that of a giant, pressing down on Yi Chen, making the curtains inside the hotel rustle. This made Yi Chen feel an unprecedented pressure, so he quickly summoned Tyrant and Seven to protect himself. In the past, all his opponents were around the high rank level, almost all of them could be killed with one blow by Tyrant or Seven. But transcendent powerhouses were obviously tens or even hundreds of times stronger than high-rank gravekeepers. It should be noted that all the coffin spirits under the transcendent powerhouse were above level 40. And a lord-level coffin spirit above level 40 had undergone a tremendous change compared to those below level 40. The strength was like a chasm. The reason for this was that a level 40 coffin spirit had completed 2 evolutions. It had even reached the final evolution. In a situation where they held absolute superiority in rank and evolutionary level, these second evolved coffin spirits were enough to rival dozens, or even hundreds of high-level coffin spirits. Moreover, even without using coffin spirits, extraordinary coffin keepers could manipulate them with simple spiritual power and personally kill high-level coffin keepers. Extraordinary 5-star. Level 45 Lord-class coffin spirits? Yi Chen furrowed his brows, quickly pondering in his mind. His own coffin spirit was only level 25 at the moment, a difference of a full 20 levels compared to the opponent. The gap in sheer strength, even with God-tier talent and an S-class coffin spirit, might not be able to make up for it. The only means he could threaten the opponent with right now might be the tyrant's transcendent material penetration. But hitting an extraordinary coffin keeper with transcendent material penetration was even harder than reaching the heavens. Outside the window, Thunder Leopard, seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor, his face filled with increasingly evident killing intent, coldly said, "Kid, as an outsider, you dare not even inquire about my name. You dare to lay hands on my son. I will make you beg for life and wish for death." Thunder Leopard roared in anger. He then saw spiritual power surging in his hand, preparing to strike towards Yi Chen with a punch. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart raced, a look of unease flashing across his face, and he quickly communicated with Chi-Chi. He wanted to test if Chi-Chi's indestructible body could withstand a blow from an extraordinary being. In that instant, Chi-Chi immediately sent a message back to Yi Chen. That is, as long as it wasn't a skill attack from a Lord-class coffin spirit, her indestructible body, combined with protective ice fairy seals drawn with ice fairy power, could completely withstand it. Chi-Chi appeared in front of Yi Chen in an instant. At the same time, she condensed a seal with one hand, directly transforming it into a round shield of ice in front of herself. Kid, you are even more ruthless than me. To use coffin spirits to send yourself to death for survival. In that case, I will first kill your coffin spirit, make you a cripple, then imprison you and torture you for a lifetime. Thunder Leopard sneered. The next moment, spiritual power in his hand burst out, forming a terrifying force that directly struck towards Chi-Chi. With a bang, the force punched through the hotel window, heading straight for the ice shield in front of Chi-Chi. With a crack, the ice shield, lasting less than 2 seconds, instantly shattered into pieces of ice crystals. The shield seemed to absorb all the force. The residual force of the punch was not strong, but it still sent Chi-Chi flying backwards into the wall. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's expression turned grim, and he quickly communicated, Chi-Chi, are you injured? Master, his attack still can't hurt me. Chi-Chi transmitted. Then, as if nothing had happened, she jumped out of the wall. She patted the dust off her body, then once again conjured a larger ice blue shield in front of her. Outside the window, Thunder Leopard, witnessing this scene, showed a look of astonishment on his face, completely dumbfounded. He was a 5-star extraordinary powerhouse. Even if his spiritual power attack couldn't match the skills of a coffin spirit, a level 25 coffin spirit shouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, with a 20-level difference in levels, the opponent's coffin spirit actually managed to block it, without any harm, which was simply unbelievable. This is impossible. I refuse to believe that I can't kill a coffin spirit 20 levels below me. I don't believe it. Thunder Leopard roared in anger. He crazily unleashed his internal spiritual power, turning it into countless punches that struck towards Chi-Chi. With the experience of one defense, Chi-Chi calmly drew out various seals to form shields, stacking them in front of herself with force. For a moment, dozens of shields densely appeared in front of her, like an incredibly resilient city wall. No matter how the opponent used all their tricks, they couldn't break through these solid defenses. After dozens of seconds, Thunder Leopard calmed down slightly and gave up on using spiritual attacks. However, as soon as he saw the mocking smile on the kid behind Chi-Chi, his expression turned even uglier. This zombie coffin spirit actually withstands my attacks. So, what level of coffin seal is it? Thunder Leopard assessed Chi-Chi, who was covered in shields, deep in thought. Although the spiritual attacks he gathered were not even a tenth as powerful as his coffin spirit skill attacks, they could easily bring down a building or even kill many level 35 or so coffin spirits with similar potential. Yet, the little zombie in front of him completely absorbed these energies with his shield, which was unbelievable. A possible thought struck Thunder Leopard, making him suddenly shocked. Could his coffin spirit potential be A-grade? Or even S-grade? Greed filled Thunder Leopard's mind for a moment. If he could kill the opponent, take their coffin spirit, and present it to Master Chin-san, his position under Master Chin-san would undoubtedly rise. With this in mind, Thunder Leopard didn't hesitate and released his spiritual energy directly. Suddenly, a ceiling formation rose in mid-air, and a golden ancient coffin emerged from it, floating in the air. Kid, is your coffin spirit at least A-grade? Release its sealed contract, then transfer it to me, and I'll spare your life. Thunder Leopard said coldly, his tone unquestionable. At the same time, the golden coffin floating in mid-air opened instantly. With a crack, a thunderous sound rang out, and outside the hotel, dark clouds began to churn, covering the sky above several streets, with eerie winds blowing as if doomsday had arrived. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression couldn't help but turn serious. He followed the dark clouds and saw a demon with a back covered in flesh wings, a green face with fangs, all tattered and charred, emitting crackling electricity. Coffin Spirit, Thunderous Ghost of Jelly, Race, Demon, Monster, Level, LV. 45 Lord Level, Seal Level, Golden Profound Coffin, Level Cap 49, Talent, Thunder Tempering Body, enhances physical and spiritual strength after absorbing thunder, Thundercloud Manipulation, can create numerous thunderclouds out of thin air, Skills, Swift Flight, 4th Tier, Thunderous Strike, 4th Tier, Thunder Punishment, Special, Advanced Stealth, 4th Tier, Paralysis, Chain Lightning, 4th Tier, Evil Ghost Doppelganger, 4th Tier, Ultimate Skill, Thunderstorm Prison. Weakness, Increased Pain, Intimacy, 77, Obedient, Current State, Indifferent, Evolution Times, 0 times, Introduction, Hailing from the Yingning Peak. Evolved twice from Thunderstruck Ghost, exhausted its potential, and reached the maximum level with no further room for growth. A level 45 Lord. Truly a terrifying opponent. Yi Chen's face was grave. Just now, Chi-Chi's spell had already consumed most of his spiritual power, and the remaining power could only allow Tyrant to use supermaterial penetration twice. This meant that to counterattack, he had to strike unexpectedly, and he only had 2 chances. After 2 attempts, if he couldn't kill the Thunderous Ghost of Jelly, he would undoubtedly die. Kid, I admit your coffin spirit has great potential to withstand my attacks. But now that I've summoned the coffin spirit, how will you respond? Thunder Leopard said coldly. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. Just kneel down. Then offer up at ceiling formation with both hands, and I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, I'll torture you for a lifetime. Thunder Leopard pointed at Chi-Chi, threatening Yi-Chen fiercely. At this moment, Leopard felt extremely pleased in his heart, exchanging his son's life for an A-grade or even an S-grade coffin spirit. This was a sure win for him. After all, he could have more children if his son was gone, but a powerful coffin spirit, if not obtained now, might not present such an opportunity again in the future. However, when Yi-Chen heard Leopard's words, there was no panic on his face. It seems I need to intimidate this guy with the Snow Shadow Badge, Yi-Chen thought to himself, then took out the Snow Shadow Badge from the spatial warehouse. Just as he was about to use the Snow Shadow Badge to intimidate the other party, suddenly, a phone ringtone sounded from Leopard's pocket. Leopard's face showed displeasure upon hearing the phone ring. Kid, while I'm on the phone, you better think it over. If I finish the call and you still don't kneel down and hand over the sealed formation, the consequences will be severe, Leopard said coldly. With that, he took out his phone directly. Ha! It's actually Third Master calling. Leopard was puzzled, yet somewhat pleasantly surprised. You see, Third Master Chen had never called him proactively before, and now, to suddenly make a call, Leopard felt immensely honored. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Third Master. I'm Leopard. Is there something you need from me calling this late? Leopard said obsequiously. In the room, Yi-Chen heard this and looked at the flattering demeanor of the other party, a strange expression appearing on his face. Is this guy under Qin Lao San's command? Yi-Chen was a bit puzzled, and the Snow Shadow Badge he had just taken out was now put back by him. At that moment, Qin Lao San's voice came through the phone. Leopard, have you avenged your son? Upon hearing this, Leopard was instantly moved. He hadn't expected Third Master Chen to care so much about his personal matters. For a moment, his voice became somewhat excited as he said, Third Master, I'm already in front of the murderer who killed my son. I'm about to strike him down. Since you found the enemy, don't waste any time, just go ahead and kill him. After that, head straight to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest District and secretly protect a young man. I'll send you a photo later for you to identify. Qin Lao San's urgent voice came through the phone again. Remember, under no circumstances should you offend this young man. If you displease him, both of us could face disastrous consequences. Upon hearing this, Leopard was stunned. Wasn't he right next to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest District now? In other words, the young man that Third Master Chen wanted him to protect happened to be at this hotel. Did this mean he didn't have to rush? The time saved could be used to slowly torment the guy in front of him and make him hand over the sealed formation. Ha, what a coincidence! Leopard felt delighted, glaring at Yi-Chen. Then he quickly explained over the phone, Third Master, I won't hide it from you. I'm right here at the 5-star hotel you mentioned. I will definitely fulfill your orders and ensure not to offend the important person you mentioned. This task is now in your hands. If the other party has any requests, do your best to fulfill them. In any case, make sure to please him. A solemn voice came through the phone. After listening to Third Master Chen's words, Leopard felt even more delighted. He hadn't expected Third Master to entrust him with such an important task this time. Seemingly realizing something, Leopard laughed heartily and quickly said, Third Master, please don't hang up the phone yet. I have some extremely good news to tell you. I wonder if you'd like to hear it, Leopard said with a smile. Go ahead, a curious voice came through the phone. Ha ha ha, San Yi. The killer who took my son's life actually made a contract with a small zombie of at least A grade, maybe even S grade potential. I'm about to force him to reveal the ceiling formation and then offer this high potential coffin spirit to you. Lei Bao laughed heartily. He was sure that even someone as strong as Qin San Yi would not remain calm upon hearing the chance to obtain an S-grade coffin spirit. As expected, there was an instant gasp on the phone. Hearing the commotion on the phone, Lei Bao became even more pleased. He knew that Qin San Yi was tempted. Ha ha ha, San Yi. This could be an S-grade coffin spirit. I believe that both you and young Master Qin Dong must be eager to possess it, Lei Bao said whimsically. At this moment, he had already imagined countless ways Qin San Yi might reward him, such as giving the S-grade coffin spirit to Qin San Yi, who would then promote him out of excitement, or even becoming sworn brothers, calling him Brother Lei without hesitation, or giving the S-grade coffin spirit to young Master Qin Dong, who would feel indebted and might even consider him as a father figure. However, an urgent voice came through the phone. Lei Bao. What does that little zombie look like? Lei Bao was taken aback by the question. After glancing at Chi-Chi, he chuckled and said, San Yi. I didn't expect you to care about appearances. This little zombie has short purple hair and looks like a little girl. I'm sure you will like it, San Yi. With that said, there was a bang on the phone, as if a teacup had fallen to the ground. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Lao San's voice came through again. However, this time, he sounded extremely nervous. Yi Xiao, Qin is unaware of any grievances between you and my men. What I said earlier was my mistake, and I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen understood that the apology was due to the earlier statement about directly killing. However, Yi Chen did not respond but instead looked at Lei Bao with a puzzled expression. Sensing that something was amiss, Lei Bao suddenly became flustered, and his smile gradually faded. San Yi, what are you talking about? Who is Yi Xiao? At that moment, even the usually refined Qin Lao San couldn't help but angrily scold over the phone. Lei Bao, go and see the photos I sent you now. See who you and your son have provoked. You really deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao was suddenly shocked, a chill running from his feet to his head, almost causing him to fall from the sky. Has my son offended the important figure San Yi mentioned? Lei Bao muttered to himself. It can't be this coincidental. Could it be that the person San Yi mentioned is this kid? Lei Bao looked at Yi Chen, swallowed hard, and his body trembled slightly. Then, he hurriedly opened the photos sent by Qin San Yi. When he saw the familiar figure in the photo, an expression of immense fear appeared in his eyes. Because the photo sent by Qin San Yi showed two people, an old man and a young man. The relationship between the old and the young seemed good, and he also recognized the old man. The president of the Maple Peak City Tomb-Seeking Guild, a figure even the three overlords of the Knife Court would greatly fear. As for the young man next to the old man, he didn't know him before, but now he did. You. Lei Bao pointed at Yi Chen, too shocked to speak. He couldn't believe that this ordinary young man in front of him had such great power behind him, and his son had caused him a huge trouble. This brat has really been too arrogant, daring to provoke anyone. Lei Bao regretted deeply, cursing his deceased son. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at the thunder leopard still pointing at himself, his brows furrowed, and coldly said, I hate being pointed at. As soon as these words were spoken, the thunder leopard immediately withdrew his hand, and a panicked voice came through the phone again. Thunder leopard, what have you done this time? Wait until I get there, I'll show you. Upon hearing this, the thunder leopard quickly explained with a bitter face, Third Master, I really didn't do anything. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Now kneel in front of young Master Yi, keep apologizing to him until he is satisfied. Qin Third Master roared in anger. Hearing this, the thunder leopard dared not have any other thoughts. He then pushed off with his legs, leaping towards the window of the hotel and landing inside. Immediately after, he looked palely at Yi Chen, then lowered his head and quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was blind and ignorant. Please forgive me. Thunder leopard apologized while kowtowing. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows at his words. A mid-tier 5-star coffin master kneeling before him, a transcendent 5-star expert, was indeed rare. However, no matter how the other party apologized, Yi Chen could not let him off. After all, the experience of a level 45 coffin spirit was extremely tempting for Yi Chen, so he had to kill him. Of course, it wasn't the right time to act now because Yi Chen didn't want to push the thunder leopard into a corner. Everything had to wait for Qin Third Master to arrive. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Thunder leopard kowtowed even more earnestly. He knew very well that if Yi Chen forgave him, his position might remain unchanged. If not forgiven and Yi Chen wanted to kill him, at least he could save his family and the Thundercloud Tomb Raiders. But if he chose to run away or continue to attack Yi Chen, there would be no turning back. 1 minute later, Yi Chen looked at Thunder Leopard kowtowing on the floor in front of him, and simply said, You're not wrong. It's the world that's wrong. Thunder Leopard was first stunned at his words. Then he realized that Yi Chen was teasing him and kowtowed even harder. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare me, young Master Yi. No, how could you be wrong? Clearly, it's your son who's wrong. Yi Chen shook his head quickly. Thunder Leopard was delighted to hear this and quickly followed Yi Chen's words. Yes, young Master Yi. It's my son who's wrong, it's my son who's wrong. Of course, I'm also at fault. I should have thrown that damn thing against the wall in the first place. Yi Chen. Just then, it seemed like a powerful aura was approaching. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips, because now, he could take action against Thunder Leopard. Feeling this aura, Thunder Leopard was also delighted. As long as Qin Third Master saw how hard he was apologizing, he would surely intercede for him. So, he kowtowed even more excitedly. Alright, stop kowtowing. Yi Chen interrupted Thunder Leopard's actions, and calmly said, I can spare you, but there's a condition. Upon hearing this, Thunder Leopard was ecstatic and quickly said, "Young Master Yi, I agree to any condition you have. Here's the deal, release your coffin spirit. Then let it stay still, let my coffin spirit beat it for 2 minutes. If it doesn't die, you're safe. If it dies, you die too. How does that sound?" Yi Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Thunder Leopard was even more ecstatic and directly bowed to Yi Chen in reverence. "Thank you for sparing me, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi can beat my coffin spirit for 2 hours, even 2 days. Thank you so much, young Master Yi." Watching Thunder Leopard bowing down before him, showing excitement on his face, Yi Chen just shook his head and said calmly, "Get up first. No need to thank me now. If your coffin spirit can really survive, then come and thank me." Upon hearing this, Leopard was first stunned, then his expression turned even more excited, looking at Yi Chen with eyes full of gratitude. Now he was very certain about one thing. Yi Xiao wanted to spare him. In his view, although Yi Chen's coffin spirit had strong defense, his strength was completely insufficient to harm Jiao Leitian Ghost. Even if Jiao Leitian Ghost stood there and let that little zombie chop him 100 times, it might just feel like a tickle. So Yi Chen's words were undoubtedly just an excuse to let himself go. Of course, Leopard also saw another layer of meaning in it. That was Yi Chen seemed very confident in his own strength, wanting to show off in front of himself and Third Master Qin. It seems I have to make Jiao Leitian Ghost please him well. Leopard thought to himself, while transmitting to Jiao Leitian Ghost, after you get beaten later, try to pretend to be seriously injured, act as real as possible. The more real, the better. Next, Leopard looked at Yi Chen, his face showing an extremely flattering smile, and said, "Yi Xiao's strength is the strongest among the young people I have ever seen. I believe that even Jiao Leitian Ghost cannot completely withstand Yi Xiao's attacks. Even if he luckily survives, he will definitely suffer unimaginable injuries." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. It had to be said that Leopard's flattery was quite pleasing to hear. But unfortunately, gaining the experience of a lord-level coffin spirit was far more satisfying than this. Just then, a figure appeared in an instant and arrived at the hotel. Yi Chen looked at this figure and was momentarily stunned. Because the person in front of him looked so much like Qin Dong, as if he was carved from the same mold, except that the other person's hair was a bit gray, giving him a very old and heavy appearance. "Yi Xiao, I am Xiaodong's father, the third son of the Qin family. Qin Han. You can call me third Uncle Qin." Qin Han, upon seeing Yi Chen, immediately showed a slight smile and greeted him with a bow. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Qin, there's no need for such formality. I am of the same generation as Qin Dong, and I have some matters ahead that require Uncle Qin's help, so calling me Yi Chen is fine." Qin Han, upon hearing Yi Chen address him this way, showed a surprised expression on his face. Indeed, Xiaodong was right. This Yi Xiao is not only easy to get along with but also very modest. Qin Han praised inwardly. He then bowed again and said, "In that case, I will take advantage of Xiaodong's light and boldly address Yi Xiao by his name." At this moment, Qin Han noticed the extremely messy room and the cracked walls around, which made him shudder. "It's a good thing I called in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Seemingly remembering something, Qin Han involuntarily exuded a powerful aura and pressed towards Leopard standing beside him. "Leopard, look at the mess you've made. Who told you to stand up? Get down on your knees." As soon as these words were spoken, Leopard immediately knelt down with a thud, hastily explaining, "Third Master, it was Yi Xiao who told me to stand up. Yi Xiao said as long as my coffin spirit takes a beating, he will spare me." "Take a beating?" Qin Han looked puzzled, quickly turning to Yi Chen, somewhat perplexed. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so kind, to actually spare his enemy. "Yi little brother, are you sure you want to spare him?" Qin Han asked incredulously. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and said, "I made a deal with him. I plan to let Jiao Leitian Ghost stand still and take a beating from my coffin spirit. If his coffin spirit dies, he dies. If his coffin spirit survives, he lives. So this matter still requires Uncle Qin to take notice, in case his coffin spirit dies. Please, Uncle Qin, protect me briefly," Yi Chen said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Lao San's expression immediately became somewhat complicated. In his view, wasn't this agreement clearly letting Lei Bao live on? Yi Chen seemed to overestimate his own strength. How could his coffin spirit possibly kill Jiao Lei Tiangue? Rest assured, with me here, even if his coffin spirit dies, he wouldn't dare to harm you. Qin Lao San did not refute Yi Chen's words. He didn't want to undermine Yi Chen's confidence, so he readily agreed. Then he turned to Yi Chen, smiling, and asked, "Yi little brother, when are you planning to make your move?" Yi Chen, upon hearing this, calmly said, "Now." After speaking, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all and summoned the tyrant in front of him. "Zombie, Both Lei Bao and Qin Lao-san were stunned. Following that, Lei Bao's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to use a zombie that seemed even weaker than the S-level potential 7-7 to beat Jiao Lei Tiangue. Wasn't this just pure comedy? If using 7-7 could only scratch Jiao Lei Tiangue's fur, then the zombie in front of them probably couldn't even scratch Jiao Lei Tiangue's fur. Ha! Thanks for your mercy, Yi young master. Lei Bao laughed heartily, then waved towards Jiao Lei Tiangue outside the window, saying, Tiangu, come over here. Stand still and let Yi young master's coffin spirit beat you up. Upon hearing this, Jiao Lei Tiangue's figure instantly flashed and appeared in front of the tyrant. Compared to the tyrant, it was much smaller in size, not even reaching the tyrant's chest, but its strength was much greater than the tyrant's. Seemingly looking down on the tyrant's strength, Jiao Lei Tiangue appeared indifferent, even arrogantly leaning its head forward. Come on! Hit me on the head! If you dare, just kill me! Jiao Lei Tiangue transmitted to the tyrant. The tyrant, upon hearing this, narrowed its eyes, a surge of anger rising from within. Seeking death. The tyrant growled lowly in its heart. The next moment, it directly grabbed Jiao Lei Tiangue's head with one hand, lifting it up. The intense blood-red energy in its palm began to gather violently, as if preparing for an attack, emitting a frightening ripple. Qin Sanyi and Lei Bao felt the energy fluctuation and showed surprise on their faces. The intensity of this energy is approaching the level of a 35th grade coffin spirit skill, right? Qin Sanyi muttered to himself. Lei Bao, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's just that with this level of attack, Jiao Lei Tiangue can easily withstand it. It won't even receive any minor injuries. Feeling the tingling energy on its scalp, Jiao Lei Tiangue's face revealed a fierce expression. It transmitted to the tyrant again. You think you can hurt me with this little energy? Are you capable, little buddy? Unable to bear the provocation, the tyrant responded, Master, please use all your spiritual power to assist me. The tyrant communicated to Yi Chen, angrily requesting. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded quickly. At that moment, he held nothing back. He completely drained all the spiritual power in his body, allowing the tyrant to use its full power in executing the transcendent material penetration move. The tyrant let out a roar. Boom! The blood-red energy in its palm instantly surged. A terrifying restlessness swept through the air in the entire room, causing the entire hotel to shake violently as if in an earthquake. Lei Bao, who was previously at ease, felt his scalp tingle after sensing the sudden surge of energy, because this energy had clearly reached the level of a lord, and its aura was still rising. How is this possible? Jiao Lei Tiangue won't be able to withstand this kind of energy. Lei Bao's mind was filled with uncertainty, trembling as he spoke. Then he turned his head to look at Qin Sanyi, only to see Qin Sanyi equally shocked. What a powerful energy fluctuation. This zombie is not simple. Mr. Qin exclaimed as he looked at the tyrant. At the same time, he no longer doubted Yi Chen's strength. As time passed, the red energy in the tyrant's hand had condensed to an extreme saturation, exuding a destructive aura. Mr. Qin, save me! Thunder Leopard's face showed immense fear as he transmitted his plea. He could clearly feel that with this strike, Jolie Ghost would undoubtedly perish. However, Mr. Qin's next words plunged him into despair. You should pay the price for the trouble you've caused. Place your hope in your coffin spirit. If it withstands it, I believe Yi Chen won't take your life. After saying these words, Mr. Qin promptly summoned a shadow mage holding a magnificent ruby staff and draped in a cloak of crow feathers. Subsequently, on the top floor of the hotel, a shadow barrier spanning 200 meters was erected, sealing off the vicinity. It's worth noting that the full force strike of a lord-level peak coffin spirit could directly destroy the entire northwest street corner, turning an area of several hundred meters into a living hell. Although the tyrant's next strike was not as powerful as a lord-level peak, it was still formidable. Without the shadow barrier to resist it, this strike would undoubtedly cause irreparable damage. At this moment, the coffin keepers near the northwest street corner felt a terrifying energy fluctuation and all fled in fear, distancing themselves from the five-star hotel in the area. After running hundreds of meters away, they looked back at the top floor of the five-star hotel and were stunned. They saw a huge black barrier enveloping the hotel, with blood-red light flickering within it. As the blood-red light grew stronger, a terrifying aura emanated from the barrier, making everyone nearby feel suffocated. This is definitely a battle of extraordinary beings in the inner city. Damn, how can there be extraordinary beings fighting in the inner city? Could it be a conflict between two major forces? Run, this aura is too terrifying. We mid-level coffin keepers would die upon contact. Amidst the discussions, countless people desperately ran, wanting to escape this place of turmoil. Inside the barrier, Thunder Leopard was sweating profusely, kneeling on the ground with a pale face. Jolie Ghost dared not move a muscle. Mr. Chen beside them also wore a grave expression. Because the tyrant in front of them had almost reached his limit in gathering power, they could easily sense that this intense energy fluctuation was comparable to a level 49 Lord's released skill. Once he struck, Jolie Ghost would undoubtedly perish. Yi Chen's face showed excitement, panting heavily. Although his spiritual power had been drained, his whole body trembling as if he could collapse at any moment, he persisted. It seems the tyrant is using the limit crossing of supermaterial penetration across two major realms. Yi Chen muttered to himself. In a normal battle, he would never be able to sustain the supermaterial penetrations buildup for more than 5 seconds. But this time, with Qin Lao San protecting him by his side, he drained all his spiritual power at once, accumulating power for a full minute. Once this strike was unleashed, not to mention the building beneath his feet, everything within a radius of 300 meters would be leveled by this single blow. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Spare my coffin spirit's life. Thunder Leopard, full of despair, knelt on the ground pleading loudly. Young Master Yi, I beg of you, young Master Yi. Mr. Qin's face darkened upon hearing this. He then kicked Thunder Leopard and threatened through transmission, shut up. This is the trouble you brought upon yourself, you better accept this fact. If you speak again, in case you disrupt his coffin spirit's big move, not only the entire Thundercloud tomb-seeking team will be buried, even your whole family, and even I will be implicated. Qin Sanyi took a deep breath and reminded. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao's heart turned to ashes instantly. He cursed his son's ancestors in his heart once again. How did I give birth to such a thing? This is just outrageous. Lei Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the violet energy seemed to have accumulated completely. Then, it suddenly erupted. With a loud bang, a blood-red beam of light instantly tore through the top of the shadow barrier, soaring into the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the entire inner city, resembling a hell on earth. Before Jiao Lei Tiangue could even make a sound, he was torn to shreds by this energy, not even leaving a trace. The storm caused by the explosion swept away the shadow barrier, collapsing towards several nearby streets. For a moment, screams and cries filled the air, countless people frantically fleeing for their lives. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV. 45 Jiao Lei Tiangue. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience points plus 80,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77, experience doubled, gained experience points plus 80,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit, tyrant, 77, has been promoted to LV. 29 guardian level. Next level requires experience 6840/22150. Your coffin spirit level has increased. You receive a large amount of spiritual power feedback. Upon hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen instantly felt numb all over. In his mind, there were only 2 words. Holy crap! Yi Chen exclaimed. 80,000 experience points, directly leveled up by 4. It's so satisfying to kill monsters above your level. Yi Chen was extremely excited. He never expected that killing coffin spirits 20 levels higher would yield such a huge amount of experience. This undoubtedly refreshed his understanding. If I could grind monsters like this more often in the future. Yi Chen's face showed a hint of a smile. It seemed like he thought of something, and he suddenly felt delighted. Didn't Chen Lao want to take me to an ancient secret realm? After the appraisal meeting, I'll go with him a few times, pick up some heads of tyrant-level monsters. Then I'll be on cloud 9. 2 minutes later, as the aftermath dissipated, Yi Chen looked around at the surroundings and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The surrounding walls had long disappeared, and the upper floors of the hotel had been blown away. Many buildings nearby, close to the hotel's height, had cracks appearing on their walls, as if they were about to collapse. At this moment, he felt as if he were standing next to the rooftop of a dozen-story building, just 2 steps away from falling off. It seems it's not good to be too aggressive. I actually destroyed the materials directly. What a loss! What a loss! Yi Chen muttered softly, a pained expression on his face, feeling extremely regretful. Yi Xiaoge, your strength is 2. Qin Sanyi wanted to say something but stopped, not knowing how to describe Yi Chen for a moment. You must know, a mid-level coffin master who can control coffin spirits to release attacks comparable to transcendent 9-star ones is even more difficult than defying the heavens. But Yi Chen indeed did it. If Yi Chen's strength were to increase significantly, he might threaten legendary powerhouses. With this kind of genius, plus President Chen's protection, it seems that Maple Peak City is going to rise in the future. Qin Sanyi sighed in admiration. On the side, Lei Bao, watching the Jiao Lei Tiangue disappear without a trace, spewed out several mouthfuls of blood directly. He seemed to be scared silly, his face pale, his eyes vacant, and his body trembling uncontrollably. "Alright, Captain Lei. It's time to fulfill our agreement, right?" Yi Chen glanced at Lei Bao and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao took a deep breath, nodded in despair. It seemed like Yi Chen thought of something, and he suddenly felt delighted, eagerly saying, "Captain Lei, as an extraordinary 5-star powerhouse, you must have more than one coffin spirit under contract, right? Your other coffin spirits should also be of high level, right? How about we make another bet?" As soon as these words were spoken, Thunder Leopard was instantly filled with fear, spewing out a mouthful of blood directly. His strongest coffin spirit had just been killed in seconds. The other party was actually eyeing his other coffin spirits? Moreover, Yi Chen had somehow regained his spiritual power and increased his strength. Where would Thunder Leopard dare to fall for such a trick? "Yi Chen, things have come to this point, let's not joke around. Please give me, Lei, a quick death," Thunder Leopard said with an unpleasant expression, shaking his head. He would rather die and have the coffin spirits and the contract space banished to the secret tomb for resealing than endure further humiliation from Yi Chen. "Alright, let's do it." Yi Chen shrugged, expressionless. The next moment, a flash of blade light. With a thud, Thunder Leopard was split in half by a single slash from the tyrant, then slowly fell towards the ground below the tall building. Qin Sanyi watched this scene expressionlessly, saying little. Although Thunder Leopard was his subordinate, he had provoked someone even he couldn't afford to provoke, so it was a case of reaping what he had sown. "Yi Chen, this matter has come to an end. Earlier, Thunder Leopard attacked you, causing you distress, which was due to Qin Uncle's inadequate discipline of his subordinates. Qin Uncle is willing to compensate you with 5 billion as a mental loss fee. What do you think?" Qin Sanyi said to Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, a smile once again appeared on Yi Chen's face. Although he didn't get the materials for the Thunder Ghost coffin, getting 5 billion was definitely not a loss. So, Yi Chen quickly laughed and said, "Haha, Qin Uncle, isn't this a bit too much? After all, I haven't lost anything." Hearing this, Qin Sanyi was momentarily stunned, giving Yi Chen a strange look. He clearly heard him muttering about losing the materials earlier, and now he said he hadn't suffered any losses? Qin Sanyi could only think to himself, "I don't believe you. Don't refuse. This is Qin Uncle compensating you, just accept it directly." Qin Sanyi smiled and persuaded, then handed a gold card to Yi Chen. Taking the card, Yi Chen felt even more delighted. He was now an intermediate 9-star coffin master and could easily contract 2 more coffin spirits. With his accumulated wealth exceeding 200 billion, if he encountered high-quality coffins at the appraisal meeting, he would have a chance to compete for them. Once successful, he could contract 2 more powerful Corpse Clan coffin spirits. His strength would then be directly enhanced to an epic level. As Yi Chen was invited to the Qin family by Qin Sanyi, the coffin masters who had escaped from the northwest corner area breathed a sigh of relief. They never expected that the commotion was caused by Qin Sanyi and the leader of the Thunder Cloud expedition team. Isn't Captain Thunder Leopard under Qin Sanyi? Why did Qin Sanyi take such drastic measures? Some people were puzzled. Why, think about it. Didn't you see Qin Sanyi taking away a young man just now? He must be Qin Sanyi's illegitimate child. Thunder Leopard just made a move against Qin Sanyi's illegitimate child, which must have angered Qin Sanyi. With this said, everyone understood the ins and outs of the matter and began to discuss it fervently. It seems that there is another person in the inner city that we can't mess with. Yes, to kill a superhuman-level subordinate for the sake of an illegitimate child, this is truly insane. Don't talk nonsense. If your words reach Qin Sanyi's ears, you're as good as dead. Let's retreat. Let's pretend we don't know anything. As most of the onlookers dispersed, the northwest corner district once again returned to the silence of the night. At this moment, in a corner of a street, a white-haired man with blood-red pupils appeared. Tangi looked at the body of Lei Bao, licked his lips, his eyes revealing a greedy look. After last night's killings, he had devoured many ordinary flesh and blood, only to give his body an extremely weak boost. This made him realize one thing: only by devouring gravekeepers could he quickly become stronger. Originally, he had planned to attack the inner city tonight, but he did not expect such a commotion in the inner city. This forced him to stay on the sidelines and observe. TSK, the flesh of a transcendent gravekeeper. I wonder how much it can enhance my strength. Tangi looked down at the body split in half below the hotel, blood not yet dried, muttering to himself. Then, with a kick of his legs, he turned into a white light, swiftly passing over Lei Bao's body, bringing it back. Devour! Tangi lightly commanded. His blood vessels on his body suddenly twisted into several tentacles with sharp teeth, instantly devouring Lei Bao's body. Sensing an immense amount of energy surging into his body, Tangi revealed a fierce smile, his aura suddenly rising. Transcendent 1 star. Indeed, only by devouring powerful gravekeepers can one quickly enhance their strength. He, Tangi exclaimed excitedly. Seemingly thinking of something, his expression became increasingly cruel. Why not take advantage of this commotion? Devour all the gravekeepers nearby. As long as my strength can be raised a bit more, I will have a chance for revenge. With those words, Tangi's face suddenly changed into that of Lei Bao. Without hesitation, he transformed into Lei Bao's appearance and, taking advantage of the night, prepared to unleash a massacre. Early the next morning, Shadow Ghost arrived at the estate where Mr. Shin-san resided with some information. By this time, Mr. Shin-san and Yi Chen were already waiting in the mansion's hall. Sensing Shadow Ghost's arrival, Mr. Shin-san smiled slightly and said, "Yi, it seems Shadow Ghost has already investigated the loss of your materials and the death of your friend." Hearing this, Yi Chen quickly showed a look of joy and thanked Mr. Shin-san. Soon after, a shadow appeared on the ground of the mansion, and Shadow Ghost slowly emerged. "Greetings, Mr. Shin and young Master Yi." Shadow Ghost bowed to the two. "You've worked hard, Shadow Ghost. Please tell us what you have found," Mr. Shin-san inquired. Without hesitation, Shadow Ghost took out a recording device and played the video from the northwest corner area that night. In the footage, a figure in a black robe was seen chasing a middle-aged man. Yi Chen's face darkened instantly upon seeing this scene, filled with killing intent. The disheveled and pitiful middle-aged man in the video was none other than Tangi. On the side, Mr. Shin-san, upon hearing the familiar voice of the figure in the black robe, was suddenly shocked. "It's actually my brother's man." Immediately, Mr. Shin-san felt ecstatic. He had long been displeased with Qingjin's dictatorship, enduring years of suppression while secretly building his power, all to seize the position of family head. And now, the other party had actually sent someone to kill Yi Chen's friend and take away the evolutionary materials Yi Chen needed. Provoking someone with such a powerful background was akin to courting death. Yi Chen watched everything in the video, his face becoming increasingly grim, and asked coldly, "Uncle Qin, do you know this person? Is he from your Qin family?" Mr. Shin-san, upon hearing this, quickly nodded. "I know him. He is a subordinate member of the Qin family, a leader of a small grave robbing team under my elder brother. His name seems to be Eagle 6, just a transcendent one-star gravekeeper," Mr. Shin-san explained. Upon hearing this, a flash of killing intent passed through Yi Chen's eyes. So, it was the head of the Qin family who took away his materials, leading to Tangi's death. It seems that Qin Sanyi had promised to bring the materials and heads in front of him, making things tricky. "I guess we'll have to wait for Chen Lao to come," Yi Chen thought to himself. At that moment, Qin Sanyi seemed to notice Yi Chen's unpleasant expression. He cleared his throat and ordered Shadow Ghost, "Gather all your extraordinary members and follow me to the Qin family's main estate. I want to demand an explanation for Xiao Yi." With these words, an aura of a quasi-legendary powerhouse erupted from Qin Sanyi, causing the entire estate to tremble violently. Sensing this immense power, Yi Chen was shocked. Uncle Qin is actually quasi-legendary? It is said that the strongest in the Qin family, the family head Qingjin, is only a 9-star extraordinary. I didn't expect Uncle Qin to hide his strength so well, Yi Chen thought to himself. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost no longer held back his strength, emanating the aura of a 9-star extraordinary to resist Qin Sanyi's pressure. He then knelt down and said, "I obey the command of the third master." Qin Sanyi nodded. Then he looked at Yi Chen, exuding a faint spiritual power that lifted Yi Chen into the air. With Yi Chen in tow, they swiftly flew towards the direction of the Qin family's main estate. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate, at the foot of a small mountain over 100 meters high, a solemn-faced, black-haired old man in black training attire was leisurely practicing martial arts. His fist clenched tightly as he gathered spiritual power, then he punched towards the small mountain ahead. With a loud bang, a terrifying force erupted, shaking the entire mountain violently, causing rocks to explode and the mountain to collapse. Watching this scene, Xinjin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I have finally reached the legendary rank, ha ha ha." Just then, a dark figure flashed by, a figure completely covered in a black robe, kneeling directly in front of Xinjin. "I congratulate the master for ascending to the legendary rank. The master's skills are unparalleled, and his power knows no bounds," the figure in black robe said excitedly. "Ha, who am I to not ascend to the legendary rank? It is only natural." Xinjin laughed heartily, his tone filled with extreme arrogance. Seemingly remembering something, Xinjin quickly asked the figure in black robe, "Eagle Ghost, are the 2 pieces of news from the inner city last night true?" "Master, I have investigated and confirmed. The leader of the Thundercloud Tomb Raiders, Lei Bao, was indeed killed by the third master. As for that young man, he is definitely not the third master's illegitimate child. He is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Raiders in Maple Peak City and has a close relationship with President Chen Shuezong. Eagle Ghost respectfully replied. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain flashed in Xinjian's eyes, followed by a sneer. Old three. To please a force in Maple Peak City, you heartlessly killed your capable subordinates. How ruthless of you. You've been hiding for so many years. The forces under your command have long been thoroughly investigated by me. Do you really think you can covet the position of the family head? What a delusion. Xinjian muttered to himself. Moreover, do you think I, the old man, have no backup plan and fear the existence in Maple Peak City? Xinjian coldly smiled, exuding extreme confidence. Beside him, Eagle Ghost seemed extremely shocked upon hearing this and quickly asked, Master, have you joined that organization? Ha, of course. Xinjian laughed heartily. In the midst of the conversation, Xinjian took out a blood-red badge, a round emblem pierced by 3 black short knives side by side, and wore it on his chest. Seeing this badge, Eagle Ghost seemed to recognize it, sucking in a breath of cold air in astonishment. The knife court. Eagle Ghost trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. You should know that in the Jiangnan base city, the Daoting is the absolute ruler. Moreover, the Daoting is extremely protective. As long as one can join, they can enjoy absolute protection. It seemed very satisfying to see the shocked looks of his subordinates. Xinjian chuckled and said, From now on, our Qin family will be a vassal of the Daoting, and my strength within the Daoting can rank in the top 10. In other words, among the 30 families in the inner city, except for a few that have joined the Daoting, the Qin family no longer needs to show face to any other family. They can trample on them as they please. Master, I have investigated. The owner of the Wanbao building in Fengyue City, who was killed by Eagle 6 the night before last, is a friend of a member of the Snow Shadow Group. What if Master San brings that member of the Snow Shadow Group to cause trouble for us? How should we deal with it? Eagle Ghost quickly brought up this matter. Upon hearing this, Xinjian was first stunned, then he sneered. So what if it's a member of the Snow Shadow Group? The Qin family is protected by the Daoting. If they dare to come and cause trouble for the Qin family, crush them all. So what if it's a member of the Snow Shadow Group? The Qin family is protected by the Daoting. If they dare to come and cause trouble for the Qin family, crush them all. Xinjian's extremely arrogant words echoed in the sky. At this moment, several gusts of wind suddenly sounded in the sky. More than 10 extraordinary powerhouses with strong auras descended from the sky. They slowly landed in front of Xinjian, about a dozen meters away. The leader, Master San Qin, glanced at the collapsed hill beside him, revealing a faint smile on his face. However, this smile carried a hint of stiffness and a touch of seriousness. Master San Qin did not expect that his intelligence was wrong. At this moment, Xinjian's strength was obviously not at the level of an extraordinary 9-star, but at the legendary 1-star level, even higher than his own. Brother, long time no see, I didn't expect you to break through to the legendary realm. It's truly a cause for celebration. Master San Qin arched his hand, smiling ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Xinjian, with his hands behind his back, looked at the dozens of extraordinary individuals in front of him and sneered. Third brother, why have you brought so many people to my estate? What is your intention? Are you bringing so many people here with such momentum because you have a problem with me, the head of the family? Xinjian's eyes narrowed as he questioned Master San Qin. Upon hearing this, Master San Qin frowned. Then he said lightly, Brother, you're joking. I came here this time just to ask brother to return some things to their rightful owner. Return things to their rightful owner? Have I ever taken anything of yours? Xinjian's voice turned cold. Hearing this, Master San Qin's face darkened, his tone became colder, and he said, Brother, you sent someone to take a material called the Shadow Cold Marrow for evolution, right? If so, please hand over this material and Eagle 6. Third brother, you're making baseless accusations. Even if I did take it, so what? If you really want it back, then I'll have to see what you're capable of. Xinjian snorted, and then his spiritual power suddenly burst out. He didn't hesitate, raising his fist and smashing it towards the direction where Master San Qin was. Seeing this, Master San Qin's face changed. Without any hesitation, he instantly summoned the Shadow Mage. Shadow Barrier. A black barrier emerged, enveloping everyone around. With a loud bang, the Shadow Barrier and the fist power unleashed by Xinjian collided, creating a deafening sound. The shock waves from the impact erupted like a tsunami, pushing out in all directions, blowing sand and stones, breaking trees, and leveling the nearby 100-meter area. After a moment, the storm subsided, and everyone within the barrier was unharmed. Following Qin San's arrival, more than a dozen extraordinary individuals couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. San Yi, the strength of the family head is too strong. What should we do? One of them trembled uncontrollably. San Yi, If we really fight against the family head, we might all be wiped out. Shouldn't we discuss this further? Various discussions ensued. These extraordinary individuals were considered supreme and untouchable in many Undertaker towns within the inner city. But in front of true legendary powerhouses, they were as insignificant as ants. Shinjin couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing these insignificant individuals. Old San, it seems like you haven't improved your strength over the years, huh? I only used 20% of my power, and you're already struggling to defend yourself. Look at the people under your command, do you really expect them to help you? Shinjin's eyes were filled with mockery as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Sanya's face turned iron cold in an instant, his tone carrying a hint of killing intent. Brother, what do you mean by this? Do you really not intend to return the frosty yin marrow? Are you unwilling to cooperate? Haha, what if I don't? Do you think you can snatch it back from me? Shinjin retorted. At that moment, Yi-chan stood by Chin-san's side, his expression equally grim. He had thought that this visit would not only retrieve the frosty yin marrow but also expose the person who killed Tangi. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Chin-san had underestimated the strength of the Chin family head, and the other party didn't regard Chin-san highly either. Uncle Chin, maybe we should retreat for now, Yi-chan said calmly. Although he was eager to reclaim the frosty yin marrow, the current situation was unfavorable, and there was no immediate solution. They could only wait for Chen Lao to arrive. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, Chin-san's face temporarily regained composure. He then took a deep breath and said, "It's okay, today I will help you retrieve the materials no matter what." Yi-chen didn't say much in response. His own strength was too weak to intervene in such a high-level conflict. Chin-san's words undoubtedly hinted at his hidden cards. Suddenly, Chin-san exuded an overwhelmingly strong aura and coldly said, "Brother, if you remain obstinate, when the important figure from Maple Peak City arrives, you will undoubtedly meet your end." Hearing this, Shinjin's face showed even more disdain as he laughed. "Ha, old San, is that all you've got? Do you think I, a member of the Blade Pavilion, would fear the figure you mentioned?" With that, Shinjin removed the badge pinned to his chest and threw it towards Chin-san. Chin-san caught the badge and opened his palm, his expression becoming increasingly grim. "It's really the badge of the Blade Pavilion." He gritted his teeth. The extraordinary individuals around him couldn't help but feel uneasy upon seeing this blood-red badge. "San Yi, the family head has joined the Blade Pavilion, what should we do?" Shadow Ghost asked Chin-san in a low voice. "Since we're already here, there's no turning back. Even if we retreat now, he will seek revenge on us later. Instead of retreating, while his status in the Blade Pavilion is still low and he has no real power, we should take action now to eliminate future troubles." Chin-san's face turned fierce, filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, even those extraordinary individuals who had considered retreating earlier felt a chill. They were already extremely dissatisfied with Shinjin, and now that he had joined the Blade Pavilion, if they didn't resist Shinjin now, they would only become slaves to be bullied by Shinjin's lineage in the future. "San Yi, the Qin family head has ascended to legendary status, do you have the confidence to defeat him?" one of the 8-star extraordinary undertakers asked. Upon hearing this, Third Master Qin's brows furrowed slightly, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness. He calmly said, "Not certain, but my main battle coffin spirit has a potential surpassing his by 1 level, and it has a restraining effect on him. If we fight to the death, there is still hope of victory." After speaking, Third Master Qin ordered the others, Shadow Ghost, protect Xiao Yi and find Eagle 6, retrieve the Coldine Marrow. If anyone dares to interfere, show no mercy. As Third Master Qin's voice fell, everyone's expression turned grave. Shadow Ghost, upon hearing this, quickly nodded and respectfully said, "Master, rest assured, we will protect young Yi thoroughly." With that, a shadow vortex appeared under Shadow Ghost's feet, emitting strange spatial fluctuations. This shadow vortex was a form of teleportation ability. If necessary, Shadow Ghost could easily take his companions away from this troubled area. Seeing this shadow vortex, a hint of a smile appeared on Third Master Qin's face, showing a sense of relief. With the capable subordinate Shadow Ghost by his side, he could now confront Shinjin without any reservations. "Brother, I advise you one last time, quickly hand over the Coldine Marrow. If you persist and refuse to return it, don't blame me for tearing off your facade." Third Master Qin's tone was cold and filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Shinjin's face once again showed disdain, and he coldly said, Qin Han, spare me your high-sounding words. Do you think I can't see through your ambitious schemes? After being suppressed by me for so many years, have you finally shown your fangs today? In that case, as the elder brother, I must teach you a lesson today." As his words fell, Shinjin instantly opened his hands, and with the surge of spiritual power, he rapidly condensed a hexagram formation emitting terrifying fluctuations. With a press of his hand, the hexagram formation swiftly crashed towards the ground. Boom! The patterns of the formation spread rapidly along the ground, extending over 100 meters, exuding endless soul pressure. Come out, Shadow Wolf Lord! Qin snorted coldly. The next moment, a soul-shaking wolf howl resounded, and within the 100-meter radius of the hexagram formation, a dark golden dragon-patterned coffin, several meters wide, slowly emerged from the ground. This coffin was unbelievably massive, towering tens of meters high, standing straight ahead like a 10-story building. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their scalps tingle, even Yi-Chen was deeply shocked. However, before they could discuss it, the coffin lid suddenly blasted open, revealing a giant wolfman with a soul-like aura, tens of meters tall and exuding a cold blue flame all over its body. The blue flames dripped onto the ground, transforming into ferocious giant ghost wolves with extraordinary strength, equivalent to transcendent 8-star level beings. Third Master Qin's expression grew even more serious upon seeing this. Although he was still confident in facing Qin's summoned Shadow Wolf Lord, his subordinates might not be a match for these giant ghost wolves before them. Shadow Ghost, I can't afford to be distracted by these ghost wolves. I'll leave them to you. If things go south, evacuate with Xiaoyi immediately. Third Master Qin quickly instructed. At that moment, Qin seemed enraged, snorting, My estate, do you insects think you can come and go as you please? Since you're here, you shall all perish. With a furious roar, Qin leaped with all his might, turning into a streak of light that flew directly above the Shadow Wolf Lord. In the next moment, his spiritual power surged, and the phantom of the Shadow Wolf Lord instantly raised its claws high and swiped towards where Mr. Qin and the others were. Several huge streams of dark blue light flew out, carrying terrifying momentum at high speed. Mr. Qin's eyes narrowed as he saw this. In his view, Qin's attack was clearly reckless, disregarding any consequences. Because if the opponent's attack landed within a radius of 500 meters, not a blade of grass would survive, turning into a wasteland. Even the energy released after the impact would reach most of the residential areas in the manor, causing unimaginable casualties. Shadow Exile. Mr. Qin silently recited in his mind. The shadow mage beside him instantly sensed his thoughts and directly activated the staff in his hand. Then, in the air in front of them, a tremendously dark giant portal was summoned, blocking the attack from the Shadow Wolf Lord and transferring all the attack energy away. Qin saw that the Shadow Wolf Lord's attack was completely absorbed without a ripple, and his eyes narrowed. Old San, I take back what I said earlier. Your strength has indeed improved a lot. However, that's all you've got. Qin said lightly. Mr. Qin smiled at his words, a cold light gleaming in his eyes, saying, Big brother, after all these years, you are still as arrogant as ever. Since that's the case, there's nothing left for us brothers to talk about. How about we have a battle elsewhere? Hee, I naturally have the capital to be arrogant. Since you want to challenge me, then as you wish, follow me out of the city for a battle. Qin sneered. Then he glanced at the black-robed men beside him, his tone filled with strong killing intent. Eagle Ghost, don't let any of these troublemakers who came with Qin Han get away. I'll leave my phantom wolf under your control for now. When I come back, I want to see all of them dead. Otherwise, you will face self-punishment right here. Eagle Ghost's face changed drastically at his words and he quickly knelt down, asking, Master, what about that young man from the Snow Shadow team? Apart from you, no one dares to touch him. Qin glanced at Yi-Chen upon hearing this. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he transmitted, You don't need to worry about him. If he dares to make a move, you strike back, capture him alive, and I will deal with him when I return. Hearing this, Eagle Ghost breathed a sigh of relief and said sternly, Master, I will do my best to kill these rebellious guys. I won't let any harm come to the Qin family manor. Very well, I will go and deal with Qin Han, this little troublemaker first. I leave this place to you for now. Qin nodded. With that, he pushed off the ground with his phantom wolf, soaring into the air and disappearing with Qin. Mr. Qin, seeing this, once again instructed the Shadow Ghost and the others before turning and flying towards the direction Qin had just left. After Mr. Qin and Qin, the two legends, left, the Qin family manor instantly fell into a tense state. Many extraordinary members of the Qin lineage seemed to have received Qin's orders and all gathered near the small mountain. For a moment, the Qin family manor, under the leadership of the family head, added 10 more extraordinary members. The Shadow Ghost and the others all showed a serious expression. Although the strength and number of the extraordinary members of the Qin lineage were not as good as theirs, they were only at the level of extraordinary 5 stars. However, the group of giant phantom wolves left by the other side were solidly at the extraordinary 8-star level. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation, they would definitely struggle to defend themselves, with no time to protect Yi-Chen. Brother Shadow Ghost, why don't you take young Master Yi and leave? One of the extraordinary members said in a deep voice. Yes, Brother Shadow Ghost. This time, following Mr. San, we have no way out. This battle will be fierce. Yi Xiao is not yet at a high level, it's dangerous to stay here. Someone echoed. The Shadow Ghost, upon hearing this, slowly turned to look at Yi Chen, as if seeking his approval, and said, Yi Xiao, shall I take you to a safe place first? No need, I have the ability to protect myself, you don't need to worry about me, Yi Chen said lightly. When Seven was only at level 25 before, she could easily withstand the attacks of the Thunder Leopards. Now that she has reached level 29, she is close to the level of a quasi-leader. She can naturally deal with everything in front of her. Moreover, Qin Jin and Grandpa Qin have left. Even if the coffin spirits of other extraordinary beings use area skills that affect Yi Chen, he can withstand it. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the surrounding coffin keepers' faces changed instantly, feeling that Yi Chen was somewhat arrogant. But when they remembered that Yi Chen was a member of the Snow Shadow team, their faces regained some composure. Yi Xiao then put on the Snow Shadow emblem. Although the Qin Patriarch is not afraid of the Snow Shadow team, but besides him, his subordinates don't have the courage to act against you. As long as you are not affected by abilities, you will be absolutely safe, the Shadow Ghost advised. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, revealed a slight smile on his face and said, alright, then I'll just watch from the side. As if thinking of something, Yi Chen added, by the way, if their coffin spirits are dying, you can throw them next to me for me to finish them off. Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled, not understanding what Yi Chen meant. They subconsciously thought that Yi Chen had a penchant for slaughtering coffin spirits. However, Yi Chen's next words directly made them gasp in shock. Of course, if your coffin spirits are dying, you can also throw them in front of me. Perhaps my coffin spirit can restore them to full health, Yi Chen said with a smile. Damn! Yi Xiao, are you serious? Damn! Does your coffin spirit have life transfer skills? This is too abnormal. No wonder Yi Xiao can join the Snow Shadow team, turns out coffin spirits are so terrifying. The Shadow Ghost was also extremely excited. Yi Xiao, is it true? Of course. Yi Chen nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Grandpa Qin's men were as if injected with chicken blood, becoming extremely excited. Brothers, with Yi Xiao here, victory is certain in this battle. Reclaim the treasures for Yi Xiao. Seize the position of Patriarch for Grandpa Qin. With Yi Chen's promise as a backing, the extraordinary beings under Grandpa Qin no longer had any reservations and each summoned their coffin spirits. Qin Jin's men did the same upon seeing this. After a moment, nearly 30 powerful coffin spirits descended upon the Qin family manor, initiating a terrifying melee. Explosions and shockwaves continued to resound within the Qin family manor. Under the bombardment of the coffin spirits' skills, the entire manor shook violently as if experiencing a severe earthquake. In less than 3 minutes, the ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and the entire area within 500 meters turned into ruins. At this moment, Yi Chen had run to the outskirts of the battlefield, observing everything happening before him with lingering fear. Who the hell is targeting me with skills? Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been killed. Yi Chen gasped for breath, muttering to himself. He had been leisurely observing nearby, thinking that no one dared to touch him. However, at some point during the melee, a coffin spirit suddenly raised its hand and aimed directly at Yi Chen, unleashing a terrifying black light wave towards him. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted swiftly, immediately summoning Seven to create several shields in front of himself, thus avoiding any harm. At that moment, Yi Chen also understood a lesson. If you want to take advantage of others' misfortunes, you can't appear so arrogant. Because of his initial promise that he could restore the coffin spirit to its full state, some enemy coffin keepers began to have thoughts of killing him. After all, these people were already bloodthirsty in battle, willing to risk their lives, so why would they fear the Snow Shadow Grave Seekers? It seemed that they noticed Yi Chen being ambushed. The extraordinary experts under Lord Qin San were instantly furious. Damn it! How dare they ambush young Master Yi? They must be tired of living. One of the extraordinary individuals roared. As he spoke, he unleashed all his spiritual power, causing the coffin spirit to wildly unleash its skills. Brothers, be more vigilant later. If anyone dares to lay a hand on young Master Yi, we will all focus on killing that person. With these words, a cold look flashed across everyone's faces. The Shadow Ghost also noticed that Yi Chen had retreated far away and quickly asked through a message, Young Master Yi, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little startled. Yi Chen casually replied. That's good. The Shadow Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to think of something, and the Shadow Ghost quickly added, Young Master Yi, the coffin spirit that attacked you just now, did you see which one it was? If you did, tell us. We will immediately kill it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a wave of joy in his heart, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. He didn't expect to be treated like this now. This meant that as long as he identified which coffin spirit attacked him, the shadow ghost and the others would cripple that coffin spirit. This is no longer just about picking up the pieces. It's like leveling up with me. Yi Chen felt secretly delighted. Without hesitation, he pointed directly to a bat coffin spirit around level 41 on the battlefield. It seems like that bat attacked me. Hurry up, cripple it, then throw it in front of me so I can finish it off myself. Yi Chen pretended to be angry. Upon hearing this, the shadow ghost quickly turned to look in the direction Yi Chen pointed. He instantly erupted with spiritual power, forming a terrifying black shadow spear that shot towards the bat coffin spirit. The black shadow spear tore through the void in an instant, like an arrow piercing through clouds, directly piercing the bat coffin spirit. Then, the shadow ghost's figure disappeared on the spot, bringing the bat coffin spirit in front of Yi Chen and throwing it at his feet. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face lit up with joy, laughing, "Shadow ghost, well done. Young Master Yi, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you again, I guarantee they will have no place to be buried," the shadow ghost said coldly, then returned to the battlefield. At that moment, Yi Chen looked down at the bat coffin spirit on the brink of death and summoned the tyrant. I wonder how much experience a level 41 coffin spirit can give me. Maybe around 10 or 20,000? Yi Chen thought to himself. He then smiled at the tyrant and said, "Tyrant, go ahead." With that said, the tyrant drew his long knife and directly cleaved the bat coffin spirit in half. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed LV 41 blue-winged demon bat. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 20,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77, experience doubled, gained plus 20,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, tyrant, 77, have been promoted to level 30, subleader level. Next level requires 4690/26700 experience. Upon hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen's face immediately lit up with an extremely excited smile. Although the experience gained from killing this coffin spirit was not as impressive as the thunderous ghost from before, it still leveled up Yi Chen. He had now entered the ranks of high-level coffin keepers, making him a formidable expert in the entire Fengyue city. If we consider all my strength, it's enough to protect myself in front of all extraordinary beings. Thinking back to a few days ago, facing Zhao Long, a high-level coffin sealer, he could only flee in madness. But now, even if 100 Zhao Longs come to kill him, he remains fearless. With my current strength, it might still be somewhat difficult to easily kill an extraordinary being. But slaying a high-level coffin sealer is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Confidence flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. As if he had figured something out, Yi Chen quickly looked at the coffin spirit corpse on the ground. Tyrant, quickly search for any materials on its body that we can use, Yi Chen said excitedly. Obviously, he was extremely hopeful for this intact corpse of the green-winged bat. Upon hearing this, the tyrant nodded quickly. It instantly pulled out the long knife on its back. The long knife shortened instantly, turning into a bone-cutting knife, emitting a sharp light. The tyrant shook the bone-cutting knife in its hand with excitement, then walked to the side of the green-winged bat's corpse, squatted down, and meticulously dissected it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item, Demon Core, 5th rank. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item, Bat Flesh. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item, Bat Poison Fang, 4th rank. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining rare item, Green Wing, 5th rank. Ding! Congratulations! A series of system prompts sounded, leaving Yi Chen stunned on the spot. Previously, when he killed many powerful coffin spirits, he almost always had the tyrant use the supermaterial penetration to kill them. This resulted in the materials available on the coffin spirits being destroyed directly. All in all, this was the first time he had preserved the intact corpse of a powerful coffin spirit, hence the extremely rich materials left behind. To think there's a rare 5th rank material. Yi Chen felt nothing but joy. This is the rhythm of getting rich. He could almost imagine that if he sold these materials, their value would definitely be high. It might even exceed all his current possessions. It seems like it was a wise decision to watch here. If I can kill a few more injured coffin spirits, then I'll truly soar, Yi Chen muttered. At this moment, Yi Chen looked towards the battlefield in the distance where terrifying sounds kept erupting, his eyes filled with infinite anticipation. Today, the battle between Qin San and the head of the Qin family, although carried out in his name to seize the position of the head in advance, the other party also wanted to help him retrieve the materials and befriend him. For Yi Chen, this was undoubtedly all gain and no loss. If today he could retrieve the Shadow Cold Marrow and then slay many Lord-level coffin spirits, there would be no need for old Chen to personally intervene. If Qin-san were to lose, Yi Chen would undoubtedly invite old Chen to let the entire Qin family estate bear the retaliation of a legendary 9-star powerhouse. Hopefully Uncle Qin can win. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. Thinking of this, he looked back at the battlefield with a smile, then stayed on the edge of the battlefield, quietly waiting for the benefits to come to him. An hour later, Yi Chen was still in the same place. However, his expression now lacked the previous joy and instead showed annoyance. Because, at this moment, standing in front of him was an extraordinary being with a panicked expression, as round as a ball. And in the arms of this extraordinary being was a beautiful white ghost, her mouth dripping with blood. Young Master Yi, my coffin spirit is seriously injured. Please help it recover, I beg you. The chubby extraordinary being pleaded with a mournful face. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen had a few black lines flashing on his forehead. This extraordinary being was already the 8th person to come to him. The previous 7 extraordinary beings' coffin spirits were indeed severely injured, almost half disabled and unable to fight again. But the extraordinary coffin spirit in front of him had neither broken limbs nor a wounded soul. Just a trace of blood at the corner of the mouth, hardly considered an injury. Young Master Yi, I beg you, please help save my little Qian at home. The extraordinary chubby man wailed. Yi Chen, upon seeing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, Are you afraid of fighting and just want to come here to swim? With these words, the extraordinary chubby man immediately stopped crying, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face as he gave Yi Chen a thumbs up, saying, Young Master Yi, you are truly powerful. Nothing can escape your discerning eyes. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, glanced faintly at the other party and said, Do you want to rest here for a while? I'll inform Shadow Ghost, he should agree. No need. I'll continue to fight. With that said, the extraordinary individual directly carried the white-clothed female ghost in his arms and slinked back to the battlefield. Seeing this scene, a look of helplessness flashed across Yi Chen's face. He had originally thought he could personally slay several Lord-level coffin spirits. However, during this period, it seemed that the subordinates of the Qin family patriarch had received some news. That news being that Qin-san had been completely suppressed and at an absolute disadvantage by Qin-jin the whole time. Those extraordinary individuals who received this news began to become extremely excited, their momentum rising significantly, gradually gaining the upper hand in battle. As for Qin-san's side, everyone felt somewhat despondent, with many losing the will to fight, because they knew that if Qin-jin were to return, then they, including Yi Chen, wouldn't stand a chance. This led to injuries on Yi Chen's side continuously over the past hour. It seems the situation on Uncle Qin's side is not looking good. Perhaps I should consider retrieving the shadow cold marrow first. The rest, I'll discuss with Elder Chen later. Yi Chen thought to himself. Just then, an excited voice suddenly appeared next to Yi Chen without warning. Young Master Yi, I have found where the shadow cold marrow is. Please follow me. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, quickly looked down. He saw a black shadow appearing on the ground ahead, with a pitch-black head respectfully looking at him from within the shadow. Who are you? Shadow Ghost? Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly, showing a hint of vigilance. At the same time, a barely perceptible golden light flashed in his eyes as he observed this creature identical to the Shadow Ghost. Name, Shadow Ghost, True Form, Race, Ghost, Level, LV. 49 Lord Level, Seal Level, A Level True King Emerald Coffin, Talent, Shadow Twin. Shadow Ghost can condense its true form and doppelganger, both can cultivate and possess completely different abilities. Skills, Remote Surveillance, Special, Absolute Concealment, 5th rank, Shadow Teleportation Gate, Special, Shadow Concealment, 5th rank, Ultimate Skill, Shadow Escape. Weakness, no combat power, no defensive capabilities. Current status, Respectful, Excited, Trustworthy. Evolution times, 0 times. Introduction, formed by the division of the Shadow Ghost's soul. The true form is specifically used for reconnaissance and monitoring targets, possessing no combat capabilities and easily dispersing upon being injured. The doppelganger is used solely for combat and will not sustain any damage. When the true form disperses, the doppelganger will also disappear. Young Master Yi, I am the Shadow Ghost's true form. The one fighting over there is the Shadow Ghost's doppelganger. The Shadow Ghost's true form said respectfully. At that moment, the Shadow Ghost in battle also transmitted a message, confirming its identity. Young Master Yi, go with him, he has indeed found it. Yi Chen's complexion immediately improved upon hearing this. Through the probing of the breaking evil golden eyes, the abilities of the Shadow Ghost's true form were laid bare. And now, the fact that the other party dared to appear so openly in front of him indicated a high level of trust. Because once you have the intent to kill, the true form of the Shadow Ghost will undoubtedly perish. Well then, Shadow Ghost, lead me there. Yi Chen said calmly. After speaking, the Shadow Ghost immediately extended a shadowy tendril and bound it to Yi Chen, then disappeared into the shadows on the ground. Moments later, two figures appeared in a corner outside a luxurious villa in the Chen family manor. Yi Chen glanced at the guards patrolling near the villa, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Shadow Ghost, is the colding marrow you mentioned here?" Yi Chen asked lightly. The Shadow Ghost nodded hastily. "Young Master Yi, this is Qin Jin's residence. I spotted Eagle 6 earlier, seeing him holding a cold box heading towards the villa. If all goes as planned, the colding marrow should be hidden in this villa." Upon hearing this, a solemn expression crossed Yi Chen's eyes. If he wanted to retrieve the colding marrow, he would inevitably have to battle Eagle 6. If any nearby individual sensed the commotion, he would surely face the attacks of many of Qin Jin's clan members. The Shadow Ghost beside him had no combat capabilities and would perish if injured, so it could only remain hidden. This meant Yi Chen would be left to fight alone. With these thoughts, Yi Chen furrowed his brow, pondering, if I obtain the colding marrow and want to leave Qin Jin's villa, I'll have to resort to violence. But if Qin Jin finds out about my actions, it will surely enrage him, making it impossible for me to stay in Jiangnan City for the next few days. Yi Chen thought to himself. Legendary experts possessed powerful spiritual awareness, making it effortless to locate someone in a base city. Initially, Yi Chen had no intention of directly conflicting with Qin Jin. Both sides were wary of each other's identities, maintaining peace. Now, Yi Chen had a reason to provoke Qin Jin. In the end, it was Qin Jin who sent people to take my belongings. I'm just taking them back. If anyone dares to stop me, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with indifference, exuding a wave of killing intent. Just then, the Shadow Ghost seemed to notice something unusual and quickly said, "Young Master Yi, Eagle 6 seems to have entered a basement." He then left the box he was carrying and departed. "Should we go now and take that box?" Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yi Chen's face. The Shadow Ghost possessed the skill of remote surveillance, allowing it to observe the target's every move. Eagle 6 couldn't escape the Shadow Ghost's watchful eye. "Take me to the basement, let's get the colding marrow and leave," Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly. The Shadow Ghost then opened a shadow beneath their feet and whisked Yi Chen away. In the basement, Yi Chen looked around, resembling a museum exhibition hall with numerous valuable items on display, his eyes filled with astonishment. There was an abundance of materials here. Could this be Qin Jin's treasure trove? Why are there so many precious materials? Yi Chen turned to the Shadow Ghost, questioning. The Shadow Ghost smiled and explained, "Young Master Yi, I've heard from the third master. Qin Jin has a strong penchant for collecting treasures, so having this many precious materials is not unusual for him." At this revelation, Yi Chen took a sharp breath. Roughly estimating the items in the basement, a gleeful smile spread across his face. If all these items were taken, Qin Jin would probably drop dead on the spot. Yi Chen thought to himself. It seemed that Shadow Ghost had caught on to Yi Chen's thoughts and quickly reminded, "Yi, if you want to take these things, you must act quickly. I'm afraid Qin Jin will return directly. If he senses it was us through his divine sense, he will definitely hunt us down at all costs, and we will be doomed for sure." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded immediately. He then scanned the materials in the basement and noticed a black iron box emitting a strong chill in a corner. Without hesitation, Yi Chen walked towards the black iron box. As he opened it, he saw a piece of black mist swirling inside, resembling an ancient ice jade that had not melted for thousands of years. Shadow Cold Marrow, treasure, originally a frozen ice jade for 1,000 years, influenced by a large amount of Yin energy, it transformed into an extremely Yin and evil object that can enhance the potential of zombies. Shadow Cold Marrow, finally in my hands. A hint of excitement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. His most important task in visiting the Jiangnan base city this time was to find the Shadow Cold Marrow and the Millennium Moon Essence. And now, he had finally found both materials. This meant that 77 could not only complete her evolution but also fulfill the system's mission. With this in mind, Yi Chen decisively threw the Advanced Corp Sealing Talisman, Yin Ming Stone, and Millennium Moon Essence he had collected earlier into the contract space. Then, he picked up the Shadow Cold Marrow from the iron box and threw it in as well. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system prompt suddenly rang in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Shadow Cold Marrow, treasure. System prompt. You have collected all the materials needed for 77's evolution. Would you like to evolve? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Shadow Cold Marrow, treasure. System prompt. You have collected all the materials needed for 77's evolution. Would you like to evolve? Evolve! Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly without hesitation. After speaking, his consciousness instantly sank into the contract space. At this moment, 77 was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, surrounded by a cold aura. It seemed to affect the surrounding environment as the entire contract space was filled with howling cold and Yin winds, causing the temperature to drop by dozens of degrees, freezing the ground within 100 meters into a snowy white expanse. Feeling the temperature in the contract space, Yi Chen couldn't help but shiver. However, what piqued his curiosity was that 77's aura kept increasing, but her appearance remained unchanged. Truly a template, completely fixing her appearance. It's just a pity that I can't see what she looks like after evolving. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. At this moment, 77 seemed to sense something and slowly extended a hand, activating the ice fairy power on her body, creating an evolution illusion derived from fairy power beside her. This evolution illusion almost resembled her previous self but appeared more mature than before. Her original light purple short hair transformed into long shoulder-length hair, and her height was significantly different from before. This illusion was much taller than 77, resembling a beautiful young woman with well-defined curves and prominent features. Her originally short legs turned into long and slender snow-white legs, and the upper body's official attire seemed tighter and more strained, as if it was about to be stretched by something. Is this the appearance of evolving into the spirit symbol flying celestial corpse maiden? Quite attractive, Yi Chen said with a smile, looking very pleased. Yi Chen watched all of this with great interest. However, after several tens of seconds, 77 remained seated in place. Could it be that 77's evolution takes longer than the tyrant's? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. When the tyrant evolved earlier, it only took a little over 10 seconds, with visible enhancements throughout the process and a direct transformation in appearance. But now, nearly a minute has passed for Chi-Chi, and not much has changed. She has simply manifested an illusion of successful evolution. This implies that Chi-Chi may need some time to complete her evolution. After all, before she put on the template, she was already an A-level coffin spirit, so the time and difficulty of evolution must be greater than that of a D-level potential tyrant. Thinking about the several days left for the timed mission given by the system, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry at this moment. He didn't believe that Chi-Chi's evolution stage would only succeed after the timed mission was over. Forget it, since the evolution has already begun, there's no point in being impatient. The priority now is to leave this place. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. Having found the cold marrow of the shadowy Yin and initiated Chi-Chi's evolution, staying in the basement for too long would only become increasingly dangerous. However, before leaving, Yi Chen decided to take all the collections from the basement with him. Shadow Ghost, I'm planning to take all these things with me. What is the limit of your teleportation gate? I want you to teleport me directly to the farthest point from the Chen family manor. Yi Chen looked at the Shadow Ghost, his face suddenly showing excitement. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Ghost's eyes shrank in fear. Young Master Yi, are you really going to take all these materials with you? If Qin Jin notices and Third Master can't stop him, if he comes back and uses his divine sense to search for you in the inner city, you won't be able to escape, the Shadow Ghost hurriedly advised. If you really provoke him, I'm afraid he'll act out of anger. By then, not even the Snow Shadow Badge will be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Perhaps it was because Qin Jin had become a legendary powerhouse and joined the Blade Hall, which made him look down on Yi Chen, a Snow Shadow member with weak strength. Although he still had some fear of Chen Huichang behind Yi Chen and wouldn't directly act against Yi Chen, the premise was that Yi Chen wouldn't provoke him. However, Qin Jin's men took the cold marrow of the shadowy Yin and killed Tangi, undoubtedly provoking Yi Chen. If he just left like this, Yi Chen would never swallow this insult. Qin Jin is currently being blocked by Third Master Qin and won't be back for a while. How could Yi Chen not be tempted by these collected materials? Shadow Ghost, can you teleport me to the outer city? Yi Chen furrowed his brows, asking lightly. Seeing that Yi Chen had made up his mind, the Shadow Ghost didn't say much and replied, Young Master Yi, my shadow teleportation gate can only teleport from here to the inner city walls at most. Being able to reach the inner city walls is enough. Yi Chen nodded. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips, because he had already thought of a good place to go, which was the Demon Extinguishing Legion's base. Yi Chen had discussed many things about the Demon Extinguishing base with Zhou Tong before, and he also learned that the status of the Demon Extinguishing Legion was extremely special, with more than one supreme being behind its founding. Therefore, no matter what power it was, they dared not cause trouble in the Demon Extinguishing base. Even the formidable Blade Hall would keep their distance from the members of the Demon Extinguishing Legion. If I take all of Qin Jin's materials and he finds out, he probably wouldn't dare to come after me in the Demon Extinguishing base. Yi Chen thought to himself. Then he looked at the Shadow Ghost beside him and said calmly, Shadow Ghost, open the teleportation gate. Later, you will directly send me to the front gate of the inner city. Hearing this, the Shadow Ghost nodded without refusal. His body emitted a strange fluctuation, and the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into a pitch-black shadow. Young Master Yi, let's move quickly. the shadow ghost said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated no more and directly summoned the tyrant. Tyrant, pack up these things and take them away, Yi Chen said with a smile. The tyrant swiftly extended his hands, transforming them into numerous blood-red tentacles in a virus-like manner. Subsequently, these tentacles swiftly wrapped around all the materials in the basement and hurled them towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen caught the materials thrown by the tyrant and tossed them one by one into the spatial warehouse. 2 minutes later, the basement, which was originally filled with treasures, was now completely empty. Yi Chen looked at everything before him and a smile of excitement appeared on his face. He could almost envision Qingjin spitting blood afterwards. However, at that moment, an extraordinary aura suddenly emerged, and hurried footsteps could be heard outside the basement door. The next second, the footsteps abruptly ceased. The stone door of the basement seemed to be pushed as it slowly opened to one side. Yi Chen, noticing this, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he quickly reminded the shadow ghost beside him, "Shadow ghost, run quickly." However, the shadow ghost seemed to be terrified to the extreme, trembling all over. The shadow ghost spoke rapidly, shivering, "Young Master Yi, it's too late. The inner city gate is too far from here. Once we enter the shadow teleportation gate, it will take 10 seconds for the teleportation process, during which the gate cannot be destroyed. If it is destroyed, I will be injured or killed, and you will also suffer significant trauma. We may not be able to escape. Young Master Yi, hold on as much as you can. I will hide first, then find an opportunity to call for reinforcements," the shadow ghost said with an unpleasant expression. Then, he directly used shadow concealment, sinking his entire body underground and disappearing. Watching the disappearing shadow ghost, Yi Chen's expression became increasingly serious, and he instructed the tyrant to prepare for battle. Unfortunately, the true form of the shadow ghost was almost certain death after being injured, so fleeing was the wisest choice. Now, what Yi Chen had to do was to try to block the extraordinary individual outside the door and wait for Lord Qin's men to come to his aid. 1 second later, the stone door was finally opened. At that moment, a figure in a black robe emitting a one-star extraordinary aura appeared outside the door. Seeing this familiar figure, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with endless killing intent. Because this person was the one who killed Tangi. Eagle 6. As Eagle 6 opened the door, he found a young man exuding a strong killing intent and a terrifying coffin spirit. He couldn't help but gasp in shock and shouted, "Who are you? How did you appear here? Who am I? I am the one who will kill you." Yi Chen snorted coldly, not bothering to waste words, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he directly challenged Eagle 6. 2 terrifying golden lights burst out from Yi Chen's eyes and instantly shot towards Eagle 6's head. Seeing this, Eagle 6 was instantly frightened, his scalp going numb as he hastily retreated backward. While retreating, he quickly activated his spiritual power to protect his whole body, attempting to resist Yi Chen's breaking evil golden light. However, the next moment, a loud bang was heard. The entire basement was illuminated by dazzling golden light. The breaking evil golden light instantly pierced through the entire basement passage, blasting onto the wall at the end of the passage, melting a huge hole in it. He managed to dodge that? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with even more killing intent as he watched the disappearing figure before him. Due to the small space in the basement, which was not conducive to the tyrant's battle, Yi Chen directly pursued outside the passage in pursuit of victory. At the same time, he also wanted to see if his breaking evil golden light could injure an extraordinary individual. At this moment, on the first floor of Qingjin's villa, Eagle 6 was panting heavily, crazily escaping from the underground passage. He looked at his burnt arm with lingering fear, a deeply puzzled question emerging in his mind. Who is he after all? Why did he attack me? How could he enter the master's treasure trove? Eagle 6, as Qingjin's most favored subordinate, possessed a C-grade tomb-seeking mouse as his subordinate spirit. Since 80% of the materials in Qingjin's treasure trove were collected by him, Qingjin granted him the right to access the underground treasure trove at any time. However, he couldn't fathom how a stranger appeared in the master's treasure trove. Moreover, this stranger was filled with hostility towards him and even attempted to kill him. Who is he? Could he be from Qin-san? Eagle 6's face turned ugly. Currently, Qingjin was battling Qin-san, and all of Qingjin's extraordinary subordinates had been reassigned, leaving only him, a one-star extraordinary coffin keeper, in the entire villa area. Apart from him, the others were high-ranking coffin keepers. How could they withstand the assailant who had just attacked him? Realizing this, Eagle 6 frantically tried to escape. However, at that moment, a terrifying blade of chi flashed by, whistling directly towards Eagle 6. Seeing the blade of chi chasing him, Eagle 6's face darkened, gathering terrifying spiritual power, he punched towards the blade of chi. A terrifying explosion resounded, instantly dispersing the blade of chi. Witnessing this scene, Eagle 6 stood frozen in place. It was then that he noticed the person chasing him was merely a quasi-high-ranking coffin keeper. Why am I running away? Eagle 6's face turned even uglier. As a one-star extraordinary, although his coffin spirit's strength was not particularly strong, with his own strength and cooperation with the tomb-seeking mouse, he could easily kill quasi-extraordinaries. But he never expected that as an extraordinary, he would be frightened into fleeing by a quasi-high-ranking coffin keeper. This was simply a great humiliation. Kid, who are you? Why did you attack me? Eagle 6 turned to Yi Chen, who had just walked out of the villa, and said coldly. Without hesitation, he summoned the tomb-seeking mouse and had it burrow into the ground, launching a sneak attack towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, a hint of indifference flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. His previous strike of breaking evil golden light had directly shattered the extraordinary's spiritual shield, indicating that his current strength was not inferior to a one-star extraordinary. Moreover, the combat power of the tomb-seeking mouse in front of him seemed extremely weak, completely unable to withstand his attacks. Therefore, Eagle 6 was doomed. Sensing vibrations under his feet, Yi Chen understood that Eagle 6's tomb-seeking mouse had appeared beneath him. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's eyes once again flashed with golden light, fully sensing everything under his feet. The next moment, a cracking sound was heard as a half-meter-long tomb-seeking mouse rushed towards Yi Chen, attempting to bite his neck. Watching the tomb-seeking mouse suddenly appear before him, a burst of golden light erupted from Yi Chen's eyes, directly killing the coffin spirit. Ding! You have successfully killed LV. 41 tomb-seeking mouse. Ding! Your coffin spirit, tyrant, has doubled its experience, gaining plus 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, 77, has doubled its experience, gaining plus 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant, 77, current level is LV. 30, quasi-leader level. Next level requires 14690/26700 experience points. Ignoring the system's notification sounds, Yi Chen looked towards the terrified Eagle 6 not far away, a surge of killing intent rising in his heart. In an instant, Tyrant slashed towards Eagle 6, cutting him in half at the waist. Who are you? Why did you kill me? Eagle 6 spat blood from his mouth, asking in terror before his death. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that by killing Tangi, you have sealed your own fate. After Yi Chen killed Eagle 6, Shadow Ghost nervously emerged from underground. He glanced at the bisected Eagle 6 lying on the ground and the grave-seeking golden rat charred by golden light, his eyes filled with extreme shock. Damn! Young Master Yi, you actually managed to kill a transcendent one-star expert in seconds? Shadow Ghost exclaimed in disbelief. Although Lord Qin had been praising Yi Chen's extraordinary talent and terrifying strength in front of his doppelganger since last night, Shadow Ghost never expected Yi Chen to be this formidable. It was known that Yi Chen's current spiritual power was only at the quasi-high level. Normally, even 100 quasi-high-level undertakers combined would not be enough to kill a transcendent being. It was extremely rare in the world for someone with quasi-high-level strength to kill a transcendent being, let alone 10 levels higher. Even some king-level geniuses who contracted with S-class coffin spirits would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps echoed. More than 10 high-level undertakers appeared outside the villa, dressed in Qin family attire and accompanied by their respective coffin spirits, their faces filled with strong killing intent. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the residence of the Qin family's patriarch? Are you seeking death? One of the leading high-level 5-star undertakers pointed at Yi Chen and questioned. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. He had not expected these guards to arrive so quickly, so he decided to eliminate them all on the spot. Tyrant, kill! Yi Chen said coldly. As soon as he spoke, the tyrant swung his long knife with one hand, taking the initiative to sweep a blade chi like a streak of lightning towards the leader in the crowd. The leading undertaker saw the blade chi flying towards him in midair like lightning. His pupils constricted suddenly, and he quickly summoned a huge yellow rat wolf spirit to defend himself. However, the tyrant's attacking blade chi was as piercing as a cold wind, penetrating the defense of the yellow rat wolf spirit. It went through the body of the yellow rat wolf spirit and then entered the body of the leading undertaker. With a pu sound, the leading undertaker felt intense pain all over his body, his eyes widened, and he spurted several mouthfuls of blood madly. How can you be this strong? The leading undertaker said in agony. The next moment, the invading blade chi erupted inside him, starting to ravage wildly. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut into countless pieces, accompanied by crimson blood slowly dripping to the ground. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV. 35 Yellow Skin Spirit. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience plus 1000. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77, experience doubled, gained experience plus 1000. Ding! Your coffin spirits, tyrant, 77, current level is LV. 30, quasi-leader level. Next level requires 15690/26700 experience. Upon hearing the system prompts, Yi Chen's brow furrowed slowly. The experience gained this time did not bring him much joy because he did not expect that killing coffin spirits 5 levels higher than himself would only yield 1000 experience points. This meant that in the future, if he wanted to level up by killing coffin spirits over 30 levels higher, he would have to kill dozens of them at least. Conveniently, there are more than 10 high-level undertakers in front of me. Killing their coffin spirits won't be a loss. Yi Chen's mind flashed with strong killing intent once again. At this moment, the other guards were obviously intimidated by the tyrant's strike, standing frozen in place, their eyes filled with immense fear. How is this possible? This zombie is too terrifying. It can instantly kill with one strike to the head. What should we do? Should we fight him to the death? Fight? Haven't you seen how quickly they were killed? Let's run away quickly. Let's escape. Just remember his face. When the master returns, he will take care of him. Everyone summoned their coffin spirits to guard them, watching Yi Chen vigilantly, then turned and ran. However, would Yi Chen give up this opportunity to level up? Tyrant, slaughter them all. Yi Chen said coldly. As soon as he spoke, a burst of burning flames erupted under the tyrant's feet, transforming into a shadow that rushed towards the crowd. The sound of continuous screams filled the area near the villa, turning it into a living hell. Every swing of the tyrant's blade could instantly kill a person. However, due to Yi Chen's reminder, the tyrant prioritized killing the coffin spirits under these high-level coffin keepers. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 900 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77, experience doubled, gained plus 900 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 800 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77. The continuous upgrade notifications appeared in Yi Chen's mind, making him feel a hint of excitement. The last time he had such a screen swipe was a few days ago when he encountered a beast tied on the armored train. This time, he just changed the targets he killed to the coffin spirits under the high-level coffin keepers. It's a pity that there aren't enough high-level coffin keepers guarding the villa under Qingjin's command, otherwise, I could have slaughtered them all. Yi Chen thought to himself. Moments later, the tyrant had killed all the guards, only 2,000 experience points away from reaching level 31. This meant that once he reached level 31, he would truly be at the commanding level, with strength even higher than now. On the side, Shadow Ghost saw this scene and felt numb all over. He could no longer describe how incredible Yi Chen was. Yi Chen, you are too strong. Shadow Ghost praised sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Just then, a phone rang suddenly. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looked at Shadow Ghost, and quickly said, "Is Uncle Qin calling?" At these words, Shadow Ghost's face changed suddenly, took out his phone, and checked. When he saw that the caller was Third Master Qin, he answered the call without hesitation. Third Master. Shadow Ghost answered the phone, eagerly inquiring. After 2 seconds, a series of coughs seemed to come from the phone. Cough. Shadow Ghost, I have lost. Third Master Qin's heavy voice came through the phone, indicating his current state was not good. Third Master, how could you lose? Why? This can't be happening. Shadow Ghost shouted loudly, his eyes showing a dazed look. Wait until I recover from my injuries before I tell you. Right now, take all your men and little Yi to the Lin family, seek temporary shelter from the Lin family master. After urgently instructing over the phone, he hung up directly. At this moment, Shadow Ghost turned to Yi Chen, his face extremely serious, and said anxiously, Yi Chen, we need to leave. Third Master has spoken, come with me to the Lin family, don't go to the inner city gate. Seeing Shadow Ghost's extreme anxiety, Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Although he had guessed that the Lin family was Lin Yin's family, taking everything from Qingjin's treasure trove now would surely make Qingjin desperate. If he went to the Lin family now, Qingjin might come looking for him, forcibly demanding all the materials, or even resort to violence. By then, the Lin family might not dare to protect him due to their relationship with the Blade Court. Thinking of this, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, Shadow Ghost, I'm not going to the Lin family. Take me to the inner city gate. Several minutes later, Yi Chen left the city gate of the Jiangnan base and hailed a fast car, instructing the driver to speed towards the location of the demon annihilating base. Due to the need to evade Qingjin's pursuit on the way to the demon annihilating base, Yi Chen had to obtain permission from Zhou Tong before entering the base directly. Otherwise, he would be blasted out by the guards stationed at the demon annihilating base. Without hesitation, Yi Chen dialed Zhou Tong's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Yi Chen spoke directly. Zhou, where are you now? I need your help with something. Yi Chen, I'm busy right now. Just tell me what you need help with, and I'll make sure to assist you, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Zhou, I've encountered some tricky situations and need to stay at your demon annihilating base for 2 days. Oh, is that so? I'll inform the guards later. When you arrive at the gate of the base, just walk in directly, they won't stop you. After I finish my business, I'll bring some wine back to the base, and we'll have a great night. Zhou Tong sounded extremely excited. Alright, thanks a lot, Zhou. Yi Chen, I'll talk to you later. I need to continue investigating that matter now. We'll catch up later. After saying that, Zhou Tong hung up the phone. Has the Undertaker who released the zombies to cause trouble not been caught yet? Yi Chen thought to himself. The events of the past few days had left Yi Chen feeling tired. Finally, he had gathered the materials to allow Chi-Chi to evolve. However, it was somewhat regrettable that Tangi had lost his life helping Yi Chen find these materials. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but show a bitter smile. I should stay at the demon annihilating base for the next 2 days and wait for Chi-Chi to successfully evolve. Yi Chen pondered. Soon, Yi Chen got off the car and arrived at the gate of the demon annihilating base. Thanks to Zhou Tong's arrangement, Yi Chen entered the base smoothly. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed 2 familiar figures standing not far away on the training ground. They were summoning their respective coffin spirits, seemingly discussing combat-related knowledge. One of the figures was tall and slender, dressed in the uniform of the Demon Annihilating Legion, exuding a heroic aura. Yi Chen had met her 2 days ago. She was Xiaoya. The other figure was even more familiar to Yi Chen. She was a petite girl less than 1.6 meters tall, wearing the uniform of Maple Peak City First High School, with twin ponytails. Sensing someone approaching, Xiaoya quickly turned her head in Yi Chen's direction, a look of surprise in her eyes. Xiaoyao, look! Who's that? Xiaoya smiled gently, pointing at Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao quickly turned her head. When she saw Yi Chen's familiar figure, she froze in place. Yi Chen! Yi Xiaoyao shouted loudly and then, with the Hellfire Demon, rushed towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. He didn't expect this girl to be so excited to see him after just a few days of absence. However, the next moment, the Hellfire Demon instantly conjured a fireball towards him. What the heck? Trying to murder your big brother? Yi Chen's eyes twitched as he dodged to the side. There was a loud bang. The fireball exploded, leaving a hole over a meter wide on the ground. Yi Chen, my Hellfire Demon is powerful, right? It's already level 9 now. Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi Chen, showing a proud smile. Although she couldn't compare to her monstrous brother, her progress far exceeded others her age. In just a few days, she managed to train a level 1 Hellfire Demon to level 9. It would take others at least a month or 2 to achieve that. Yi Chen, seeing Yi Xiaoyao's smug expression, walked over, flicked her head lightly with his finger, and said, indeed impressive, but you still need to work hard. Because I'm already a quasi-high-level coffin sealer. Yi Chen laughed. Normally, he didn't like to show off in front of others and preferred to keep his various strengths hidden. But not with Yi Xiaoyao. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Xiaoyao's face showed a hint of disdain. Humph, all you do is boast. When you left Maple Peak City, you were only quasi-mid-level. It's only been a few days. You claim to be quasi-high-level. I don't believe it. Yi Xiaoyao coldly snorted. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, who was approaching, overheard their conversation clearly. She glanced at Yi Chen. When she sensed the quasi-high-level spiritual power emanating from Yi Chen, she trembled with astonishment and said, Xiaoyao, what your brother said seems to be true. He really is quasi-high-level. Xiaoya exclaimed in fear. Despite encountering numerous geniuses, she had never seen someone like Yi Chen before. She had even tried to entice Yi Chen with a spot at the Emperor's tomb, which now seemed like a joke. Just a few days ago, she had witnessed Yi Chen at only mid-level 5 stars, but now, in just 3 days, he had become a quasi-high-level coffin sealer. This rate of advancement completely surpassed the speed of advancement in the Emperor's tomb, truly terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Xiaoyao also stared at Yi Chen in astonishment, but the emotion in her eyes was not unfamiliarity or doubt, but intense excitement. Then, as if going mad, she directly hugged Yi Chen's hand and jumped up. Yi Chen, you really became a quasi-high-level coffin sealer? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Ha ha, truly my big brother. So amazing. Really incredible. Yi Xiaoyao's excitement lasted for about 3 minutes before calming down. Yi Chen smiled and ruffled her head. However, what surprised him was that Yi Xiaoyao stood still and didn't shy away, appearing unusually obedient. It seemed like she had thought of something. Yi Chen, with a faint smile on his lips, looked at Yi Xiaoyao and asked inquisitively, "Little sister, how come you're in Jiangnan Bay City? Aren't you taking the graduation assessment this time?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately raised her head proudly and excitedly said, "Xiaoya has invited me to join the Demon Slayer Legion, so of course, I won't participate in the graduation assessment." Xiaoya, noticing Yi Chen's confusion, walked over and explained softly, "Yi Chen, our Demon Slayer Legion has a training camp specifically for new members. Our teaching abilities far surpass any town's academy in a super large base city. We can quickly help trainees grow. And you should know, we recruit the strongest elite students from various town academies, so those academies practically serve our Demon Slayer Legion. Xiaoyao has great talent, and her coffin spirit contract is powerful. She doesn't need to waste time at a town academy. She can be better trained directly by our Demon Slayer Legion." Xiaoya's eyes gleamed with confidence. To know that the quota for the Demon Slayer Legion's training camp is an extremely coveted opportunity for students from the major academies in Daxia. In order to join this camp, numerous students who have contracted with B-grade coffin spirits would fight fiercely for it. Because the minimum requirement to join the Demon Slayer Legion training camp is to possess high-level talent, a B-grade coffin spirit. And Yi Xiaoyao's talent is a transcendent flame baptism. Coupled with an A-grade coffin spirit, she completely qualifies to compete with the top 10 geniuses. Therefore, no matter what, Xiaoya would invite Yi Xiaoyao in. After listening to Xiaoya's explanation, Yi Chen was also slightly stunned. He did not expect that the trainees of the Demon Slayer Legion were actually selected from the top students of the major academies in the towns. This undoubtedly proved how powerful the forces from the official side, with several supreme powers presiding, were. Yi Chen looked at Xiaoya and a gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Commander Xiao, I will trouble you with Showdown's matters in the future." "No trouble, it's only natural. Since Xiaoyao has already joined our Jiangnan base, she has naturally become one of us. In the future, the coffin keepers in our base will treat her as their own," Xiaoya said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded quickly, expressing his gratitude once again. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao seemed a bit curious about Yi Chen's visit and asked with a smile, "Yi Chen, did you deliberately come to the Demon Slayer base to find me because you knew I was coming here?" Hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. "No." Yi Xiaoyao snorted at his words, looking displeased as she said, "Did you not read the message I sent you?" She had sent a message to Yi Chen before coming here, but after he replied to several messages last night, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air this morning, which infuriated Yi Xiaoyao to the extreme. "Yi Chen, you really need to change your habit of not reading messages. What if you miss something important and end up regretting it later? At least when you're out, let me know if you're safe," Yi Xiaoyao said with a pout. With these words, Yi Chen recalled Tangi's message, his body trembling slightly, then he took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I will read them promptly from now on." Seemingly to change the subject, Yi Chen quickly turned to Xiaoya and asked, "Commander Xiao, are there any spare dormitories at the Demon Slayer base? I'd like to stay here for 2 days." "Stay here for 2 days?" Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled at Yi Chen. She couldn't understand why Yi Chen chose to stay at the monotonous Demon Slayer base when there were plenty of luxurious hotels in the city center of the Jiangnan base. Could it be that Yi Chen had encountered some trouble? Or did he want to come and accompany his little sister? However, Yi Chen's next words directly stunned both Xiaoya and Yi Xiaoyao in place. "I've encountered a very tricky situation. I need the protection of the Demon Slayer base for 2 days." Yi Chen looked straight at Xiaoya and spoke without any concealment. Xiaoya regained her composure and did not inquire about the reason for Yi Chen's request. A confident smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "Then Yi Chen, you've come to the right place. The Demon Slayer base is indeed the safest area in the city of the Jiangnan base. If you want to stay here, not just for 2 days, even if it's for 2 months, it's fine." You see, Yi Chen is the most talented genius Xiaoya has ever seen. She hoped Yi Chen would stay as long as possible. The longer Yi Chen stayed here, the more opportunities she would have to persuade him to join the Demon Slayer Legion in the future. If necessary, she could even ask Yi Xiaoyao to persuade her own brother to join. Yi Chen, coincidentally, the place where Xiaoyao stays has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. You can stay with her. Xiaoya revealed a gentle smile, then said to Yi Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, please take your brother to the dormitory quickly." It seemed like lifting her head was a bit strenuous for her. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's entire body slowly floated up from the ground, finally reaching the same height as Yi Chen, standing steadily in midair. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Coffin Spirit, Ling Fu Fei Tianjiang Nu, Chi-Chi, Character Template, Resurrecting Child, Race, Corpse Clan, Ghost, Level, LV. 30, Quasi-Leader Level, Experience, 24700/26700, Seal Level, S Level Ancient Crystal Coffin, Talent, Immortal Body of Heaven, Ice Fairy Power, Flying and Ground Escape, Skills, Silent Leap Attack, 3rd Tier, Sword Chi Slash, 3rd Tier, Instant Step, Advanced Swordsmanship, Space Manipulation, Special, True Calamity Symbol, Exclusive, Transformation Technique, 3rd Tier, Extreme Speed Flight, 3rd Tier, Unique Skill, Void Divine Symbol, Fairy Magic, Cold Disease Ghost Messenger. Fairy Magic, Salvation and Calamity Relief, Flaws, Forgetful, Biting, Dislike of Coffins, Intimacy, 80, Current Status, Excited, Evolution Potential, 2 times, Introduction, Flying Corpse, Not Decaying for 1,000 years, Not Aging for 10,000 years, Traversing Heaven and Earth, Manipulating Objects across space. Exceptional Potential, Capable of Defense, Offense, and Support. More talents and special skills. And the Immortal Body and Void drawing symbols have changed. Yi Chen murmured as he watched Chi-Chi's transformation. Compared to before, Chi-Chi was undoubtedly much stronger now. Especially with the addition of flying and ground escape, as well as space manipulation, Chi-Chi's functionality had increased significantly. It was worth noting that a coffin spirit capable of flight was highly attractive to gravekeepers below the extraordinary level. Moreover, in terms of flight speed, a coffin spirit with flight capabilities could definitely outperform any gravekeeper. Thinking of this, Yi Chen asked without hesitation, Chi-Chi, can you fly me up now? How fast is your flying speed? Chi-Chi obediently nodded at the question and softly replied, can. Very fast. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. If we need to travel in the future, you must fly me there. Yi Chen rubbed Chi-Chi's head and said. With these words, Chi-Chi reached out a hand towards Yi Chen, and with a burst of ice fairy power, Yi Chen felt like he was standing on empty space, slowly floating up. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. He suppressed his excitement to take a flight and return to the ground of the Covenant space. Right. The rewards from the previous task. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The reward from the previous task was something he had longed for. An advanced Corpse Clan template lottery ticket. Suddenly remembering something, Yi Chen quickly turned to look at the tyrant. Tyrant, do you want to increase your potential? Yi Chen stared straight at the tyrant and asked. At this, the tyrant, who had been guarding Chi-Chi, stood up, lowered its head to look at Yi Chen, and uttered a deep and resonant voice. Want. The tyrant's eyes gleamed with desire. It was well aware of its potential, only at the D level. This meant that if it rose another 9 levels, its strength would reach its peak. This peak, for it, was already the limit, indicating that its potential had been exhausted, losing any value. If it wanted to become stronger in the future, there was almost no possibility. Sensing the tyrant's thoughts, Yi Chen cast a reassuring look and gently said, Tyrant, I will not abandon you. And you don't have to worry about your potential issue because my talent is destined to allow you to break through unlimited potential. As long as we don't die, even becoming a god is not impossible. Yi Chen said confidently. Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed in the tyrant's eyes, and Chi-Chi beside him also turned to look. They did not doubt what Yi Chen said. Now they could clearly feel that their strength had reached an unimaginable level of dominance. These dominant powers were all bestowed by Yi Chen, granting them invincibility at the same level, and even surpassing levels of strength. Tyrant, I have a prop that can enhance your potential now, are you considering it? Yi Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, the tyrant became curious and asked in a deep voice, Master, is it the prop that was originally meant for the child? The tyrant pointed to Chi-Chi beside him. After thinking for a moment, it quickly knelt down, a struggling expression in its eyes as it said, if it's that kind of prop, I don't want to become stronger in that way. You see, the tyrant had seen Chi-Chi's appearance before she had a template. The jumping child was not only mischievous but also stubborn. However, after using this prop, not only did her appearance change drastically, but her bad temper also improved significantly. But it was normal for Yi Chen to do this because if the jumping child did not use a template, with intimacy points below 50, she would easily betray and be impossible to control. Moreover, Yi Chen and the jumping child had no emotional foundation, so he hesitated and directly used the template. At this moment, Yi Chen also understood the tyrant's thoughts and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. What was I thinking? To have such thoughts. Yi Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, a look of guilt in his eyes. When he made a contract with the tyrant, he had wanted the tyrant's infamous name to spread throughout the world. He wanted to see how his first coffin spirit could eventually become a powerful existence. Now, he was in a hurry, thinking of immediately using the template on the tyrant, almost forgetting his original intention. If he used the template on the tyrant and only raised it to a C-level coffin spirit, not only would it waste the high-level template lottery ticket, but it could also change the tyrant's character. This was something Yi Chen could not accept at all. Moreover, he had the talent of a divine-level necromancer. Even if he took it step by step, he could make the tyrant into the most terrifying existence. Soon, a firm look appeared in Yi Chen's eyes, and he quickly helped the tyrant up. Seeing this, the tyrant tacitly understood, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Due to the long time the tyrant and Chi spent in the contract space, after some consideration, Yi Chen released them. After experiencing so much these days, Yi Chen had already developed the habit of having coffin spirits guard him while he slept. Even though he was in the demon extinguishing base now, it was still very necessary to be cautious. Looking at the tyrant standing by the window and Chi rolling on the bed, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Chen's lips. Oh, there's still a skill random duplication card unused. Yi Chen suddenly remembered the task reward from earlier and quickly took out the card from the system space. Ding! Detected an available object for duplication. Host, do you want to use the skill random duplication card now? The system prompt sounded, and Yi Chen quickly turned to look at Chi beside him. For him, this skill duplication card was definitely going to be used on Chi. Although the tyrant had many ordinary skills, besides intermediate healing and advanced swordsmanship, the other ordinary skills were not very useful to him. And he hardly needed intermediate healing because with Chi-Chi's presence, it was unlikely he would be harmed. If he were to be attacked by hostile coffin spirits, with Yi Chen's current physical body, he would undoubtedly die. Without hesitation, Yi Chen looked directly at Chi-Chi, ready to extract her ordinary skills. Use skill to randomly copy the card. Target, Chi-Chi. After saying that, the copy card in Yi Chen's hand disappeared instantly, turning into specks of starlight that entered Chi-Chi's body. Ding! Congratulations on copying a random common skill from the target, Instant Step. What the heck? Instant Step. Yi Chen was instantly astonished. You see, what he craved most right now were Sword Chi Slash and Instant Step. Sword Chi Slash could give him another powerful attack method, while Instant Step undoubtedly could enhance his self-preservation ability in dangerous situations. Ha, indeed my luck has always been good. Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly. With the evil-breaking golden eyes and Instant Step, Yi Chen was certain that he could survive in the hands of any extraordinary individual. Because with his current strength as a nearly high-ranking coffin master, he could easily leap tens of meters in one go. The next day, at the gate street of the inner city. At this moment, a man and a woman were walking briskly. Behind them were hundreds of well-trained high-ranking coffin masters dressed in the uniform of the demon annihilating base, fully armed. These high-ranking coffin masters exuded a murderous aura, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in surprise. What the heck? What's going on with the people from the demon annihilating base? Why are they all here in the inner city today? Could it be that they are here to seek revenge on someone? Hiss! Could it be that someone without eyesight has provoked the soldiers of the demon annihilating base again? The crowd discussed one after another. They remembered the last time a soldier from the demon annihilating base was bullied by a regular member of the Blade Court in the inner city. Subsequently, the demon annihilating base directly dispatched more than 10 high-ranking second-star coffin masters to give a harsh lesson to that ordinary member who was at the extraordinary 3-star level. They even pressured the higher-ups of the Blade Court to come out and apologize to the soldier from the demon annihilating base who was bullied. This made people realize one thing, that although the demon annihilating base usually kept a low profile, it was a behemoth that even the Blade Court dared not provoke. Moreover, everyone who came out of the demon annihilating base was elite, each possessing the strength to fight beyond their rank. Just a little over 10 high-ranking second-star coffin masters easily crushed an extraordinary 3-star, which was incredibly terrifying. Don't speculate randomly, they are not here in the inner city for revenge, someone in the crowd said. As soon as this was said, it immediately caught the attention of others. They are not here for revenge. Could there be something else that is worth such a large-scale mobilization? Have you forgotten the news released by the law enforcement department a few days ago? You mean someone released zombies in the outer city, causing a large number of civilian deaths? Yes. Originally, this matter was being investigated by the Demon Annihilating Legion and the law enforcement department, but they have not been able to find out who did it. And the night before last, there were also incidents of a large number of coffin masters being devoured in the inner city. The law enforcement department in the inner city is already in a panic and dare not investigate, so they had to invite people from the demon annihilating base to come and investigate in the inner city. Explains someone who was aware of the situation. Upon hearing this, the people around them immediately showed a grim expression. The folks from the law enforcement department are really useless, they are only good at bullying people. When it comes to doing something meaningful, they are useless. In my opinion, only the Demon Annihilating Legion can be relied upon, they are trustworthy. The crowd discussed one after another, looking at the soldiers of the Demon Annihilating Legion with admiration, making way for them on both sides. Soon, Xiaoya divided the hundreds of members from the Demon Annihilating base into 10 small teams, each responsible for investigating a specific area. Zhou Tong was left behind by her. Old Zhou, accompany me to the Qin family manor. Xiaoya looked at Zhou Tong, her eyes showing a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's face immediately showed a look of astonishment. Commander, are you saying that the zombie might have gone there to devour the bodies of the extraordinary individuals? Zhou Tong asked. Yes. Xiaoya nodded and said, the corpse of the coffin keeper has a very strong attraction for this cunning zombie. Especially the corpse of a strong individual, it will definitely devour it at all costs. We can now go to the Qin family manor to investigate and inquire about the whereabouts of the corpses of the extraordinary beings who died in the great battle. If we know these clues, then we can lurk near the corpses of the extraordinary beings, then ambush this zombie and capture it. Confidence flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. Hearing this, Zhou Tong couldn't help but give Xiaoya a thumbs up. Being so young and able to become the overall commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base was not without reason. Just based on this deduction, they could almost pinpoint the whereabouts of this zombie. It's worth noting that evil zombies can change their appearance, even legendary powerhouses using their divine sense wouldn't be able to detect them. If it were someone else, they would definitely search aimlessly, only able to hope for blind luck. Commander, should we contact the higher-ups and have them send an extraordinary being with an S-level coffin spirit from another base to support us? Zhou Tong seemed to have figured something out, furrowing his brow and saying, I feel like this S-level zombie will be more troublesome than we imagine. Hearing this, Xiaoya's expression also became serious. She was well aware of the power of S-level creatures, especially when facing an unknown-level creature, which made her somewhat cautious. Old Zhou, thanks to your reminder, otherwise, I would definitely fall into its hands. Xiaoya threw a grateful look at Zhou Tong, smiling. Ha, Commander, you're being too modest. With your transcendent talent for damage transfer and an A-level mirror ghost, you have more than enough to protect yourself against it. I'm just a little afraid it might have some unknown means, so we must be cautious. Zhou Tong chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya then smiled and said, Zhou, you wait here for a moment. I'll go contact the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base to see if there's anyone available over there. If so, we can discuss our next steps. Within the influence of the Daoting in the center of the inner city, a young man with handsome features and long black armor was walking towards the main hall. At that moment, a strange phone call came in. Han Jun frowned at the sight and then answered the phone. Hello, are you Han Jun, the commander of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base? A gentle and pleasant female voice came through the phone. I am Han Jun. May I ask who is calling? Han Jun listened to the woman's voice on the phone and couldn't help but look puzzled. I am Xiaoya, the overall commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. So it's Commander Xiao. Han Jun furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, May I ask what business Commander Xiao has with me? Commander Han, our Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base has encountered a tricky situation in the inner city recently and we need your assistance to resolve it. I have already spoken to the overall commander of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base on the phone. He recommended you to me, saying that you had just returned to Jiangnan City. If you are free now, could you come to the inner city gate to meet me? I'll be waiting for you here. There was a hint of urgency in her voice over the phone. Han Jun, without asking for more details, calmly said, Commander Xiao, please wait for me for half an hour, I'll be there soon. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya on the other end of the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, Alright, I'll wait for Commander Han to arrive. 2 minutes later, Han Jun arrived at the main hall. When the three legends of the Daoting saw him, their faces lit up with excitement. Jun Air, they exclaimed in unison. Seeing this, Han Jun's face immediately broke into a mischievous smile as he said, Jun Air pays respects to father. I've seen Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. Juner, are you preparing to head to the Demon Eradication Base in the outer city? Han Sandao, the Blade Master, looked at his son and asked with a smile. Han Jun shook his head immediately upon hearing this and said, Father, I just received a call from the overall commander of the Demon Eradication Base in Jiangnan. She mentioned a tricky matter that needs my assistance. Once I help her resolve this issue, I can rightfully proceed to the Demon Eradication Base in Jiangnan. Hearing this, a hint of displeasure appeared on Han Sandao's face. He had called Han Jun back to Jiangnan primarily to have him kill Yi Chen and retrieve all the materials lost by Qin Jin. However, he didn't expect that the Demon Eradication Base in Jiangnan would request Han Jun's support. If Han Jun were assigned to a faraway place, wouldn't it be a waste of a lot of time? Juner, do you know what task they need your assistance with? Han Sandow said in a deep voice. If it's a task outside Jiangnan City or requires 1 or 2 days, then you shouldn't go. Han Jun, upon hearing this, once again revealed a mischievous smile and said, Father, it's just some small tasks within Jiangnan City. I believe I can resolve them quickly. And after I help them complete this task, they will owe me a favor. Even if I accidentally kill someone at the demon eradication base, they owe me this favor, and they won't say much. Han Jun's eyes sparkled with confidence. Han Sandow chuckled upon hearing this. Very well, I'll be waiting for your good news today. After you retrieve Qingjin's materials, I will let you choose an S-class evil dragon at the Coffin Spirit Appraisal meeting as your second Coffin Spirit. With these words, Han Jun's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, Thank you, Father. He had already contracted with an S-class demon race Coffin Spirit, and now that he had reached the extraordinary level, he hadn't contracted with any other Coffin Spirits. Because his standards were now extremely high, he didn't even consider Coffin Spirits below the S-class. This Coffin Spirit Appraisal meeting undoubtedly brought him a huge surprise, a Dragon Race Coffin Spirit. Once he contracted with a Dragon Race Coffin Spirit and went to the Emperor's tomb for cultivation, his strength would undergo another earth-shattering change. By then, his strength might even be able to compete with quasi-legendary powerhouses. Junior, in that case, you should hurry up and go. Don't waste any time. Han Sandow waved his hand, smiling. Yes, Father. Han Jun responded. With that, he left the main hall, then leaped into the air and flew away. Over 10 minutes later, Xiaoya met Han Jun, and the two of them discussed briefly before heading directly to the Qin family estate. Upon seeing Han Jun and Xiaoya's arrival, Qin Shen appeared extremely respectful. Young Master Han, may I ask if you have come to my estate for something? Qin Shen asked with a smile. However, this show of respect was only for Han Jun. He didn't seem to care much about Xiaoya. At this moment, Xiaoya didn't pay attention to this either. After all, a legendary powerhouse like her naturally wouldn't care about how welcome she was at the demon eradication base. Xiaoya's expression was cold as she asked directly, Master Qin, we are here to ask you something. If you know, please tell us. What is it? Qin Shen looked at Xiaoya and said indifferently. In the recent battle at your Qin family estate, many extraordinary individuals must have died. I want to know, where were their bodies taken? Xiaoya stared at Qin Shen and asked decisively. Qin Shen's face darkened upon hearing this. Do I need your demon eradication base to inquire about how I arrange my subordinates' bodies? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's face turned somewhat ugly, then she turned to look at Han Jun. Seeing this, Han Jun's lips curved slightly, looking at Qin Shen with a smile that was not quite a smile, and said, Master Qin, just say what you know. I have urgent matters to attend to, and if you delay my time, I won't hesitate to tell my father about this. With these words, a look of fear immediately appeared on Qin Shen's face. He was already at odds with Yi Chen, essentially offending the Snow Shadow Seekers. If he offended the young master of the Dao Court at this time, it would mean trouble with the Dao Court. Once Qin Hui came to avenge Yi Chen, he would undoubtedly be doomed. Thinking of this, Qin Shen hurriedly explained, trembling, Young Master Han, I have already sent my subordinates' bodies to the South Street Cemetery. Han Jun nodded lightly. Then he turned to Xiaoya, his lips curving into a smile as he said, Commander Xiao, let's go. Let's head to the cemetery now. With that, the two flew off towards the direction of the cemetery. At this moment, in a morgue in the South Street Cemetery, a cemetery worker slowly pushed open the morgue's door. He then entered, looked around cautiously, and directly closed the door. He gazed at the neatly arranged bodies of 7 or 8 extraordinary individuals before him. Suddenly, a strong black mist emanated from the worker's body. His body rapidly transformed, turning into a white-haired zombie with eerie patterns on his pale skin in the blink of an eye. He then slowly extended a hand with sharp nails. As his arm swiftly changed, it directly transformed into a black tentacle with a mouthpiece, piercing into several bodies before him. Hiss! Truly extraordinary bodies of the extraordinary. They can provide me with immense energy. As long as I absorb these bodies, my level will definitely reach 43. Tangi's face revealed a greedy look as he licked his tongue, appearing to greatly enjoy it. Since becoming a zombie, his violent desires had expanded infinitely, almost burying all memories. Now, he had only one obsession, which was to keep getting stronger, strong enough to seek revenge, strong enough to do as he pleased. Deep within him, there was an indescribable hatred for Jiangnan City. Once I reach level 55, I will slaughter all living beings in this detestable base city. Tangi's eyes gleamed crimson, revealing sharp fangs as he gritted his teeth. Just then, 2 hurried footsteps and a very powerful aura suddenly appeared outside the morgue's door without warning. Seeing this, Tangi's eyes flashed with a killing intent. He then resumed the appearance of a worker, quietly waiting for the people outside to enter. At that moment, a male and a female voice were heard outside the door again. "Commander Shao, open the door. I'll go in first, and you follow." Han Jun's lips curved with a hint of mischief as he spoke. Seeing the slightly upturned smile on the other party's face, Xiaoya felt a wave of resistance. However, out of politeness, she didn't say much and directly opened the door. As soon as they entered, the two heard a questioning voice. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing in the morgue?" Sensing that the two emitted a stronger aura than himself, Tangi did not act directly but instead frowned and scrutinized Xiaoya and Han Jun. Upon seeing the man suddenly appear before them, Xiaoya and Han Jun's faces immediately darkened, becoming extremely vigilant. Xiaoya emitted waves of terrifying spiritual power, her tone cold as she said, "And who are you? Why are you in the morgue?" "I'm a body mover here. Just came to transport the bodies, and now I'm ready to leave," Tangi said expressionlessly, then walked towards the gate. Despite his current level 42 strength, Tangi still lacked confidence. Ever since turning into a zombie and acquiring the skill of 1,000 disguises, Tangi only believed in one word: endure. Because his strongest talent was devouring enhancement and undead regeneration. Devouring enhancement was an extraordinary growth talent. As long as he could devour energy, he could continuously grow stronger. And undead regeneration consumed energy to restore vitality, slowly recovering to full strength. Therefore, whenever faced with avoidable battles, Tangi would find a way to escape. If there was no way to avoid it, he had the talent of undead regeneration, so even if he was chopped into pieces, he could slowly revive. However, each resurrection would consume the energy he had devoured, causing his strength level to decrease. On the side, Han Jun glanced at Tangi, who was about to walk out of the gate, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. "Did I say you could leave?" Han Jun said lightly, reaching out a hand to block Tangi's path. Seeing this action, Tangi's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, coldly saying, "Are you looking for trouble?" "Heh," a corpse carrier seeing a transcendent being and still acting so calm, clearly abnormal. Han Jun sneered. Hearing this, Xiaoya also carefully scrutinized the corpse carrier in front of her. However, after looking for a while, she didn't find anything unusual. Because the corpse carrier in front of her looked no different from an ordinary novice coffin keeper, emitting no scent of zombies, so it was unlikely to be their target. "Commander Han, he's just an ordinary coffin keeper, not the target we're looking for," Xiaoya said to Han Jun calmly. But when Han Jun heard Xiaoya's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips again, saying, "Commander Xiao, don't be so sure about everything. Whether he is that zombie, I will know with just one try," Han Jun said confidently. At this, a barely perceptible hint of killing intent flashed in Tangi's eyes. While Xiaoya's eyes showed a hint of doubt, she asked, "Commander Han, how do you plan to test him?" "Of course, I'll test him with his life." Han Jun revealed a cruel smile. For him, he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Knowing that the zombie was extremely cunning and would come to devour the bodies, Han Jun naturally wouldn't let any suspicious targets go. If it were an ordinary coffin keeper, seeing such a powerful transcendent being like him, they would definitely be scared stiff, kneeling and begging for mercy, calling him sir in fear. But the corpse carrier in front of him seemed too calm, making him very uncomfortable. So this corpse carrier was undoubtedly doomed. Han Jun's spiritual power surged in his hand, summoning 2 moon blades emitting a green light out of thin air. He then grabbed the 2 moon blades, took a step forward, and rushed to Tangi, slashing towards his head. Seeing this, Tangi's eyes flashed with a fierce look, dodging narrowly to avoid the dangerous strike. "I didn't want to fight you, but if you seek death, don't blame me." Tangi instantly transformed into a zombie state, revealing a ferocious set of sharp teeth. Watching Tangi transform into a zombie, Han Jun remained unfazed. Instead, a smile crept up on his lips. "Commander Shao, this guy is our target. You see, I wasn't wrong. Don't be careless, this guy is at least an S-class coffin spirit, his strength should not be inferior to mine. We should be cautious." Xiaoya's face showed a serious expression. However, Han Jun seemed to have heard a joke and burst into laughter. "Ha, Commander Shao, just watch from the side. My coffin spirit demon hunter is also S-class, and its level is even higher. With just a zombie, it wants to harm a demon, it's like dreaming. You should know, demons are the strongest, and zombies are the weakest. So, it's doomed today." Han Jun's words sounded extremely arrogant. Although Xiaoya felt somewhat disdainful deep down, she had to admit that the other party did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. After all, Han Jun had reached the extraordinary 2-star level at only 22 years old, and he also had 3 legendary powerhouses backing him. Anyone would be proud. "Commander Han, don't be careless," Xiaoya raised her eyebrows slightly and reminded, "its corpse poison is very strong, and its other attack abilities are unknown, so it's better for us to join forces against it." As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual power in Xiaoya's hand flashed instantly, turning into a blood-red gossip seal, and a jade coffin emitting a strange aura emerged from the formation. Tangi, seeing this, showed a look of great fear in his eyes. To him, this woman who appeared relatively calm in front of him posed a greater threat. Because if he wanted to escape, he had to harm this woman, otherwise, he would almost certainly be captured alive. Without any hesitation, Tangi directly used his instant step technique, turning into a shadow and appearing behind Xiaoya out of thin air, ready to break her neck with a claw. Humph, beast, did I say you could move? Han Jun seemed to have already noticed Tangi's actions and instantly burst out with spiritual power, swinging the moon blade in his hand. The green-glowing moon blade turned into an arc, as fast as lightning, and slashed Tangi's wrist in an instant. With a splatter, a burst of black blood sprayed out, creating a strong blood mist, and Tangi's wrist was directly severed by this blow, flying several meters and falling to the ground. The jade-green moon blade had also pierced through the morgue's wall, bursting out with incredibly terrifying energy, splitting the huge wall into two, collapsing inch by inch. Looking at his severed wrist, Tangi did not show fear but instead revealed a sinister smile. Because his blood carried an extremely terrifying corpse demon poison. If absorbed by the two people in front of him, he could definitely kill them both. Commander Han, stay away, this guy's blood carries corpse poison. If contaminated, the consequences will be severe. Xiaoya frowned and quickly reminded. She released her spiritual power under her feet, turning into a shadow and appearing 20 meters away. However, upon hearing this, Han Jun chuckled lightly and said calmly, Commander Xiao, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just a zombie, how strong can its corpse poison be? And I have a specially made high-level antidote against corpse poison, so you don't have to worry about being infected by its poison. Just stand aside and watch, you don't need to do anything, just watch how I kill this beast. Han Jun turned to Xiaoya, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, and said mischievously. With these words, Tang Ye's eyes immediately emitted a strong killing intent. For him, the biggest threat in front of him was always this woman with a strength at the extraordinary 5-star level. As for this man called Commander Han, he was very self-assured, clearly lacking in intelligence. Tang Yi had intended to injure the woman, infect her, and then preserve some combat power to escape, so he did not pay attention to the man's sarcasm at the moment. But the other party was just too good at pretending, how could he endure it? Can you withstand my corpse poison? Then let's give it a try, Tang Yi said coldly. In the next moment, he directly raised the arm with the broken wrist and pointed it at Han Jun. Suddenly, countless dark tentacles of flesh and blood gushed out from the wound, transforming into thousands of huge spikes dripping with corpse demon poison in the blink of an eye, shooting towards Han Jun and Xiaoya like sharp arrows. These spikes were impenetrable, blocking out the sky and sun, raining down like arrows, almost sealing off the escape route for the two. Han Jun, with a look of disdain in his eyes, then manifested spiritual power under his feet, leaping into the air like a rocket, breaking through the ceiling of the morgue and flying out. Xiaoya summoned a glamorous female ghost holding a huge dressing mirror, then directly entered the world inside the mirror, disappearing with the female ghost. In the instant Xiaoya disappeared, numerous huge black spikes with a devastating force ruthlessly pierced into the morgue's floor. The continuous booming sounds were heard. A terrifying energy burst erupted, causing countless earth-shattering explosions in the morgue. Waves of air swept out like a tsunami, leveling the entire morgue and the surrounding area for dozens of meters. On the ruins, Han Jun looked at Tang Yi in the center of the wreckage, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. Zombies are just zombies, their attacks are weak. Even if they have S-level potential, they are still trash. It seems not worth summoning the coffin spirit. At that moment, a dressing mirror suddenly appeared beside Han Jun, and as the mirror distorted, Xiaoya followed a glamorous female ghost, quickly emerging from the mirror. Seeing this scene, Han Jun grinned, a hint of concern in his eyes, saying, Xiao Commander, you almost got hurt by this trash zombie just now. Be more careful next time in such situations. Hearing this, Xiaoya's face flashed with disgust, turning somewhat cold. Commander Han, spare me the unnecessary words. Please cooperate with me to quickly capture this zombie. If it escapes, it will be a disaster for the entire Jiangnan base city. Xiaoya's tone became serious. Hearing this, Han Jun laughed heartily. Xiao Commander, are you not joking? Just a level 42 zombie, can it bring disaster to Jiangnan base city? Even if it has 10 more years to grow, it cannot stir up any waves in Jiangnan base city. Because Jiangnan base city has the Blade Court to suppress all monsters, so Xiao Commander, you don't need to worry. Han Jun smiled. Xiaoya's face immediately turned ugly at his words, her tone indifferent. Commander Han, I don't have time to listen to you now. If you are unwilling to act, please leave. I'll handle it here. Hearing Xiaoya's blunt words, The smile that was hanging on Han Jun's lips froze instantly, his face turning dark. "Shao Commander, stay calm. I will kill this zombie now." Han Jun snorted coldly. With that, spiritual power surged in his hand, and in the void, a green hexagram formation appeared instantly. The next moment, a crystal-clear, intricately patterned double-layered coffin emerged from the formation. "Demon Hunter, kill this zombie." Han Jun looked towards Tangi standing on the ruins, his eyes filled with killing intent.